In a twist of fate, Li Feng finds himself transported into the chaotic world of Hong Kong underworld dramas, where he becomes the son of the notorious figure, Liang Kuan. With the help of a unique father boost system, he must assist his father in climbing the ranks, gaining territory, resources, and wealth. But as he navigates the treacherous waters of gang rivalries and business ventures, Li Feng realizes that the path to power is fraught with danger and deception. Determined to rewrite his destiny, he seeks to transform his family's legacy and establish a commercial empire while battling against old foes and new challenges. Can he defy fate and secure his family's future, or will he fall victim to the same fate that befell his father's predecessors? Join Li Feng on a thrilling journey of ambition, loyalty, and the fight for survival in a world where only the strongest prevail. In this gripping tale, the lines between right and wrong blur, and the stakes are higher than ever. Chapter 1. Is Liang Kuan my father? My head aches terribly. Curse that class reunion. I shall never attend again, surrounded by a bunch of pretentious show-offs. At the Shengmali Hospital in Guangdao, on the pristine white hospital bed, lies a striking young man, approximately 20 years of age, whose looks rival those of esteemed readers. Li Feng rubs his forehead and, upon opening his eyes, gazes curiously at his surroundings. Did I drink myself into oblivion and end up in the hospital? Fragmented memories flood back. The Exine Guangda Hotel, my attendance at the class reunion for the class of 08, where I failed to charm a single female classmate and was instead intoxicated by my peers, collapsing unconscious on the table. Time for a dressing change. A nurse clad in a white coat enters the room, pushing a cart. Cantonese? Just as I am bewildered, the door swings open again, revealing a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt and dark green suit, sporting a small mustache. Two men, resembling lackeys, follow closely behind him. The man's demeanor and style exude the essence of a societal leader. My goodness, Liang Kuan. What astonishes Li Feng further is that the man at the forefront bears an uncanny resemblance to Liang Kuan from the film Gu Huazai. His languid, charismatic presence is irreplaceable. Are you Liang Kuan? Liang Kuan pauses. You little rascal, got beaten up and you don't even recognize your own father? Beaten? What on earth? Li Feng is utterly perplexed, his head throbbing and accompanied by waves of dizziness. At that moment, a deluge of memories floods into his mind, swiftly clarifying his current predicament. It turns out that in a previous life, he drank excessively and found his soul transported into a man who shares his name in the world of Hong Kong cinema. The original identity of this man is revealed to be the only son of the Hongxing elder, Liang Kuan. Indeed, a scion of the underworld. Li Feng is elated, but this joy rapidly dissipates. This cannot be right. Having watched Gu Huazai at least 7 or 8 times, I never encountered Liang Kuan having a son. Surely, he must be an adopted child? Moreover, even if he were a biological son, I am no prince. That title belongs to Jiang Tianxing. According to the original narrative, Liang Kuan eliminated the formidable Bi and ascended to the helm of Hongxing, only to be ensnared by Jiang Tianxing and Chun Haonan, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of a sharpshooter in Wanchai. My fate is all too predictable, to be eradicated by Jiang Tianxing and Chun Haonan. Damn it, I had hoped to turn my fortunes around, only to discover this tragedy. No, my destiny is mine to shape, and I shall defy the heavens to alter my fate. Though the outcome seems predetermined, there exists considerable room for maneuvering. The current timeline aligns with the onset of Gu Huazai, presenting a genuine opportunity to reshape the original plot. As long as my father, Liang Kuan, remains alive, I can enjoy the spoils of life. In the vast expanse of online literature I have perused, many protagonists traverse into affluent families, aiding their clans in establishing commercial empires. As a second-generation underworld heir, I too have significant potential, leveraging my knowledge as a time traveler for great achievements. Assisting my father in ascending to the pinnacle of Hongxing, commanding the underground forces of Guangdao, and constructing a commercial empire. With my father in power, my status would rise in tandem, a classic case of the son benefits from the father's prestige or vice versa. I have contemplated usurping his position, but my credentials are insufficient. Suddenly, a peculiar electronic voice resonates in my mind. Ding. Host detected as a time traveler with aspirations to assist your father in rising to power. Binding paternal system, 5:15:38. Introduction. Assisting your father in ascending to power will yield rewards in resources, wealth, and influence, which will contribute to your paternal value. Accumulate a certain amount of paternal value to exchange for random rewards. Current paternal value, 0. Please endeavor to improve. In an instant, my thoughts are interrupted by this strange electronic voice. Li Feng is taken aback. Indeed, the time traveler comes equipped with a system. Rewards for aiding my father? It resonates perfectly with my desires, exhilarating. Unable to contain my excitement, a smile inadvertently graces my face. Liang Kuan, upon noticing, is alarmed. Surely, his son cannot be rendered a fool by such an incident? He had just called him by his nickname Liang Kuan, and now he is smiling foolishly. This is concerning. Fengzi, where are you hurt? Liang Kuan asks, leaning closer to the bed with concern. I have a gash on my head, Li Feng replies, pointing to his forehead. Who did this? Chen Haonan. Liang Kuan's anxiety dissipates as he realizes his son is coherent and not as daft as he feared, his relief swiftly morphing into anger. Why did Chen Haonan strike you? I was at a bar, drinking, and I took a liking to a girl. Chen Haonan claimed she was his girlfriend, and we got into a scuffle. After merging with the original's memories, Li Feng comprehends the events leading to his injury. The original had inherited Liang Kuan's fine traditions. Despite his youth, he possessed a fiery temper and often sought female companionship to alleviate his frustrations. Last night, at the Lang Chao bar in Causeway Bay, he encountered a stammering beauty of extraordinary beauty. After some flirtation, he intended to pull her into the restroom for some intimate escapades. However, he was caught by Bao Pai. Bao Pai informed Chen Haonan, resulting in a brutal beating from the Five Tigers of Causeway Bay. The original revealed his identity as Liang Kuan's son, and Chen Haonan showed no mercy, striking him with a bottle. Damn it, that Chen Haonan, the scoundrel. He disrespected me at the company, and now he dares to harm my son? He seeks death. Liang Kuan's brows furrow, a fire igniting within him. If his girlfriend, On, were present, she would likely restrain Chen Haonan to cool things down. Sha Chong, bring me Chen Haonan, and bring his girl along. Yes, Brother Kuan. The crew cut Sha Chong, Liang Kuan's right-hand man, appears older than Liang Kuan himself. After the underling departs, Liang Kuan strives to play the role of a caring father, personally peeling a pear and offering it to his son. Do you fancy the stammering girl? Hee. She resembles me. I'll have Sha Chong bring her to you for your pleasure. Once you recover, I will send you to study in Europe, or perhaps the Eagle Country to eye in the treacherous world of the underworld. Who can avoid a blade? Liang Kuan is acutely aware of the perils of the underworld, having extinguished entire families before. He naturally worries for the safety of his own family. As his only child, he cannot allow him to roam aimlessly in Gangdao, lest he be slain in due time. Liang Kuan's sentiments are clear to Li Feng, who is resolute in his refusal. Father, I am merely a poor student. What use is an education? I shall remain in Gangdao and follow your path. Follow me. Liang Kuan becomes agitated, raising his hand as if to strike his son, but upon seeing the bandage wrapped around Li Feng's head, he retracts. By heavens! Today, someone smashed your head. Who knows, tomorrow you might have your legs broken, and the day after, lie lifeless in the streets. Do you wish for the Li family to perish? Ha ha! Li Feng smiled and said, if I were to perish, it would signify your utter incompetence. I incompetent? Jiang Kuan's expression turned somewhat agitated as he gestured. I have been in the streets since I was 15, cutting through the big circles in 82 and taking on the number gang in 83. Before he could finish his boast, he was interrupted by Li Feng. A tiger does not father a dog. Together, father and son shall strive for greatness. Huh? Jiang Kuan was taken aback. When did his seemingly useless son become so ambitious? Was this still the same boy who only knew how to race cars, drink, and chase after women? Like a true man, I promise you, huh? Chapter 2. Little Stutterer Nighttime. On Lioli Street in Causeway Bay, at a Dai Pai Dong. A man clad in leather, with long flowing hair and a stern, cold face, held a beautiful girl close while eating skewers and drinking. Nearby sat several young men dressed like gangsters, clinking glasses and laughing boisterously, creating a lively atmosphere. These were the Five Tigers of Causeway Bay: Chen Haonan, Shan Ji, De Tian'er, Bao Pai, Chow Pai, and Little Stutterer. Brother Nan, you're really something. Even daring to mess with Liang Kuan's son. That kid's still wet behind the ears, trying to pick up girls, and hitting on Brother Nan's woman. Who else should we mess with if not him? Bao Pai and De Tian'er flattered him, and though Chen Haonan felt a flicker of pride inside, his expression remained cold and stern. Damn it! His old man Liang Kuan is always going against Brother B. sooner or later, he'll be taken out. Shanji stabbed an iron skewer into a crack in the table, speaking angrily. Shanji, shut up. You can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Chun Haonan shot Shanji a glare, then said, Little Stutterer, have a drink with everyone. Just as Little Stutterer was about to propose a toast, Bao Pai and Detianer, ever the opportunists, quickly raised their glasses and said, Let's toast to our big sister-in-law. Everyone was having a great time, completely unaware of the impending danger. Across the street, a group of about 20 burly men in black, armed and radiating murderous intent, stood ready. Leading them was Liang Kuan's right-hand man, Sha Chong. Go. Tie up Chun Haonan and his woman. The underlings transformed into hurdling athletes, leaping over the railings and charging toward the Dai Pai Dong. Trouble. Chun Haonan and his crew had come out for a late-night snack without any weapons, so they immediately got up to flee. Crash. Shanji overturned the table, while Chow Pai and Detianer grabbed bottles and smashed them. The ground was soon littered with glass shards, temporarily blocking Sha Chong and his men. Damn it, cut them down. Sha Chong led his men to flank them, closing in on Chun Haonan. Brother Nan, take Little Stutterer and go first. Detianer, Chow Pai, and Shanji raised chairs to hold them off, while Chun Haonan grabbed Little Stutterer's hand and sprinted away. Thud, thud, thud. Shanji and Detianer were fairly skilled, but they were outnumbered. Soon, they were all injured, stumbling from the blows. Chun Haonan glanced back and saw his brothers in a tough fight. He pushed Little Stutterer away, telling her to run, then unfastened his chain belt from his waist and joined the fray. Crack, crack. At first, he fought fiercely, taking down 2 or 3 underlings in succession. But gradually, his stamina waned, and he was surrounded and beaten by Sha Chong's men, taking 7 or 8 blows. Boss Liang Kuan had ordered them taken alive, so the underlings didn't dare use their knives. Otherwise, Chun Haonan would have been dead on the street. Tie him up. Sha Chong waved his hand, and 2 burly men pinned Chun Haonan down, dragging him toward a van parked by the roadside. Brother Nan, Detianer and Shanji, who were on the outskirts, tried to rescue him. Don't worry about me. Get out of here, go! Chun Haonan shouted at the top of his lungs, putting on a show of loyalty. Go! Shanji and the others fled in panic, heading to the hall to seek help from their boss, Brother B. Meanwhile, in her panic, Little Stutterer stumbled into a narrow, dark alley. 2 burly men approached her, blocking her path like 2 iron towers. Without a word, they grabbed her from both sides, lifting her off the ground like an eagle snatching a chick. What? What are you doing? Come with us to see Brother Kuan. Kidnapping. R.A. Rape, assault. Little Stutterer's sharp cries echoed through the street, but the next moment, her sensual lips were sealed with tape. She was then taken to the van. Seeing the woman he loved being tied up, Chun Haonan felt a pang of heartache and cried out, Let her go. She has nothing to do with this. Slap. Slap. Sha Chong rewarded him with 2 slaps and sealed his mouth with tape. Brother Kuan, it's done. Where should we take them? The hospital ward. Yes. St. Mary's Hospital was a private hospital where, for the right price, one could enjoy exceptional treatment. Li Feng was staying in a VIP ward, undisturbed except by doctors and nurses. Get in. Chun Haonan and Little Stutterer were pushed into the ward, followed by Sha Chong and 2 underlings, while the others stood guard outside. Young master, we've brought them. Sha Chong woke Li Feng from his sleep. Li Feng rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. It really was Chun Haonan and Little Stutterer. His old man's methods were impressive. He said he'd capture Chun Haonan and Little Stutterer, and here they were, more reliable than the police. Now the fun begins. Time to experience what it's like to be a second-generation gangster. Li Feng scanned the 2. Chun Haonan looked exactly like his movie counterpart, cold and handsome. His gaze lingered on Little Stutterer. She wore a red bra under a denim jacket, a black leather miniskirt, and a pair of long, fair legs exposed beneath, with high heels on her feet. Her pretty face was lightly made up, with a pair of lively, large eyes. Pretty girl, we meet again. Li Feng sat up, his gaze wandering over Little Stutterer with a mischievous, almost smiling expression. Little Stutterer couldn't speak. Li Feng told Sha Chong to remove the tape from her mouth. Phew. Little Stutterer took a deep breath, her face filled with fear. What do you want? Li Feng suddenly jumped off the hospital bed and walked over to Little Stutterer with a wicked smile. He lifted her chin with his finger and said in a strange tone, My head was busted open, and now I'm really fired up. Go to the bathroom and help me cool down. No. Don't. Little Stutterer understood exactly what he meant. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and she shook her head frantically. Stupid bitch, don't be ungrateful. Sha Chong and the underlings, looking fierce and menacing, dragged little stutterer toward the bathroom. Watching this, Chun Haonan felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart, his eyes burning with rage. He struggled desperately, making muffled grunts. "Damn you! Stay still." Thud, thud. The underlings kicked him twice, knocking out one of his teeth. In the bathroom, behind the frosted glass, two blurred figures were silhouetted. The scene is not suitable for description. Sha Chong and the underlings tactfully turned away. Chun Haonan's heart shattered. He watched helplessly as the woman he loved was violated, powerless to do anything. At that moment, he wished he were dead. "Liang Kuan, Li Feng, you father and son dogs. I'll make you die." More than 10 minutes later, Li Feng emerged from the bathroom, a faint smile on his face. "Your woman is quite something." He walked up to Chun Haonan and said with a wicked grin. Chun Haonan, like an enraged beast, his eyes red, charged violently toward Li Feng. Damn it! What awaited him was yet another barrage of fists and kicks. "Enough, do not kill him." With a mere utterance from Li Feng, Chun Haonan could be sent to meet the king of hell. However, such an action would only serve to vent his frustrations without yielding any tangible benefits. As for the young stutterer, Li Feng had no intention of making her his woman. This girl had already been with both Chong Lubang's Fei Hong and Chun Haonan, having been passed around like a plaything. Amusement was all he sought. Taking responsibility was out of the question. His system required Lao Do Liang Kuan to acquire substantial gains. It would be more advantageous to use Chun Haonan as a bargaining chip, compelling the formidable Boss B to pay for his release, thus triggering the system's rewards. Moreover, Boss B regarded Chun Haonan as a beloved son. Upon learning the news, he would undoubtedly rally his subordinates to demand his return. If Chun Haonan were to perish, it was likely that Boss B would lose control and engage in a violent confrontation with Lao Do. This scenario would bring him more harm than benefit. In the original narrative, Lao Do Liang Kuan had met his demise due to eliminating Boss B's entire family, creating too many enemies, ultimately leading to his downfall. "Young master, how should we deal with them?" Sha Chong inquired. "Lock Chun Haonan away and send the young stutterer to film the top 3 masterpieces." Chapter 3. The Recompense of De Lao B and the Land Sacrifice. What? You want me to? To shoot adult films? The stuttering girl, who was washing up in the restroom, was on the verge of a breakdown. She was a young hoodlum, lacking in principles. Previously, she had been taken by Fei Hong of the Chong Lu gang to Liang Kuan's company to shoot adult films due to a debt. It was Chun Haonan who heroically rescued her, and she subsequently followed him. Just moments ago, while trying to calm Li Feng down in the restroom, upon discovering his identity as a second-generation rich kid, she planned to curry favor with him. She had hoped that Li Feng would treat her like Chun Haonan did, as a treasure. To her dismay, this fellow was utterly heartless. With a figure as alluring as yours, adult films would surely be a hit. The stuttering girl wore a look of deep grievance, almost in tears. Unwilling? Then go dance at a bar. Li Feng, viewing her as nothing more than a plaything, only desired her assistance in alleviating his boredom. Take her away. De Chong waved his hand, and a subordinate dragged the stuttering girl out. I don't want to dance. Dance at a bar? Nan Gu, save me. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at Chun Haonan's heartstrings. Shortly thereafter, De Chong also took Chun Haonan away, locking him in the basement of a building in Tsim Sui. The next morning, outside Chien Kuan Film Company on the 12th floor of Chongqing Mansion in Tsim Sui, the stocky and short De Lao B gathered around 30 to 40 subordinates and stormed into the company. This establishment belonged to Liang Kuan, who made a living from trafficking pirated DVDs and producing adult films. However, this was merely a facade. Liang Kuan's true business involved collaborating with Ba to sell illicit goods. Kuan, come out. De Lao B shouted angrily. He had learned the previous night that Chun Haonan had been captured by Liang Kuan, and he had come early that morning to demand his release. When he received no response, De Lao B's expression darkened. He waved his hand, and his subordinates began to wreak havoc, smashing and vandalizing. With a crash, Shanji overturned a desk, scattering provocative DVD covers across the floor. Tell your boss Liang Kuan to come out. The employees cowered in the corners, too frightened to speak. B, we may be familiar, but if you continue this way, I will still call the police on you. A hoarse voice rang out as Liang Kuan approached, flanked by a group of subordinates. Leave the matters of the underworld to the underworld. Don't involve the police. De Lao B remained unfazed. This is a legitimate business establishment, and you come here to vandalize. What do you expect me to do? De Chong, call the police. De Chong pulled out a large mobile phone, pretending to dial the police. I will compensate for the damages. Just hand over Nan. Who is Nan? Liang Kuan feigned innocence. Chen Hao Nan. He's gone. If you want him, go find the police. What do you want from me? His expression was one of mockery, which only infuriated De Lao Bi further. Enough with the charades. Hand over Nan, and we will settle this. Otherwise, we will fight. De Lao Bi's demeanor turned fierce. After years in the underworld, he was not one to be trifled with. Liang Kuan rolled his eyes dismissively. Indeed. Chen Hao Nan is in my custody. He assaulted my son. How do you propose to settle that? De Lao Bi softened his tone. He's young. It's normal for young people to act foolishly over women. We were all like that in our youth. Please, spare Nan, and I will host a banquet to express my gratitude. Bah! Liang Kuan shouted. If I were to spare him, I would have already tossed Chen Hao Nan into the sea with a stone tied to his feet. De Lao Bi believed this threat. He had witnessed Liang Kuan's ruthlessness, and others would have long since met their demise. What must I do to secure Nan's release? Pay up. Bring 5 million, and I will hand him over. 5 million. De Lao Bi was taken aback. Shanji and De Tian nearly dropped their jaws. 5 million. Why don't you just rob a bank? Shanji exclaimed. Are you saying Chen Hao Nan isn't worth that much? Liang Kuan's smile was enigmatic. De Lao Bi hesitated for a moment. I can offer you 2 million at most. I want him now. 2 million is too little. You must also provide a bar. Fine. I will give you the Langchao bar in Causeway Bay. With both parties reaching an agreement, De Lao Bi took his men to retrieve the cash that had already been prepared. Once Liang Kuan received the money, he ordered the release of Chen Hao Nan. Brother B. Chen Hao Nan's face was swollen like a pig's head, his mouth crooked, yet his hairstyle remained immaculate. Let us go. Brother B. They captured the stuttering girl. Chen Hao Nan expressed his discontent. Beauty is a curse. Don't fight for women in the future. This remark irked Chen Hao Nan, who stubbornly replied, Brother B, the stuttering girl is my girl. I cannot simply turn a blind eye if she is being harassed. Forget it, Nan Go. Brother B spent 2 million to secure your release and also relinquished a bar. Shanji said with a hint of jealousy, thinking that if he had been captured, Brother B would never have paid such a hefty price. Damn it. We need to get our money back. Let us go. De Lao Bi patted Chen Hao Nan's shoulder, and the group departed from Chongqing Mansion. In the office, Liang Kuan counted stacks of cash, his heart brimming with joy. The idea had been conceived by his son Li Feng, suggesting that they could use Chen Hao Nan as leverage to negotiate with De Lao Bi for money and a venue. Initially skeptical, Liang Kuan now realized that this young lad was more astute than himself. That little brat is even more capable than you, haha. In the hospital, Li Feng lay on the bed when a well-proportioned nurse came in to change his bandages. Feeling bored, Li Feng planned to tease her, but suddenly a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully leveraged his father, assisting him in acquiring 2 million in cash and a bar, rewarding 1,000 points of leverage value. Note: you may consume 1,000 leverage points to redeem the following rewards. Reward 1. 1 bottle of Life Gene Enhancer, upon consumption, significantly enhances physical abilities. Reward 2. Advanced combat skills, including Sanda, grappling, and weapon combat. The system rewards have arrived. Li Feng felt a surge of excitement. As soon as the nurse left, he immediately redeemed the rewards. Ding! Redemption successful. Congratulations. Host has received 1 bottle of Life Gene Enhancer. Congratulations. Host has acquired advanced combat skills. Instantly, a wealth of extraordinary combat techniques flooded his mind, including grappling, Sanda, and Bajiquan. Simultaneously, a glass vial appeared in his hand, label-less and containing a mysterious transparent liquid. Is this the Life Gene Enhancer? The name is quite impressive. I wonder what its effects are. Filled with curiosity, Li Feng pried open the cap and tilted his head back, pouring the entire contents into his mouth. It was colorless and tasteless, akin to water. But in the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. Chapter 4. Life Gene Enhancer. A gentle and warm breath flowed into his body like a trickling stream, gradually igniting a feverish heat within him, as the meridians surged with raw power. His sinews crackled like thunder, muscles swelled, and his once frail physique transformed into a robust and formidable form. Simultaneously, the wound on his forehead healed at an astonishing rate, accompanied by an itch from the burgeoning muscles. Li Feng instinctively touched it. It felt firm, as if a scab had formed. Moreover, the body, previously ravaged by excessive indulgence, now brimmed with vitality. Truly, the Life Gene Enhancer was remarkable. At this moment, Li Feng seemed reborn, Not only had his external injuries healed, but his physical capabilities had also improved dramatically. Coupled with his exceptional combat skills, he felt akin to a war god. The thought of easily defeating dozens of those diminutive Chun Haonan figures no longer seemed far-fetched. Previously, he had harbored concerns about his frail body being unable to handle emergencies. Now, those worries vanished entirely. With a body akin to a human machine and a mind attuned to foresight, dominating Gangdao was merely a matter of time. Li Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his newfound abilities and pressed the red button by his bedside. Beep. Upon receiving the signal, a beautiful nurse rushed to the ward. "What can I do for you?" "I wish to be discharged." "Sir, you must remain for at least another week for treatment and observation. My wounds have healed. Look, they are scabbed." Li Feng abruptly tore off the bandage from his head, startling the nurse, who was responsible for monitoring high-risk patients. However, when the nurse saw that his wound had indeed healed, an expression of utter shock crossed her face. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." The nurse summoned the attending physician, who also bore a look of disbelief. Subsequently, the doctor conducted an ECG and various blood tests, finding all indicators to be perfectly normal. "You may be discharged. If any abnormalities arise, feel free to contact me." After granting Li Feng's discharge, the doctor muttered to himself, "A miracle. This is undoubtedly a miracle. Dad, I'm being discharged." Liang Kuan received his son's call, his tone tinged with mild irritation. "What trick are you trying to pull this time? Stay put in the hospital. My wounds are healed." "Nonsense." Li Feng offered no further explanation and took a taxi home. On the balcony of a villa in Kingshuiwen, Liang Kuan sipped coffee while a 30-something woman with voluminous curls and a somewhat melancholic demeanor massaged his legs. This was Liang Kuan's partner, Wen, the one who had calmed him down in the movies. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Wen rose to answer. Upon seeing Li Feng, she couldn't help but marvel at his masculine and vigorous aura. "Auntie," Li Feng greeted, bringing Wen back to her senses. Hearing the commotion, Liang Kuan turned around, shocked to the point of spilling his coffee. Before him stood a robust and handsome young man. Could this truly be his once frail and effeminate son? "Fengzi, I've bulked up, and my injuries have healed." Liang Kuan touched the scabbed wound on his son's forehead, astonished, his mouth agape. "You rascal, you're a monster." Amidst his astonishment, joy prevailed. Not only had his son returned safely, but he had also devised a plan that effortlessly netted 2 million and a bar. The Li family's ancestral grave must be blessed, as a fortunate star had emerged. Nurturing him well was imperative. "Dad, let us have a little chat." "Sure." Wen, sensing the moment, discreetly exited, leaving the father and son to enter the study and close the door behind them. "Fengzi, your idea is brilliant." Big B offered 2 million and a bar to redeem Chun Haonan. That is truly exhilarating. Li Feng had already learned of this from the system, and now feigned overwhelming excitement to please his father. "I've always said, together, we can conquer the world." "Well said. Together, we can conquer the world." "Haraha." Liang Kuan, usually with a sly grin, now radiated genuine joy. "Dad, what are your plans moving forward?" "To grow bigger and stronger. Who doesn't want to be the boss?" "I aim to oust Jiang Tianxing and take the lead." Hongxing was founded by the Jiang family. They relinquish power easily. "Damn, what is Jiang Tianxing to me? As long as I have money and manpower, he'll have to yield." Li Feng believed this. Although Hongxing seemed to respect the Jiang family, in truth, everyone had their own agendas. Go Brother, Uncle Xing, and others are easily swayed by money. Han Bin, Shirsen Mei, and De Fei are no loyalists. They are merely opportunists. Jiang Tianxing's only loyal ally is Big B. In the original tale, Liang Kuan had spent heavily to buy off numerous gang leaders, effortlessly ascending to the top. However, he had not anticipated that Chun Yao was an undercover agent who took his money and ultimately betrayed him. Moreover, Uncle Xing, Go Brother, and others had accepted bribes from Chun Haonan, tacitly allowing Chun Haonan to act against Liang Kuan. The struggle between Jiang Tianxing and Liang Kuan boiled down to a matter of influence. Whichever side held the power, the gang leaders would align with them. All notions of loyalty and principle were mere facades. Understanding this, Li Feng was determined not to let his father fall into that trap. "Dad, have you ever considered engaging in legitimate business? A film company, isn't that enough? Your so-called film company doesn't even have distribution rights. How can it be profitable?" Li Feng smirked, Don't tell me the money you used to buy the villa came from shooting those low-budget films. Liang Kuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning serious as he scrutinized his son, suddenly realizing that this young man was more formidable than he had imagined. Your true business is selling flour. At this remark, Liang Kuan felt a chill run down his spine. Since Hung Hing's inception, it had established a strict rule against dealing in flour. This information was known only to his trusted aides, Shuang and Gao Jun. How had this boy discovered it? What else do you know? Hung Hing strictly prohibits drugs. You are collaborating with He Jiba to help distribute. Liang Kuan's back broke out in a cold sweat. If the authorities learned of this information, he would be facing serious consequences. Seeing his father's unusually tense expression, Li Feng smiled. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul about this. However, selling flour is a path of no return. It's better to cease operations sooner rather than later. Damn. Liang Kuan stopped pretending. In this world, aside from fighting, I know nothing else. Am I to starve if I don't sell flour? Besides, Babai owes me over 20 million in goods. How can I stop? Recover that money and invest in legitimate business. Heh. Liang Kuan chuckled. In legitimate business, who will prevail? You or I? In just a few years, Gang Dao will return. Engaging in violence and illicit activities holds no future. From a broader perspective, Li Feng harbored numerous ideas and thoughts: real estate, technology, finance, energy, each brimming with potential. However, discussing with his father seemed futile at this moment. The greatest triumph would be convincing him to refrain from dabbling in illicit dealings. Learning was certainly an option. Li Feng's earnest gaze made it difficult for Liang Kuan to refuse. Oh, the sum that Boss B just provided, you can utilize it, and that bar of his is also yours. Thank you, Dad. This was precisely the affirmation Li Feng had been awaiting. Chapter 5. Yizi Mei. At the entrance of Langchao Bar on Jia Dian Street in Tongluo Wan, a vibrant mix of men and women flowed in and out incessantly. Tongluo Wan stands as one of the most bustling districts on Hong Kong Island, rivaling Tsim Sha Tsui. As night descended, the nightlife blossomed, resplendent and varied. Nightclubs, bars, dance halls, and bathhouses lined the streets. Originally owned by the formidable De Lao Bi, Langchao Bar was on the verge of a change in ownership. Young master, this is the place, Sha Chong said as he escorted Li Feng into the bar, flanked by a few underlings. Within, the lights flickered and the DJ's beats reverberated. On stage, several bikini-clad beauties swayed their waists and flaunted their figures, captivating the attention of the men present. Li Feng and his entourage approached the bar, where a man in a white shirt hastily greeted them. Call him Li Xiao, Sha Chong prompted. Li Xiao. The man in the white shirt greeted Li Feng with a sycophantic smile. From now on, Li Xiao is the boss here. Everything must heed his command. Understood. The man nodded vigorously, brimming with respect. Are you the manager here? Li Feng inquired with a fleeting glance. Yes, my name is Wang Bin. Everyone calls me a Bin. I don't have much time to manage the bar, so I leave it in your hands. Rest assured, Li Xiao, I will manage the bar well. Li Feng was pleased with Wang Bin's attitude and waved him off to attend to his duties. He procured a cocktail from the bartender and made his way to a booth in the main hall, with Sha Chong dutifully trailing behind. Where's the little stutterer? Li Feng inquired as he settled into a relatively secluded booth. On stage dancing. Call her over to drink with me, and you can leave, he instructed, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the lack of privacy with Sha Chong at his side. Yes. Moments later, the little stutterer, dressed in a bikini and adorned with heavy makeup, appeared before him. Li Feng almost failed to recognize her. The makeup obscured her natural beauty, akin to a fresh cabbage pickled and transformed into sauerkraut. Though the taste might be good, the appearance was lacking. Sit. The little stutterer cautiously took a seat opposite him. Come closer. Li Feng beckoned, and she finally nestled beside him. What would you like to drink? Whiskey. The server brought a drink, and the two raised their glasses in a toast. Are you getting used to the job here? The little stutterer shook her head, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. As a young girl accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, being a dancer was no easy task. The constant movement left her utterly exhausted. Li Xiao, no, Brother Feng. Please don't make me be a dancer anymore. That's fine, but it will depend on your performance. The little stutterer, understanding the unspoken rules, wrapped one arm around Li Feng's neck while raising her glass for a toast. With a clink, they drank heartily. What? You want me to clean here? The little stutterer was taken aback. Come on. So, you expect me to support you, and you still don't want to do it? Only then did the little stutterer smile. With Li Feng as the boss, she would be the boss lady, Doing a few small tasks was quite reasonable. As they prepared to venture out for a late-night snack, a striking figure caught their attention. Seated alone was a mature woman in her late 20s, dressed in black, her hair elegantly gathered, adorned with hoop earrings. While not exceptionally beautiful, her figure was undeniably captivating. She looks familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng recognized her identity. She was Yi Mei, a third-tier adult film star. Go enjoy your late-night snack. I have something to attend to. The little stutterer pouted, her pretty face marred with displeasure. Humph. All men are the same, fickle and changeable. Excuse me, are you dining alone? Li Feng sat beside Yi Mei, initiating a conversation with a smile. Yi Mei glanced at him. Her expression one of disdain upon seeing a boy around 18 or 19. Handsome, trying to charm a woman? I'm not your type. Is that so? Miss Yi, you seem so open in movies, yet so aloof in reality? Yi Mei was taken aback, surprised by the maturity and sharpness of this young man's words. You know me? Miss Yi, who doesn't he know you? What do you want? I wish to befriend Miss Yi. This bar belongs to me. You can drink here any time for free. Yi Mei was once again taken aback. A young man owning such a sizable bar, impressive. Though she had some fame in the film industry, she had remained relatively obscure, with modest earnings. In a world that values looks, her attitude shifted immediately. What should I call you? My name is Li Feng. Mr. Li, shall we share a drink? Absolutely. As they sipped their drinks and chatted, a sense of camaraderie blossomed, and before they knew it, an hour had slipped by, with 7 or 8 glasses emptied. Feng, you are the most charming young man I have ever met. Yi Mei, slightly intoxicated, found herself drawn to the witty and knowledgeable man before her. You're drunk. Let me take you home. I am not drunk. Yi Mei feigned reluctance, but eventually got into a taxi with Li Feng. Before long, the taxi stopped in front of a residential building on Wang Chuk Hang Road in Wan Chai. Li Feng assisted her inside, but when Yi Mei wrapped her arm around his neck, he gently rebuffed her advances. This woman had likely been subjected to the whims of countless directors and producers, and the risks of entanglement were not worth the potential consequences. Li Feng's intentions were to recruit her as the lead actress for his film. Indeed, he intended to make a movie. The $2 million given by his father was neither too much nor too little. Investing in stocks carried risks, and pursuing other legitimate businesses would take too long with such limited capital. $2 million was more than sufficient for producing a low-budget adult film, and with Yi Mei in the lead role, box office success was assured. The critical issue now lay in securing theatrical distribution rights to ensure the film graced the big screen. Why was his father's Kwan Film Company not profitable? It was precisely due to the lack of distribution rights, relegating them to selling DVDs, compounded by subpar directors and actors. Of course, his father's film endeavors were merely a facade. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng conceived a plan to collaborate with a film company or seek affiliation to resolve the distribution rights dilemma. His vision extended far into the future. First, produce a low-budget film in 3 colors to establish a presence for the family-owned film company. Once sufficient funding is secured, transition into the production of serious films. The current timeline is the late 1980s, a period when Hong Kong cinema still enjoys nearly a decade of golden years, with many classic films of the 1990s yet to be released. This presents a prime opportunity to capitalize on foresight and reap significant profits. Yi Mei and San Jiping serve as stepping stones for Li Feng's foray into the film industry. It is imperative that they make a resounding impact. Chapter 6. Recruiting the suit-clad thug Gao Jin. A question arose. Which film company would be the most suitable for collaboration? There are numerous film companies, both large and small, in Hong Kong, including Yinghuang, Jiahe, Shao, Cine City, and Yongsheng. After a moment of contemplation, Li Feng set his sights on Yongsheng Film Company for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Yongsheng was newly established and eagerly in need of fresh investment. Secondly, the owner had connections to the underworld, which would facilitate negotiations. The president of Yongsheng, who had ties to the Xian triad, was in a position where he could easily leverage his connections. The Xian was merely a younger brother in the presence of the Hongxing triad. A call from his father would guarantee respect from the brotherhood. Early the next morning, Li Feng called his father to discuss the matter. You little brat, do you really think you can pull this off? Filmmaking is not your forte. I've made countless films without turning a profit. Li Feng's father, Liang Kwan, spoke with a tone of disappointment, but after his son persistently pleaded, he reluctantly agreed. The $2 million would be considered a frivolous expenditure. Liang Kuan contacted a big shot from the Xian Ian triad, who conveyed his request to Xiang Huaxiang. Although Xiang Huaxiang was somewhat reluctant, he did not dare to disregard Liang Kuan's request and instructed him to find a company director to discuss the specifics of the collaboration. In the evening, at the filming location on Lantau Island, a slightly rotund man was directing the shoot. This individual would later be known as the genius director Wang Jin. At this time, Wang Jin's reputation in the industry was rather modest. He was known for producing low-budget films and erotic films. However, he was notably more competent than the third-rate directors from Liang Kuan's company. Director Wang, Li Feng arrived with Sha Chong and several of his younger brothers to pay a visit. "Who are you?" Wang Jin inquired. "My name is Li Feng, and my father is Hongxing's Liang Kuan." Upon hearing this, Wang Jin's expression soured. He had encountered many instances of the black society delving into the film industry and had even seen gunpoint filming. "What does young Master Li need from me? I wish to collaborate on a film, and my boss has already given his consent." Li Feng was disinterested in engaging in small talk and immediately invoked Xiang Huaxiang's name to pressure Wang Jin. Wang Jin, adept at gauging the winds, immediately greeted Li Feng with a warm smile. "It is an honor for me to collaborate with young Master Li. May I inquire how you propose we proceed?" "I will provide the script and the actors. You will handle the filming." "Oh, does young Master Li have a script?" "Not a script, just an idea. Please take note." Wang Jin felt a pang of despair, but had to comply outwardly. He gestured for an assistant, who promptly produced paper and pen. The title is Liao Zhai Yintan. The plot roughly involves three fox spirits that have cultivated for centuries taking human form and encountering a charming scholar upon their arrival in the human world. As Wang Jin listened, he became intrigued by the storyline. He had a keen sense for commercial cinema and realized that if properly cast, this film could be a box office success. What about the cast? The male lead will be bassist Dan Li Wen. The female lead will be Yi Mei. And you may choose the second and third female leads. Can young Master Li secure Yi Mei for this role? Yi Mei had made a name for herself in erotic films before attempting to transition into serious roles. Just days earlier, Wang Jin had approached her for an erotic film titled Jin Ping Mei, only to be turned down. "Don't forget, my father is Liang Kuan." "Huh." Wang Jin laughed, no longer pressing the matter. At that moment, a modestly dressed young man approached Wang Jin, looking timid. "Director Wang, I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" "My mother is ill and hospitalized. We need to pay for her surgery. Could you possibly advance some of my salary?" "How much do you need?" 200,000. Wang Jin frowned. As merely a director, his available funds were limited. Moreover, only stars like Jackie Chan and Jet Li had the privilege to request salary advances. This young man was just a stunt double. Why should he receive an advance? Thud. The young man, seeing Wang Jin's reluctance, knelt before him. "Please, Director Wang. Without this money, my mother will certainly perish." Wang Jin remained unmoved. "Hey, what are you thinking, Jin? You're just a stunt double earning a few thousand a month, and you want to advance 200,000? Do you think this set is a charity?" The young man's face turned red and pale as he continued to kneel, refusing to rise. He knocked his head repeatedly on the ground. "No amount of knocking your head will help. The budget is not solely mine to control. I might be able to give you 20,000. I want 200,000. The young man shouted. Just when he was about to lose hope, a voice rang out. "What is your name?" "Gao Jin." It was indeed him, Gao Jin, the suit-clad thug. Li Feng felt a surge of joy inside, but maintained a calm exterior. "Stand up." Gao Jin got to his feet, and Li Feng scrutinized him, noting that he bore an uncanny resemblance to the suit-clad thug in the film Sha Palang 2. "You are quite skilled, aren't you?" "Fairly so." "Oh, I will cover this amount, and I will add an additional 50,000. But under one condition." Gao Jin's eyes lit up with excitement. "What is the condition?" "From now on, you will work with me." "Absolutely." Gao Jin had long sought to escape this circle and recognized that this was a powerful boss with promising prospects. "Young Master Li, you can't poach talent like this." Wang Jin feigned a smile, half jokingly. "If he leaves, who else is more suitable as a stunt double? His exit fees will be on me." With this statement, Li Feng silenced Wang Jin. "Thank you, young Master Li, thank you." Gao Jin expressed his gratitude profusely, vowing unwavering loyalty to Li Feng. Li Feng spent over 200,000 to recruit Gao Jin and then offered Wang Jin 1 million, as it would appear insincere to seek collaboration without any financial commitment. Next, he needed to secure the final piece, the female lead, Yi Mei. As they walked, Li Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Sha Chong, who understood and signaled to his younger brothers. In the next moment, Sha Chong and 3 of his younger brothers suddenly launched an attack on Gao Jin. Bang! Bang! Unquestionably, their ambush failed, and they were swiftly brought to the ground without touching a hair on Gao Jin. The suit-clad thug was indeed as formidable as his reputation suggested. Li Feng could hardly contain his delight. Recognizing that Gao Jin had held back, otherwise, Sha Chong and the others would not have been able to rise. Impressive, impressive, Li Feng praised, giving a thumbs up. You flatter me, boss. With me by your side, no one can harm you. Gao Jin seized the opportunity to show off. Indeed, Li Feng chuckled softly. In his eyes, Gao Jin possessed commendable skills, yet he still fell slightly short in comparison to himself. Nonetheless, having such a skilled enforcer would certainly lend some prestige to their endeavors. Soon, I shall meet Yizime. It would be ideal if she agrees to take on the role of the female lead. If she declines, you all know what to do, correct? Understood. Sha Chong and Gao Jin nodded in unison. Chapter 7. A warning to Ba Bai. At the bottom of the stairwell beneath Yi Zime's residence, Li Feng leaned against his car, making a phone call. He had acquired her home number from the bar the previous night. Miss Yi, are you home? A surprised voice came from the other end. Li Xiao. What made you remember to call me? I miss you. I'm downstairs at your place. Come up quickly. I'm at home. Their relationship had almost reached a pivotal moment, and Yi Zime was growing impatient. After hanging up, Li Feng instructed Gao Jin and Sha Chong to wait downstairs while he ascended alone. Knock, knock. Ah, it's really you. Yi Zime appeared in a low-cut satin nightgown, her figure strikingly alluring. Li Feng couldn't help but glance, secretly astonished by her beauty. What would you like to drink? She inquired. Anything is fine. She poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Li Feng. Clink. They toasted and sipped their drinks while chatting. Yi Zime, a mature woman, excelled in the art of seduction. As they conversed, the atmosphere gradually became intimate, leading Yi Zime to lean into Li Feng's embrace. Wait, Miss Yi, I have something serious to discuss with you today. Yi Zime was taken aback. She hadn't expected a man to remain composed in such circumstances, and her demeanor cooled instantly. What is it? I am investing in a film and need a leading lady. I would like to invite you to join. Yi Zime furrowed her brows, a flicker of displeasure crossing her face. She had thought this man was enchanted by her charm and was about to succumb to her allure, but it turned out he had ulterior motives. All men are the same. Not a single one is trustworthy. Without a doubt, he was seeking her for an adult film. Over the past few weeks, while resting at home, she had received numerous calls from directors and producers, all requesting her participation in such films. Adult film? Yes. A renowned director, a major production, and the pay is 300,000. 300,000. Yi Zime felt a slight twinge of temptation, but as a single woman, she was not financially desperate, so she declined. I'm sorry. I no longer act in such films. Please find someone else. I'll increase your pay by an additional 100,000. Will you reconsider? I genuinely cannot perform in that genre. Yi Zime waved her hand dismissively, clearly indicating she wanted him to leave. Damn it, you ungrateful woman. Sign this. Sha Chong pulled out the contract and placed it before Yi Zime. It dawned on her that this was Li Feng's doing. This seemingly polite man was involved with the underworld. You're Li Feng's people? Stop wasting time and sign. Sha Chong pressed the blade of his knife forward, leaving a red mark on Yi Zime's pristine neck, frightening her. However, she insisted on reviewing the contract. What if it was a slave contract? After glancing at the document and noticing the remuneration was 300,000 Hong Kong dollars, she signed her name. Feeling a pang of regret for having turned down Li Feng's earlier offer of 400,000. This was truly a case of losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. At least you're sensible. We'll call you when filming begins. Sha Chong and his group drove away. Simultaneously, on Lok Koo Road in Causeway Bay, in the relaxation lounge on the 2nd floor of Ba Sha Bathhouse, Li Feng lay bare-chested on a sofa, perusing a newspaper. His muscular physique drew the attention of nearby massage attendants. In the corridor, numerous young women donned short skirts, showcasing their long, beautiful legs as they moved about. This establishment was quite impressive. Li Feng was not merely here for leisure. He had come primarily to meet Ba Bai. Ba Bai was an old associate of his father, indebted to him for over 20 million in goods. According to the original storyline, Ba Bai would soon meet his demise at the hands of Chun Hao Nan and Shan Ji. Li Feng was well aware of the plot and could not stand idly by. If Ba Bai were to perish, the debt would be lost. He needed to ensure Ba Bai's safety, at least until the debt was recovered. Sir, would you like a massage? A voluptuous woman approached with a toolbox, smiling seductively. Yes, As the woman began to massage Li Feng, she privately marveled at the firmness of his muscles, as she had never encountered a man with such a physique before. Not far away, a robust man lounged on a bed, inappropriately groping the female technician before him. This man was Ba Bai, the owner of this bathhouse, who frequented it at least 3 times a week for bathing, massages, and indulgent services. The female technician appeared shy, unable to express her displeasure. Her demeanor only served to further excite Ba Bai, who leered, "Damn it, wearing a bra is just too dull. Take it off." The woman finally spoke up. "Please, Ba Bai. Damn it. Are you new? You're supposed to massage my feet like this." Nearby, an elderly man with white hair attempted to intervene. "Ba Bai, she's just here for a manicure and foot massage, not for you know." Enraged, Ba Bai's muscles twitched as he kicked the old man to the ground. "Are you all right?" A thin manager wearing glasses rushed over to check on the commotion. "Damn you." Ba Bai slapped the manager hard across the face, then stood over the old man, barking loudly, which terrified the elder into trembling. "You're worthless. You deserve to die." Li Feng observed this scene with disdain. "Had it not been for the need to recover high the last time I saw you, you were still a boy with barely any hair, and now you are engaging in such indulgences? How amusing. Haha, you resemble your father. The young ladies here are yours to choose from, and I shall treat you." "Thank you, Ba Bai Shu, but I have come today to discuss a serious matter with you." "What is it? Let us speak privately." "Very well." Ba Bai led Li Feng into a room and closed the door. "Now, we can converse. Ba Bai Shu, please be cautious lately. There are those plotting against you," Li Feng said with a serious expression. "Nonsense. Many have wished to deal with me, yet I remain as vigorous as ever," Ba Bai replied, somewhat dismissively. "This time, it is Hong Xing who aims to eliminate you. Be wary of a certain Chen Haonan. He is not to be underestimated, and it would be wise to remain vigilant." Chapter 8. A trap for Chen Haonan. At this juncture, Li Feng ceased to elaborate further. If Ba Bai remained nonchalant, it would signify that fate had turned against him. "Chen Haonan intends to eliminate me." Ba Bai's expression grew grave. They were all in the same game, and in the confined confines of Tongluan, he was well aware of Chen Haonan's reputation, a prominent figure under the command of De Lao Bi, known to roam freely with his subordinates. Dubbed the Five Tigers of Tongluan, the area was rich with opportunity, and the intersections between his turf and that of Hongxing were commonplace, making Hongxing's interest in encroaching upon his territory entirely plausible. Ba Bai held this belief steadfastly. "Damn it! If Chen Haonan dares to come after me, I shall make him regret it," Ba Bai muttered, only to be struck by a sudden inquiry. "Fengzi, how did you come by this information?" "One of my father's men is close to De Lao Bi," Li Feng deflected casually, claiming he needed to attend to a personal matter. Ba Bai summoned 2 women to attend to Li Feng. At 10 o'clock that evening, in the lobby on the first floor, Ba Bai, draped in a bath towel, prepared to head to the shower room. A young man with flowing hair, striking features, and an expression of cold severity approached him. Their eyes met, and Chen Haonan's gaze gleamed with a hint of menace. Ba Bai, displaying commendable acting skills, advanced with apparent nonchalance. "So, Chen Haonan truly has arrived. Tonight, let us see who prevails." Ba Bai instructed his subordinates, Gao Lao and Shan Mao, to conceal themselves nearby, ready to strike the moment Chen Haonan made a move. In the shower room, after finishing his shower, Ba Bai sat before the mirror to dry his hair. Behind him, Chen Haonan sat at the vanity, also drying his hair, occasionally casting glances at the mirror, keenly monitoring Ba Bai's movements. Noticing Ba Bai was completely unguarded, Chen Haonan cranked the hairdryer to its highest setting, preparing to scorch Ba Bai with its heated air. Simultaneously, outside in the communal bath, a bespectacled, chubby individual, coated in soap, leaped into the bath with a splash. "Soap is not permitted here. Please exit immediately," 2 employees in uniforms urged. "I need soap to bathe. How else can I enjoy the bath?" The chubby man retorted. "You've contaminated the water. How can others bathe?" The staff insisted, diving into the water to apprehend him. However, the chubby man was slippery as an eel, evading their grasp. "Go after him. Eliminate that 4-eyed fool." At that moment, Ba Bai's subordinate, Gao Lao, along with several others armed with knives, charged at the chubby man. Terrified, he scrambled out of the bath, fleeing in panic. Swish, swish. The chubby man was struck thrice, flesh torn and bloodied. Just as he was on the verge of being slain, the Tian heir raised a fire extinguisher and hurled it at Gao Lao and his men. "Quickly, use the back door. Nangu is still inside." The chubby man gasped. "Damn it, there's an ambush." "You go first," I will assist Nango. In the shower room, Chun Haonan abruptly rose and swung the hairdryer towards Ba-Bai's head. Expecting a decisive blow, he was taken aback when Ba-Bai raised a stool to meet him. Bang! The hairdryer collided with the stool, leaving Chun Haonan astonished. Something was amiss. Ba-Bai was on guard, seemingly aware of his intentions. Did someone leak the information? Who could it be? With no turning back, Chun Haonan, determined to proceed, decided to strangle Ba-Bai with the hairdryer cord. Just as 5 or 6 of his subordinates wielding knives charged in. This is bad. Chun Haonan silently cursed. Though he was unafraid of a fight, he was unarmed upon entering the bathroom. The plan was for Shanji to deliver weapons via a bag, but that fool had been unreliable, not even appearing. Bang! Chun Haonan swung the stool at Shan Mao and the others, then bolted for the exit. Kill him. Do not let him escape. Ba-Bai shouted, with Shan Mao and the others in relentless pursuit. Swish! Chun Haonan's back was slashed twice, blood flowing freely. He dared not look back, sprinting towards the exit as if in a 100-meter dash, colliding with numerous patrons along the way. Whoosh! Just as Chun Haonan appeared poised to escape, Ba-Bai snatched a steel pipe from one of his subordinates and struck it against Chun Haonan's leg. Bang! The blow landed squarely on Chun Haonan's calf, causing him to stumble and fall. Damn it, run! Shan Mao and the others closed in, grinning wickedly as they rained down blows upon Chun Haonan, who was now bloodied and unable to rise. Nango, De Tian-er and Chow Pai, witnessing the scene, worked together to push a locker towards Ba-Bai's subordinates. Boom! The locker crashed into 2 of Ba-Bai's men, causing the others to instinctively dodge aside. Go! De Tian-er and Chow Pai seized Chun Haonan and charged towards the exit. Swish, swish, swish. Shan Mao and the others pursued, striking, while De Tian-er and Chow Pai shielded Chun Haonan, sustaining several wounds in the process. At that moment, Shanji, with his hair dyed white, rushed in with a bag slung over his shoulder. Here are the weapons, Shanji exclaimed, retrieving 2 knives from the bag and tossing them to Chow Pai and De Tian-er, while he drew his own knife to engage in battle. The 2 sides clashed, the sound of metal ringing sharply in the air. Just then, Gao Lao, who had been pursuing the chubby man, arrived and surrounded Chun Haonan and his companions. As it seemed that Chun Haonan's group was about to meet their end, a police car blared its siren and pulled up to the curb. Several uniformed officers exited, brandishing their firearms. Stop! Lay down your weapons and surrender, or we will use lethal force. Upon seeing the police, Shanji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. The officers arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would have been finished. Officer, we surrender. Someone here is seriously injured. Please call an ambulance. Ba-Bai's men scattered, some fleeing, others being captured. And the scene quickly fell silent. Damn it, that bastard got lucky. Ba-Bai feigned indifference, slipping away unnoticed. The following afternoon, at the Chaoshan restaurant in Wanchai, Ba-Bai hosted a banquet for Liang Kuan and his son as a gesture of gratitude. Fengzi, I owe you my thanks. Had it not been for your warning yesterday, I would have fallen victim to Chun Haonan's scheme. You are my uncle, of course. I must look out for you. You look out for me? Ha ha ha. When I was busy with my work, you were still nursing. The 3 enjoyed their meal, the atmosphere light and jovial. Suddenly, Liang Kuan's expression darkened, and in a raspy voice, he declared, brothers must settle accounts fairly. Ba-Bai, you owe me over 20 million. It is time to repay. Ba-Bai's smile faltered, and the sashimi he had intended to eat was set aside. In the past, Liang Kuan rarely urged for payment, but today seems rather peculiar. That batch of goods is substantial, and my venue can only accommodate a limited number. It is impossible to disperse them in a short time. Goodness, you are not considering distributing them elsewhere, are you? Kuan Go, you are well aware that the island is rife with powerful factions. In Causeway Bay, there is Dabi, in Tsim Sha Sui. There are the Hung Hing princes, and He Lian Shangzhe Lo. In Yuanlong, we have Dong Xing Shameng, and in Tse Wanshan, the Chung Lok Gang's Fei Hong. Are you suggesting that I distribute goods on someone else's territory? Wouldn't they simply have me killed? Chapter 9. Setting a trap for Fei Hong of the Chung Lu Gang. Bobby's remarks were not without merit. On the bustling island of Hong Kong, where various societies and gangs proliferate, it is only natural that one would face dire consequences for encroaching upon another's territory. Influenced by his son, Liang Kuan was eager to secure a sum of 20 million yuan, vowing never to engage in the white powder trade again. In this line of work, ambition is paramount. Do you intend to confine yourself to a few dilapidated venues in Causeway Bay for the entirety of your life? Brother Kuan, I too aspire to expand my horizons, yet I am but a reckless fool, devoid of your intellect. Perhaps you could teach me a thing or two. Fengzi possesses a sharper mind than I. Why not consult him instead? Fengzi, please enlighten me on the path to greatness. Bobby jested, feeling slightly embarrassed at the prospect of seeking advice from a younger individual. To his surprise, Li Feng responded with an air of mystery, beckoning him closer. As Bobby leaned in, Li Feng whispered discreetly, "Pick the soft persimmons first, you can handle." Upon hearing this, Bobby's round face broke into a broad grin, his eyes narrowing with delight. "Damn, you clever lad. If only you were 20 years older, Hong Kong would be yours. Uncle Bobby, you flatter me. Secure Tsiyun Mountain and expedite the distribution of the goods. Rest assured, grant me 2 months, and I will deliver every penny of that sum," Bobby replied. However, Liang Kuan's expression turned cold as he stated, "2 months is excessive. I can only afford to give you 40 days. Should the funds fail to materialize, both of us will face complications." His words were laden with a veiled threat. Though Bobby felt a twinge of displeasure, he refrained from voicing his concerns. He too wished to swiftly convert the goods into cash and claim his commission. The risks associated with distributing the goods were significant, yet Liang Kuan promised him a commission of 380,000 once the current batch was sold. The following evening at 8, Li Feng drove the young stutterer to the Tsiyun Mountain basketball court. Tsiyun Mountain is renowned as the birthplace of the triad, where the notorious leader Liang Kuan once operated. However, following the expansion of the Hung Hing faction, he deemed the area unprofitable and abandoned it for more lucrative territories. Despite this, gang influence remained entrenched in Tsiyun Mountain, with the Chong Lu gangs Fei Hong reigning supreme, controlling numerous streets centered around Yunxiang Street. "Brother Feng, is this really wise? After all, Fei Hong is my superior," the young stutterer lamented. Clutching the mobile phone that Su Feng had given her, her delicate features reflecting her inner turmoil, Li Feng urged her to call Fei Hong and lure him into a trap. "You are currently enjoying the fruits of my labor. Do not cling to old sentiments for Fei Hong. Make the call immediately, or I shall sell you to Bolon Street." With no one else around, Li Feng's ruthless demeanor was unmistakable. Left with no choice, the young stutterer dialed Fei Hong's number. As the call connected, the sounds of mahjong echoed in the background. Fei Hong, a loan shark and collector of protection fees, frequently indulged in the game. "Fei Hong, it's Su," she began. "I know, Su Axie, what do you want?" Fei Hong replied, his tone laced with impatience. "My boyfriend has been attacked, and I need to gather 30,000 for his surgery." Upon hearing this, Fei Hong felt an inexplicable thrill. The young stutterer had once been his, but after being snatched away by the pretty boy Chen Haonan, Fei Hong had attempted to confront Chun in Causeway Bay, only to be thwarted by the pressure exerted by the formidable leader B. The Chong Lu gang was a minor faction, incapable of standing up to Hung Hing, and thus he had to relent. Still, this incident remained a thorn in his side. And now, hearing that Chun Haonan had been hospitalized brought him an unexpected sense of satisfaction. "Isn't Chen Haonan quite the tough guy? How did he end up in the hospital? You hang up, and you'll be a widow. If no one wants you, you can return to me. I won't mind your past," he laughed. Unbeknownst to Fei Hong, the young stutterer had already fallen into Li Feng's trap. "Fei Hong, please, stop joking. I really need the money. Come over and collect it." Fei Hong had no intention of giving her the 30,000. He merely sought to take advantage of the situation for his own gratification. "You borrowed money from me, so you cannot expect it to be free. Accompany me for a ride, and I shall grant you the funds." "Please, no." The young stutterer's resistance only fueled Fei Hong's desire, as he forcefully pulled her towards the vehicle. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out, "Let her go." Fei Hong was taken aback, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, Tsiyun Mountain was his turf, and he quickly regained his composure. Releasing the young stutterer, he turned to confront a young man glaring at him with fierce indignation. "Who the hell are you?" "Su Axie is my girl. Do not lay a hand on her, as if I were invisible." Fei Hong scrutinized Li Feng, dismissing him as just another affluent youth or student, not worth his consideration. "Another pretty boy trying to play tricks? Get lost, or you'll regret it." As he spoke, he retreated to the car, feeling for his weapon hidden within. Caution is the mother of safety. He suspected there was more to this than met the eye. Grasping a sharp machete, he pointed it at Li Feng, demanding he leave. At that instant, a swift shadow darted forward, and in the blink of an eye, Fei Hong was kicked to the ground. Chapter 10. The son teaching the father a lesson. At that moment, a swift shadow flashed by, rushing over in the blink of an eye. With a loud thud, A kick sent Fei Hong crashing to the ground. A foot then stomped on Fei Hong's hand, which held a knife, twisting it forcefully until the blade clattered to the floor. "Ah Bing," Fei Hong shouted in desperation. "No need to call. Your lackey has already met the king of hell," came the cold reply. Just moments before, the suited enforcer Gao Jin had slit Ah Bing's throat with a small knife. Fei Hong realized this was far more complicated than a simple honey trap. "Young man, what do you want? Spare me, and name your terms." "I want your life." Li Feng's words were icy and mechanical, each syllable dripping with menace. Gao Jin bent down and plunged a small knife into Fei Hong's chest. A spurt of blood splattered across Gao Jin's face. "Ah!" The stuttering girl screamed in terror. "This matter can be known by 3 people, or just 2. Understand?" Li Feng's sinister gaze sent shivers down the stuttering girl's spine. I understand. I won't tell anyone," she stammered. Gao Jin dragged Fei Hong's corpse to the Toyota, then fetched his lackey's body as well. From the trunk of Li Feng's car, he retrieved a can of gasoline and doused the Toyota thoroughly. Li Feng pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Gao Jin produced a lighter, lit Li Feng's cigarette, and then tossed the lighter toward the Toyota. Boom! Instantly, raging flames erupted, illuminating half the sky with a crimson glow. The air filled with the acrid, pungent smell of burning. "Let's go?" The 3 drove away, leaving the scene behind without a second glance. Meanwhile, in the Shangyun Street area of Tsiyun Mountain, over 100 thugs armed with weapons swarmed in to seize Fei Hong's territory. Leading them was Ba Bai, who had borrowed troops from his boss to raid Fei Hong's turf, as he didn't originally have so many followers. Today's operation was prearranged between Li Feng and Ba Bai. Li Feng lured Fei Hong out and eliminated him, while Ba Bai led his men to sweep through the Chong Lu Gang's establishments and take over Tsiyun Mountain. Smash the place. At the entrance of a karaoke bar, Ba Bai and his men viciously attacked the Chong Lu Gang's guards. With their leader gone, the gang members fell into chaos, quickly losing their fighting spirit, some injured, others fleeing. "Damn it, don't break the equipment. It's all mine now," Ba Bai yelled, distressed at the sight of the ruined karaoke setup. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere as Ba Bai swept through Tsiyun Mountain, encountering little resistance. The Chong Lu Gang was a small faction, known for bullying ordinary people with loan sharking and protection fees, but their combat effectiveness crumbled in a real fight, especially without a leader. "From now on, Tsiyun Mountain belongs to me, Ba Bai of Heji," he declared triumphantly. In less than 2 hours, Ba Bai had taken over all the key entertainment venues in Tsiyun Mountain. The local merchants understood that the underground power had shifted, and they would now have to pay protection fees to Ba Bai. After securing Tsiyun Mountain, Ba Bai immediately had his men distribute goods in the entertainment venues the next day. The volume of sales increased 5-fold compared to before. At this rate, Liang Kuan's batch of goods would be completely distributed in less than a month. Half a month later, at the Hung Hing Tong Luo Wan branch, Boss B gathered his subordinates, Chun Haonan, Shanji, De Tu, and others, for a meeting. Chun Haonan, who had been severely injured, should have taken at least a month to recover. However, his exceptional physical condition allowed him to heal in just over 10 days. Aside from a few additional scars, he was as vigorous as ever. Fortunately, despite being slashed over a dozen times at the Basha bathhouse, not a single cut marred his face. He remained as handsome as ever, though now with a darker, more somber demeanor. That bastard Ba Bai killed Fei Hong of the Chong Lu Gang and took over Tsiyun Mountain. He is really showing off. Chow Pai grumbled. Showing off? He was lucky we didn't kill him last time. Shanji sneered. Boss, give me 50 men. I'll take down Ba Bai and clear out his turf, Chun Haonan said with a grim expression. Ba Bai's power has grown significantly. He has over 100 followers now. How do you plan to take him down? Boss B rubbed his temples, feeling the pressure. Eliminating Ba Bai was an order from Jiang Tiansheng, who suspected Ba Bai was colluding with Liang Kuan, providing him financial support. The plan was to cut off Liang Kuan's wings, but their previous attempt had failed, and Ba Bai had only grown stronger. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan had been making moves recently, frequently meeting with senior members of Hung Hing, hinting at a bid for leadership. Feeling his position threatened, Jiang Tiansheng secretly ordered Boss B to eliminate Ba Bai once and for all. Boss B knew that a direct confrontation with Ba Bai would be costly, so he decided to resort to cunning. We need to use our brains. Think about it. Why did Ba Bai seize the Chong Lu Gang's territory in Tsiyun Mountain? The Dongxing and Heji gangs are pushing drugs. Of course, it's to distribute goods, Chen Haonan replied. Exactly. The police are cracking down hard on drug trafficking. We can use them to take down Ba, Bosby said, his words lighting up the room. Everyone's faces brightened with excitement. Great idea. Bosby always has a plan, Shanji praised. I'll take some men to scout Ba's venues, gather evidence, and tip off the police, Chun Haonan suggested. No, Bosby shook his head. Ba knows you all. If he spots you, it'll be trouble. The room fell silent, the memory of their previous encounter with Ba at the bathhouse still haunting them. I'll send Datu to scout, Bosby decided. Datu, who had just been released from prison, appeared slow-witted but accepted the daunting task without hesitation. Don't worry, boss. I'll get the evidence of Ba's drug distribution and report it to the police, Datu assured. Be careful, Bosby warned before turning to Chun Haonan. Anan, when you went to Liang Kuan's company last time, did you see any drugs? I think so. Are you sure? Yes, Chun Haonan replied, his hatred for Liang Kuan and his son Li Feng, who had taken the stuttering girl, burning inside him. Find a reliable police officer and report that Liang Kuan's company is hiding drugs, Bosby instructed. Liang Kuan was a thorn in Jiang Tianxing's side, and if they could eliminate him now, it would be ideal. Even if they couldn't, having the police raid his company would at least humble him. Understood, Chun Haonan replied calmly, though inwardly he was thrilled. Liang Kuan, Li Feng, this time, I'll make sure you pay. At the Li family villa in Causeway Bay, father and son sat at the dining table. Ah Feng, you really are something. Ba has successfully taken control of Ci Yunshan, and that batch of goods will soon be dispersed, exclaimed Liang Kuan with excitement. Father, you must remain vigilant. Jiang Tiansheng and his associates are constantly plotting our downfall. Liang Kuan's expression turned serious as he replied, you make a valid point. Once I ascend to leadership, my first act will be to eliminate Dabi. Dabi is undoubtedly employing underhanded tactics, so you must advise Ba to exercise restraint in the coming days. Furthermore, your company must avoid any dealings with illicit substances to prevent scrutiny from the authorities. In the original narrative, when Liang Kuan was apprehended, the police discovered a significant amount of illegal substances in his company, a fact that Li Feng felt compelled to remind him of. Understood, son. It seems you are teaching your old man a thing or two, he chuckled. Chapter 11. Datuzai catches fish at Ba by Changzi the next morning, at the Chongqing mansion in Simsha Sui, Qian Kuan Film Company. Liang Kuan sat in his office, making a phone call. Xing, what are you busy with? At my age, what can I do? I'm just tending to my flowers and taking care of my cats. With such leisure, it's perfect. I have nothing on today. Shall we have tea together in the afternoon? Oh dear, I can't today. I promised my grandson I would take him to the amusement park. All right, we can reschedule. After hanging up, Liang Kuan's expression soured. Damn, that old fox. Xing was a veteran of the Hung Hing Society, having fought alongside the founder Jiang Zhan and held considerable sway within the organization. Liang Kuan wanted to win over Xing to cast a vote for himself at the hall meeting and oust Jiang Tiansheng from his position. Xing, being a cunning old hand, sensed Liang Kuan's intentions and maintained a cautious distance. Liang Kuan understood that his strength was insufficient. Xing was merely observing and was reluctant to take sides. Kuan go, the police are here to check the premises. Military advisor Gao Jun knocked on the door to report. Liang Kuan secretly rejoiced at his son's timely reminder. Otherwise, it would have been a serious predicament. Let them check, you handle it. Understood. In the company lobby, a robust plainclothes officer, accompanied by several uniformed officers, rummaged through the place. After searching for a long while without finding anything, the officers, frustrated, proceeded to search the employees, checking their identification one by one. Sir, WeVE stated that we operate legally. How could we possibly harbor drugs? Where is your boss? Not here. I suspect illegal adult films are being shot here. Bring your boss over. Liang Kuan, who was about to head to the restroom, was infuriated. Are you kidding? There are so many places in Hong Kong filming adult movies. Why is my company singled out? Are you the boss? Yes, I am Li Qian. My company has a business license. Liang Kuan pointed to the wall. The lead officer seemed to challenge him further, stating, I suspect someone is coercing women into filming adult content. I'll coerce your mother. Liang Kuan finally lost his temper. Who do you think you are? Speak without evidence, and I will sue you for defamation. I'm Senior Inspector Zhang Chongbang from the Tsim Sha Sui Police Station. I know you are a member of the organization. You better not get into trouble, or I will definitely arrest you. The team left. Damn. Liang Kuan kicked over a metal trash can in frustration. At 9 o'clock that evening, in a private room at a venue named Huangqing TV on Zhuyuan Road in Kaiyunshan, A young man clad in a floral shirt and wearing sunglasses held a microphone in one hand while embracing a girl with the other, singing in a voice that was quite unpleasant, akin to a cow's mooing. Good. Fire Nyo Go, let us drink. The accompanying princess smiled charmingly to please the guest. Clink. They toasted and downed their drinks. Fire Nyo, after consuming 4 or 5 drinks, began to feel lightheaded and clamored for something more exciting. Do you have any drugs? What drugs? The princess feigned ignorance. Number 4. Take it, and you'll feel like a dragon. The princess, well trained by the manager, worried that the police might be fishing for information and shook her head. No. What? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Fire Nyo pulled out a stack of Hong Kong dollars, totaling 10,000, dazzling the princess. They adored such foolish yet affluent patrons. Fire Nyo Go, you're not a police informant, are you? The princess half-jokingly asked. Inform your mother. Who on the streets doesn't know I, Fire Nyo? Hangs with Swadun Le Shao? I need to go to the restroom. The princess found an excuse to leave and informed the lookout, who was a short fellow, that they were indeed selling number 4, and business must be conducted. The leader of the short fellow was Bai's underling, Shan Mao. Shan Mao, accompanied by 2 subordinates, prepared to enter the private room to meet Fire Nyo. On the other side, the 2, masquerading as Fire Nyo, tucked a recording pen into the crevice of the sofa and continued to drink. Shortly after, the door swung open, and the princess led Shan Mao inside. You want drugs? Being unfamiliar, Shan Mao was cautious. Yes. Which crew do you belong to? Helian Sheng, Swadun Le Shao is my boss. There are connections between various factions in the underworld. Shan Mao pulled out a large mobile phone to call a friend from Helian Sheng, inquiring about Fire Nyo. The response was affirmative, and after asking for Fire Nyo's physical description, it matched the man before him. Better safe than sorry, Shan Mao instructed his subordinate to search Fire Nyo, but no suspicious items were found. Finally, Shan Mao felt at ease. I have high purity number 4 here, 500 per pack. How much do you want? 5 packs. What? I thought you were a big client. That is so little? I'll buy more after this. By the way, how do I contact you next time? I'm Shan Mao. I'm here every night. They quickly completed the transaction, and the 2 witnessed that Shan Mao had at least dozens of packs of number 4 on him. Bye-bye, you're done for this time. After Shan Mao left, the 2 retrieved the recording pen, feigning urgency, settled the bill at the front desk, and swiftly exited. On the roadside, the 2 used a public phone booth to call. Is this the West Kowloon Police Station? I want to report drug trafficking at Huangqing TV in Cayenne Shan. The drug lord is named Shan Mao, and he is concealing a large quantity of drugs. I have a recording of their drug transaction. To take down Bai, the 2 and his associates devised a meticulous plan. The 2 possessed a recording of the drug deal, and soon the police would catch Shan Mao in the act. Shan Mao was Bai's underling, and once the police interrogated him, he might just implicate Bai. To ensure the plan remained undisclosed, the 2 chose not to contact Wong Tai Sin Police Station, but directly called West Kowloon Police Station. This way, no one could tip off Bai. Such a meticulous scheme could not have been devised by the 2 alone. It was a collective effort of many minds. At West Kowloon Police Station, the operator promptly reported the information. Inspector he entered the office hall, scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon a middle-aged man in a black suit with a square face. Zhong, there's a case here. You handle it. Chen Guozhong was somewhat reluctant, as he was preoccupied with taking down Wang Bao, the so-called underground emperor of Yao Tsimong. 3 years prior, Chen Guozhong had set his sights on Wang Bao and had finally persuaded a witness to testify against Wang Bao for murder and drug trafficking. However, on the way to court, Wang Bao orchestrated an accident, sending a hitman to kill the witness, rendering the court unable to convict Wang Bao, who was released on the spot. Subsequently, Chen Guozhong orchestrated the infiltration of an undercover agent, who was to reside beside Wang Bao to gather incriminating evidence. Regrettably, news of the agent's demise reached him just days ago. Chen Guozhong, consumed by fury, fixated on Wang Bao, enlisting several of his subordinates to investigate him, yet they uncovered no leads. At this moment, Chen Guozhong had little desire to attend to other cases. The drug traffickers, with irrefutable witnesses and tangible evidence, were simply waiting to be dealt with. How foolish it would be to overlook such an opportunity. Chen Guozhong nodded in agreement. With the task at hand, they set off. He summoned 3 steadfast brothers, Lu Guanhua, Guo Zichen, and Li Weil, to embark in a vehicle towards Tsiyun Mountain. Chapter 12. Only the dead will not betray others. Chen Guozhong and his companions arrived at Tsiyun Mountain's Huangqing TV, brandishing their police badges. Police. We suspect that there are individuals here involved in drug hiding and trafficking. Everyone, stand still for inspection. In the lobby, the wildcat, who was flirting with the princess, silently cursed his misfortune while also feeling curious. How could it be that the boss, Ba Bai, had already made arrangements with the Huangdaxian police station? Yet the police were here to check? Damn, Huanyo must be a police informant. The wildcat was concealing dozens of packets of white powder, weighing over 1,000 grams. If the police discovered it, he would have no hope of escaping prison. Suddenly, the wildcat made a break for it, sprinting towards the restroom to escape through the window. Bang! Chen Guozhong raised his hand and shot the wildcat in the calf. 3 subordinates quickly rushed forward, restraining the wildcat and discovering a significant quantity of white powder on him. Zhonggu, we found suspicious items. Test it. Li Wao took out a small bag, opened the packaging, dipped a finger into it, and sniffed. Having long dealt with drugs, his sense of smell was keener than that of a police dog. High purity number 4 white powder. Cuff him. Subsequently, they searched the others one by one, finding no drugs. Several men escorted the wildcat outside, where Chen Guozhong instructed the technical department of the police station to locate the emergency call booth. Chen Guozhong approached the booth and, upon careful inspection, found a recording pin hidden behind the phone casing. He pressed the play button. Do you need drugs? Yes. I have high purity number 4, 500 per pack. How many do you want? Hearing this conversation, Chen Guozhong's tense expression relaxed. Finally, this trip was not in vain. Retreat. Damn it. Did you think my words were mere whispers? Now there's a problem. What are you going to do? The news of the wildcat's arrest reached Liang Kuan, who erupted in fury. This situation was serious. Ba Bai had supplied the wildcat, and if he couldn't withstand the police's interrogation, he might betray both Ba Bai and Liang Kuan. Don't worry, Kuan Gu, the wildcat won't sell us out. On the other end of the line, Ba Bai was somewhat dismissive. Only the dead will not betray us. Find a way to handle him. If you can't deal with him, I'll deal with you. Liang Kuan angrily hung up the phone. Fengzai, you have many ideas. What do you think we should do about this? It's simple. Ensure the wildcat remains silent forever. Li Feng replied nonchalantly. Liang Kuan was taken aback. The wildcat is in police custody. Are you suggesting we send someone to the police station to kill him? Of course not. Just leave it to me. I have a way to handle the wildcat. Li Feng learned that the officers who arrested the wildcat were from Sha Palang, namely Chen Guozhong and Li Wao. He understood their nature, loyal and unruly, willing to go to any lengths to deal with Wang Bao, their methods more akin to thugs than police. It was precisely because they were undisciplined that he saw an opportunity. Li Feng planned to negotiate a deal with Chen Guozhong. He intended to help him deal with Wang Bao in exchange for the wildcat. Wang Bao, known as the underground emperor of Yao Ma Ti, controlled a large entertainment venue, Baiyufang, which housed hundreds of establishments. By eliminating Wang Bao, Liang Kuan could seize his territory, Baiyufang. This plan would not only retrieve the wildcat, but also allow Liang Kuan to expand his influence, thus triggering a system reward. However, this was merely a plan filled with uncertainties. Achieving the ultimate goal would require considerable effort. Upon returning to his venue, Langchao Bar, Li Feng assigned a task to Gao Jin to stake out Chen Guozhong at the West Kowloon police station. As soon as you see Chen Guozhong, call me immediately, but do not act recklessly. Understood. Gao Jin seemed like a robot, unconditionally obeying orders. If Li Feng commanded him to blow up the police station, he would not refuse. The following night, while Li Feng sat at the bar drinking, he received a call from Gao Jin. Feng Gu, those officers hurriedly left the station, carrying sticks. I don't know what they plan to do. Sticks? Li Feng paused, recalling a scene from Sha Palang. Chen Guozhong had received a tape containing footage of Wang Bao brutally beating an undercover agent, where Wang Bao wielded a golf club, leaving the agent bloodied, and ultimately, his underling, Monkey, shot the agent in the head. Chen Guozhong aimed to solidify a charge of premeditated murder against Wang Bao, but the footage did not show Wang Bao directly killing the agent. Thus, he devised a nefarious plan. After capturing Wang Bao, he intended to eliminate Monkey and acquire a black gun to place Wang Bao's fingerprints on it while he slept. Then, he would edit the tape to create evidence of Wang Bao shooting the undercover agent. Originally, the plan seemed flawless but was foiled when Wang Bao caught wind of it. Li Wao, sent to buy the black gun, was brutally killed by the white-clad assassin, a G, suffering multiple stab wounds. At this moment, Chen Guozhong and his team, armed with sticks, rushed out, likely having learned of Monkey's whereabouts and planning to eliminate him. With Monkey dead, there There would be no witnesses. Find a way to delay them. Give me 5 minutes. I will come immediately. Understood. Outside the West Kowloon police station, Gao Jin sat in a black car with a fake license plate. After hanging up, he pulled out a bottle of white liquor and drank it all in one go. Veerum. He slammed the accelerator, veering towards Chun Guozhong's vehicle. He then swerved in front of Chun Guozhong's car, swaying left and right. Beep, beep. Chun Guozhong, in a hurry, grew irate and honked the horn. To his surprise, the car in front did not yield but slammed on the brakes. Bang! Chun Guozhong, caught off guard, could not stop in time and collided with the rear. What the hell is wrong with you? Chun Guozhong and his companions were furious and got out to investigate. Approaching the driver's side window, a strong smell of alcohol hit them. You're driving under the influence. Gao Jin feigned drunkenness, disheveled, with a face full of resentment. My wife ran off with someone else, and I'm not happy. Get out of the way, drunk. Chun Guozhong, eager to catch Monkey, did not want to waste time with Gao Jin and prepared to reverse and leave. Just then, a Ferrari blocked the way. What the hell? Another obstruction. Chun Guozhong craned his neck to see a young man emerge from the Ferrari, striding directly towards him. Chun, sir, I would like to have a word with you. Do you know me? Chun Guozhong was taken aback. Senior Inspector Chun Guozhong of the West Kowloon Police Station. Who are you? And what do you truly desire? Regardless of my identity, I wish to collaborate with you. Collaborate? You must be out of your mind. Chun Guozhong was reluctant to engage with this baffling individual, nearly succumbing to the impulse to accelerate and push the Ferrari aside. You are in a hurry to deal with someone named Hosey, correct? Upon hearing this, both Chun Guozhong and his subordinates were taken aback. Who on earth is this person? Could he possibly be connected to an informant? I also know that your ultimate target is Wang Bao. Chapter 13. The charismatic Li. While Chun Guozhong was once again astounded, his demeanor becoming inadvertently cautious. This young man had come prepared, thoroughly acquainted with the details at hand. What exactly do you intend to do? Chun, sir, may I have a word? With a sense of curiosity, Chun Guozhong exited the vehicle and followed Li Feng to a more secluded spot. Chun, sir, I am aware of your intense hatred for Wang Bao. A desire so strong that you would wish to eliminate him yourself. However, Wang Bao is not so easily dealt with. Perhaps we should consider a trade. I will help you deal with Wang Bao, and in return, you will hand over a certain individual to me. Who? Shan Mao. A chuckle escaped Chun Guozhong's lips. So you are an accomplice of a drug dealer. Do you really believe I won't arrest you right now? Is there truly no possibility for cooperation? I am a police officer. I have principles. You expect me to collaborate with a thief? I have no time for this today. Step aside. Li Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly, rushing to silence him. This is what he calls principles? However, Chun Guozhong would not cooperate until he reached a dead end. He needed to experience Wang Bao's brutal retribution once more. Li Feng returned to his Ferrari and cleared the way. On top of a skyscraper in Yao Ma Ti, a group of hip-hop youths were dancing and skateboarding, reveling in their exuberance. Suddenly, four burly men armed with clubs approached, their faces brimming with menace. Chun Guozhong waved his hand, signaling them to disperse. The youths quickly vacated the area, leaving the rooftop eerily silent. Not far off, a man in a suit and hat sat on a chair smoking. Realizing the danger, he attempted to flee. Don't run. Chun Guozhong recognized this man as the one he sought, Monkey, and pursued him with vigor. With a swift motion, he hurled a steel pipe, striking Monkey and sending him crashing to the ground. The four men swiftly surrounded him. Run. Run again. Bang. Bang bang. The men unleashed their fury upon Monkey, delivering a relentless barrage of kicks, venting their pent-up rage. The footage clearly depicted this scoundrel gunning down an undercover agent. Stop. It has nothing to do with me. Monkey pleaded desperately. Chun Guozhong paid him no mind, instructing his men to hoist Monkey's legs up. His gaze turned icy as he raised the steel pipe high and brought it crashing down. With a sickening crack, Monkey's shin bone shattered, eliciting a chorus of agonizing screams. Ah, you are police officers. You can't do this. Monkey whimpered pitifully. The four men remained expressionless, their faces devoid of empathy. They lifted Monkey and pushed him toward the railing. Gripping the railing tightly, Monkey gazed down into the abyss below, terrified to the point of wetting himself. Pull me up. A cold chuckle escaped Chun Guozhong's lips. Go down and join away, the undercover. With that, he forcibly pried Monkey's hands away. Bang! In the next moment, a deafening crash echoed as Monkey plummeted from the 18th floor, splattering into a gruesome puddle of flesh. Applause erupted from behind them. Turning around, They saw the young man who had blocked their path, clapping mockingly. The police are quite principled in their execution of justice. Furious, Chen Guozhong retorted, "You witnessed everything? Indeed. If I were to inform your superiors, not only would you face dismissal, but you would also find yourselves behind bars. Do you believe I would silence you as well?" The venom in Chen Guozhong's eyes was unmistakable. "Then let us see you try." With a swift motion, Chen Guozhong signaled, and the four men charged at Li Feng with their clubs raised. In that instant, a figure sprang from the shadows, soaring through the air, delivering a flying kick that sent the foremost attacker, Guo Zichen, crashing to the ground. Dressed impeccably in a suit, Gao Jin moved with elegance and swiftness, dispatching Chen Guozhong's group with a flurry of punches and kicks. Leaning against the railing, Li Feng observed the spectacle with a cigarette in hand. "You are so weak. How do you expect to deal with Wang Bao?" As Chen Guozhong struggled to rise, his face flushed with humiliation, he realized that four men could not overpower one. "What do you want?" "Quite simple. Collaborate with me, and I shall pretend I did not see this incident. You may report to your superiors if you wish. Regardless, I will not collaborate with you." Chen Guozhong understood that Li Feng's objective was to secure Monkey's release, knowing he would not be reported. Once he dealt with Wang Bao, he would shoulder the responsibility alone, ensuring that Lu Guanhua and the others remained unscathed. After all, he had been diagnosed with cancer and had little time left. Such character. Li Feng noted with surprise that Chen Guozhong remained unyielding. With no alternative, he would have to seek another opportunity. Upon returning to the police station, Chen Guozhong immediately commenced his scheme to frame Wang Bao. As they passed the detention room, they spotted Wang Bao on the phone. "Hey, who allowed you to make calls?" Li Wao barked, pointing at Wang Bao. Suddenly, Wang Bao reached through the iron bars and seized Li Wao's finger, twisting it violently. "Ah, let go." Guo Zichen drew his gun, aiming it at Wang Bao's forehead, compelling him to release Li Wao. "Wrongdoers must face the consequences. You deadbeat officers will not have a good ending." Wang Bao's subordinate had just informed him of Monkey's demise, igniting his fury. He ordered the assassin Aji to find an opportunity to eliminate these officers. "Let's see who meets their end first." Chen Guozhong leaned in close to Wang Bao and coldly uttered a few words before returning to his office. "Proceed as planned. Purchase a black gun and place Wang Bao's fingerprints on it. Then deliver it to the evidence room." "Who will buy the gun?" "I will," Li Wao replied. "Be careful. I will find someone to edit the video." "Ahua, go buy some late-night snacks." "Aiken, I heard your daughter is going abroad to study. Make time to see her off." "Understood, Brother Zhong." One by one, they departed the police station. Li Wao drove alone towards the Hung Hing Sports Center to purchase a firearm. Previously, they had contacted an arms dealer through an informant, who possessed the same type of handgun featured in the footage. "Keep up." As soon as Li Wao's car set off, Li Feng and Gao Jin followed closely in a stolen vehicle. According to the original storyline, Li Wao would not return from this trip, meeting a tragic end at Aji's hands. Li Feng planned to heroically rescue him, hoping not only to impress Chen Guozhong, but also to secure his cooperation. Moreover, he harbored a personal sentiment. In his previous life, he had been deeply affected by the fate of the charismatic Li Wao, so handsome and filled with a sense of justice, yet tragically slain by Aji's knife. Such a loss was lamentable. Now presented with the opportunity to alter the narrative, why not seize it? However, one thing puzzled Li Feng. In the original story, Ma Jun accompanied Li Wao to buy the gun. He had yet to encounter Ma Jun. Could it be that his crossing into this world had caused a deviation in the storyline? Regardless, I shall rescue Li Wao first. At the open-air venue of Hung Hing Sports Ground, a group of teenagers is engaged in a spirited game of football, while several female students observe nearby. Leaning against the bridge pier, Li Wao smokes a cigarette, watching the students play. He has arranged a transaction with an arms dealer here, and the time is nearly upon them. Yet the other party has yet to arrive. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a tall youth delivers a powerful strike, sending the football soaring into the air. The boys chase after the ball, running into the underground passage, and shortly thereafter, the onlooking female students vanish as well. The venue falls into an eerie silence, devoid of any figures. Li Wao senses that something is amiss. He extinguishes his cigarette and strides toward the pitch. At that moment, under the streetlight, a figure clad in white ambles towards him, wielding a short knife, brandishing it with an air of flamboyance. Chapter 14. The Assassin Aji. Nothing more. The individual in question was Wang Bao's elite assassin, Aji, clad in white attire with golden locks, exuding a cold and ruthless demeanor. "Halt!" Li Wao realized the intent of the newcomer and bellowed. Aji's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, his dagger was unsheathed. Whoosh! The blade shot forth, glinting ominously. Li Wao prepared to draw his firearm, but it was already too late. Slish! The dagger pierced through Li Wao's wrist, contorting his handsome visage in agony. Aji executed a flawless front flip, vaulting over the net, and in an instant, he was before Li Wao. He withdrew his dagger and delivered 2 swift cuts across Li Wao's body. Just as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, another figure darted forward. Clang! Gao Jin intercepted Aji's blade with his sword. Aji paused momentarily, astonished by his opponent's skill. Their eyes locked, each recognizing the pride and murderous intent reflected in the other's gaze. Without uttering a word, a duel of masters commenced. Clang! Clang! The brilliance of blades flashed as the metallic clashing echoed. Gradually, Gao Jin's strikes began to falter. In unarmed combat, he held an advantage, but when it came to blades, he was slightly outmatched by Aji. Aji wielded his dagger with remarkable finesse, his strikes lethal and cunning. Slish! Gao Jin's arm was grazed. Blood oozing forth. Aji's lips curled into a smirk, as if to say, "Is this all you've got?" Bang! Bang bang! From his seated position, Li Wao observed Gao Jin struggle and drew his pistol, firing 3 rounds at Aji. Sensing the imminent threat, Aji turned to flee. Gao Jin pursued, but was halted by Li Wao's shout. "Do not chase. He has only 3 bullets left. If they run out without hitting their mark, both of you will be in peril. How are you?" Gao Jin turned to assess Li Wao's injury. "I will survive. I will call for an ambulance." At the rear exit of the stadium, Aji sprinted with his dagger in hand. His fear was not of Li Wao and Gao Jin, but of being encircled by the arriving police reinforcements. Just then, a young man appeared before him, wielding a rusted steel pipe and glaring with murderous intent. Seeking death, Aji seethed inwardly, incredulous that such a seemingly insignificant youth would dare obstruct his path. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that this unremarkable young man was far more formidable than the previous knife-wielding opponent. Clang! As their confrontation began, Aji quickly realized his adversary was no ordinary foe. The steel pipe, weighing no less than 10 pounds, was wielded with an agility that rivaled his own dagger. Clang clang! Aji unleashed a flurry of lethal strikes. Yet regardless of how cunningly he maneuvered his blade, he could not close the distance. The longer the weapon, the stronger the advantage. Being unable to engage meant enduring a relentless assault. Bang! Li Feng feigned retreat, suddenly crouching and delivering a swift strike with the pipe to Aji's chest. Aji was severely wounded, staggering as if on the verge of collapse. Bang! Li Feng raised the pipe, striking Aji's hand, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Uft! The blow to his chest inflicted internal injuries, causing Aji to cough up blood. Slish! Li Feng offered no opportunity for Aji to recover, forcefully thrusting the pipe into Aji's throat. Did he think that merely wielding a knife made him invincible? Li Feng withdrew the pipe, and with a resounding thud, Aji collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In truth, Li Feng had contemplated recruiting Aji as a subordinate. Having seen in past Hong Kong dramas how protagonists often gathered followers like Wu Jin, Aji, Tian Yangsheng, Abu, and Luo Tianhong, in pursuit of assembling the Seven Kings' power. However, Li Feng held them in contempt. Aji was a cold-blooded killer, a dog raised by Wang Bao. Why recruit such a one? Should he become discontent, he might very well turn against his benefactor, and sending him to his demise would be far more prudent. "Boss, are you all right?" Gao Jin approached after escorting Li Wao to the ambulance. "I'm fine. What happened here?" Gao Jin's expression turned to one of astonishment upon seeing Aji's corpse on the ground. "That steel pipe, did you see it? I ambushed him and struck him dead with a single blow." "No way." Gao Jin could hardly believe that the formidable Aji had met his end from Li Feng's ambush. Upon closer inspection of Aji's wounds, he quickly understood that this was no mere ambush, but rather a battle with a true master that had led to his demise. His own boss was a concealed expert. How foolish he had been to think he needed to protect him. Gao Jin was struck with profound shock, though he maintained a facade of composure. "What about the police officer?" Li Feng inquired. "He sustained several cuts, but will survive. He has been sent to the hospital." "Oh, you're injured too?" "Just a minor wound. I'm fine." "That one do. You must go to the hospital immediately." At the West Kowloon police station, Chun Guozhong and his team, upon learning of Li Wao's injury, hurried to the hospital to pay their respects. When Li Wao emerged from the operating room, his body bound in bandages, their hearts ached for him. They had sacrificed so much to deal with Wang Bao. Witnesses had been murdered, undercover agents slain, and now their dear brother was injured. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Wang Bao, I will see you dead. Chen Guozhong's eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth. Previously, he had aimed to bring Wang Bao to justice through the courts, but now his hatred for Wang Bao had seeped to the very marrow of his bones, driving him to desire the demon's demise by his own hands. What are you doing here? Li Feng and Gao Jin happened to be at the same hospital for treatment when they encountered Chen Guozhong and his crew. Chen Guozhong's group regarded Li Feng with hostility, perceiving him as an unwelcome nuisance, like a stubborn adhesive that could not be shaken off. A dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Gao Jin remarked coldly. What do you mean? Chen Guozhong asked in confusion. Li Weil, propped up on his hospital bed, interjected. Brother Zhong, our plan was discovered by Wang Bao. While I was out to procure a firearm, I encountered the white-clad assassin from 3 years ago. Had it not been for their intervention, I would have perished. Upon hearing the mention of the white-clad assassin, Chen Guozhong's heart jolted. 3 years prior, while driving a witness to court, he had been involved in a staged car accident. In a daze from his injuries, he had witnessed a figure in white attire infiltrate the vehicle and stab the witness multiple times. Bastard! Chen Guozhong exclaimed with indignation. This individual is extremely dangerous. Ahua, Chen, if you encounter him, shoot on sight. No need. We have already dealt with that person. Good. Chen Guozhong and his companions felt a surge of relief, followed by gratitude. Little brother, thank you. He clapped Li Feng on the shoulder, his face full of appreciation. He could only imagine that had it not been for Li Feng, not only would Li Wal have perished, but Lu Guanhua, Guazichen, and perhaps even himself would have met the same fate at the hands of the white-clad assassin. I shall provide you with what you seek. In Ward 302 of Jilong Hospital, there is a caretaker with whom I shall make acquaintance. Thank you. Li Feng gestured to Gao Jin, who promptly understood his intent and hastened to Jilong Hospital. My young brother, I am yet to learn your name. Li Feng, if you deliver the person to me, I shall fulfill my promise and assist you in dealing with Wang Bao. Li Feng extended his hand, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Guozhong reciprocated the gesture. We are kindred spirits. You show me respect, and I shall return it manifold. Chen Guozhong and his companions opened their hearts to this rogue. Ah Feng, how do you intend to confront Wang Bao? Li Feng leaned close to Chen Guozhong's ear and whispered, Wang Bao's wife has just given birth to a son, and in a few days, they will host a full-month feast. Upon hearing his scheme, Chen Guozhong was left utterly astounded. This lad was indeed resourceful beyond measure. No, I have served as a police officer all my life. I cannot tarnish my reputation now, and I cannot implicate them. I am a rogue. This matter shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 15. Framing Wang Bao's wife at the entrance of Ward 302 in the surgical department of the Kowloon Hospital on Hong Kong Island. A young man sat on a small stool, indulging in a late-night snack. A person dressed as a cleaner, pushing a cart, approached the door. Hadn't it just been cleaned? Thud. The response was a heavy blow, and the young man collapsed to the ground without much resistance. The assailant, Gao Jin, dragged him into the ward and retrieved handcuff keys from his pocket, releasing the slumbering Shan Mao from the hospital bed. Shan Mao awoke, startled and elated. Brother Ba, you sent me to rescue you. Come with me. All right. Supporting Shan Mao with one hand while holding an 4-bag with the other, Gao Jin swaggered out of the ward, feigning to assist a patient to the restroom, and then made his way to the elevator. A few minutes later, the young man in the ward regained consciousness, rubbing his head and shouting into the intercom. Report, I was attacked by an unknown assailant in the hospital. After knocking me out, the suspect Shan Mao was taken away. The theatrics were necessary, otherwise, Chen Guozhong would have no explanation to provide to his superiors. Boss, it's done, Gao Jin reported to Li Feng. Take him to Sai Kung Pier. Understood. Although curious, Gao Jin refrained from asking further, knowing he must simply follow orders without question. An hour later, Li Feng, Liang Kuan, and Ba Bai arrived at Sai Kung Pier. Shan Mao, being Ba Bai's subordinate, required Ba Bai's intervention for his fate. Inside an abandoned iron container, Shan Mao was surrounded by several individuals, displaying a fearful expression and feeling somewhat uneasy. This isn't right. Brother Ba, Brother Kuan, I haven't said anything, I swear. Damn it. Ba Bai kicked Shan Mao to the ground. I told you to stop dealing. Why didn't you listen? I'm sorry. I just wanted to earn a bit more. Earn your mother's head. Did you think getting caught by the cops was enjoyable? Having been with Shan Mao for many years, Ba Bai wanted to protect him. Brother Kuan, He didn't tell the cops anything. Let us give him a chance. Liang Kuan's face darkened as his raspy voice cut through the tension. Mistakes must be acknowledged. If we give him a chance, who will give us one? Li Feng concurred. The cops are about to issue a warrant for him. If he gets caught again, who can guarantee he won't expose us? Shan Mao panicked. I'll flee to Wandao tonight. Flee. The cops might already be waiting at the smuggling pier. Liang Kuan's words extinguished any hope of survival for Shan Mao. Realizing the dire situation, Shan Mao attempted to dash for the exit. Get him. Babai beckoned, and several subordinates rushed forward, tackling Shan Mao to the ground. With a swift motion, a dagger plunged into Shan Mao's heart, ending his life instantly. Subsequently, the subordinates carried the body to the seaside, bound it with stones, and cast it into the depths. A loud splash echoed as the body sank into the ocean. Let us go. As Babai departed, he cast a glance at Liang Kuan, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. Babai appeared decidedly displeased. In the vehicle, a conversation ensued between the father and son. Once we retrieve that money, I'll have you accompany Shan Mao. This was precisely what Li Feng longed to hear. Eliminating Babai remained a lingering threat. A week later, at the Wang Yu restaurant in Yao Ma Ti, a grand banquet was arranged in the first-floor hall. Congratulations, Bao Yi, on the arrival of your precious son. The young master resembles Bao Yi. He will undoubtedly be a chip off the old block, ha. Today marked the full moon celebration for Wang Bao's son, although the child was already 100 days old. Having been unable to hold the event sooner due to harassment from Chun Guozhong and his officers, many individuals from both the underworld and society came to offer their congratulations. A table was set at the entrance where several subordinates collected cash gifts. In the center of the hall stood a crib, guarded by a fair-skinned, plump woman. This woman was Wang Bao's wife, Lin Canner. Guests approached to coo at the baby while Lin Canner smiled and engaged with them. Bao Yi, let us talk over there. A mysterious figure beckoned Wang Bao aside. This individual was a prominent figure in the police force, a close acquaintance of Wang Bao, essentially serving as his protector. It was he who facilitated Wang Bao's phone call from the detention room at the West Kowloon police station and later ensured his release. Sir Huang, Chun Guozhong is hounding me like a rabid dog. You must find a way to have him removed. Sir Huang's face displayed a troubled expression. He is under Sir's command. I cannot handle him. At the entrance, several members of a gang arrived, led by the unmistakable Sha Chong, flanked by two subordinates. Congratulations, Bao Yi. Sha Chong produced a large red envelope from his pocket, presenting it as a gift. The Hongxing members came to congratulate the underground emperor of Yao Ma Ti, which was entirely expected, and no one paid it any mind. The trio did not rush to find a seat, but instead approached the crib, preparing to entertain the child. Asa, how old is the young master? 3 months. What a chubby little fellow, may I hold him? Disguised as a subordinate, Gao Jin bent down to pick up the child, donning gloves as thin as a cicada's wings. As a guest, Lin Canner, albeit reluctant, did not refuse and kept a close watch on her son. At that moment, Sha Chong intentionally engaged her in conversation, blocking her view. Nearby, disguised as a subordinate, Li Feng obstructed the view from behind. In that fleeting moment, Gao Jin discreetly slipped a packet of white powder into the infant's swaddling. The young master has quite the heft. He will surely be a hefty lad in the future, Gao Jin remarked as he returned the baby to the crib. The three then exited, pretending to search for a seat, taking advantage of the crowded environment to slip away unnoticed. Wah. The infant in the crib began to cry, disturbed by the unwanted burden in his swaddling. Why is the baby crying? Is he hungry? Mommy will feed you. Lin Canner picked up the child only to sense something amiss. It feels heavier. Even if he had soiled himself, it shouldn't weigh this much. Reaching in to investigate, she discovered a plastic bag containing the powdery substance. Just as she was about to pull it out for a closer look, several uniformed police officers burst in, radiating intensity. Police, I suspect there are drugs hidden here. Everyone stay where you are and submit to a search. Indeed, it was Chun Guozhong and his crew, accompanied by a new addition, the explosive detective Ma Jun. Upon encountering their adversaries, Wang Bao's chubby face contorted with rage. It's you damn cops again. Today is my son's full moon celebration. I don't wish to escalate matters, so you all better leave at once, or you will regret it. As the police ignored him, Wang Bao's temper flared. Get out. One of Wang Bao's subordinates stepped forward to push the officers. With a sharp click, Chun Guozhong handcuffed him, stating, I am now charging you with assaulting a police officer and resisting arrest. On the side of Ma Jun, One of his subordinates was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw, followed by 2 swift kicks that toppled 2 more of his men. "Damn it!" Wang Bao exclaimed in fury, assuming a fighting stance. "A Bao don't." Huang Sir intervened with a warning. Chun Guozhong stepped forward, looking down at Wang Bao with disdain. "I have received credible intelligence that there are drugs hidden here. If you obstruct my duties, I will have no choice but to arrest you." Wang Bao chuckled coldly. "What if you find nothing? That will not concern you. If there is nothing to be found, I demand an apology from you in person." His tone was fierce, for he had hosted a banquet today and was determined that no drugs were concealed within. "Search," Chun Guozhong commanded, and his subordinates began to search the guests. Lin Canner felt a jolt of alarm, realizing that the item she had felt earlier in the swaddling might be drugs. Regardless of its nature, she needed to dispose of it. Lin Canner pulled out a plastic bag, preparing to slip it onto the nearby subordinate. "What are you doing?" This clumsy action was caught red-handed by Chun Guozhong. Chapter 16. Ma Jun, Wang Bao's wife, is innocent. Guozichin and Lu Guanhua approached and restrained Lin Canner. "Release my wife." Wang Bao roared like an enraged lion as he charged forward, recognizing that his wife had been framed. The bag in her possession undoubtedly contained flour, weighing no less than 500 grams. According to the penalties in Guangdao, she could face at least 15 years in prison. "Do you dare obstruct law enforcement?" Chun Guozhong drew his firearm and pointed it at Wang Bao, secretly hoping that Wang Bao would act recklessly, providing him the justification to shoot him under the pretense of assaulting an officer. Wang Bao signaled to his subordinate, who rushed towards Chun Guozhong, serving as a human shield. Bang! Bang! Chun Guozhong fired, hitting both men in the legs. Seizing the moment, Wang Bao lunged towards Lu Guanhua and Guozichin, intent on rescuing his wife. At that instant, a nimble figure intercepted Wang Bao, wrapping his arms around him. Ma Jun attempted to throw Wang Bao to the ground, but this hefty man was sturdy and unyielding. Wang Bao turned and grappled with Ma Jun, their struggle resembling a wrestling match. "Stop it," Huang Sir commanded, prompting both to release their hold. "You fat fool, I have all the time in the world to deal with you." Wang Bao adjusted his collar, his chubby face still seething with anger. Meanwhile, the bag in Lin Canner's possession had been handed to Li Weil. Just as before, Li Weil opened the bag and sniffed a small sample. "Report, number 4 flour, approximately 500 grams. Cuff her." With a click, Guozichin placed handcuffs on Lin Canner. "This isn't mine, I've been framed." Lin Canner cried out desperately. "The drugs were found in your son's swaddling blanket. You spend the most time with the baby. Who would believe that you were set up?" Chun Guozhong glared at Lin Canner, his intimidation palpable. "Someone else held the baby. It must have been him." Lin Canner defended herself. What did this person look like? Very thin, in his 30s. No, in his 20s. Lin Canner struggled to recall Gao Jin's appearance, unable to provide a clear description. Is it in his 30s or his 20s? What was he wearing? I can't remember. Not being able to articulate means you're lying. Take her away. Chun Guozhong feared complications. If Wang Bao sent a subordinate to take the blame, it would be disastrous. He prepared to escort Lin Canner away. "Husband, save me. I haven't hidden any drugs." Lin Canner pleaded, glancing back with a pitiful expression. "Don't worry. I will hire the best lawyer to exonerate you," Wang Bao thought, already formulating a rescue plan. Since someone had framed her, that person would surely not come forward as a witness. He could have a subordinate take the fall, and then find a reliable lawyer to help clear his wife's name. Lin Canner was taken to the West Kowloon police station, where her fingerprints were matched against those on the drug packaging. The results revealed only her fingerprints. Li Weil, who had tested the drugs while wearing gloves, had left no prints of his own. In the interrogation room, Chun Guozhong questioned Lin Canner about the origin of the drugs, but she shook her head vigorously, claiming ignorance. Smack! Chun Guozhong slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Don't think that by saying nothing, you can escape accountability. You were caught red-handed. Prepare to serve time." After this assertion, his tone softened. "I know you couldn't possibly hide drugs. They belong to your husband, right? If you testify against him, you will be fine. Stop asking. I want to see my lawyer." Having been with Wang Bao for so long, Lin Canner had learned how to deal with the police. "Take her down." With no results from the interrogation, Chun Guozhong had no choice but to detain Lin Canner. That evening, Chun Guozhong and several subordinates, along with Ma Jun, gathered at a street stall for supper. Over the past 3 years, in their confrontations with Wang Bao, they had remained at a disadvantage, feeling an immense sense of frustration. Today, witnessing Wang Bao's misfortune brought them a sense of relief. Today was truly satisfying. Look at Wang Bao, helpless as his wife is captured. He couldn't do a thing, ha ha ha. Cheers. The group raised their glasses in celebration. Ma Jun, however, wore a grim expression. Brother Zhong, I find this matter inappropriate. We have gone too far. What is inappropriate? The smiles on Chun Guozhong and Lu Guanhua's faces faltered. Wang Bao's wife is innocent. She shouldn't be implicated. Innocent? Chun Guozhong exploded, slamming his hand on the table. Wang Bao is a murderer, a drug dealer, and a kidnapper, devoid of morality. Every penny he earns is stained with the blood of civilians and police officers. His wife lives in luxury and drives expensive cars, enjoying the benefits he provides. Is that what you call innocent? Lu Guanhua nodded in agreement. Since she enjoys the benefits brought by Wang Bao, she must also face the consequences. She is not innocent in the least. Ma Jun's face grew awkward, leaving him speechless. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I acknowledge your reasoning, but today's actions were indeed against protocol. Do you intend to report this to superiors? No. If this matter reaches the higher-ups, I'll take the blame alone. I will not implicate any of you. Meanwhile, Wang Bao sought out a renowned lawyer, Chen Xiaowei, paying 1 million to defend Lin Canner. He also had a subordinate named Qing step forward to take the blame, admitting that he had placed the drugs. Chen Xiaowei visited Lin Canner at the police station, providing her with some talking points before departing. Seeing this, Chun Guozhong felt a wave of unease. He was aware of Chun Xiaowei's reputation as a lawyer capable of twisting truth and falsehood with mere words, having helped numerous wealthy criminals escape justice. With no other options, he decided to inform Li Feng. He understood that Li Feng might resort to extreme measures against Chen Xiaowei, but he had no choice. He was committed to a path that could only lead to one end. As for the scapegoat, Qing, Chen Guozhong was entirely unaware of the arrangement. Wang Bao was cunning, orchestrating Qing's surrender at the Yao Mati police station, thus evading Chen Guozhong's grasp. At 8 in the evening, in front of a building in Shamshui, a Mercedes-Benz parked at the entrance. A man in his 40s, wearing glasses and carrying a briefcase, emerged from the car. This man was Chen Dazhuang, known as Chen Xiaowei. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a shadow darted out from the darkness. Before he could react, a glinting knife was pressed against his throat. As a lawyer, he had encountered such situations before and remained composed. What do you want? Get in the car, we need to talk. All right, but first, put the knife away. I assure you I will cooperate. Understanding that his assailant wouldn't dare to make a move, Gao Jin retracted the knife. And the two men entered the BMW. Are you Lin Canner's defense attorney? Indeed. What is your intended defense? A plea of not guilty, of course. I require you to undertake a guilty defense. What? A guilty defense? Chen Xiaowei was taken aback. After years of practicing law, it was the first time he had encountered such a request. Upon reflection, it made sense. This individual must be an enemy of Wang Bao, intent on bringing ruin upon Wang Bao's wife. As a lawyer, I adhere to a code of ethics. If I were to betray my client after accepting their payment, how could I ever navigate the legal profession again? Huh, a code of ethics? Gao Jin scoffed. How many nefarious individuals have you represented? Even a dog possesses more integrity than you. Chen Xiaowei's face flushed crimson, engulfed in embarrassment. I still cannot acquiesce to your demands. Wang Bao will not spare me. Gao Jin brandished a dagger, etching a line of crimson across Chen Xiaowei's neck. Trembling in fear, Chen Xiaowei remained resolute. Killing me will not alter the outcome. Wang Bao will simply seek another lawyer. Gao Jin retrieved a large mobile phone and dialed a number. Changgu, have them answer the call. In an abandoned house on the outskirts of Yuanlong, Sha Chong and a group of henchmen were holding two individuals captive, a woman in her 30s and a boy of about 10. These two were Chen Xiaowei's wife and son. After receiving news from Chen Guozhong, Li Feng instructed Sha Chong to apprehend them. Husband, daddy. Upon hearing the voices of his wife and son, Chen Xiaowei's composure shattered instantly. Are you both unharmed? We're fine. Wah, daddy, I'm scared. They are so fierce. The cries of his son completely dismantled Chen Xiaowei's mental fortitude. Do not fear. Daddy will rescue you. After hanging up the phone, Chen Xiaowei pleaded with Gao Jin. I beg you, release my wife and son, and I will comply with your wishes. Do you take me for a fool? Only after Lin Canner is convicted in court will your family be reunited. Chapter 17. Spending $1 million to hire a traitor the following day, Chen Xiaowei once again visited the police station to meet Lin Canner. Madam Lin, I now require your authorization to investigate your bank account transactions. Lin Canner was taken aback. What is the purpose of this? Only in this way can we demonstrate that your funds are legitimate and free from any involvement in drug trafficking. Realization dawned upon Lynn Canner, and she promptly drafted a letter of authorization, expressing her heartfelt gratitude towards Chen Xiaowei. Little did she know, she had fallen into Chen Xiaowei's trap. With the authorization in hand, Chen Xiaowei proceeded to HSBC, where he printed a transaction statement for Lynn Canner's account over the past month. The majority of the entries were expenditures, scattered and substantial, indicating significant financial outflow. Suddenly, Chen Xiaowei's gaze landed on a particularly large withdrawal, an amount of 100,000. Coincidentally dated on the day Lynn Canner was apprehended. The recipient was Su Qing. Heaven is aiding me. This Su Qing was indeed the scapegoat pushed forward by Wang Bao. Chen Xiaowei visited the Oilmady police station to question Su Qing regarding the purpose of this transaction. Su Qing stated it was money given by the elder sister to settle a hotel bill. The payment was never made to the hotel. Instead, Wang Bao had provided him with 200,000 to take the fall. Excellent. Madam Lin shall not serve time. And what about me? I will do my utmost to help you minimize your sentence. As Chen Xiaowei exited the police station, a sly smile danced upon his lips. Half a month later, in the Kowloon court, Lynn Canner stood in the defendant's seat. The court now charges you with concealing a large quantity of narcotics. Do you have any defense? The drugs do not belong to me. They were planted on baby to frame me. Is there any evidence? Lynn Canner's gaze turned to her defense attorney, Chen Xiaowei. Indeed, I wish to call a witness to the stand. Granted. The bailiff escorted Su Qing to the witness stand. Witness, please confirm, on the day of the banquet, did you place this package of drugs in baby's swaddle? Yes. As the trial proceeded, everything appeared normal. Wang Bao, seated in the audience, smiled and nodded at his wife. At that moment, the prosecuting attorney interjected. How do you explain the absence of your fingerprints on the drugs? I was wearing gloves at the time. The prosecuting attorney pressed on. What was your motive for placing the drugs in baby's swaddle? At that moment, I was concealing drugs, and upon encountering a police check. Oh, the police, in my panic. I stuffed them into the infant's swaddle. This explanation seemed reasonable, revealing no apparent flaws. So, you are admitting to being the one concealing the drugs? Yes, I plead guilty. Please, Your Honor, judge me. The trial could convert a witness into a defendant on the spot. The judge was quietly conferring with the jury when suddenly, Chen Xiaowei stood up. He is lying. This outburst astonished everyone, leaving them bewildered. As the defense attorney, why would he undermine the defendant who was on the verge of exoneration? That package of drugs was merchandise he traded with Lynn Canner. With this declaration, the courtroom fell into stunned silence. The judge was bewildered, Lynn Canner and Su Qing were dumbfounded, and Wang Bao was equally astonished. Just as Lynn Canner was about to be acquitted, this man had gone mad. Is this fool truly a defense attorney? He is clearly acting as a prosecutor. You traitor! How dare you betray me? Wang Bao roared, furious at Chen Xiaowei. Silence. All attendees must refrain from making noise. Two bailiffs restrained Wang Bao. Hearing this, the prosecuting attorney was elated, expecting a verbal spar with Chen Xiaowei, but instead found an ally. Defense attorney, do you have any evidence to support your claims? Indeed. Chen Xiaowei retrieved a bank transaction statement from his pocket. Here is a record of Lynn Canner transferring funds to Su Qing. This is evidence of their drug transaction. Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. Lynn Canner's body swayed, nearly collapsing. It turned out that Chen Xiaowei had sought the transaction records to stab her in the back. He had deceived her. Bastard! You tricked me! Lynn Canner screamed in hysteria. Order! The judge banged the gavel. Wang Bao was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood, finally realizing that Chen Xiaowei had been bribed or threatened. Turning traitor. I spent $1 million to hire a traitor? Damn it, get him eliminated. Though I am a defense attorney, I harbor a sense of justice and morality. My client, Lynn Canner, is clearly engaged in a drug transaction with witness Su Qing, with ample evidence. I implore your honor to convict them of drug trafficking. Since he had already become a traitor, he might as well betray completely and deliver a heavy blow. Wang Bao glared at Chen Xiaowei, his eyes blazing with fury. No, that money was for the hotel bill given to me by the elder sister. Su Qing defended himself. Witness, when you refer to the elder sister, do you mean the defendant Lynn Canner? The prosecuting attorney inquired. Yes. How do you prove that this money was for the hotel bill? Unless you provide the hotel's payment record. Su Qing faltered. He had not paid the hotel, hence could not provide proof. I indeed intended to pay the hotel. The prosecuting attorney handled the situation expertly. Approaching Su Qing, He asked, "Did you actually pay the hotel with that money? Just answer with a yes or no." Su Qing hesitated before replying, "No." There was no way to lie about this. A simple inquiry into the hotel's income records would reveal the truth. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, I humbly request your honor to pass judgment. The judge and jury conferred quietly, and a few minutes later, the judge banged the gavel and announced, "I now declare, Defendant Lin Canner is guilty of drug trafficking and sentenced to 12 years in prison. Witness Su Qing is converted to a defendant, guilty of drug trafficking and sentenced to 15 years in prison." Upon hearing the verdict, Lin Canner fainted on the spot. Wife, quickly, get her to the hospital." Exiting the courtroom, Wang Bao brushed past Chen Xiaowei. "You took my money and dared to betray me?" Chen Xiaowei, with a look of fear, pulled a card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Bao. "I'm sorry, I had my reasons. I returned the full $1 million untouched." Wang Bao took the card, his face still filled with rage. "Does I am sorry mean anything? My wife is in prison." Chen Xiaowei realized he could not escape Wang Bao's wrath. After leaving the courtroom, he immediately called Gao Jin, instructing him to release his wife and child. A few days prior, he had transferred his assets to the United States and completed his travel arrangements. He only awaited the moment to meet his wife and child before swiftly boarding a flight to the United States. Upon returning home, he discovered his wife and son had already been released. "Let us hurry to the airport. I have yet to pack my belongings. It is no longer necessary. Preserving my life takes precedence." Hastily, I grabbed my wife and son and rushed to the car, heading towards the airport. "Boss, shall we silence them?" In the distance, Li Feng and Gao Jin sat quietly in a black vehicle, observing the scene unfold. "You would even contemplate taking a child's life? How merciless," Li Feng hypocritically remarked, fully aware that he need not dirty his hands, as others would willingly assist in silencing the witnesses. Chapter 18. The young master is truly ruthless. Chen Xiaowei, driving a BMW, was transporting his family to the Kai-Tak Airport in the Kuntong district. At this time, the international airport had yet to be constructed. As they approached the intersection of Prince Edward Road and Princess Road, a Mitsubishi SUV, equipped with heavy crash beams, ran a red light and collided forcefully with them. With a thunderous crash, the BMW was sent tumbling, ultimately landing on its side. The occupants within were drenched in blood, motionless. The driver of the Mitsubishi was also knocked unconscious, slumped over the steering wheel, airbag deployed. At that moment, a police car arrived on the scene, carrying none other than Chun Guozhong and Lu Guanhua. They had received word from Li Feng that Wang Bao intended to commit murder in a fit of rage, seeking revenge against lawyer Chen Xiaowei. Chun Guozhong planned to capture the perpetrator alive, compelling them to testify against Wang Bao for premeditated murder. This way, they could incarcerate Wang Bao. Although the likelihood of the assailant implicating him was slim, it was worth attempting. The group exited the vehicle and approached the accident site, where fragments of automotive parts littered the ground and blood pooled beneath the BMW. "Call an ambulance." "Yes." Chun Guozhong moved to inspect the Mitsubishi, and the driver suddenly regained consciousness. "Officer, I now suspect you of intentional murder. You are under arrest." Chun Guozhong produced handcuffs, preparing to restrain the driver, only to discover that he reeked of alcohol and appeared intoxicated. "Sir, I only had a bit to drink. I accidentally crashed. Don't misinterpret this." "Accidentally? You killed 3 people. Do you understand?" The driver was taken back to the police station. If it was a case of drunk driving, traffic police would handle it. However, it was still uncertain whether it was intentional murder or a mere traffic accident, so Chun Guozhong temporarily detained the driver. Once the driver sobered up, Chun Guozhong began his interrogation. "What is your name?" "Aquan." "Full name?" "Hu Haikwan." "Who instructed you to drive and hit people?" "No one told me to do that. I lost money gambling on horses yesterday, was in a bad mood, had a few drinks, and accidentally crashed. It's their misfortune." To the end, Aquan even managed a grin. Chun Guozhong was furious. How could he laugh after killing 3 people? "Aiken, close the doors and turn off the cameras." "Yes." Aquan panicked. Hey, don't do anything rash. I'll complain about you. I'm about to retire. Go ahead and complain." Chun Guozhong clenched his fists, striking Aquan, who was left in a state of disarray, yet he refrained from hitting his face. "Say, was it Wang Bao who instructed you to kill?" "Wah, what Wang Bao? I don't even know him." "Damn." Chun Guozhong lost control, seizing an ashtray, ready to smash it against Aquan's head. "Calm down, Brother Zhong. You might kill him." Guozichin quickly intervened. Chun Guozhong found himself at an impasse and could only detain him for now. Suddenly, an idea struck him. As a police officer, his hands were tied. So it would be better to hand him over to Li Feng for interrogation. This fellow was part of the underworld and had many methods at his disposal. The last time lawyer Chen Xiaowei turned traitor, Li Feng was the one who handled it. Such actions were against regulations, but Chen Guozhong was already teetering on the edge of moral decay and could not concern himself with such matters. Feng, I need your assistance. Chen Guozhong escorted Aquan outside and called Li Feng from a public telephone booth. What is up? That bastard won to confess. Help me pry open his mouth. Torturing people? I excel at that, haha. Li Feng instructed Chen Guozhong to bring Aquan to Saikung Pier, summoning Gao Jin and Sha Chong to join him promptly. Every person has vulnerabilities, and Li Feng believed only the dead would remain silent. As night fell, the Saikung Pier was aglow with lights, the sound of horns blaring incessantly. This environment was perfect for inflicting pain, the surrounding noise concealing any screams. By the shore, Chen Guozhong restrained Aquan, seated on a stone pier. To prevent Aquan from shouting, they taped his mouth shut. Li Feng arrived at the pier to meet Chen Guozhong. Feng, the person is in your hands. Don't be too cruel. Don't let him die, or I'll have a hard time explaining. Rest assured, brother Zhong, him wishing to die would be a luxury. Li Feng's tone was calm, which sent chills down Aquan's spine. Aquan was taken to the same abandoned shipping container as before. With a swift motion, Li Feng ripped off the tape from Aquan's mouth, who gasped for air, terror etched on his face as he assessed them. Have you heard of Hung Hing? What do you want? It's simple. If you answer my questions honestly, you'll live. Otherwise, I'll bind you to a stone and toss you into the sea. What is your name? Li Feng began his inquiry, his tone devoid of emotion. Aquan, is Wang Bao your boss? Did he instruct you to kill the people in the BMW? Damn. I told the police it was a regular traffic accident. I don't know any Wang Bao. Li Feng understood that without applying some pressure, Aquan would not be forthcoming. With a hand gesture, Gao Jin activated the torture mode. You bastard. What benefits did Wang Bao give you? Gao Jin wielded a thin rebar, striking Aquan's body fiercely. Crack, crack. Blow after blow, he whipped him until his skin split, targeting his thighs and arms without hitting vital areas. Speak. Did Wang Bao instruct you to kill? Aquan gritted his teeth, refusing to respond. Gao Jin, gritting his teeth, prepared to cripple one of his legs. This method is ineffective. Find me a pair of pliers. Li Feng decided to take matters into his own hands. Before long, Sha Chong returned with a rusty pair of pliers. Li Feng took the pliers, waving them before Aquan, who trembled in fear. Open his mouth. Gao Jin and Sha Chong pried open his jaws. The next moment, the rusty pliers were thrust into his mouth, clamping onto his front tooth. I'll count to 3. If you don't speak the truth, I'll make you swallow your own teeth. 1, 2, 3. Even if terrified to the point of wetting his pants, Aquan remained silent. Crack. Li Feng suddenly yanked, brutally breaking the tooth, leaving Aquan's mouth filled with blood, trembling in agony. Li Feng showed no signs of stopping. The pliers clamped down on his lower tooth as he coldly remarked, Why go through this? Just tell me who instructed you to kill, and you won't have to endure this suffering. I wasn't he instructed. Crack. Li Feng yanked the pliers with force, ripping out both the lower tooth and the gum. Sha Chong, who considered himself ruthless, could not help but frown. The young master is truly ruthless. Kwan fainted from the pain, while Li Feng, feeling rather bored, sat down to rest. With nothing to occupy himself, he instructed Gao Jin to procure a few late-night snacks, specifically requesting the spiciest Chongqing sour and spicy noodles available. Half an hour later, Gao Jin returned with the food. Boss, here are your sour and spicy noodles, he said. Li Feng took the bowl and took a few bites, only to be overwhelmed by the fiery heat that ignited his throat, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Damn, how can one eat this? He exclaimed. Isn't this what you wanted? Gao Jin replied. It's not for me. It's for him, Li Feng retorted, gesturing towards Kwan, who lay motionless like a dead dog. Gao Jin, looking utterly bewildered, failed to grasp the situation. Wake him up with cold water, he suggested. Indeed. With a splash, seawater drenched Kwan's face, rousing him from his stupor. I will ask you one last time. Who instructed you to commit murder? Was it you? Li Feng's face twitched slightly, and as his hand trembled, the vibrant red chili broth splashed onto Kwan's wound. The sensation was indescribable. Will you speak? Li Feng doused the chili broth over Kwan's injury completely. The poor fellow writhed in agony, convulsing but refusing to divulge anything. Young master, Let's not pursue this any further. Just eliminate him, suggested Gao Jin. Everyone has their weaknesses. I refuse to believe I can't pry his lips open. Strong uncle, investigate whether he has family on Hong Kong Island. If he has a wife or daughter, bring them to me. Upon hearing this, Kwan's already contorted face twisted even further. He would rather die than betray Wang Bao, as Wang Bao had threatened his family. Now that Li Feng intended to target his loved ones, did he still have any reason to hold out? Kwan contemplated conceding, yet he doubted whether Li Feng could uncover his family's address. Chapter 19. Wang Bao at the end of his rope. The task of investigating Sha Chong was no simple matter. Li Feng contacted Chun Guozhong, leveraging police resources, and swiftly uncovered Kwan's residential address. In the dimly lit, narrow corridors of the Deepwater Pier housing estate, Sha Chong stealthily approached a steel door with several accomplices. Bang bang. Who is it? We're from the power company, here to inspect the wiring. The wires in this estate are old and could easily cause a fire. As the steel door creaked open, Sha Chong and his band of thugs surged inside like a marauding horde. The interior revealed a modest dwelling of over 30 square meters, inhabited by 3 individuals, an elderly man in his 60s, a woman in her 30s, and a little girl of 4 or 5. Ah! The woman screamed in terror. What do you want? The old man attempted to assert himself, brandishing a stick. The little girl cowered beneath the table, trembling with fear. You old fool, nearing your grave, trying to act tough, Sha Chong sneered, snatching the stick from the elderly man's grasp and ordering his underlings to bind him. They subsequently gagged the woman and child with tape and forcibly took them away. Half an hour later, Sha Chong brought the woman and child to the Sai Kung Pier. Upon seeing his wife and daughter captured, Kwan's psychological defenses shattered completely. Leave them be. The trouble shouldn't involve my family. Now you realize the trouble shouldn't touch your family? Li Feng retorted. When you killed Chen Dazhuang, did you spare his family? Kwan had no words to counter this. Did Wang Bao instruct you to eliminate Chen Xiaowei? Yes. Kwan's resolve crumbled as he faced the ruthless nature of his captors. Realizing that if he remained silent, his entire family would suffer dire consequences. I need you to become a police informant and testify against Wang Bao for premeditated murder. Kwan's heart raced, and he hesitated. If he testified against Wang Bao in court, his subordinates would surely retaliate, putting his family in jeopardy once more. Gao Jin, take her. Gao Jin's face flushed with embarrassment. In front of him? Yes. Though Gao Jin felt uneasy, he did not dare defy Li Feng's command. Woo, woo. Tears glistened in the woman's eyes as she looked pitifully at Kwan. Kwan's heart shattered as he witnessed the humiliation of his wife, fearing for the cruel treatment his daughter might face next. I promise, let them go. Kwan pleaded, his voice choked with emotion. Why wait until now to spare yourself this torment? Li Feng waved his hand, and Gao Jin released Kwan's wife. In truth, Gao Jin had not harmed the woman, merely putting on a show to appease his superior. Sha Shu, return them safely and ensure they remain silent. Understood. Li Feng had not yet descended to the depths of inhumanity, which brought Gao Jin a slight sense of relief. Kwan was sent to the hospital for treatment, with Sha Chong assigning 2 henchmen to guard him while the others returned home to rest. 2 weeks later, Kwan's injuries had largely healed. Chun Guozhong escorted him back to the police station for close supervision. They were pinning their hopes on him to bring down Wang Bao. Tonight we act. Everyone prepare. Our grudge with Wang Bao is about to reach its conclusion. Chun Guozhong planned to raid Wang Bao's lair and bring him in. If Wang Bao resisted, he would be shot on the spot. The 4 checked their firearms, ensuring they had ample ammunition before heading towards Wang Bao's stronghold by Yufeng. At the police station's entrance, they encountered Ma Junzhonggo. Where are you going? To capture Wang Bao. I'm coming with you. This is our personal vendetta against Wang Bao. You need not involve yourself. Damn it. From the very beginning, you've treated me like an outsider. I was involved in the hotel incident too. We are all brothers and should bear the burden together. Ma Jun's sincerity moved Chun Guozhong, who agreed to let him accompany them. In Yao Ma Ti, at Bai Yufeng, Wang Bao, clad in a red vest and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, lounged on a sofa in front of the stage, puffing on a cigar. Ji is gone, my wife is in prison, and Kwan has been captured by the police. A sense of desperation washed over Wang Bao. He was aware that Kwan might turn into an informant and testify against him in court. Though his subordinates urged him to flee, he remained resolute. After toiling for over a decade, I refuse to abandon what I have built. Boss, those cops are back. We should hide. His subordinate Wei urged. I'm not going anywhere. I'll wait for them right here. Have you completed the task I assigned? It's done. Away, with a worried expression, asked, Boss, are we really going to confront the police? What is there to fear? It's victory or defeat. Today, it's either their demise or ours. Wang Bao's confidence stemmed from Inspector Huang, who was currently campaigning for the position of police chief in the Western District. Once in power, he would shield Wang Bao from harm. As they spoke, Chun Guozhong's team ascended the stairs and arrived at the bar's entrance. Not you again, you filthy cops. You're not welcome here. Get lost. One of the thugs shouted. Bang. Ma Jun executed a body slam, tossing the thug down the stairs. Wang Bao, I am arresting you for premeditated murder, drug trafficking, and kidnapping, among other charges. You have the right to remain silent. Before he could finish, Wang Bao interrupted. Save your breath. Do you have any evidence? If not, get out. Chun Guozhong anticipated this response and calmly replied, I have a Kwan in my custody. He has already confessed that you instructed him to kill Qin Shaowei and his family. Wang Bao's face momentarily flickered with doubt, and a sense of panic rose within him. Should he resist arrest or comply? As he pondered, he suddenly heard Lu Guanhua's peculiar voice. By the way, I heard some news. This morning at the Lu Women's Correctional Institution, a female inmate surnamed Lin was assaulted by 2 other inmates, leaving her face scratched. This information, fabricated by Lu Guanhua to unsettle Wang Bao, struck a nerve. Lin Canner was serving her sentence at the Luhu facility, and Wang Bao instinctively associated this incident with his wife being bullied. He believed that this incident was orchestrated by Chun Guozhong in collusion with the triads, just as his wife had been framed for drug possession previously. Wang Bao, finally incensed, lunged at Chun Guozhong. After being toyed with by Chun Guozhong for days, he sought vengeance. Chun Guozhong had anticipated this moment, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he aimed his gun at Wang Bao. Die! In that instant, Wei brandished a shotgun, firing at Chun Guozhong. Zhonggu, be careful! Ma Jun reacted swiftly, leaping to tackle Chun Guozhong to the ground. Boom! The shotgun's wide spread caught Ma Jun's arm, leaving a burning sting as the pellet struck. Chapter 20. Wang Bao's head blown open. Lu Guanhua, Guozichin, and Li Hua were stunned. They had anticipated Wang Bao's resistance, but never expected him to dare to wield a firearm, especially one of such heavy firepower. After a brief moment of shock, the 3 immediately drew their guns and returned fire. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots were fired in succession, suppressing Wei behind the central circular bar counter. Ma Jun, are you all right? Chun Guozhong asked with concern. Fine, Ma Jun replied. Chun Guozhong lay on the ground, aiming his gun at Wang Bao. Bang. A subordinate rushed over to block the bullet and was instantly taken down. Damn it. Wang Bao grabbed a crystal ashtray and hurled it toward Chun Guozhong. Bang. Chun Guozhong fired a shot, shattering the ashtray into flying glass shards. A piece of glass pierced Chun Guozhong's left eyelid, blurring his vision. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Bao picked up an iron stool and swung it toward Chun Guozhong's forehead. In the blink of an eye, Ma Jun, lying on the ground, extended his legs and entangled Wang Bao's legs. Crash! Wang Bao lost his balance and fell to the ground, the stool landing beside Chun Guozhong's head. Soon after, Ma Jun and Wang Bao engaged in close combat. In a duel between masters, there were no flashy moves, only brutal, flesh-pounding strikes aimed at taking the other's life. On the other side, Wei used a shotgun to suppress Guozichin and the others, while other subordinates brandished knives, attempting to close in for the kill. Bang! Bang bang! Guozichin and his companions crouched behind the rectangular bar counter, firing indiscriminately and without mercy, taking down 7 or 8 subordinates in quick succession. Damn it! Enraged by the deaths of his comrades, Wei stood up, charged out of cover, and wildly fired his shotgun toward Guozichin, Lu Guanhua, and the others. Boom! 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 3 consecutive blasts shattered bottles on the bar counter, sending glass fragments flying like a storm of pear blossoms. Lu Guanhua and the others huddled inside, not daring to peek out. Even as glass shards cut their heads, drawing blood, they refused to lift their heads. The firepower was too intense. To show themselves meant certain death. Not far away, Chun Guozhong pulled the glass shard from his eyelid, ignoring the pain, and squinted as he fired at Wei. Bang! A bullet struck Wei's shoulder. Wei turned and raised his gun toward Chun Guozhong. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Guozichin, Lu Guanhua, and Li Hua rose from behind the rectangular bar counter, aiming their guns at Wei. Bang! 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 Wei was hit 7 or 8 times in the back. Before he could pull the trigger of his shotgun, He was riddled with bullets and collapsed in a pool of blood. On the bar stage, Ma Jun and Wang Bao were locked in an evenly matched struggle. Entangled with each other, Ma Jun gradually gained the upper hand, using his legs to lock onto Wang Bao's fleshy belly and his hands to choke Wang Bao's neck. This grappling technique, though not visually impressive, was a lethal move in reality. Choked and gasping for air, Wang Bao suddenly reached out and grabbed Ma Jun's injured arm. Ma Jun cried out in pain, blood gushing from his arm, but he refused to let go. Wang Bao grew even more ferocious, digging his nails into Ma Jun's wound. At that moment, Chen Guozhong staggered over, raising his .38 revolver and pointing it at Wang Bao's forehead. Realizing his impending doom, Wang Bao fought desperately, reaching out to snatch Chen Guozhong's gun. Bang! Chen Guozhong resolutely pulled the trigger, blowing Wang Bao's head open. Brains and blood splattered across Ma Jun and Chen Guozhong's faces. Wang Bao, you finally met your end. Chen Guozhong's emotions surged. After 3 years, he had finally avenged the witnesses and undercover agents. At this moment, the humiliation and resentment that had accumulated in his heart dissipated, as if he had been reborn. Brother Zhong, well done. This scum is finally dead. Brother Zhong, Lu Guanhua, Guo Zichen, and Li Weil, their faces stained with blood, gathered around. Chen Guozhong reached out and helped Ma Jun up from the ground. The 5 of them embraced one another. All 5 were injured and lay together in a hospital ward, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere filled with joy. The Bayou Fang was in complete disarray, the scene not yet cleared, when a group of uninvited guests barged in. The leaders were Sha Chong and Gao Jun. Li Feng had gone to great lengths to help Chen Guozhong take down Wang Bao, with the ultimate goal of allowing his father to seize control of Bayou Fang. At this time, the underworld was still unaware that Wang Bao, the underground emperor of Yao Tsimong, had met his end. Otherwise, various forces would have rushed to claim a share of the spoils. With Wang Bao gone, his subordinates had either fled or been arrested. Of the hundreds of entertainment venues, only a handful of guards remained. At the sight of someone coming to seize their territory, they immediately scattered. Sha Chong and Gao Jun encountered no resistance and easily took control of Bayou Fang. From now on, all the venues here belong to Brother Kwan, Hongxing's Liang Kwan. Understood? The entertainment venues here operated in a partnership with the gang. Each venue was managed by professional managers or owners, and the gang did not interfere with their operations. The gang ensured the venue's safety, protecting them from vandalism and harassment while also dealing with police inspections. Each month, profits were split 60-40 between the two parties. In essence, the true owners were the gang leaders, formerly Wang Bao, now Liang Kwan. The gang earned millions each month effortlessly, living comfortably. Haraha, my era as Liang Kwan has arrived. In the Li family villa, Liang Kwan felt a surge of pride as he looked at the list of merchants handed to him by Sha Chong, laughing heartily. Brother Kwan, taking over Bayou Fang was entirely the young master's idea. He's truly remarkable. Sha Chong gave a thumbs up, genuinely admiring Li Feng. I knew that kid had it in him. He'll get half of Bayou Fang's monthly dividends. What about me? Damn, your salary will be tripled. Do a good job helping out Feng. Thank you. Brother Kwan, Gao Jun, prepare 2 million in cash and come with me to see Uncle Xing. Having secured Bayou Fang, Liang Kwan stood taller and couldn't wait to win over Uncle Xing. In the upstairs room of Langchao Bar, Li Feng and Xiao Jiaba were having a great time. Ding! The host has successfully leveraged his father's influence to help him seize Bayou Fang. Reward: 1. 500 points of relying on dad value. Hint: you can spend 1. 500 points of relying on dad value to exchange for one of the following rewards. Option 1. Hanxian BB Pager Manufacturing Technology. Option 2. 1 military-grade high-performance listening device. The system notification sounded in his mind. The reward had finally arrived. Overjoyed, Li Feng set aside Xiao Jiaba to interact with the system. Exchange rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hanxian BB Pager Manufacturing Technology. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 military-grade listening device. Reaching into his pocket, he found 2 additional items materializing out of thin air. A booklet reminiscent of an electronic product manual, richly illustrated and meticulously detailing the design principles, component structure, and overall assembly of the Hanxian BB. This is a product of a system that undeniably exemplifies excellence. In this era, the BB device has just begun to gain popularity, with a single unit selling for over 2,000 yuan, resulting in considerable profits. However, the market is saturated with English displays, which are not particularly suitable for the Chinese populace. The emergence of the Hanshin BB device is undoubtedly a trump card in the realm of communication, making it exceedingly challenging to avoid profitability. Its subsequent evolution into a mobile phone was a natural progression. Yet, at present, Li Feng is unable to initiate the BB project due to a lack of resources and funding. Thus, he must first safeguard the booklet. A military-grade eavesdropping device. Engaging in a game of mission, impossible? As he toys with the electronic components in his hands, Li Feng has yet to conceive of their ingenious applications and can only set them aside for now. Fengji, what are you doing? The little stutterer emerged from the restroom, her voice sweet and melodious. Chapter 21. Do not act recklessly, or I shall take your life. On the following morning, Li Feng drove his old friend's Audi, transporting Gao Jin to a certain location, the Baisha refugee camp in the Shatian district. Along the way, they procured various provisions including rice, flour, meat, fish, and packaged foods, which were placed in the trunk. Gao Jin, filled with curiosity, could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Boss, the Baisha refugee camp is filled with Vietnamese who barely have enough to eat. What is our purpose for going there?" "To recruit," replied Li Feng. Gao Jin nodded, seemingly grasping the intent. Liang Kuan had taken control of Baiyufang, and Sha Chong had brought along 50 to 60 followers, resulting in a severe shortage of manpower. Although Liang Kuan was a senior member of the Hongxing gang, he was not a hall master and could not casually recruit new members. Following the recovery of the 20 million owed by Ba Bai, it was likely they would eliminate him and seize Ba Bai's territories in Causeway Bay and Choi Wan Shan. At that point, the shortage of manpower would be even more pronounced. Recruiting Vietnamese as subordinates? Gao Jin felt that was somewhat unreliable. Before long, the duo arrived at the Baisha refugee camp. Due to historical reasons during the 1970s and 1980s, a significant influx of Southeast Asian refugees, predominantly from Vietnam and Malaysia, surged into the economically prosperous Hong Kong island. The government designated a portion of land in Shatian district to accommodate these refugees. Initially, they sporadically distributed some living supplies to them. However, the Vietnamese turned unruly, engaging in theft, robbery, and even organized gang activities across various districts. In a fit of anger, the Hong Kong government ceased all distributions of living supplies, leaving the refugees abandoned. As the Audi halted at the camp, emaciated refugees surrounded the vehicle, gazing longingly. Li Feng opened the trunk and instructed Gao Jin to distribute the provisions to them. "I seek information regarding 3 individuals, a Jia, Tony, and a Hu." The purpose of Li Feng's visit was indeed to locate the 3 Vietnamese brothers from the novel The Trigger. In the original story, these brothers dominated their territory in Wan Chai, instilling a sense of awe. However, according to the timeline, that would occur in the coming years. For now, they should still be residing in the Baisha refugee camp. A Jia? Some individuals have lived here for over a decade, able to comprehend and even speak Chinese. Xianwei Jia. They have gone to Nyo Pai Sha village to collect garbage. Collecting garbage? Scrap. Li Feng understood. The garbage heaps contain numerous recyclable materials, such as cardboard and metal scraps. The Tony brothers likely relied on this for their livelihood. And given their skills, they should monopolize this trade rather than rummaging through trash heaps. After the provisions were distributed, they drove towards Nyo Pai Sha village. The village was far from impressive, comprising a few dilapidated houses and uneven, broken roads, with a handful of listless individuals wandering the streets. Outside a shop, a young man, stocky yet seemingly dull-witted, stood sipping soda. Li Feng recognized him at once. This was a Hu, the one who smashed a toilet to retrieve a phone. "Follow him." The two exited the vehicle and intercepted a Hu. "What do you want?" The 3 brothers had been in Hong Kong for 7 or 8 years, speaking fluent Chinese, their words dripping with local flavor. "I am in the scrap business and heard you have quite a lot. Take me to see." "Sure." Li Feng and Gao Jin, dressed in formal suits, exuded an air of affluence. A Hu cheerfully led the way, guiding them to a small courtyard filled with a chaotic assortment of scrap materials, cardboard, cans, scrap metal, copper wire, and more. "Big brother, second brother, we have a big boss here to collect scrap." A Hu called out, and 2 men emerged from a shed, one tall and shrewd-looking, the other broad-faced and arrogant. These were Jia and Tony. "Who are you?" Tony inquired. "Li Feng, from Hongxing." "So it's a gangster. I thought you were a big boss. What brings you to us?" "I heard you possess considerable skills. I am in need of manpower. Would you be interested in working for me?" In Tony's eyes, Li Feng appeared merely as a young upstart, hardly worth his attention. "Not interested. You may leave." Li Feng's expression remained calm as he produced a cigarette, and Gao Jin approached with a lighter to ignite it. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, I shall take your life. Ahu threatened, blocking Gao Jin's path with an air of hostility. Ignoring him, Gao Jin tossed the lighter into the pile of books and magazines, and a gust of wind stirred the flames, causing them to blaze higher. Seeking death, Ahu raised his fist to strike Gao Jin. The two sides engaged in a scuffle. Ahu relied on brute strength to overpower some lesser characters, believing himself formidable. Yet he had not anticipated encountering a true expert. Gao Jin, trained in traditional martial arts and proficient in Bajikwan and Wing Chun, found dealing with Ahu a trivial matter. Bang! Ahu was struck squarely in the nose, blood gushing forth, leaving him momentarily stunned. Enraged and humiliated, Ahu swung a steel pipe at Gao Jin. Stop! Tony recognized that Gao Jin was a skilled fighter and that continuing the fight would put Ahu at a disadvantage. A person with such capable subordinates was certainly no ordinary gangster, and he regarded Li Feng with newfound respect. Second brother, this pile of books could fetch a few $100. He has burned them. Ahu expressed his discontent. Li Feng extinguished his cigarette and pulled a wad of cash, nearly $10,000, from his pocket, scattering it before Ahu. Is this sufficient? As the bills fluttered, Ahu gleefully rushed to collect them, while Ajah joined in the scramble. Tony observed his brother's pitiful display with a frown. I earn several thousand a month. You expect me to follow you? How much could a heap of scrap yield? Gao Jin scoffed. Li Feng was aware that Tony was boasting. The best earnings from scrap collection barely reached $10,000 a month. Without engaging in argument, he calmly stated, if the three of you assist me, I shall pay you $50,000 a month. 50,000. Ahu and Ajah were taken aback. During the peak of scrap collection, they might earn $7,000 to $8,000 a month, with only $2,000 left for themselves. With three of them, 50,000 meant at least 10,000 each. This boss was indeed generous. All right, I will follow you. Ahu quickly nodded in agreement, fearing Li Feng might change his mind. Wait, Tony, also astonished by Li Feng's lavish offer, had his own considerations and was reluctant to agree so easily. We can work with you, but I have a condition. Chapter 22. Liang Kuan and Ba by each harbor secret motives. The three brothers requested that separate Hong Kong Island identity cards be issued to them. To obtain these cards, a refugee must meet two criteria: residing on Hong Kong Island for over 3 years and having no criminal record. Unfortunately, the Tony brothers fulfill the former but not the latter, having been involved in numerous altercations and detained multiple times, which has hindered their ability to secure identity cards. Without these cards, employment opportunities are scarce, relegating them to scavenging for scrap. There's no issue. The process for obtaining identity cards takes time. In the meantime, you can assist me with some tasks, and after a month or two, you will have your cards, Tony proposed, harboring ulterior motives. The issuance of identity cards was merely one objective. The other was to ascertain Li Feng's capabilities. Should Li Feng succeed in this endeavor, it would indicate that he possesses valuable connections on Hong Kong Island, making him a promising ally. Conversely, if he fails, they could easily part ways. Ambitiously, Tony yearned to escape the impoverished confines of Sha Tin District. An agreement was reached for the trio to be picked up by a bus that evening, a decision influenced by Li Feng's desire to avoid complications. Those who followed him were akin to following his father, Liang Kuan. The Hong Hing organization had stringent conditions for recruitment. Not just anyone could join. Rituals were required, involving offerings to the temple and the presence of the home master. Red sticks, white paper fans, and straw sandals was mandatory. If this matter were to reach the ears of their superior, De Lao Bi, or Chun Haonan, it would undoubtedly complicate Liang Kuan's rise to power. That evening, a 16-seater bus arrived at the Baishan refugee camp. The Tony brothers, accompanied by their mother and luggage, boarded the vehicle, while a throng of eager Vietnamese attempted to crowd onto the bus, clamoring to join Tony in pursuit of fortune. Gao Jun left behind a robust man, dispatching the rest of the unruly crowd. Despite this, the bus was severely overloaded, carrying over 20 individuals. They swayed their way to Sianshan, where they settled into several rented houses. Li Feng's next strategic plan was to solidify Ba Bai's position and secure Sianshan, as it was ideally suited for their needs. Here are $20,000 for you to use. Don't wander aimlessly. Anyone who stirs up trouble shall return to the refugee camp. We will notify you when there is work available, Gao Jun instructed before departing in the borrowed bus, which must be returned. Half a month later, as one must uphold one's word in this line of work, Liang Kuan, Clutching a mobile phone, dialed Ba Bai. What day is it today? It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. Would you like me to send you a box of mooncakes? On the other end, Ba Bai replied with a cheeky tone, stop pretending. It's not right to exchange harsh words among brothers. Is the money ready? Liang Kuan's heart soared at the response. Have you sent it over? You need to come pick it up. 11 o'clock tonight at Xianshan Stadium. I will be there on time, Liang Kuan affirmed. Upon hanging up, Liang Kuan furrowed his brow, troubled by the implications. The treacherous nature of their world suggested that Ba Bai was reluctant to part with the funds, leading Liang Kuan to contemplate whether to seize the opportunity to eliminate Ba Bai. Betrayal among close brothers was not uncommon, especially among sworn brothers. Both Liang Kuan and Ba Bai harbored their own agendas. Gao Jun, Ba Bai has summoned me to Xianshan tonight for the money. What are your thoughts? Liang Kuan inquired of his strategist. That scoundrel is undoubtedly plotting something. We must proceed with caution. Could it be a black market scheme to eliminate us? I cannot speculate. Perhaps we should consult Xiao Yi. In the afternoon, at the Li family villa's dining room, Liang Kuan, Gao Jun, Sha Chong, Li Feng, and Gao Jun gathered around the table, dining while discussing matters. Al Wan and the servants had been dismissed. Peak Z, Ba Bai wants us to retrieve the money from Xianshan tonight. What do you think? We must acquire both the money and the man, Liang Kuan declared, slamming his hand on the table in approval. Like father, like son, your thoughts align with mine. Let's take him down. The group conspired, agreeing that regardless of Ba Bai's tricks, they would secure the funds and eliminate him thereafter. This individual held too many secrets. Should they ever fall out, revealing their drug dealings to the police would spell disaster. In Li Feng's plan, their father aimed to cleanse his reputation and enter politics, necessitating the early severance of illicit associations. At 11 o'clock that night, the Xianshan Stadium lay in eerie silence. Liang Kuan, accompanied by his trusted aides and several younger subordinates, sat in a mid-sized van. With 20 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, a considerable weight, they required assistance for transport. Li Feng and Gao Jun traversed the area in a black vehicle, posing as passers-by. The Tony brothers and their group of Vietnamese were stationed nearby, ready to spring into action. Ba Bai was affiliated with He Ji, also known as He Sheng He, recognized from Long Chung Sui Yu as He Lien Sheng. Securing Xianshan would elevate Ba Bai's standing in the organization, commanding a following of over 100 subordinates, making him a formidable adversary. Ba Bai, what game are you playing? I've been waiting at the stadium for ages, and there's no sign of you, Liang Kuan called. It's not safe there. We need to change locations. Meet at the abandoned building on Zhu Yuan Road. Only one vehicle is permitted entry. Otherwise, the deal is off, Ba Bai instructed before abruptly ending the call. Frustrated, Liang Kuan realized he had no bargaining power as the money lay in Ba Bai's hands. With the change of location to the abandoned building, Liang Kuan, Li Feng, and Gao Jun were equipped with earpiece radios to facilitate coordination for the evening's operation. Gao Jun, you go in the van. I will coordinate with the Vietnamese outside, Li Feng directed. Understood. After a brief interval, Liang Kuan's group arrived at a construction site on Zhu Yuan Road, which had been intended for a luxury residential complex, but was left unfinished due to the owner's financial collapse. The entrance allowed only a single vehicle through. As the van approached, it was halted by Ba Bai's men, with Gao Lao insisting on a search. Are you blind? This is Brother Kuan, Sha Chong exclaimed, leaning out of the vehicle. I know it's Brother Kuan, but Ba Bai instructed that everyone must be searched before entry. The two argued until Liang Kuan raised his hand. Enough, let him search. Liang Kuan and his companions exited the vehicle to be searched, while a shadow stealthily slipped under the van, clinging like a gecko to the undercarriage. All clear, you may proceed. Liang Kuan and his entourage returned to the vehicle, which then followed Gao Lao to a skeletal structure. Ba Bai is inside, Gao Lao indicated, pointing towards the dark building where flashlight beams flickered. Ba Bai, what the hell is going on? There's no choice. The police are watching closely. Upon confirming the unmistakable voice of Ba Bai, Liang Kuan led his entourage into the building. Inside, several beams of light illuminated the space simultaneously. Ba Bai was seated on the steps, flanked by a dozen of his subordinates, each holding hefty boxes. Where's the money? Liang Kuan inquired. Right here. Ba Bai gestured towards the boxes held by his men. And the goods? What goods? Liang Kuan appeared utterly perplexed. The goods from Order 4, Kuan Gu. Are you feeling all right? Was it not always a hand of cash for a hand of goods? In previous dealings with Ba Bai, Liang Kuan had indeed experienced this exchange, albeit with the stipulation of a prior transaction, which was the reason Ba Bai owed him money. I apologize. I neglected to inform you that I shall no longer engage in dealings with white powder, Ba Bai remarked, feeling as though he had been toyed with, his facial muscles twitching in displeasure. You've gone clean, what about me? From now on, seek collaboration elsewhere. Liang Kuan pointed at the boxes, indicating for Ba Bai to hand over the money. Ba Bai nodded, and his subordinates presented the boxes. Verify it. Sha Chong opened one of the boxes, and upon seeing the colorful bundles of cash, his eyes narrowed into a sliver of joy. However, as he picked up a stack for closer inspection, his smile faltered. Kuan Gu, something is amiss. It's counterfeit. Chapter 23. Ba Bai meets his end. What do you mean, Ba Bai? I expected him to pull something, but not this twisted. Ever seen a double cross? Hack him down. Ba Bai laid his cards on the table. At his command, his underlings pulled weapons from their coats and lunged at Liang Kuan and his men. Brother Kuan, get out of here. Sha Chong and Gao Jun grabbed bricks from the ground, shielding Liang Kuan as they retreated. The other followers, empty-handed, clashed with Ba Bai's crew. Slash, slash, slash. Flesh was torn, blood splattered, and agonized screams filled the air. Don't let him escape. Cut down Liang Kuan and get 100,000 reward. Ba Bai shouted. Ever since the incident with Shan Mao, resentment had festered in Ba Bai toward Liang Kuan. After Liang Kuan took over Bai Weifeng, Ba Bai grew even more uneasy. Coincidentally, Ba Bai's boss, Chui Ji, had just become the leader of the He Lien Sheng gang, with Uncle Deng's support. Feeling the need to align with his boss, Ba Bai plotted to seize Liang Kuan's money and eliminate him in the process. Such is the underworld. Loyalty and friendship are illusions. Only profit is real. Just as Liang Kuan fled the unfinished building, Gao Lao blocked the way with 20 or 30 henchmen. Liang Kuan, you're dead today. You bastards have no honor. Times have changed. You're outdated. Who cares about honor now? Blame your own foolishness. Cut him down. Gao Lao sneered, waving his hand. His men raised their cleavers and charged at Liang Kuan with wild cries. At that moment, a dark figure darted forward. Gao Jin, holding a shotgun, fired into the crowd. The gun had been found under a sofa when Sha Chong took over Wang Bao's territory. Before the operation, Gao Jin had hidden it on his person, concealing it beneath the car to avoid detection during the pat-down at the construction site entrance. Boom. The powerful blast knocked several attackers to the ground. The others froze in terror, unsure how to react. A gun. They were used to fighting with cleavers. Facing firearms for the first time left them panicked. Even a single gun wielded immense intimidation. Ba Bai and Gao Lao were equally stunned. In such a situation, it was kill or be killed. They only have one gun. Don't be afraid. Charge together. Ba Bai rallied his men, and both groups closed in from front and back. Boom. Gao Jin fired again, taking down 2 or 3 more. The gun was now empty, and a flicker of panic crossed Gao Jin's mind. Cut him down. At this critical moment, reinforcements arrived. Li Feng led Tony and his 2 brothers, along with over 20 Vietnamese fighters, storming into the construction site. The 2 sides immediately plunged into a chaotic brawl. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of clashing metal echoed incessantly. Brother Kuan, run. Sha Chong tugged at Liang Kuan, trying to pull him away. Run? I used to swing a blade myself. Liang Kuan picked up a cleaver from the ground and charged into the fray. Slash slash, he cut down 2 or 3 of Ba Bai's men in quick succession. Gao Jin discarded the shotgun, grabbed a steel pipe, and joined the fight. Thud, thud. The pipe sent enemies scrambling, heads bloodied. Damn your mother. Trying a double cross? Go to hell. Sha Chong plunged his blade into Gao Lao's stomach, spilling intestines. Ba Bai's side had numbers, but Liang Kuan's men had ferocity. Gao Jin, Tony, and Ahu each fought multiple opponents. Soon, over a dozen of Ba Bai's followers lay dead, their morale shattered. Brother Ba Bai, get out of here. A loyal henchman shielded Ba Bai with a cleaver, retreating toward the exit. Thud. From the shadows, a dark figure darted forward, kicking the henchman away. Ba Bai tried to flee, but in the next instant, a thin metal wire tightened around his neck. Gurgling sounds escaped Ba Bai's throat, rendering him speechless. Li Feng dragged him into the light and loosened the wire slightly. Gasp, gasp. Ba Bai breathed heavily, finally recognizing Li Feng, a mere youngster. Yet with such terrifying skill, he had underestimated him. Regret flooded Ba Bai. He never should have crossed the Li family. If only he had handed the money to Liang Kuan obediently. By now, the fight had ended. Over a dozen of Ba Bai's men lay dead, the rest fleeing wounded, many rushing to the hospital. On Liang Kuan's side, 3 or 4 had fallen. The Vietnamese fighters fared better, with only 4 or 5 injured. Phone. Are these all your men? Leon Kuen pointed at the Vietnamese fighters. They're your men too, Dad. Well done. Once I become the leader of Hong Xing and have my fill, I'll pass the position to you. Leon Kuen patted his son's shoulder, beaming with pride. Sha Chong directed the cleanup. Their own dead were loaded into vehicles. After all, they had families who deserved closure. The enemy corpses were piled together, doused in gasoline, and given a free cremation. The injured Vietnamese were taken to the hospital by Tony and his brothers. Thud thud thud, victors reign, losers perish. The triumphant Leon Kuen kicked Ba Bai relentlessly. Damn you, think you're cut out for a double cross? If Feng hadn't warned you last time, Chen Haonan would have finished you off. Ungrateful wretch, go to hell. A dozen kicks later, Ba Bai coughed up blood, hovering near death. Brother Kuen, stop. Don't kill him yet. Gao Jun urged. We haven't gotten the money. Leon Kuen crouched down, his expression sinister. Tell me, where's the money? Uffed. Ba Bai spat blood in Leon Kuen's face, grinning viciously. Kill me, I'll never tell. You have a wife and a son. I know where they live. If you don't talk, I'll sell your wife to Africa and bury your son alive. Leon Kuen's ruthless nature surfaced fully. Ba Bai panicked. I'll talk. The money's in the safe at Huangqing TV. Take me there. The group drove Ba Bai to Huangqing TV. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they waited until 2 a.m. after the TV station had closed, before entering. Are there any CCTV cameras here? Li Feng asked. No. Still uneasy, Li Feng had Gao Jin inspect the area. Confirming no surveillance, they made Ba Bai unlock the door with his key. They then entered a room with a large bed strewn with women's lingerie. Against the headboard stood a massive, imposing safe. Open it. Using a key and combination, Ba Bai unlocked the safe, revealing stacks of Hong Kong dollars gleaming inside. After a rough count, they found approximately 22 million Hong Kong dollars and over $1 million USD. Pack it up. 5 large canvas bags were filled to the brim, emptying the safe completely. Damn it. That's my money too. Ba Bai cried out in anguish. Don't worry. I'll burn it for you in the afterlife. With that, Sha Chong and Gao Jin dragged Ba Bai into the bathroom, held his head in a toilet, and drowned him. Chapter 24. The Great Bank Heist in Asia. At the Saigon Wharf, the lifeless body of Ba Bai was encased in a burlap sack, weighted down with heavy stones. With a resounding splash, the sack was cast into the sea. Ba Bai was finally gone, and Kuen Gu, his territory now belongs to you, exclaimed Sha Chong with palpable excitement. Leon Kuen's face radiated joy. Within a mere month, he had successfully taken control of Bai Fong and Xia Yinshan. What a thrill! However, Li Feng doused the enthusiasm with a cold dose of reality. Father, I believe it is not the right time to stake a claim on Ba Bai's territory. The crowd fell silent, their expressions clouded with confusion. Is not seizing territory through violence a common practice for the Black Society? With Ba Bai deceased, his domain lay in disarray. If not now, when? Given the numerous deaths tonight, the police would undoubtedly investigate. If we attempt to seize Ba Bai's territory now, we would become prime suspects. That makes sense. Leon Kuen found himself increasingly admiring his son's acumen. In this world, one must possess wit. Everyone ought to learn from Feng Zi, including myself. The young master is astute. No, he is cunning. What am I saying? I am uneducated. Please do not laugh. Sha Chong had intended to flatter, but instead provoked laughter from the others. You should spend more time reading, you fool. Li Feng's analysis was remarkably astute. News of Ba Bai's demise spread throughout the underworld. He Lian Sheng was aware that it was Leon Kuen behind the act, but chose to remain silent, wishing to avoid police entanglement. Moreover, He Lian Sheng was embroiled in internal conflicts, lacking the energy to confront Leon Kuen. On the other hand, Chen Haonan, like a mosquito sensing blood, was restless. A childhood friend of Bao Pai happened to be one of Ba Bai's subordinates, and during a late-night meal, they spoke of the chaotic fight at the unfinished building in Xia Yinshan. Chen Haonan sensed an opportunity for revenge against Leon Kuen and his son. Chen Haonan, accompanied by Bao Pai's friend A Lai, approached Zhang Chongbang. A Lai accepted 50,000 yuan from Chen Haonan and detailed the events of the construction site clash. Zhang Chongbang instructed A Lai to testify against Leon Kuen in court, but A Lai, fearful, declined. Here is my number. Contact me if you change your mind. Although A Lai could not be secured, Zhang Chongbang was determined to make Leon Kuen uncomfortable. He was prone to judging by appearances. During a previous inspection of Leon Kuen's company, he had already formed a negative opinion of him. Indeed, Leon Kuen was no virtuous character. The following morning, At the Chongqing mansion in Simsha Sui, Qiankuan Film Company, Zhang Chongbang, bearing his badge, stormed inside with several subordinates. Li Qiankuan, I now suspect you of involvement in a murder case. Please accompany me to the police station for an investigation. Who have I killed? Your mother? Do not speak without evidence. Liang Kuan shook his head defiantly, feigning indifference. At the unfinished building on Zhuyuan Road in Xiaiyunshan, charred corpses were discovered, and the police, based on personal belongings, identified several victims, one of whom was Gao Jinhua, a gang member whose boss, Chen Ba, had been missing for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan became somewhat flustered, not expecting the bodies to be found so swiftly. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure. What does it have to do with me? People die every day on Hong Kong Island. Am I responsible for all of them? Zhang Chongbang's expression darkened as he coldly stated, I have a witness who saw you engaging in a violent altercation with Ba Bei at the unfinished building 3 days ago. Now, what is your connection to this? Impossible. I was at home that day. Which bastard is framing me? Liang Kuan attempted to seize the witness's statement. What are you doing? Do you intend to silence him? Take him away. From Liang Kuan's reaction, Zhang Chongbang concluded that he was responsible for Ba Bei's demise and that of his subordinates. Now, all that was needed was for a lie to testify against Liang Kuan in court to secure a conviction. Zhang Chongbang planned to discuss this with Chun Haonan shortly, hoping he could persuade a lie. Downstairs at the Chongqing mansion, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji watched as Liang Kuan was taken away in a police car, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Liang Kuan, you have no chance left. Unable to contain himself, Shan Ji taunted Liang Kuan. Was it you behind this? Liang Kuan shot a furious glare in their direction. Maintaining peace on Hong Kong Island is the duty of every citizen. Cooperation between the police and the public is entirely normal. Chun Haonan retorted, riding away on a motorcycle with Shan Ji. Young master, it's bad news. Kuan Gu has been arrested. In Causeway Bay, Li Feng was enjoying breakfast in a cafe when Sha Chong called, sounding quite anxious. Gao Jun has already informed me. Do not panic, and advise the brothers to avoid trouble for now. With Liang Kuan's arrest, Li Feng had become the pillar of strength. Understood. Young master, you are resourceful. Think quickly of a way to rescue Kuan Gu. I am already devising a plan. Li Feng ended the call and resumed his meal. Regardless of any feelings he may have for Liang Kuan, he was an essential vessel for accumulating rewards and must not face any harm. Given the circumstances, the evidence held by Zhang Chongbang was decidedly unfavorable for his father. Seeking a lawyer would likely prove futile. The best course of action would undoubtedly be to eliminate Zhang Chongbang. In a previous life while playing Rage of the Case, he had found this individual insufferable, a quintessential hypocrite, always portraying himself as a beacon of justice. However, this task could not be carried out personally, nor could it involve Gao Jun. Killing a police officer carried severe consequences, and being caught would lead to significant trouble. It would be best to orchestrate a scheme to have someone else do the dirty work. Breaking news. At 8:50 this morning, a robbery occurred at the Asia Bank on Queens Road. Several masked bandits broke in, gunned down multiple bank employees, and made off with a substantial sum of cash. During their escape, they exchanged gunfire with the police, resulting in 2 officers dead and 1 injured. The police are now offering rewards for information, anyone with knowledge. In the cafe, the television mounted on the wall broadcasted this report. The screen displayed blurry footage captured by surveillance cameras, showing several eccentric-looking robbers, their faces obscured by colorful masks, wielding MP5 submachine guns and M16 rifles, wreaking havoc in the bank lobby. Is that not Zhu? Li Feng instantly recognized the identity of the gang leader. This young man, named Guanzhu, was a second-generation official and wealthy heir. His father was the chief superintendent of the North District, while his mother was a real estate developer. Rather than nurturing a prodigy, his privileged upbringing had birthed a rebellious and deranged mastermind thief. Due to his father's misguided parenting methods, which involved frequent beatings and scoldings, Zhu's rebelliousness had only intensified over time, ultimately leading him down a dark path. Fueled by hatred for his father, Zhu developed a loathing for all law enforcement. Each time a robbery occurs, the perpetrator deliberately lures the police out, deriving amusement from the act of killing them, and has even devised a reward game with a few accomplices for successfully eliminating officers. Zhu, this fellow, is merely seeking to wield another's weapon, is he not? An epiphany struck Li Feng's mind as he conceived a brilliant plan that would yield multiple benefits. Given Guanzhu's profound disdain for the police, Why not leverage his hand to eliminate Zhang Chongbang? This act could then serve as leverage in negotiations with his father, Guan Yunfeng, compelling him to extricate his old friend from a predicament, while subsequently allowing him to act as a protective shield. Additionally, it would be advantageous to have him assist in acquiring identification for the Tony brothers. As the chief of police in the Northern District, such matters pose no challenge for Guan Yunfeng. Splendid. Li Feng silently applauded his own scheme. Locating Guanzu would not prove difficult. The pivotal question remained: how to manipulate him. Chapter 25. Eavesdropping. As dusk settled, Li Feng, clad in sunglasses, sat in his Ferrari, casting occasional glances at the entrance of the North District Police Station in the New Territories. At this hour, Guan Yunfeng was nearing the end of his workday. As a police superintendent, he could not remain at the station like ordinary constables who often worked overtime. This world has always functioned in such a manner. Those at the lower echelons toiled diligently, barely scraping by, while those in elevated positions enjoy a life of ease and ample rewards. After 5:30, officers began to trickle out. At that moment, a man in his 50s, donned in a white police uniform, emerged. Here he comes. Within the Hong Kong police force, not every individual in a white shirt is a high-ranking officer. Senior inspectors may also wear white, with ranks discerned by shoulder insignia. Li Feng had pinpointed his target through memories from his past life. To put it simply, he recognized Guan Yunfeng. Though he appeared righteous, he was, in fact, a sadist who had raised his son to be a deviant. Guan Yunfeng entered an Audi and departed from the station. With a swift press of the accelerator, Li Feng followed closely behind, tailing him to the affluent residential area of mid-levels on Victoria Peak. Fortunately, his vehicle was also of commendable stature, allowing him to gain entry without much scrutiny from the guards. As he neared a villa, he parked beneath a tree, cautious not to draw attention. Inside the villa, a young man was engrossed in a video game. This was none other than the paragon of good looks, Yanzu. Azu, dinner's ready, called a middle-aged woman. Useless. At 20, still playing video games. Guan Yunfeng initiated his usual lecture. Spare us a few words. Guan's mother went to summon her son for dinner personally. Reluctantly, Azu emerged, hastily consuming a few bites before intending to leave. Where do you think you're going? Guan Yunfeng inquired sharply. Going to the bar. Useless. All you do is drink and game, ruining your father's reputation as a police superintendent. Azu covered his ears and hurried out. Moments later, he drove a Porsche out of the villa complex. Li Feng started his Ferrari, maintaining a safe distance as he followed. Azu arrived at a bustling section of Nathan Road in Tsim Sha Tsui, parking in front of a convenience store before disembarking to shop. Li Feng parked and followed him inside. Azu filled a basket with an assortment of alcohol, cognac, whiskey, beer, continuing to add more. Feigning to shop himself, Li Feng stealthily placed a minuscule electronic component into Azu's jacket pocket, which served merely as decoration and was unlikely to be searched. With unparalleled agility, Li Feng executed the maneuver with the finesse of a pickpocket, leaving Azu completely unaware. After accomplishing his task, Li Feng departed, the destination of Azu now irrelevant. The electronic component he had discreetly placed was a military-grade listening device awarded by the system. With this tool, he would have complete insight into Azu's plans and actions. Li Feng parked in a secluded area, donned a headset, and commenced his eavesdropping. Listening is a test of patience. One might spend an entire night gleaning no valuable information. Just as he began to doze off, information arrived. Fortune was on his side tonight. After half an hour of listening, he struck gold. Today was exhilarating. We made a haul of 8,300,000, took down 2 cops, injured 1, and blew up a police car. As per our usual arrangement, 50,000 for a cop killed, 20,000 for 1 injured, 30,000 for a destroyed police vehicle, and the rest goes to arms purchases. Divvying up the money, oh dear. A fun, you dropped a bag of cash and showed your face in front of the cops. Points will be deducted, so no money for you this time. Money isn't essential. The thrill is what matters, the fun of it all. Just give my share to a fun. Within the voices of 4 or 5 individuals was Azu S. Li Feng could envision the scene, reminiscent of the film New Police Story. A group of psychologically twisted, deeply hollow young men and women reveled in the excitement of robbing, killing, and battling the police. After their latest heist, they celebrated at a club with drinks. Li Feng recorded the conversation. With this audio, he could easily manipulate Guan Yunfeng. Guan, sir, I trust you wouldn't want your son to spend his life in prison. He had already prepared his arguments, yet Li Feng had no intention of confronting Guan Yunfeng at that moment. This game was rather entertaining. He would continue to play along. The following morning, Li Feng arrived at Sim Sha Sui police station to visit his father. Upon entering, he encountered the self-righteous Zhang Chongbang. Sir Zhang, I wish to bail Li Qingquan. He is my father. No way. He is a key suspect and cannot be bailed out. You just called him a suspect. According to Hong Kong law, one can be bailed out until proven guilty. Are you more familiar with the law than I am? Article 121 of the Hong Kong Criminal Code states that the suspect is involved in violent terror. Oh, visiting is permissible, right? I will give you a maximum of 3 minutes. Li Feng proceeded to the detention room and met his father, Liang Kuan. Fengzi, what brings you here? Just checking on you. It's not my first time being caught by the cops. What is there to see? Dad, take this seriously. I'm finding a way to get you out. Get out. This time it's over. Not necessarily. Who do you suspect tipped off the cops? Chen Haonan. Yesterday, when I was taken away. That bastard was there with Shanji, watching the show. Understood. In truth, Li Feng also suspected Chun Haonan of alerting the police. He now needed to extract the name of the individual who provided Zhang Chongbang's testimony from Chun Haonan. Not only did he intend to silence him, but he also planned to use him as bait to ensnare Zhang Chongbang, orchestrating his demise. The plan was somewhat intricate. Li Feng thrived on strategy. The exhilaration of manipulating both the police and the underworld was intoxicating. Gao Jin, bring Chun Haonan here as swiftly as possible. Yes. That evening, on Hennessy Road in Causeway Bay, a red Toyota MR2 came to a stop in front of a bar named Firebird. Chun Haonan, dressed in a leather jacket and with flowing long hair, stepped out of the car, ready to enjoy a drink. This was the territory of the formidable B. He frequented this bar every night, and with his good looks, he was always surrounded by admirers. Just as Chun Haonan parked his car, a sudden blow struck the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself in a blood-stained metal shipping container. Indeed, it is the Saigon dock, that forsaken iron container. It has become Li Feng's torture chamber, reminiscent of the infamous prisons of the Jinui. Chun Haonan, we meet again. Li Feng wore a smile, yet it sent chills down Chun Haonan's spine. This seemingly obedient boy was, in truth, a brutal and bloodthirsty demon. What do you intend to do? Rest assured, I do not seek your life, nor will I subject you to torment. Simply reveal the identity of the individual who provided testimony to Inspector Zhang and indicate their whereabouts, and you shall be free to depart. Chapter 26. Chun Haonan's fortuitous encounter. What are you talking about, Inspector Zhang? Chun Haonan feigned ignorance. He was not forthcoming. Gao Jin, standing nearby, understood the unspoken cue and delivered a fierce kick to Chun Haonan. Don't hit his face. Thud, thud. Gao Jin unleashed a barrage of 7 or 8 kicks, causing Chun Haonan to clutch his abdomen, his body curling like a shrimp. Just days prior, I used pliers to extract a man's teeth right here. You would do well to cooperate. Gao Jin threatened ominously. Damn, if you have the guts, kill me. I know nothing. Chun Haonan displayed a flicker of defiance. How foolish. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Gao Jin resolved to procure some torture instruments. Are we not interrogating him? Gao Jin inquired, somewhat puzzled. He is too handsome, if his face is ruined. How will he woo the ladies? Li Feng's response left Gao Jin bewildered, and Chun Haonan was equally baffled. When did this guy become so merciful? Chun Haonan was confined within Liang Kuan's company. Li Feng called Sha Chong, Chong Shu, apprehend someone for me. Who does the young master wish to abduct? Fang Ting, the woman of Jiang Tianxing. What the hell? Sha Chong was startled. The young master was audacious enough to target the woman of the Hongxing leader. What, are you afraid? It's not that, young master. If Jiang Tianxing finds out, it could be troublesome. Fear not. She will not inform Jiang Tianxing. No killing? Sha Chong asked, intrigued. Kill, kill, kill. Stop thinking about murder all day. The young master is teaching a lesson. I will act immediately. Fang Ting was a third-tier actress, possessing both beauty and figure. Her alluring demeanor making men salivate. However, she had remained obscure in the film industry. Were it not for Jiang Tianxing's financial backing, she would have landed no roles at all. The following evening, after some investigation, Sha Chong discovered Fang Ting's whereabouts and waited near a film set. Wrap up. The director called out, and the actors and crew dispersed. Fang Ting approached a red BMW at the roadside, just as she was about to enter. A black plastic bag was thrust over her head, and Sha Chong and his underlings forcibly dragged her into a van. What are you doing? My boyfriend is with the Black Society. If he finds out, he will kill you all. Fong Ting attempted to intimidate them with Jiang Tianxing's name. I am with the Black Society. If you scream, I will first violate you and then kill you. Fong Ting was taken to Liang Kuan's company, where she saw cameras and a studio, quickly realizing the situation. They intended to exploit her for an adult film. Before dating Jiang Tianxing, she had filmed adult movies, which she found disgusting. Chang Shu, get a director here. Sha Chong and Gao Jin finally understood Li Feng's intent. They were to have Fong Ting and Chun Haonan star in a pornographic film. Shortly, a bespectacled, sleazy-looking man arrived. He was the director, Zhang Mao. Damn. If you're going to play such despicable tricks, have the guts to kill me. Chun Haonan was shoved into the studio by several burly men. Seeing his reluctance, Li Feng pulled out a small vial from his pocket and forcibly poured its contents into Chun Haonan's mouth. What is this? You will find out shortly, Li Feng grinned wickedly. Fong Ting, however, was quite cooperative, much more so than Chun Haonan. Upon entering the studio, filming commenced, and Fong Ting's voluptuous figure was on full display for all to see. Sha Chong swallowed hard. Had Li Feng not been present, he would have certainly vied for the leading role. Jiang Tianxing had good taste. Li Feng also secretly admired Fong Ting's physique. Chun Haonan, you are a fortunate man. You should thank our young master. Sha Chong remarked enviously. Wait, are you serious? Fong Ting was taken aback by Chun Haonan's ravenous demeanor. Li Feng, Sha Chong, and Gao Jin stepped outside, while director Zhang Mao busied himself with the camera, taking his work seriously. Half an hour later, the shoot concluded. Li Feng anticipated that she would not inform Jiang Tianxing. In the third installment of Guhua Zai, Fong Ting would be captured by the crow and the smiling tiger to shoot nude photographs, which she would later not mention to Jiang Tianxing. Such a disgraceful incident, if disclosed to Jiang Tianxing, could lead to dire consequences. Was it sufficient? Li Feng asked Chun Haonan with a wicked smile. Chun Haonan's face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. You betted Jiang Tianxing's woman. If I send the videotape to him, how do you think he will handle you? What on earth do you want? Chun Haonan bellowed in anger. Should this matter reach Jiang Tianxing's ears, he would undoubtedly be met with a brutal fate. Even if he survived, he would have no face left to show. Chun Haonan was deeply concerned about his reputation, feeling increasingly anxious. Tell me, who provided the testimony to Zhang Chongbang? Chun Haonan remained silent. I will count to 3. If you do not speak, I will promptly send the videotape to Jiang Tianxing. 1, 2. It's a lie. Where is a lie? I don't know. Who knows? Bao Pai knows. I beg you, don't involve Bao Pai. That depends on whether he is willing to cooperate. Su Feng instructed 2 underlings to keep an eye on Chun Haonan, while he took the others to apprehend Bao Pai. Bao Pai was easy to find, as he sold DVDs every night near Times Square. At 10 o'clock that evening, in front of Times Square, Bao Pai was preparing to pack up when several large men approached menacingly. Sensing danger, Bao Pai turned to flee, only to collide with Sha Chong. Take him away. Bao Pai was brought to Langchao Bar, where he first received a beating, followed by having his head dunked in the toilet. Tell me, where is a lie? Bao Pai, lacking resolve, revealed a lie's location after the thrashing. He spends every night at the Hong Mei Rose massage parlor on Boland Street. Alai had received 50,000 yuan from Chun Haonan, and later, upon Jiang Tianxing learning of the matter, he was given another 100,000 to testify against Liang Kuan. Alai, carrying over 100,000 yuan, squandered it on food and entertainment. Get lost. Li Feng knew Bao Pai would not dare to lie. After washing his face, Bao Pai left in a disheveled state. Young master, why not eliminate him? Sha Chong asked. If he dies, Chun Haonan will surely inform Zhang Chongbang. Do you wish to be taken in for questioning by Zhang Chongbang? It became clear that the young master thought far ahead. Boland Street, situated between Mong Kok and Yau Ma Ti, is Hong Kong Island's most famous red light district, entirely lined with brothels. At the entrance of the Hong Mei Rose massage parlor, Sha Chong forcefully kicked the door open. Hearing the commotion, the 2 individuals on the bed awoke, looking alarmed. Are you a lie? No, I am a dog. Those who navigate the streets are quite cunning. Upon hearing their name called, they instinctively sense that the caller bears ill intentions. The words of Chow and I Ma are crystal clear, yet they feign ignorance. Sha Chong and his subordinate forcibly extracted a lie from his slumber, dragging him down the stairs and thrusting him into a van. During this period, Sha Chong has garnered considerable experience in abductions, displaying remarkable proficiency in less than 3 minutes. The slumbering Alai found himself ensnared within the confines of the vehicle. Chapter 27. The tenacious detective Chun Guorong Alai was escorted to the 2nd floor of the Langchao Bar. Throughout the journey, Xiaoqiang refrained from beating him, as per Li Feng's instructions, fearing defiance. Sit. Li Feng was exceedingly courteous, treating Ali like a guest, leaving him utterly perplexed. Who are you? Li Feng. Liang Kuan is my father. Upon hearing this, Ali's face turned ashen. He had just betrayed Liang Kuan to the police. And now he found himself in the hands of his son, facing dire consequences. Don't panic. If I wanted you dead, you would have been a corpse by now. Only then did Ali breathe a sigh of relief. Do you have any contact with Zhang Chongbei? He gave me a number, but I haven't called. Call him now and say you are willing to testify against Liang Kuan in court. Ali was utterly bewildered. Did this young man wish for his father's swift demise? I don't have a phone. Go to a public phone booth on the street. Li Feng deliberately took Ali to a more distant street to make the call to Zhang Chongbei. Hello, is this Zhang, sir? Who is this? Ali. I agree to testify against Liang Kuan in court, but you must guarantee my safety. On the other end, Zhang Chongbei was overjoyed. Where are you? I'll come to pick you up. I'm at. Hello. Li Feng had Ali perform a little play, keeping Zhang Chongbei in suspense. Halfway through the call, Zhang Chongbei heard silence and assumed Ali was being pursued, causing him to panic. He immediately instructed his colleagues in the technical department to trace the call's location. Zhang Chongbei rushed to the telephone booth at Qingfeng Street in Causeway Bay, but found no sign of Ali. After searching the area without a clue, he had to give up, hoping Ali would be clever enough not to be silenced. Ali was detained, awaiting Li Feng's next orders. The following morning, Li Feng visited the same breakfast shop for a meal. Fighting crime is the police's duty. I assure the citizens that within 3 days, we will capture the perpetrators of the Asian bank heist and restore peace and stability to Hong Kong Island. We are also collecting leads. Anyone with information can call the following number XXX. On the television, a large-nosed policeman appeared, confidently addressing the camera. Chen Guorong. Li Feng recognized him as the protagonist of New Police Story, a fierce detective and nemesis of criminals. His illustrious career included the capture of many notorious offenders. However, he was soon to face a setback, becoming the target of scorn. In the original story, the gang led by Guanzu set a trap for Chen Guorong in an abandoned factory, deliberately spreading rumors to lure him in. Chen Guorong, accompanied by a dozen policemen, fell into Guanzu's trap, suffering heavy losses, with his entire team wiped out except for him. Reflecting on this, Li Feng abruptly abandoned his breakfast and rushed to his car to don his earpiece for surveillance. If he could see this news, Guanzu would certainly see it too. It was possible he had already begun to set a trap for Chen Guorong. At the club, Guanzu and several accomplices, Max, Atian, and Afin, were having breakfast while watching television. This damned officer is putting on a show, claiming he'll catch us within 3 days? He can go to hell, scoffed the handsome Max with flowing blonde hair. He seems quite capable, remarked Afin, Guanzu's girlfriend. If given the chance, I'll challenge him to a duel. Atian, a proud veteran of the Marine Corps, added, the nemesis of criminals? In my eyes, he is already dead, Guanzu coldly stated, raising his hand to shoot out the television screen. Max, spread the word. We're at Building 13 in the Hanhai Industrial Park. Kuntong, let Chen Guorong come to catch us. Understood. This conversation was meticulously monitored by Li Feng. If he did not intervene, the ensuing events would unfold just as in the original plot, with Chen Guorong's group falling into a heavy ambush at the abandoned factory, resulting in significant casualties. Gao Jin, bring Ali to the car. Li Feng resolved to dive into this murky situation, orchestrating a game of using a knife to kill. After laying the groundwork for so long, it was time to reap the rewards. Moreover, he intended to find a way to save Chen Guorong's team, not out of sympathy, but simply because he found Chen Guorong more agreeable than Zhang Chongbei. At the West Kowloon police station in Hong Kong, Chen Guorong received intelligence that the Asian bank robbers were hiding in an abandoned factory in the Hanhai Industrial Park in Kuntong. Filled with excitement, he immediately summoned his subordinates to devise a capture plan. Do we have the architectural plans for Building 13? No. Find out what this factory used to do. Approximately 10 minutes later, his subordinates reported back that the factory had previously been a food processing plant that had gone bankrupt and was sold by the court to settle debts, yet no one had taken it over. Is there any additional information? Sorry, they're ISNT. Go to the equipment department to retrieve firearms and bulletproof vests. We depart in 10 minutes. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, Chen Guorong led a team of 10 members from the Major Crimes Unit, clad in bulletproof vests and armed with submachine guns and carbines, heading to the target location. They were well prepared for the encounter with heavily armed criminals. Little did they know, they were about to step into a trap set by the criminals. Just as they were nearing Building 13, Chun Guorong received a phone call from a young man's voice. "Is this Chun, sir? I saw your appeal for information regarding the bank heist on television. I have a lead. Thank you, but we don't need it at the moment," he replied, intending to hang up. Chun Guorong felt confident in his success. "Don't hang up yet. If you disregard what I say next, you will certainly regret it." Intrigued, Chun Guorong hesitated, but the urgency of his task left him little patience for the call. "I'll give you 30 seconds. Hurry up. This is a trap. The bank robbers have set a net waiting for you." Chun Guorong felt startled, torn between belief and skepticism. Even if there was danger, he was unafraid. Capturing thieves was a police officer's duty. However, a nagging doubt lingered. "Don't you think your information came a bit too easily? If criminals can navigate a heavily secured bank, would they really hide in a factory waiting for us to capture them?" To verify the authenticity of the message, Chun Guorong instructed his team to halt their advance and, alone, exited the vehicle, stealthily approaching factory number 13. Pressing his body against the wall, he took out his phone, only to discover, indeed, there was no signal. Peering through the window, he observed what appeared to be flour or similar substances stored within. The dust hung heavily in the air, and at a certain concentration, it could ignite upon contact with an open flame. A cold sweat broke out on Chun Guorong's brow. It seemed the mysterious individual's information was indeed accurate. He quietly retreated back to the armored vehicle in order to withdraw. Inside the factory, Kwan sat perched on a suspended steel beam. Witnessing the scene through binoculars, filled with fury, just as the police were about to take the bait, they retreated at a critical moment. Damn it, he had just received a call, and someone had tipped him off. "Azu, the cops have left," said my C in dissatisfaction. "Should we withdraw?" suggested A Fen. "Let us wait a bit longer." Outside the factory, Chun Guorong and his team had not strayed far. Parking the vehicle in an alley several hundred meters away, unwilling to concede, he reasoned that since there was an ambush inside the factory, they would wait outside. The criminals would eventually emerge. Meanwhile, Li Feng was also orchestrating his own plan. At the entrance of a small shop within the factory area, he instructed a Lai to use the shop's phone to call Zhang Chongbang. "Zhang, sir, I'm being pursued. Please come to my rescue." A Lai feigned a sense of urgency. Chapter 28. Borrowing a knife to kill. Zhang Chongbang gets shot in the head by Azu. "Where are you?" "I'll be right there." Near Building 13, Hanhai Industrial Park, Kuntong District. Before A Lai could finish speaking, Zhang Chongbang heard a vicious voice shout, "Kill him," followed by the call being disconnected. More than 20 minutes later, Zhang Chongbang rushed frantically to Hanhai Industrial Park in Kuntong and quickly found the small convenience store. Was anyone making a call here just now? Yes. The store owner was a man in his 60s who appeared honest and kind, but was actually greedy for money. Li Feng easily bribed him with $10,000. "Where is he?" "He was being chased and ran that way." The old man pointed toward Building 13, lying without batting an eye. "You mean he went into that building?" "It seems so." "Did he go in or not?" "He went in." The old man nodded firmly. Zhang Chongbang glanced at Building 13, sensing an eerie atmosphere lingering around. However, to deal with Liang Kuan as quickly as possible, he had no time to hesitate. He drew his service pistol and cautiously approached the main entrance. "Azu, someone is trying to come in. Looks like a cop." Inside the factory building, Max observed Zhang Chongbang's every move through binoculars. "Let him in." Zhang Chongbang reached the main entrance, pressed a button, and the iron gate rose. He stepped inside. "Alai." Zhang Chongbang raised his gun, scanning the surroundings warily. With a loud clang, the iron gate plummeted down as if weightless. Zhang Chongbang's heart sank, sensing danger. "Alai, are you in here?" No one answered. Suddenly, a large hanging iron hook swung toward him. Zhang Chongbang reacted swiftly, rolling to the side to dodge it. Before he could catch his breath, a large sack dropped from above, crashing down where he stood. Boom. Whatever was inside caused the ground to tremble. Not bad reflexes. Let me have some fun with him. Atian, itching for a fight, wanted to test Zhang Chongbang. Sure. Often set up a sniper rifle and fired, knocking Zhang Chongbang's .38 revolver out of his hand. Sniper. Zhang Chongbang was terrified. He looked up at the steel beams overhead and saw several dark figures crouching there. "Who are you?" No one answered. The next moment, a muscular young man wearing a mask descended via a lift. Atian assumed a fighting stance, forcing Zhang Chongbang to engage. Their moves were wide-ranging, fierce, and powerful. Atian executed a takedown, slamming Zhang Chongbang to the ground, but Zhang Chongbang locked Ation's legs with his own. Thud, thud. Ation unleashed a rapid series of punches to Zhang Chongbang's face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Zhang Chongbang kicked Ation in the stomach, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away, where he landed heavily on the ground. Neither side gained the upper hand. Enraged, Ation removed his mask, ready to unleash a lethal move. Enough playing around. Azu called out, and Ation relented, ascending via the lift. Don't go. Zhang Chongbang chased after him, picking up his service pistol on the way. On the steel beam, Afun's sniper rifle scope was aimed directly at Zhang Chongbang's forehead. Bang! Zhang Chongbang was shot in the head and collapsed to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. Azu raised an assault rifle and fired relentlessly at Zhang Chongbang's body, riddling it with bullets. Afun, this time you killed the superintendent. You'll get 500,000. They laughed and joked as if it were all just a game. Gunfire. Outside in the alley, police in a patrol van heard the shots and prepared to rush in. Don't go in. Chong and Ahai, head over there. You three, go around the back. Chun Guorong ordered the officers to exit the vehicle and spread out, ambushing the perimeter of the factory building. Inside, Azu assumed no one else would come and ordered everyone to retreat. Their escape method was spectacular. Instead of using the door, they threw a steel cable out of a window and slid down using a pulley. Even more absurdly, Max rode a bicycle, performing a mid-air stunt. Team leader, their S movement. The police ambushing the back of the factory building were stunned by the sight. They immediately raised their guns and opened fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Azu and his crew were caught off guard. After landing, they raised their weapons and returned fire wildly. Rat-a-tat-tat. A fierce gunfight erupted. Azu's group had more advanced weapons, superior firepower, and were equipped with infrared scopes. The police were outmatched, forced to take cover under the barrage of bullets. Thank goodness we're wearing bulletproof vests, or the casualties would be severe. Afun, get out of here. Azu shouted to Afun, who had fallen behind. You go first. Afun clutched her stomach, her face contorted in pain. Azu looked closely and saw she had been shot in the abdomen, her clothes stained with blood. Seeing that Afun was about to be captured by the police, Azu gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and aimed at Afun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Ah! He screamed as he fired. By the time Chin Guorong arrived, Azu, Max, and the others had vanished without a trace. Is everyone all right? I've been shot in the leg. Call an ambulance. Chin Guorong felt a private sense of relief. Fortunately, a mysterious informant had warned them. If they had entered the factory building, given the firepower these criminals possessed even outside, it would have been a near-certain death trap. Afterward, Chun Guorong led his team into the factory building to investigate and found a colleague lying in a pool of blood, a gruesome sight. Senior Superintendent Zhang Chongbang. Checking the identification, they confirmed the deceased's identity. Damn it, these criminals are utterly unforgivable. Breaking news, this afternoon. A police officer surnamed Zhang was brutally shot and killed while pursuing criminals. The suspects are believed to be the perpetrators of the Asian bank robbery. Li Feng sat on the sofa, watching the news on TV, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. Eliminating Zhang Chongbang didn't bring him as much satisfaction as he expected. Instead, the brutality of Azu and his gang left him somewhat unsettled. He himself was ruthless, but he only killed those who deserved it. Azu and his crew killed indiscriminately, police, civilians, without any principles. The case sparked massive public outrage, putting immense pressure on the police, who mobilized a large force to conduct a citywide manhunt for the masked gang. Guan Yunfeng was swamped with work, not returning home until 9 in the evening. At the entrance to his villa, an unexpected guest blocked his path. Officer Guan, there is something I need to tell you. I wonder if you'll believe it. Li Feng was ready to lay his cards on the table with Guan Yunfeng. Who are you? Stop playing games. Do you know who the masked gang is, the ones your police force is desperately hunting? Who are they? Guan Yunfeng asked instinctively. Your precious son, Guanzu. Insanity. Speak cautiously, lest I charge you with defamation. Li Feng sported a sinister smile as he retrieved a voice recorder from his pocket and pressed the play button. Today's operation was truly exhilarating. We amassed a total of 8,300,000, eliminated 2 officers, injured 1, and destroyed a police vehicle. As per our usual arrangement, the cost for killing a police officer is 500,000, injuring 1 is 200,000, and destroying a police car is 300,000. The remainder will be used for procuring arms. Now, let us divide the spoils. Guan Yunfeng trembled upon hearing this, his complexion paling considerably. To his astonishment, One of the voices was unmistakably that of his son. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Is this some form of electronic voice simulation? Does such advanced technology exist in Guangdao? Chapter 29. You are a sadist, unworthy of being a father. Do you know why the masked gang killed the police? It is because Azu harbors a deep-seated hatred for his father. Bound by familial ethics, he dares not rebel against his progenitor, thus redirecting this animosity towards other officers of the law. If you doubt this, call him back and play the recording for him to see if he confesses. Li Feng handed over a voice recorder, which Guan Yunfeng received with trembling hands. The truth lay bare before him. His son was indeed part of the masked gang, which had unleashed a torrent of violence upon the streets of Guangdao. Guan Yunfeng was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, a mix of anger towards his son and a tinge of guilt for his failures as a parent. What is it that you seek from me? They finally broached the main topic. And Li Feng wasted no time, stating plainly, assist me with 2 tasks, and I shall keep your secret. What tasks? First, locate an individual named Li Qianquan, who is detained at the Tsim Sha Sui police station. Second, help these 3 men obtain Hong Kong Island identification cards. After speaking, Li Feng presented an envelope containing the identity information and photographs of the Tony brothers. Is that all? Guan Yunfeng had expected Li Feng to demand a substantial sum. He had only Azu as his son and needed to safeguard this sole sprout. Even if Li Feng demanded 10 million, Guan Yunfeng would comply. Difficult? Not at all. Li Qianquan can be released today, but the ID will take a month. Pleasant cooperation. Li Feng shook hands with Guan Yunfeng and turned to leave. He had initially considered a third request for Guan Yunfeng to act as a protector, but thought better of it. Azu was so reckless that he could explode at any moment, and Guan Yunfeng would be too preoccupied to concern himself with others. At the Sai Kung Pier, a van idled by the shore. Li Xiao, why hasn't the boat arrived yet? Inside the vehicle, Alai inquired anxiously. What boat? Did you not say that after handling Inspector Zhang, you would arrange for a smuggling boat to take me away? Indeed, Gao Jianxiang, uncle, see him off. Gao Jinxiang abruptly pressed Alai down, sealing his mouth with tape and binding him tightly with ropes, the ends secured to a heavy stone. This time, no sack was used. It was quite rudimentary. With a thud, Alai was cast into the sea, quickly sinking beneath the waves. Ding ding ding. Li Feng's phone rang. Fengzi, I'm out. Outside the Tsim Sha Sui police station, Liang Kuan triumphantly lit a cigarette, swaggering about. Reminiscent of Azai's release from court. At the Guan family villa, Guan Yunfeng deceived Guanzu back home under the pretense of his mother's illness. Upon entering, Guanzu found his mother unharmed and shouted in anger, "You lied to me?" Slap. Guan Yunfeng delivered a resounding slap to his son's face. Who is deceiving whom? Kneel. Guanzu stood there, bewildered. Your father is a police officer, yet you choose to be a thief, killing so many. Guan Yunfeng scolded vehemently. What are you saying? Guanzu feigned confusion. Guan Yunfeng retrieved the voice recorder and pressed play. Today's operation was thrilling. We stole 830,000, took down 2 officers, injured 1, and destroyed a police car. The usual rules apply. 50,000 for a dead cop, 20,000 for an injured one, 30,000 for a wrecked police car, and the remainder for arms. Time to split the money, sob sob. As Guanzu listened to the recording, he was initially stunned. He believed himself to be cautious and skilled, only to discover that he had been eavesdropped. Soon, his mental state began to unravel, his expression contorting as he erupted in a hysterical scream. This is all your fault. From a young age, you either beat or scolded me, handcuffing me for my misdeeds. You are a sadist, utterly unworthy of being a father. I hate you. I hate the police. Guan Yunfeng was rendered speechless, taking a long moment to respond. Yet that does not justify your actions as a thief. What else am I to do? You never cared for me. Only with Max and the others do I feel my existence. Isn't there your mother? Mother has always cared for you. You only know how to provide money. Have you ever shown concern for my studies and growth? Guanmu was taken aback by the retort. It was too late to say anything now. Expose your accomplices, and it could be seen as a mitigating factor. The judge may be lenient. Guan Yunfeng sought for his son to surrender. You want me to betray my friends? Guanzu's face twisted with rage. This is your last chance. After killing so many, if I go to prison, I will never get out. I would rather die than serve time. Guanzu drew a short knife, brandishing it before his throat. Azu, don't. Guanmu cried out in terror. Guan Yunfeng seized the knife, suppressing his emotions, and said, I will arrange for you to go to Yingjiang tomorrow. After that, do not return to Guangdao. All right. Guanzu turned away, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The next morning, Guan Yunfeng and his wife personally escorted their son to the airport, ostensibly out of concern. In reality, they feared he might pull a fast one and wanted to see him board the plane with their own eyes. As Guanzu boarded the flight, he waved goodbye to his parents. Subsequently, he purchased the attire of a neighboring passenger, donning a suit and hat as he exited the plane. Going to Yingjiang, never to return to Guangdao? How could that be? He had not yet had his fill of fun. At 9 in the evening, in a cramped rented room in Xianshan, Tony, Ahu, and 2 Vietnamese sat on the floor playing cards. This is so boring. There's nothing to do, and we can't go out. Has Li Xiao forgotten about us? He doesn't even come to check on us. The 2 Vietnamese grumbled. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? Tony asked warily. Gao Jun. Upon entering, Gao Jun tossed a canvas bag on the floor. Inside were weapons. The boss had a mission for them. Tonight, take over the turf in Xianshan, and once accomplished, there's a bonus of 100,000. The Vietnamese erupted in excited chatter, their pent-up energy seeking an outlet as they yearned to go out and chase women, but Tony forbade it. Distributing the weapons, Tony opened the canvas bag, revealing an array of implements, machetes, steel pipes, iron chains, and a Mitsubishi military knife. He picked up the Mitsubishi knife, toying with it, unable to part with it. Where's the boss? Out drinking and chasing women. Damn. Ignoring the boss's orders. On Yunxiang Street, at Diamond Bar, young men and women swayed to the rhythm of the music in the dance floor's center. A robust man in a suit and jeans danced flamboyantly, truly the brightest star of the evening. This fellow was none other than the dance king, Azai. Aja, a man of lecherous inclinations, had pocketed half of the 20,000 kwai that Li Feng had provided him. Night after night, he frequented the nightlife, growing weary of massage parlors, and now sought adventure in the bars. His gaze fell upon a striking woman, tall and clad in revealing attire, and he approached her with the guise of dancing, shamelessly seeking to indulge in inappropriate behavior. The woman sensed his unwelcome advances, turned to glare at him with evident disdain, and distanced herself from him. Unfazed, Aja followed her with a sly grin. Nearby, her blonde boyfriend, unable to voice his anger, positioned himself between them to create a barrier. Aja's lips twitched in irritation as he returned to his booth, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one gulp. Damn it! He seized the bottle and hurled it towards the blonde's forehead. Chapter 30. The Reward of Loyalty. Bang. The blonde foreigner was struck, blood streaming down his face, while onlookers gasped in horror. How dare he cause trouble in the territory of He Liansheng? Beat him. Ba Bai has fallen, yet He Liansheng has not abandoned Xia Yunshan, appointing a henchman named Si Yanming to take charge. While brawls in bars are commonplace, the crux of the matter lies in Aja attacking a foreigner. Foreigners hold a higher status in Hong Kong, hence Si Yanming must ingratiate himself. Bang bang. A small fry unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Aja, leaving him with panda-like eyes. Not good. Minggu, someone is causing a ruckus. Who is it? It appears to be some Vietnamese. Grab your weapons, let us deal with them. Si Yanming, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, confronted the Vietnamese outside the bar. The clash erupted into chaos, with the sounds of battle echoing through the air. The Vietnamese, having been cooped up in their rented quarters for far too long, seized the opportunity to unleash their pent-up energy, attacking with ferocity. Numbers were on their side, quickly forcing He Liansheng's henchmen into a disordered retreat. Tony, that bastard got me beaten. Aja pointed at Si Yanming, resembling a bullied student reporting to his parents. Tony's gaze turned icy as he drew a triangular military dagger and charged at Si Yanming. Stop him. 2 of He Liansheng's henchmen, wielding cleavers, shielded Si Yanming. Swoosh. In a flash, the 2 men were caught off guard, blood erupting from their chests. As they looked down in disbelief, they collapsed to the ground. Si Yanming, a strategist unaccustomed to violence, was left dumbfounded. Is this truly a gang member? This is a killing machine. Before he could flee, the triangular dagger was pressed against his throat. He Liansheng is utterly defenseless. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced Si Yanming's throat. Within 2 hours, Tony, leading the Vietnamese, swept through Xia Yunshan, seizing all of He Liansheng's territory. Meanwhile, Sha Chong, accompanied by a dozen henchmen, captured Ba Bai's establishments in Causeway Bay, including the Basha Bathhouse and War God Amusement City. Consequently, all of Ba Bai's previous territories fell into the hands of Liang Kuan. Ecstatic, Liang Kuan danced around the room in a frenzy. Brother Kuan, what is happening? His girlfriend, a woman, inquired. I've just acquired 2 more territories. I aim to be the underground emperor of Hong Kong, and you shall be my empress. Liang Kuan boasted grandiosely in front of his girlfriend. Owen smiled softly, radiating beauty, driven by desire. Liang Kuan pushed a one onto the sofa. You're burning up, he exclaimed, popping a pimple on her forehead, causing her to scream in pain. Ding. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. Successfully assisted your father in seizing He Lian Sheng's territories in Ci Yunshan and Causeway Bay, earning a reward of 2,000 paternal value. Notification. You may expend 2,000 paternal value to redeem the following rewards. 1. A Defay, please collect at the Clearwater Bay Yacht Pier. 2. A loyalty pill, once consumed, it significantly enhances the loyalty of subordinates, ensuring unwavering obedience, effective only on the host's underlings. On Li Feng's side, the system prompt resonated. Holy smokes, this reward is outrageous. The Defay is a modified large motorboat, equipped with a 6-cylinder, 250 horsepower engine, over 10 meters in length, capable of reaching speeds up to 120 miles per hour, twice that of a standard motorboat. This vessel is favored by smugglers for transporting 300 boxes of cigarettes. However, the Defay emerged in the mid-1990s. Receiving it as a reward now is nothing short of a glitch in the system. The second reward, the loyalty pill, is even more absurd. Consuming this could render my subordinates fiercely loyal? Li Feng, harboring doubts, contemplated finding someone to test it. Should he offer it to Tony and his brothers? That seems a bit wasteful. Such a premium item should be used on exceptionally skilled, yet unruly subordinates to maximize its value. Redemption. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Defay. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a loyalty pill. In his hands materialized 2 items, a key and a white pill that resembled an ordinary cold medicine. Such remarkable items must be carefully stored. The following morning, Li Feng, accompanied by his small stutterer, drove to the Clearwater Bay Yacht Pier. Clearwater Bay, a picturesque peninsula, has become a haven for the affluent seeking leisure. The waterfront hosts a yacht club, where some own yachts while others rent them. From a distance, Li Feng spotted the Defay, standing out amongst a row of ordinary speedboats. All necessary paperwork had been handled by the system. Grasping the small stutterer with one hand and the key with the other, he boarded the vessel. This boat is so cool. The small stutterer exclaimed joyfully. This is the Defay, the one I purchased. As Li Feng started the Defay, it initially glided slowly before gradually picking up speed. The engine roared to life, and the Defay soared across the water. The small stutterer's hair whipped about in the wind as he shouted with glee, "Woohoo! This is exhilarating." Indeed, exhilarating. Experiencing the Defay's speed ignited a flurry of ideas in Li Feng's mind. Utilizing this vessel for smuggling or illegal immigration would be perfectly suited, as the Coast Guard speedboats would stand no chance of catching up. In a private club within Tsim Sha Sui's Ho Kong building, Guangzhou, My Si, and Etienne sat before computers, engrossed in gaming. While Hong Kong police were on a relentless hunt for masked criminals, they lounged in leisure. Azu, what's the next step? That bunch of dogs from Chun Guorong killed a fawn. I want them to pay in blood. Guangzhou formulated a bloodier plan. He intended to rob a bank owned by Hong Kong capitalists, taking hostages during the heist to lure the police into negotiations, only to disregard the rules and open fire on them. There would be no need for distractions. They would storm the bank, seize hostages, and wait for the police to arrive. This time, our target is the Hong Kong Capital Bank, scheduled for tomorrow at 10 in the morning. From now on, no one is to leave or make phone calls. Having learned caution after being monitored previously, Azu became even more vigilant. Time swiftly passed to the next day, and Azu's group, laden with travel bags, navigated the streets like ordinary citizens. Soon, they arrived at the Hong Kong Capital Bank building in Mong Kok. The structure was modest, standing at only 12 stories tall. In light of the recent bank heist in Asia, numerous financial institutions have heightened their security measures, and the banks funded by Hong Kong Capital are no exception. The entrance hall now boasts an increased number of security personnel, alongside the installation of concealed infrared monitoring devices. While the guards do not conduct body searches on incoming patrons, any individual carrying items resembling firearms or ammunition will trigger an alarm. In a discreet area, Azu surreptitiously placed a toy gun into the bag of an unsuspecting individual. Moments later, as this person stepped through the bank's entrance, the alarm blared sharply. The guards promptly detained this individual for a search, uncovering the toy firearm. Although it was merely a plaything, it instilled a sense of urgency and caution among the security staff. Azu and his companions had initially planned to disguise themselves and enter through the main door. However, after testing the waters, they discovered this approach was futile. They decided to proceed. The trio circled the building, surveying their surroundings, and selected a secluded spot to retrieve their climbing gear, scaling the exterior walls like nimble spiders. Chapter 31. Azu, Surrender. The police have surrounded the building. These three men were masters of extreme sports. Had they competed in official events, they would undoubtedly have claimed top honors. Alas, their extraordinary talents were squandered on crime. They scaled the building to the third floor and, with surgical precision, cut a rectangular aperture in the glass facade using a glass cutter, then slipped inside one after another, silent and swift. The entire structure belonged to the bank. The ground and second floors housed administrative offices. The third floor served as staff lounges and rest areas. It was peak business hours, yet the third floor stood utterly deserted. Unhurried and unchallenged, the trio strode into the elevator lobby and pressed the button for the first floor. Downstairs, the grand lobby bustled with activity. Clerks at desks, clients lining up, phones ringing, the hum of commerce thick in the air. Ding! The elevator doors parted. Those waiting outside froze, petrified, breathless, limbs locked in place. Inside stood three figures masked in grotesque, painted visages, firearms leveled with chilling calm. The masked gang had already cast a pall of dread across Hong Kong Island, yet here they were again, real and ruthless. A shrill scream pierced the air. Someone bolted. BRRRT, BRRRT, BRRRT. Two bodies crumpled into crimson pools. Don't move. Anyone who runs dies. Under the barrel of cold steel, Guangzhou's crew herded 7 or 8 hostages toward a secluded corner of the lobby. You stay here, guard them. If anyone resists, execute them on the spot. Understood. Guangzhou and Mays then advanced toward the branch manager's office. Having learned from their prior heist at Asia Bank, they knew only the manager possessed the dual authority, key and code, to unlock the vault. Along the way, staff cowered, kneeling behind pillars, curling against walls, too terrified even to whimper. None dared flee. The office door was locked. BRRRT, BRRRT, BRRRT. Guangzhou fired into the lock, then drove his boot into the door with a thunderous crack. Inside, a portly man crouched beneath his desk, frantically dialing on a phone. At the intruder's entrance, he dropped the receiver and raised his trembling hands. Calling the police? Go on, keep dialing. The man blinked, stunned, disoriented. I said, call the police. Now. Dazed, he obeyed. Hello? Hong Kong Bank. Armed robbery in progress. They're masked, they're armed. Exactly as Guangzhou intended. He sought not mere loot, but to etch the masked gang deep into the psyche of Hong Kong's police force, a specter they could neither catch nor forget. Lead us to the vault, now. Guangzhou pressed the barrel of his pistol into the man's spine, guiding him forward like a puppet on strings. At the vault, the manager, sweating, trembling, inserted his key and entered the code. With a hydraulic sigh, the heavy steel door swung inward. Inside, stacks of banknotes, gleaming ingots of gold, silent, weighty, and abundant. Yet neither man flinched with elation this time. The thrill had dulled, replaced by grim efficiency. Grab the cash. They stuffed wads of bills into heavy canvas sacks, methodical, measured, stopping only when the load grew unwieldy. Too much wealth would slow them down, become a liability, not an asset. Wail, wail, wail. Sirens erupted outside, shrill, insistent, closing in from all sides. A faint, sardonic smile flickered across Guangzhou's lips beneath his mask. Shouldering the sack, he strode back toward the lobby. You are surrounded. Lay down your weapons. Immediately surrender. A uniformed officer stood at the bank's entrance, megaphone raised, voice booming across the plaza. BRRRT, BRRRT, BRRRT. His reply was a burst of gunfire, short, sharp, and contemptuous. I hold hostages. Send Commissioner Chan Kwok-wing. Guangzhou, now flanked by Tin, shouted from behind the human shield. I'm here. From the entrance strode Chan Kwok-wing, clad in tactical armor, alone, resolute. Azu, surrender. The building is encircled. SWAT is on standby. Guangzhou stiffened. Beneath the mask, his face contorted, not with fear, but with the raw, searing agony of betrayal. If the police knew his identity, then his father had sold him out. Azu, you wretched. Guan Yunfeng appeared at the threshold, striding forward, voice thick with disappointment, eyes burning with sorrowful wrath. The moment news of the masked gang's reappearance broke, Guan Yunfeng knew he'd been deceived. His son had never flown to the U.S. After agonizing hesitation, he chose duty over blood. He had turned his own flesh and blood in. Azu, I'm sorry. I failed you, not with neglect, but with misguided control. Yet that does not justify theft nor violence. Do not compound your sins. Lay down your weapon. Surrender. For the first time, there were no curses, no useless wretch, no disgrace. Only sorrow, raw and unvarnished. And for a fleeting second, Guanzu wavered. But the precipice was crossed. There was no return. Enough. His voice cracked, ragged, unhinged. He raised his pistol, not at Chan Kwok-wing, but at his father, and fired. BRRRT. 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 Yet at the last instant, his wrist dipped. Bullets slammed into the marble floor at Guan Yunfeng's feet, shattering tile and silence alike. Tin, I'll pay you 1 million. Kill my father. Stop. Azu, we surrender. Tin and Mei's new escape was illusory. Surrender? We still hold hostages. Guanzu seized a trembling civilian, thrusting the barrel against his temple. Chan Kwok-wing, come forward. Yes. Chan Kwok-wing raised his hands, slow, deliberate, and walked toward the center of the lobby. Kneel. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees. BRRRT. 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 Guanzu emptied a full burst, bullets ricocheting off Chan Kwok-wing's armored vest. A guttural cry tore from Chan's throat. He convulsed, curling onto the floor, writhing in pain. Azu, you don't hate the police. You hate your father. You hate yourself. Killing more 1T bring peace. Release them. I'll stand in their place. Fine. Chan Kwok-wing rose, walked forward, and Guanzu, under that unblinking gaze, lowered his weapon. He ordered the hostages freed. Those words struck deeper than any bullet, piercing the armor of his rage, exposing the hollow ache beneath. What meaning remained in taking more lives? Guanzu no longer feared death. He welcomed it. He would let the police deliver his final reckoning. But Mei's and Tin still clung to life. Move. Tin shoved Chan Kwok-wing toward the elevator. Mei seized Guanzu's arm, dragging him forward. They ascended to the 12th floor, burst onto the rooftop, only to find it already occupied. Armed officers crouched behind ventilation units, rifles trained. Back down now. Tin pressed his pistol to Chan Kwok-wing's temple, issuing the threat with cold finality. The officers hesitated, then withdrew, unwilling to risk their commissioner's life. Mei's uncoiled a steel cable from his pack, secured one end to the iron railing, and hurled the other end over the ledge. Go. One by one, they slid down, swift, silent, desperate. The moment their feet touched pavement, a phalanx of heavily armed officers converged, tight, unyielding, closing the net. Tin kept the gun at Chan Kwok-wing's temple, stepping backward, inch by measured inch. BRRRT. 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 Mei's opened fire on a passing sedan, shattering windows, sending its occupants into panicked shrieks. Out now? The driver abandoned the vehicle, fleeing in terror. Mei's and Guanzu leapt inside. Tin, still gripping Chan Kwok-wing, moved to follow. Then, Chan struck. He seized Tin's wrist, twisted with brutal precision, disarmed him in one fluid motion, then lunged for the weapon. The pistol clattered to the ground. They grappled, fists flying, breath ragged, bodies locked in primal struggle. BRRRT. 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 Mei's fired, forcing Chan Kwok-wing back, then hauled Tin into the car. Pursue them. With hostages freed, restraint dissolved. 2 armored pursuit vehicles and 3 sedans surged forward, tires screeching, locking onto the fleeing car. More units joined en route, sirens wailing like a chorus of wrath. Take them down. Guanzu drove the car, while Mei and Tion clutched assault rifles, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the pursuing officers behind them. The sound of gunfire echoed through the air. The police retaliated, and a dramatic shootout unfolded on the city streets. The vehicle they commandeered was merely an ordinary sedan, lacking in speed, and it was evident that the police cars were closing in, with additional units blocking their path ahead. We are surrounded. What should we do? Scatter money. Mei and Tion opened the money bags, grabbing handfuls of cash and tossing them out of the car window, eventually emptying entire bags of money into the air. Chapter 32. Brother. In an instant, the sky was showered with a deluge of banknotes, vibrant and colorful, swirling through the air. Most people, valuing their lives, hesitated to risk danger for the sake of money. Nevertheless, a significant number ventured forth to collect the bills. Initially, It was mere passers-by, but soon even drivers halted their vehicles to join in. The streets became utterly congested, leaving the police in despair. The road ahead was also blocked, prompting 3 individuals to leap from their car and, amidst the chaos, slip into a narrow alley, evading the police pursuit. Hush! The trio sprinted, utterly exhausted, and found refuge in a small grove. Azu, what shall we do now? Despite having temporarily evaded the police, Guanzu's identity had been exposed, and it would not be long before Atian and Maice's identities were revealed as well. What awaited them next was a citywide manhunt. My father wanted me to go to Yingjiang, but I didn't go. Now, even if I wanted to, I couldn't. They lamented, feeling cornered and dejected. What use is all this money if there's nowhere to go? Atian suggested, I have a friend on one island. We could hide there. I have no objections, replied Atian. Whatever, Guanzu recalled his father's words from the bank, feeling a tumult of emotions. Had his father spoken such words years earlier, his life trajectory would have been vastly different. After resting for a moment, the 3 gathered their weapons, slung a bag of money over their shoulders, and made their way to Kwaichung Pier. At this point, reaching one island would require smuggling, and the area around Kwaichung Pier was rife with clandestine operations. Finding a smuggler would allow them to escape from Hong Kong Island. At 11 o'clock that evening, Kwaichung Pier was alive with the sounds of ship horns, as vessels of various sizes moved ceaselessly in the harbor. Among them was a small cargo ship, the very one they had arranged for their smuggling operation. Upon meeting the smuggler and handing over a sum of money, the 3 boarded the cabin. Inside were 3 or 4 other smuggled individuals, adorned with tattoos, likely members of some gang, having to flee due to violent deeds. The smuggling vessel departed the harbor, heading into international waters. To their surprise, before they could even leave the waters around Hong Kong Island, 3 fast police boats pursued them. Hong Kong Island Coast Guard stopped the vessel ahead for inspection. The smuggler panicked, preparing to halt the ship. After all, smuggling was not a grave offense. It usually resulted in a fine and a few days in custody. Do not stop. Azu brandished his handgun, pressing it against the smuggler's back. Damn, someone's armed. The gang members, initially considering taking advantage of Guanzu and his companions, now silently rejoiced that they had not acted foolishly. On the foredeck of the boat, Maice and Atian lay on the floor, clutching assault rifles and firing wildly at the police boats. Rat-tat-tat. The police returned fire, bullets streaking through the night sky like fiery serpents. The gang members had never witnessed such a scene, trembling in fear. Crap, I'm out of bullets. Me too, what do we do now? Swim to one island? Haraha. The 3 laughed heartily, appearing remarkably carefree. During the exchange of fire, the police boats had not dared to pursue too closely. Now, seeing them cease fire, they revved their engines to give chase, the distance between them narrowing. Realizing they were about to be caught, Guanzu and his companions prepared to jump into the sea. Swimming to one island was merely a jest. They would rather perish in the ocean than be captured and imprisoned. Although there was no death penalty in Hong Kong, the punishment they faced was even more dreadful, life imprisonment. Suddenly, a loud engine roar pierced the air, and a bright light swiftly approached from the sea. What on earth is that, moving so fast? In the blink of an eye, the light reached the vicinity of the smuggling boat, gradually slowing down, revealing a formidable large speedboat. Get on. Li Feng piloted the vessel close to the smuggling boat, beckoning to Azu and the others. In a moment of urgency, the 3 jumped onto the speedboat without hesitation. Azu still had a bag of money slung over his shoulder, having discarded his empty rifle, leaving him with only a handgun. Rat-tat-tat. The police opened fire, bullets ricocheting off the exterior of the speedboat, sparking everywhere yet failing to penetrate. The material of this vessel was evidently bulletproof. The speedboat roared to life, shooting away like an arrow, swiftly escaping the range of police fire. The pursuing police boats fell further behind, eventually giving up the chase. The officers gazed in astonishment at the vanishing light on the water. Sir, what was that? Have you seen anything like it? It appears to be a modified speedboat, but no matter how modified, it shouldn't be able to go that fast. The speedboat skimmed across the surface of the sea, leaving a white wake behind, the strong wind distorting the faces of its passengers. Wow, this is exhilarating. Guanzu and his companions shouted in excitement. Thrill-seekers at heart, they felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The speedboat gradually slowed and eventually stopped in international waters. Brother, who are you? Hong Xing, Li Feng. While Guanzu and his compatriots had heard of Hong Xing, they regarded the gang as outdated, out of touch with the times, having previously scoffed at their relevance. They never expected such an impressive figure to exist within Hung Hing. Why did you save us? Because I want you to assist me with a task. The self-assured Guanzu felt a twinge of irritation at this statement. As the leader of the masked gang, feared by the Hong Kong police, being asked to work for a mere child was disheartening. He managed to restrain his annoyance and posed a third question. How did you know we were here? Because, on that day at the Kwun Tong Industrial Park, I tipped off the police. Upon hearing this, Guanzu's expression shifted dramatically, and he aimed his gun at Li Feng. You were the one eavesdropping on me. Indeed. Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to blow your head off? Haha. Li Feng chuckled, swiftly seizing Guanzu's wrist and twisting it, relieving him of the handgun. Li Feng was well aware that the masked gang, aside from Tian being somewhat capable, found Guanzu and Mai Si rather average in skills. Disarming them was child's play. He pointed the gun back at Guanzu's forehead, his voice cold. Eliminating you would be a simple task. To conquer someone as unruly as Guanzu, one must exhibit an even greater prowess. The police are currently hunting you throughout the city. Aside from me, no one can protect you, not even your father. Why should I trust you? Guanzu asked, skepticism etched on his face. This vessel is called De Fei, capable of speeds up to 120 knots, navigating freely within Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. No one can catch us. Only I can get you out of Hong Kong Island. Zhahua Guanzu, the police will soon intensify their scrutiny of smuggling vessels, making it impossible for other boats to depart from the port. The three individuals remained silent, having internally acquiesced. Aside from aligning themselves with Li Feng, they had no alternative. Rest assured, I will not compel you to wield knives against others. Occasionally fulfilling certain special tasks will suffice. As for remuneration, I shall only require 30% of your earnings. In his endeavor to persuade them to become his subordinates, Li Feng resorted to deceit. Once they officially aligned with him, he intended to wield a secret weapon to dominate them. By that time, it would not be merely 30%. They would willingly offer their very lives without a moment's hesitation. One must uphold their word. Naturally, you may now acknowledge me as your elder brother. The three exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, Brother Feng, good brothers. Observing their exhaustion, Li Feng suggested they find a place to dine and then rest. Where to? Xiamen. Xiamen is merely over 100 kilometers from Guangdao, and at the phase speed, they would arrive in just over an hour. Chapter 33. Wang Zhuxian. Upon arriving in Xiamen, it was already deep into the night. Guanzu and his companions were both exhausted and famished. At this hour, restaurants had already closed, and roadside stalls were not as plentiful as in Guangdao. After a considerable search, they finally discovered a large food stall. Each person ordered a serving of stir-fried rice noodles to satiate their hunger, followed by grilled skewers. Boss, bring a few bottles of beer, shouted Etienne. Is a bottle sufficient? Bring a barrel, Li Feng remarked, surprising Guanzu and the others. Brother Feng, you can drink? What? Are you looking down on me? I won't leave sober tonight. The boss rolled over with a barrel of draft beer, and Li Feng personally poured the drinks. He twisted off the cap and dropped a white pill into the barrel, which quickly dissolved. With a clang, the four clinked their glasses and drank in one go. Suddenly, Guanzu and Etienne felt a jolt, a fervent desire to pledge their unwavering loyalty to Li Feng. This notion seemed like an innate obsession, compelling them to assist him with all their might. Brother Feng, you saved our lives. From now on, this life belongs to you, Guanzu declared earnestly, raising his glass. Etienne Macy also stood up. Whatever you say, we shall do. Upon hearing this, Li Feng felt an immense satisfaction. The loyalty pill had taken effect. Good brothers, cheers. After their fill, Li Feng led them to a small inn to settle temporarily. They were already wanted by the police in Guangdao, and it was possible that the Xiamen police would issue a request for collaboration. This small inn did not require ID registration, providing a measure of safety. You should head to Guangdao as soon as possible. It's safer there. Once the storm passes, I will come to fetch you. Despite his reassurances, they were still fugitives and could not remain in one place for long. Li Feng planned to mold them into a special task force operating across Guangdao, Xiamen, and even Southeast Asia, assisting him with unique missions. Eventually, Da Fei could be utilized for their tasks. Upon completion, they could escape on Da Fei, leaving the police at a loss. After giving them instructions, Li Feng prepared to return to Guangdao. By the way, carrying so much cash is inconvenient. Shall I hold on to it for you? Without hesitation, Guanzu handed the bag of money over to Li Feng. This was a test of their loyalty, and the outcome was exceedingly satisfactory. Only then could he confidently entrust Da Fei to them. Of course, he would not be giving Da Fei to them today. He had not yet had his fill of excitement. You can keep this money for now. Li Feng extracted several stacks of cash from the bag and left the inn, the bag still in tow. This trip had proven to be immensely profitable, with over 3 million in the bag, along with a few staunch allies capable of executing cross-sea missions. Delightful. In the grand hall of Yongxing Film Company, elegantly dressed men and women held tall wine glasses, conversing softly. Today marked the second anniversary of Yongxing Film Company, with many industry insiders in attendance. The Xiang family brothers were engaged in lively discussions with several investors, while directors and actors gathered to chat amongst themselves. Li Feng, considered an investor, regrettably found himself overlooked due to his lesser stature, leaving him to sip his drink alone in a corner. Li Xiao. Suddenly, a cheerful voice broke through, and Wang Jin approached with a smile. Li Xiao, your judgment is truly commendable. Liaojia Yintan has been a great success. Oh. The total investment for this film was just over 3 million, and thus far, the box office in Guangdao has reached 5 million. It will soon premiere in Wandao and Southeast Asia, and with the DVD sales, the conservative estimate is. Wang Jin extended 5 fingers. Li Feng maintained an indifferent expression. How much will I receive? 150,000. Not bad. Investing 1 million to gain 150,000 was indeed a commendable return, exceeding Li Feng's expectations. After all, it was a 3-colored film. He had anticipated a maximum profit of 70 to 80,000. His confidence surged, and he resolved to seize the moment by investing in a legitimate film. However, Wang Jin's box office appeal was somewhat lacking. He would need to engage talents like Xu Ke and Du Qifeng. Hey, there's a beautiful lady over there. Wang Jin, ever the flatterer, immediately introduced her. This is investor Li Feng, Mr. Li, with an exceptional eye and remarkable talent. Anyone interested in collaboration should feel free to converse with him. Wang Jin's flattery was quite agreeable. Naturally, he had his motives. Li Feng was the heir to the underworld, and aligning with him would offer many advantages. Following his introduction, all eyes turned towards Li Feng. Among them was a slender man sporting a mustache, who instantly became intrigued. This man was the renowned director Xu Ke. Recently, he had established the Xu Ke Film Studio, maintaining a partnership with Yongxing. Having heard Wang Jin mention Liaojia Yintan, he recognized the name of the investor behind the script and lead actors. Let us go meet him, Xu Ke said, surrounded by 3 or 4 beautiful women, all dressed in glamorous gowns. Mr. Li, Xu Ke called out sternly, extending his hand. Director Xu, it's an honor. Li Feng replied, shaking hands with Xu Ke while his gaze inadvertently drifted to the stunning women nearby, impossible to ignore. Among them, one stood tall, with fair and long legs, a charming face, and a serene smile that revealed a cute dimple. Wang Zhuxian truly possessed striking beauty. Those legs were mesmerizing. Another lady, slightly shorter but equally captivating, bore a fresh and youthful allure. Li Jiasen, her looks are impressive as well, though perhaps she is a bit too slender. The third was Hui Yinghong, who Li Feng found equally appealing in terms of image and aura. Miss Wang, it's a pleasure. Miss Li, you are truly beautiful. Li Feng greeted the 3 women warmly. Each of them held a favorable impression of him. He was handsome and an investor, albeit a tad young. Otherwise, they might consider pursuing a relationship. Mr. Li, I've heard that the script for Liaojia Yintan is your creation? Sort of, Li Feng replied, feeling a bit bashful. Xu Leiguai was also straightforward, leaving Wang Zhuxian and her companions with the impression that he was quite experienced in the industry. Coughing lightly, he acknowledged that he indeed had experience, though at that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of those captivating legs. I have an initial draft of a script that I'm not entirely satisfied with. I would like to request your guidance, Li Xiao. Not at all. Let me take a look, and I will share my thoughts. The 2 settled at a round table, with Wang Jin and the 3 beauties standing nearby. Xu Ke retrieved a folder from his bag and handed it to Li Feng. As Li Feng opened it, he was momentarily taken aback. It bore only the title Qian Nu Yuan Air, along with a brief synopsis. Xiao Qian reincarnates, leaving Ning Caichen feeling emptiness within. Chapter 34. The Art of Subtlety according to the recollections of his previous life. At this juncture, Su Ku was indeed in the midst of preparations for the filming of Qian Nu Yuan 2, serving as the producer, while Cheng Xiaodong took on the directorial role. What could it signify for Su Ku to present himself with a blank script? It might indicate a lack of inspiration for the plot. Or perhaps he already possessed a draft and was intentionally testing his own creativity. If it were the latter scenario, he could not simply regurgitate the storyline he had encountered in his past life. To engage in pretense requires finesse. One must avoid the pitfalls of clumsiness. Director Su, given the resounding success of the first installment of Qian Nu Yuhan, I trust you have a script for the sequel that merely requires refinement, Li Feng ventured, probing for insight. The triumph of the first film necessitated that the sequel's script be approached with meticulous care. Coincidentally, the screenwriter had fallen ill and was hospitalized, resulting in only a title being drafted. Upon hearing this, Li Feng finally felt a sense of relief. It was a fortuitous opportunity that must be seized. In his past existence, he had watched Qian Nu Yuhan 2 no fewer than 10 times, becoming intimately familiar with its narrative. Yet now, he feigned deep contemplation. After pondering for a considerable stretch of time, he finally relaxed his furrowed brow and declared, "Director Su, I believe I have a rough concept we can discuss." "Wonderful." Suka responded eagerly. The title of the sequel would be Ren Jiandao. Ren Jiandao? Suka's interest was piqued immediately. The protagonist, Ning Kai-chun, returns to his hometown, only to find it transformed beyond recognition, a place now resembling hell, littered with dismembered bodies. Ning Kai-chun is apprehended as a wanted fugitive and imprisoned, where he encounters a mysterious elder. Just as he faces execution, the elder facilitates his escape via an underground passage. Ning Kai-chun narrowly escapes death and takes refuge in a funeral home, where he meets a sorcerer named Ji Chio-yi. The two forge a friendship. One fateful night, strange sounds emanate from outside the residence, prompting them to investigate, only to discover a group of ghostly figures clad in white. During the ensuing scuffle, the female ghost reveals her true form, astonishingly resembling a beautiful woman, while the others unmask themselves, leading Ning Kai-chun to recognize that the ghost, Fu Qingfeng, bears an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Qian. Upon concluding the plot, Su Ke's expression illuminated with delight. This narrative encapsulated themes of loyalty, familial bonds, and romantic entanglements, offering a richness that surpassed that of the first film. Excellent. Truly magnificent. Mr. Li, your talents are undeniable. Let us arrange to meet with Director Chung tomorrow to delve into the details. Su Ke was rarely one to offer praise, but this time he was genuinely impressed by Li Feng's narrative conception. Nearby, Wang Zhuxian and others silently expressed their approval, their faces subtly reflecting admiration. The storyline was profoundly moving. Wang Zhuxian believed the character of Fu Qingfeng was tailor-made for her. Director Su, I wish to portray Fu Yuqi. Li Jia Xian chimed in, her voice lively. She rarely sought roles, but the script was simply too compelling. You indeed suit this character well, though we must consult with Director Chung. As the annual meeting concluded, guests began to disperse. Jia Xian, what do you think of this Mr. Li? He is quite handsome, and he possesses talent. If you wish to pursue him, then by all means. Uft, he appears younger than I am. The following day, Li Feng accepted Su Ke's invitation to visit his home, where Chung Xiaodong was also present. The three engaged in discussions, ultimately finalizing the script and confirming the cast. Zhang Guorong would reprise his role as Ning Kai-chun, Wang Zhuxian as Fu Qingfeng, Li Jia Xian as Fu Yuqi, and Zhang Shuiyu as Ji Chio-yi. Directors Su and Chung, we recognize that both of you have ample investors, but I must contribute to this film, just a modest sum of 10 million. The script is yours. We have no grounds to refuse, though we must consult with the company. Of course, after returning home, Li Feng discussed the matter with his father, Liang Kuan, having received a substantial sum. With monthly dividends from Bai Yufang and CI Yunshan amounting to several million, Liang Kuan found himself holding 30 to 40 million, a modest fortune. Most of this wealth had been acquired through dubious means, not meant to be in the public eye. Li Feng suggested laundering this money. The most effective method would be through filmmaking. I have already pledged 10 million to Su Ke, and I plan to seek another 10 million from Wang Pengzi. You spendthrift. Who can withstand such extravagant expenditures? Liang Kuan laughed. Have I squandered? This is an investment. 20 million will become 50 million. Huh, just joking. What kind of person is my son? A genius. I shall invest this money. Furthermore, he insisted that the production and distribution companies include Qian Kuan-ing-yi. Li Feng aspired to elevate Qian Kuan-ing-yi to the stature of a prominent firm like Jia Yongsheng, viewing this as a shortcut. The film's credits would prominently feature Yongsheng Film and Qian Kuan-ing-yi joint production, serving as an advertisement for Qian Kuan-ing-yi, laying the groundwork for future endeavors. However, It was uncertain whether the Xiang family would agree, prompting Liang Kun to resolve to discuss the matter personally the following day. On the morning of the next day, Liang Kun, accompanied by Gao Jun, visited the Xiang family villa, where Xiang Huaxiang welcomed them warmly. However, when the topic of co-branding arose, the mood soured. Yongsheng Film Company was thriving, having signed numerous top-tier actors, eclipsing the likes of Emperor and Shaw Brothers. Associating with the lesser-known Qian Kuan Ing Yi would tarnish their reputation. Mr. Li, I am open to investing, but the co-branding matter is not advisable. If your company seeks to make a name for itself, why not produce and distribute independently? Xiang Huaxiang firmly rejected the proposal. Liang Kuan's expression darkened. After all, he was in their domain and could not afford to lose his temper. I take my leave. Upon returning home, Liang Kuan was in a foul mood and called Sha Chong. Sha Chong, find out where Xiang Huaxiang's son attends elementary school. Daring to offend the Black Society? Let him live in fear. After some investigation, Sha Chong quickly discovered that Xiang Huaxiang's son, Xiang Zhua, was enrolled at the Kowloon St. Paul's Coeducational College Primary School. The next day, Sha Chong and his men arrived at the school entrance during dismissal time, deliberately causing a commotion to create a traffic jam, preventing the Xiang family from reaching the school to pick up their child. Little one, your father sent me to take you home. Sha Chong deceived and abducted the 6-year-old Xiang Zhua, taking him to a nearby convenience store. Would you like some ice cream? Yes. Sha Chong bought him an ice cream, and, after he finished, bought him another. When Xiang Zhua hesitated, Sha Chong forced him to eat it, causing the child to burst into tears. Meanwhile, the Xiang family's bodyguards, unable to locate the young master, panicked. They sought assistance from the school, while simultaneously contacting Xiang Huaxiang. It's bad, Mr. Xiang, the young master is missing. What? Xiang Huaxiang's heart raced, and after a moment of composure, he suspected Liang Kuan's involvement. Do not report to the police just yet. Send more people to search the vicinity of the school. Understood. Xiang Huaxiang subsequently called Liang Kuan, saying, Li Qiankuan, what do you intend to do with my family? The Xiang family, with its backing from Xinyan, is not to be trifled with. One may indulge in a variety of meals, yet one must choose words wisely. When have I ever harmed your family? My son Azua is missing. Can you assert that you are not involved in this mischief? Children delight in snacks. Perhaps searching the nearby stores around the school might yield some results. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiang Huaxiang immediately contacted his bodyguards, instructing them to focus their search in the vicinity of the school. The young master is there. Shortly after, the bodyguards found Xiang Zhua standing in front of a small shop, clutching an ice cream while weeping incessantly. Young master, what has transpired? He exclaimed, an uncle brought me here and forced me to eat 3 ice creams. Damn it, what a beast. Chapter 35. Azai's bold assault on Shanji's girlfriend Liang Kuan did not intend to abduct Xiang Huaxiang's son. His sole aim was to instill a sense of fear. His relationship with Xiang Huaxiang was not one of deep hatred, but rather a partnership that warranted a measured approach. Meanwhile, Xiang Huaxiang had come to experience Liang Kuan's methods firsthand and agreed to credit Qian Kuan film industry at the beginning of the film. Fengzi, how do you find your father's approach? With just a flick of my finger, I managed to deal with Xiang Huaxiang. Take note, people often enjoy showcasing their prowess. Recently, his son had been emerging brilliantly, successfully managing one affair after another, leaving Liang Kuan feeling somewhat overshadowed. Finally seizing an opportunity, he was eager to flaunt his abilities. Though he understood that this minor maneuver paled in comparison to his son's capabilities, he believed that success in any endeavor required more than mere violence. Finesse was equally vital. Come, allow me to broaden your horizons. As Liang Kuan grew increasingly boastful, his statements became more outlandish. Li Feng chuckled, uninterested in engaging in a debate. Where to? To meet Chen Yao. Liang Kuan's ambition had swelled significantly as he secured one venue after another, and he could hardly contain his desire to ascend to a position of power. Old man, how much do you plan to spend to win over Chen Yao? 5 million. Li Feng found Liang Kuan's naivety amusing. Was it truly worth 5 million to buy Chen Yao's allegiance? Indeed, Chen Yao was the strategist for the Hung Hing Society, known as the Baiji Shan, and his position was second only to the leader, Jiang Tianxing. If he were to turn against Jiang Tianxing and support Liang Kuan, the latter's ascension to leadership would be all but assured. In the film, Liang Kuan successfully bribes Chen Yao, Xing Shu, and Ji Gu, effectively ousting Jiang Tianxing and ascending to the leadership role. In reality, Chen Yao was not genuinely betraying Jiang Tianxing. This was merely a ruse orchestrated by the latter. At that time, the Yingshuaguo Yamaguchi-gumi had sought cooperation with Jiang Tianxing for the white powder business. Given the Yamaguchi-gumi's considerable influence, Jiang Tianxing dared not offend them, thus feigning a concession to Liang Kuan to serve as a scapegoat. At the film's conclusion, Chen Yao implicates Liang Kuan, claiming he had invited Jiang Tianxing back from the Netherlands to take charge, ostensibly providing evidence. Shanji remarked that offering 15 million to buy Chen Yao was absurd. Shanji himself was not worth that much. Ultimately, Chen Yao would be bought off regardless, so why spend 5 million? Dad, do you believe that 2 million could suffice to secure Chen Yao? Liang Kuan expressed some skepticism. Is he really that inexpensive? You'll find out if you try. In a private room at the Xianhe restaurant in Wanchai, the father and son waited for a while before Chen Yao, dressed in a sharp suit and exuding an air of sophistication, entered. Kun, often, sorry to keep you waiting. Please, have a seat. Chen Yao sat down, and Liang Kuan signaled the waiter to serve the dishes as they chatted while dining. In leading a faction, one must be clear about rewards and punishments, treating affairs justly. I have contributed significantly to the society, even spending 3 arduous years in prison, yet I remain merely a minor home master. How can I respect Mr. Jiang when he conducts matters so unfairly? Speak plainly, Chen Yao replied calmly. It is time for me to occupy the leader's position. Yao, assist me in ascending, and I assure you will not be shortchanged. Liang Kuan extended 2 fingers, and Li Feng discreetly gestured to him. Liang Kuan understood and retracted 1 finger. 1 million? Disappointment flickered across Chen Yao's face. Is that too little? You know, in this line of work, it's all about the pursuit of wealth. 1 million isn't even enough to purchase a property in Wanchai. 2 million. After a brief hesitation, Chen Yao nodded. All right, I agree, but advance the payment. Liang Kuan produced a check, filled in the amount, signed it, and handed it to Chen Yao. Chen Yao accepted the check and departed. Fengzi, you truly have an eye for character. Liang Kuan admired his son deeply, and indeed, securing Chen Yao for 2 million was accomplished. At the Firebird Bar in Causeway Bay, Azai, Ahu, and 2 Vietnamese fellows were seated at the bar, their eyes roving with lust. After taking over Xianshan, the Vietnamese were feeling high-spirited and, having grown weary of the local scene, sought amusement in Causeway Bay. Unbeknownst to them, the Firebird Bar was under the dominion of the formidable Boss B. They merely perceived it as a grand venue filled with allure. Brother Jia, that girl over there is quite something. Young brother Ahau pointed at a girl clad in a red leather jacket and white denim shorts seated at a nearby booth. The girl was not exceptionally beautiful, yet her charm lay in her cuteness. Azai salivated at the sight of her fair legs. You too, go invite her over for a chat. Ahu and Ahau rose and approached the girl. Hey, little miss, my big brother would like you to join us for a drink. Ahau forced an awkward smile. The girl shot a glance at Azai, recognizing him as a dubious character. I don't know him. Once as unfamiliar, twice as acquainted. Come along. The two forcibly dragged her to Azai. Let go of me. Do you know who my boyfriend is? He is with Hongxing and will have you killed. This girl was Shanji's girlfriend, Kwan. Shanji had been summoned by Chun Haonan for a task, leaving her alone at the bar. Oh, with Hongxing? I'm so scared. Azai retorted sarcastically, his expression shifting. We are also from Hongxing. Saying this, he pulled Kwan close, forcefully pouring alcohol into her mouth. Let me go? Kwan protested, pushing against Azai, who inadvertently spilled a drink down the neckline of her t-shirt. The fabric clung to her form, accentuating her curves. Azai gazed greedily, his desires inflamed, and he forcefully dragged Kwan toward the restroom. Had this been in the past, Azai would never have dared to act so boldly. However, now, having allied with Li Feng and accompanied by 2 capable subordinates, he felt an intoxicating sense of invulnerability. Help! Kwan attempted to cry for help, but was silenced by Azai's hand as he dragged her toward the restroom. You 3, stand guard outside and ensure no one enters. Azai commanded impatiently as he led Kwan inside to commence his misdeeds. Originally, the Firebird Bar had 7 or 8 guards, but they had all been dispatched to assist the lowly Lian Sheng at another establishment owned by Boss B, leaving Shanji vulnerable and absent. Thus, Azai took advantage of the situation. Brother Shanji, trouble. Your girlfriend has been taken into the restroom. A lone guard rushed to inform Shanji upon his return from a job. Damn it. Why didn't you stop him? Shanji felt a surge of rage. I was the only one on duty. What kind of coward are you to let this happen? You should go back to shoveling manure. Shanji, accompanied by a few guards, stormed toward the bar's restroom, only to be intercepted by Ahu and Ahau. Get lost. The two sides clashed fiercely. Ahu fought with both fists and feet, displaying ferocious strength, quickly taking down 2 or 3 of the bouncers. However, the opponents drew weapons and outnumbered them, leaving Ahu and Ahau struggling to hold their ground as they fought while retreating. Bang! Shanji kicked open the restroom door, and the sight inside filled him with such rage that his blood boiled, nearly making him spit blood. A broad-faced man, grinning lewdly, was forcing himself on Kwan. Damn you, go to hell. Shanji, driven mad with fury, raised his machete and swung it straight toward Aja. Aja grabbed a mop to block the blow. Chapter 36. Eliminate the threat from Macau. Aja's skills were on par with Shanji, and the two engaged in a fierce brawl in the restroom. With a swift motion, Aja received a knife wound on his arm, while Shanji was struck in the abdomen and collapsed to the floor. You bastard, quite the slippery one. Aja sneered as he lifted a trash can to smash it down upon Shanji, then fled through the door. In a corner, Kwan sobbed quietly. Did he force you? Shanji asked as he helped Kwan up. No, she replied, bringing some relief to Shanji's heart. Outside, Aja and Ahu, along with 2 others, grabbed stools and bottles, attempting to break through from the bar. However, more and more of their adversaries arrived, numbering 2 or 3 dozen, armed with various weapons. The 4 found themselves encircled. With an air of arrogance, Shanji approached, declaring, You old fool. How dare you cause trouble in Brother B's territory? Break their legs. Shanji, first ask them where they are from, Bao Pai suggested quietly. Where do you hail from? Shanji inquired. Ever heard of Baishur refugee camp? Aja, though confident, remembered Li Feng's warning and refrained from casually invoking his name. Vietnamese? Take him down. As the threat of a beating loomed, Aja panicked. Don't act recklessly. We are also from Hong Hing, and my boss is Li Feng. Li Feng's people? Shanji's demeanor shifted slightly, recognizing the danger, as this young man possessed a cunning akin to his father, Liang Kuan. Yet, letting them go would diminish his pride. Cut him, he shouted, signaling to his subordinates. The subordinates, crafty in their ways, brandished their knives in a mock display of aggression. Quick, let's go. Aja and his companions escaped the bar, disappearing into the streets. Shanji later reported the incident to Big Brother B. As a trusted confidant of Jiang Tiansheng, Big Brother B had to inform him as well. The following morning, at the Jiang family villa located at 95 Tai Ping Shan, Big Brother B accompanied Shanji and Chun Haonan to meet Jiang Tiansheng. Complaints of this nature must be handled discreetly. Wow, Mr. Jiang's home is truly extravagant, Shanji exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. The villa was indeed opulent, adorned with lush gardens and a shimmering swimming pool, where a stunning woman with an alluring figure swam gracefully. As she emerged from the water, droplets glistening on her skin, she flashed a captivating smile at Big Brother B and the others, leaving Shanji momentarily entranced. Enough staring. That is Mr. Jiang's woman. When you have money, there will be plenty of women, Big Brother B remarked, redirecting Shanji's gaze. Chen Haonan, recalling a previous encounter, lowered his head as he felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. Meanwhile, Fong Ting greeted them with a smile. You've arrived. Ah Sheng is in the gym. In a short while, Jiang Tianxing appeared, donning workout attire, accompanied by Chen Yao. Mr. Jiang, you are looking fit. Big Brother B complimented. Please, have a seat. The group settled under a shaded area as servants brought forth platters of fruit and beverages. Mr. Jiang, there is something I must discuss with you. What is it? A subordinate of Liang Kuan caused trouble in my territory, attempting to assault Shanji's girl, Kuan. I won't go into details, but these individuals are Vietnamese. I wonder when they became associated with Liang Kuan? Chen Haonan interjected, Mr. Jiang, this is against our code. When we joined Hong Hing, we performed a ceremony to pay respects to our elder brother. Who is this? Jiang Tianxing inquired. Meeting Chen Haonan for the first time. Chen Haonan, he has been with me for 10 years and is quite capable, Big Brother B replied. Indeed, it is against protocol. Not just anyone can join Hong Hing. I will speak to Liang Kuan about this. Big Brother B and the others anticipated Jiang Tianxing's fury, but he merely brushed it aside. Mr. Jiang, those individuals are Vietnamese and could tarnish Hong Hing's reputation. I will handle it. I brought you here today to discuss something more pressing. Jiang Tianxing reached for a watermelon slice, but Shanji snatched the last piece, leaving him momentarily taken aback and somewhat embarrassed. Our organization operates a casino in Macau, and while business was thriving, the local gang, Sang Biao, demands a 30% cut, coupled with taxes, leaving us on the brink of closure. I need someone to eliminate Sang Biao. Chun Haonan, who had previously failed a mission, yearned for an opportunity to make a name for himself. Upon hearing this, he raised his head with glimmering anticipation. Big Brother B was also prepared. Suddenly, Chen Yao interjected, "Mr. Jiang, I believe it would be more appropriate for those Vietnamese to handle this matter. What is your reasoning? If they can eliminate Sang Biao, it would serve as a contribution to the organization, and upon their return, they could be initiated as rightful members. If they fail, they would not qualify to be disciples of Hong Xing." Chun Yao's suggestion stemmed from an understanding of Jiang Tianxing's position. He recognized the delicate situation regarding Liang Kuan's connection with the Vietnamese. With Liang Kuan continuing to expand his territory, confronting him could lead to a fallout. Excellent idea. Jiang Tianxing immediately agreed to the proposal. Sending the Vietnamese to deal with Sang Biao was not an easy task. If they succeeded, it would be advantageous for him. And if they failed, it would weaken Liang Kuan's power. "Ah Yao, you will oversee this matter. It is settled." Understood. However, Big Brother B felt somewhat disheartened. "Mr. Jiang, Haonan and Shanji are quite capable as well." His words were cut off by Jiang Tianxing. "Sang Biao is ruthless. Shouldn't you all be resting in Hong Kong?" Big Brother B wished to argue further, but was restrained by Shanji. "Let the Vietnamese handle it." "B Brother." It was not that Shanji lacked ambition, but rather had conceived a cunning plan in his mind. Upon returning to the Tong Luo Wan Hall, Shanji spoke conspiratorially. "B Brother, an opportunity has arisen." "What opportunity?" Big Brother B and Chun Haonan looked puzzled. "We can give Sang Biao a heads up. As soon as Liang Kuan's men arrive in Macau, they will be met with a barrage of blades." "Damn, you would be a traitor. According to our code, you would be subjected to a brutal punishment." Chun Haonan added, "Betraying fellow members is a grave taboo. Do not entertain such thoughts in the future." Shanji, displeased, retorted, "You hold yourselves in high regard. Have you forgotten how Liang Kuan and his son bullied us? Anan, Li Feng stole your girl and left you severely injured. Are you not filled with rage? B Brother, you invested 2 million and acquired a bar. Does that not trouble you? On the day of the ambush, we nearly perished. It was undoubtedly due to their betrayal. If today Mr. Jiang sends us to eliminate Sang Biao, Liang Kuan will learn of it and would similarly betray us." Shanji, in a fit of rage, left Lao Bi Chun Haonan at a loss for words. Upholding his principles while others resorted to unscrupulous means, he decided to distance himself from the matter. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lao Bi rose to depart. "Shanji, you better not act recklessly." Chun Haonan also made his exit. "Damn it, what are you pretending to be a virtuous person for? If you won't do it, I shall." Shanji could hardly suppress his frustration at the thought of Aja's mistreatment of Kwan. The image of her pinned against the wall ignited a fierce desire to eliminate the Vietnamese thug immediately. Leaving the hall, Shanji boarded a boat bound for Amen. Chapter 37. A shootout with Sang Biao. That very evening, Shanji arrived in Amen and, after some inquiries, located the notorious gangster Sang Biao. Sang Biao was a subordinate of the formidable Beng Yiju, engaged in siphoning off funds at various casinos, wielding considerable influence. Upon meeting Sang Biao, Shanji promptly relayed the message from Jiang Tianxing, who had sent someone to eliminate him. Sang Biao handed Shanji $50,000, and Shanji, with the money in hand, indulged in a night of revelry at an entertainment venue. "Damn, why send my men to Amen to take down Sang Biao? Why not dispatch to B's crew instead?" Liang Kuan, upon receiving a call from Chun Yao, initially intended to decline, but after learning of the situation, Li Feng urged him to acquiesce. The Vietnamese were not official disciples of Hong Xing. Completing this task would earn them a formal position, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Moreover, in Li Feng's future plans, he envisioned entering the Amen gambling industry, which would inevitably lead to Sang Biao's downfall. Li Feng's only concern was the potential leakage of information to Sang Biao, reminiscent of how Chun Haonan was betrayed upon his arrival in Amen, only to be besieged by Sang Biao. Although the Vietnamese were skilled fighters, they could not withstand overwhelming numbers. Thus, precision was paramount. Li Feng planned to deploy a secret weapon. "Zhu, what is the situation on Wan Island?" A few days prior, Guanzhou had contacted Li Feng, providing him with a new phone number. "Excellent." Guanzhou's message was succinct. "There is a mission. You are to board a plane to Amen immediately. I will await your arrival at the same hotel as last time." The distance from Taipei to Gang Island exceeded 800 kilometers, and even by a large aircraft, the journey would take 8 to 9 hours. Far too slow. However, since Guanzhou and his crew were merely wanted by the Gang Island police, they could traverse freely between Taiwan and Amen. By plane, they could reach Amen in under 2 hours. At 11 o'clock that night, Li Feng met with Guanzhu, Mai Si, and Etienne at a small inn. Tomorrow morning around 10, a group from Gang Island will arrive. Their target is the gangster Sang Biao in Amen. Your task is to assist them in dealing with Sang Biao. Remember, it is to assist, not to charge into battle. After speaking, Li Feng handed a canvas bag to Guanzhu, containing firearms. Assess the situation and act accordingly. Once Sang Biao is dealt with, head straight to Wan Island. A large aircraft will be provided for you. Having entered Amen clandestinely, Li Feng managed to bring firearms with him. Acquiring weapons in Amen, a domain controlled by Beng Yeju, would undoubtedly alert Sang Biao. The meticulous planning left Guanzhu and his companions in awe. Upon hearing that Li Feng would provide them with a large aircraft, the trio felt both honored and moved. They had consumed loyalty pills, their thoughts and actions indistinguishable from those of ordinary people, wholly devoted to Li Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your trust. Damn, I am your leader. If you do not trust me, who else will you trust? Li Feng handed the keys to the aircraft to Guanzhu and then set off to explore the major casinos in Amen, opting to stay at a casino hotel. The casinos of Amen offered an abundance of entertainment, a veritable paradise for the affluent. The following morning, the Tony brothers, accompanied by a dozen Vietnamese, arrived in Amen by boat. I've heard the casinos here are plentiful, and the beautiful women are abundant. Once we complete our task, I'm going to indulge at the Lisboa and Venetian, Aja exclaimed excitedly. Damn, it takes at least 100,000 to enter a casino. Are you made of money? Tony retorted. 100,000? Damn, once I get rich, I will definitely treat myself. Following their original plan, they disembarked and made their way to Amen Bridge, where a white van was scheduled to pick them up at 10 o'clock. Carrying the equipment prepared by Chun Yao. As they stood on the sidewalk, leaning against the bridge railing in quiet anticipation, the moment arrived. At precisely 10 o'clock, a white van pulled over, and the group boarded in succession. Damn, it's so cramped. Crap, we only have machetes and steel pipes. Where are the guns? Aja complained incessantly. How about we give you a tank to blow Sang Biao to bits? Tony laughed. The group readied their weapons. Preparing to storm Sang Biao's stronghold, the Amen Xinqiang Casino, a small casino that served primarily as Sang Biao's base of operations, rarely entertaining guests. Suddenly, the rear of their vehicle was violently struck. Turning around, they saw a light truck rear-ending them. The truck collided a few more times, shattering all the glass of the van. It's an ambush, charge forward. The driver floored the accelerator, but two light trucks appeared ahead, blocking their path completely. The driver honked the horn, but rather than yielding, the two trucks slammed on their brakes. The van crashed into the obstruction, caught between the two trucks, coming to a halt. Get out. Tony and his crew jumped from the vehicle, brandishing their weapons, ready to fight. Kill them. From the three trucks emerged 70 to 80 burly men, armed and charging towards them. With only 13 Vietnamese, Tony's group felt a surge of panic. Fight back. Let's take them down. Tony, wielding a machete, led the charge. The clash of metal echoed as blades flew, taking down 4 or 5 foes in quick succession. The other Vietnamese, fueled by adrenaline, joined the fray against Sang Biao's men. The sounds of steel clashing and the piercing cries of the wounded filled the air. In an instant, traffic on Amen Bridge came to a standstill, a dark mass of bodies engaged in chaotic combat. The ground stained with blood. Ahu, brandishing a spiked club, plunged into the fray, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. The spikes of the club embedded themselves in flesh, tearing away pieces of meat with each violent yank. Aja too displayed his ferocity, wielding a steel pipe, dispatching 2 adversaries in quick succession. Focus on those 3. From one of the trucks, a man in his 30s, adorned with gold chains and exuding a menacing aura, directed the battle. This man was none other than Sang Biao. His subordinates quickly adjusted their tactics, surrounding Tony and his brothers. Let us go. Move quickly. Sensing the precariousness of their situation, Tony dispatched 2 blocking subordinates with swift blows, pulling his brother Aja in a bid to break through in a particular direction. Ahu and the other Vietnamese followed closely behind. Pursue. Leave none alive. Sang Biao's men chased after them, quickly dispatching 3 slower Vietnamese who fell to the ground, unable to rise. The remaining members fared no better, suffering grievous wounds to their backs. A sinister smile crept across Sang Biao's face as he lit a cigar. You dare to challenge me on my turf? You seek death. Just then, 3 individuals clad in trench coats and donned with painted masks emerged from the shadows. In the next moment, they revealed their weapons, one with a shotgun, another with an assault rifle, and the last with an M16. The 3 firearms were procured by Li Feng for a sum of 200,000 from a black market arms dealer on Gangdao. With a resounding boom, Azu discharged his shotgun, sending a subordinate hurtling several meters away. The rapid sound of gunfire echoed as Max and Etienne unleashed a barrage of bullets, causing the minions of Sang Biao to topple like dominoes. A cacophony of excitement erupted among the trio, as the thrill of being renegades washed over them once more. This was a one-sided assault, with Sang Biao's faction utterly incapable of mounting a defense. After a dozen of his men fell, the remaining ones, gripped by terror, fled in disarray. Some turned to run, while others leapt into the sea in a panic. After a brief respite, Tony and his companions paused to catch their breath before hastening towards the hospital. Meanwhile, Guanzu continued the onslaught. "Drive faster," Sang Biao, in a state of shock, urged the driver to flee. With a deafening blast, Azu raised his shotgun and eliminated the driver, blood splattering across the cabin. In a state of pallor, Sang Biao leapt from the vehicle and bolted in retreat. Chapter 38. The seizing of leadership. With a thunderous boom, Guanzu lowered his gun and fired, obliterating Sang Biao's calf, causing him to collapse onto the ground in a grotesque display of flesh and blood. Guanzu swiftly approached, pressing the muzzle against Sang Biao's forehead, his face concealed beneath a mask, radiating an exhilarating fervor. The act of killing allowed him to momentarily escape the pains of his past. "Sang Biao, I shall transform you into a zombie." Boom. Sang Biao's head burst like a watermelon, splattering red and white across the ground. The wailing sirens of approaching police forces filled the air as the 3 men, unfazed, calmly retreated, having meticulously planned their escape route. Defei awaited them at the shoreline beneath the drawbridge. "Let us go." My Etienne leaped onto Defei, preparing to set sail. "Wait." Guanzu noticed a makeshift oil refinery nearby and instructed them to assist in loading a barrel of oil onto the boat. "Azu, what are you doing?" My Etienne expressed his confusion. "This is a grand gift for the Macau police." Together, they hoisted the oil barrel onto Defei and set off. Not long after departing from the shore, 3 maritime police speedboats pursued them, pushed the oil barrel into the sea. Thud! The oil barrel, being less dense than water, floated on the surface. My slowed down. Defei cruised at a speed of around 40 to 50 miles per hour, while the police boats reached 60, closing the distance rapidly. Suddenly, Guanzu stood up, wielding My and unleashed a barrage towards the floating oil barrel. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, sending a shockwave that capsized the nearest speedboat, leaving it overturned on the water's surface. Gasoline spread across the sea, igniting into a roaring wall of flames. Ah, what a thrill! In truth, with Defei's speed, the police could not catch up, but the exhilarating scene satisfied Guanzu's empty heart. Macau, being a relatively small area, buzzed with rumors about the fierce battle on the Macau Bridge, where masked gunmen had mercilessly slaughtered Sang Biao. At the Venetian Casino Hotel, Li Feng dined in the restaurant, amidst discussions around him. "Have you heard about the Macau Bridge clash? Sang Biao is dead. His head was blown off." "Who did it?" "Unclear, but it started with Sang Biao attacking someone. Then 3 masked gunmen armed with A's arrived and riddled Sang Biao's gang." "Wow, how audacious." "That's nothing. The masked gunman later blew up a police speedboat." Hearing this, a faint smile graced Li Feng's face, his heart elated. It was undoubtedly the work of Azu and his crew. They need not worry, but what of the Vietnamese? To this day, Tony had not contacted him. Li Feng found a secluded spot and dialed Tony's number. "Tony, what is your status?" "We've lost 3. The rest are injured, currently at the Macau Concord Hospital." "Hurry, the police will soon trace you to the hospital. I'll take you to a private clinic." "Understood." Leaving the Venetian, Li Feng took a taxi to the hospital's entrance, where Tony and his group had just escaped, some still with needles protruding from their bodies, looking quite disheveled. "Let us go." Li Feng guided them to a private clinic recommended by Chun Yao for treatment. "Li Xiao, our brothers suffered severe casualties this time. Look." Tony sat at the bedside, his expression somewhat displeased. When Li Feng recruited them, he had offered a monthly salary of 50,000 for the 3 brothers, averaging over 10,000 each. In any legitimate profession, that would be considered a generous wage. However, now that they were risking their lives, it felt somewhat unjust. Li Feng patted Tony on the shoulder and said, "For the fallen brothers, There will be 200,000 in compensation. For those severely injured, 100,000, and 50,000 for the lightly wounded. All medical expenses shall be covered by me. You shall receive 30% of the profits from the Scientian operation. As we expand, the dividends will increase. Upon hearing this, Tony's demeanor improved considerably. The other younger brothers erupted in excitement. 200,000 in compensation. Compared to other factions, which typically offered only 100,000 for fallen members, Li Feng's generosity was indeed remarkable. Hey, do you wish to end up like them? Ajia smacked a younger brother on the forehead, inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing him to wince in pain. You all recuperate here. I must take my leave. Oh, and from now on, call me Feng Ge for a more affectionate feel. Yes, Feng Ge. Safe travels. Li Feng understood Tony's nature. Without sufficient incentives, he would not wholeheartedly commit himself. This incident served as an opportune moment to win their loyalty. As they prospered, with ample benefits, they would remain steadfast even if urged to depart. Meanwhile, Shanji learned of the Macau Bridge incident. He had initially assumed the Vietnamese would be overwhelmed by Sang Biao. Unexpectedly, masked gunmen appeared mid-battle, rescuing the Vietnamese and eliminating Sang Biao. Could it be the notorious bank robbers from Hong Kong Island? Shanji pondered, perplexed as to why these fearsome criminals would venture to Macau to confront Sang Biao. No, I cannot remain in Macau. I cannot return to Hong Kong either. If the Vietnamese are lying in wait in Macau, Bosby will surely suspect me. If Jiang Tiansheng or Liang Kuan find during my last escapade, I found myself entangled with a Brazilian beauty, nearly unable to extricate myself from the bed. The seasoned gentlemen exchanged risque banter, fostering a relaxed and jovial atmosphere. Suddenly, Mr. Jiang made his entrance. Jiang Tiansheng, flanked by his bodyguards, strode into the hall, instantly silencing the crowd. What were we just discussing? Jiang Tiansheng wore a congenial expression. Oh, we were speaking of indulgences. Please, continue with your conversation. We shall convene once Ah Kuan arrives. Xing Shu, how have you been lately? Thanks to Mr. Jiang, I am in good health, tending to my flowers and caring for my cats and dogs. As the group conversed, someone mentioned Liang Kuan. Why hasn't Ah Kuan arrived yet? Indeed, Mr. Jiang is present. What airs is he putting on? At that moment, Liang Kuan entered, clad in a checkered shirt and a beige leisure suit, swaggering in with an unmistakable gait. Following him were Sha Chong and Gao Jun, both sporting sunglasses, exuding an air of nonchalance. Chapter 39. Liang Kuan ascends as the leader of Hongxing Akan. Have you finally arrived after we've endured such discomfort? Remarked Lao Bi with evident displeasure. Today, the accounts from number 1, Copper Gong Bay, Baiyufang, and Xianshan have all come to me, amounting to over 10 million. It has been quite a busy day. Liang Kuan, with an air of ostentation, further irked Lao Bi. Having taken on a few venues, he now acted as if he had conquered the entire Hong Kong island. Bang! Liang Kuan's expression darkened as he slammed his palm on the table. What nonsense! My venues are also under Hongxing. Do they not require a share for the society? You, who occupy the latrine without relieving yourself, dare to speak in such a manner? Liang Kuan, do you intend to seize even Debi's territory? Interjected Chun Haonan from the side. Does your opinion even matter here? Step aside, retorted Liang Kuan. Jiang Tiansheng raised his hand to calm the situation. Enough, let us proceed with the meeting. The meeting was presided over by Chen Yao. A few days ago, some brothers went to Macau for a job, and there were casualties. Before he could finish, Liang Kuan interjected. As soon as my men arrived in Macau, they were ambushed by Sang Biao. Doesn't anyone find this strange? The others exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. It was obvious that someone had informed Sang Biao. Damn it! If we catch this traitor, we'll make sure he pays dearly. Liang Kuan cast a suspicious glance at Lao Bi. Lao Bi felt uncomfortable, wishing to defend himself, but ultimately remained silent. A Yao, who was aware of this mission? Liang Kuan asked. Mr. Jiang, myself, Debi, you and your son, as well as Chun Haonan and Shanji. We were the ones executing the task. Mr. Jiang and a Yao could not betray us. So who could be the traitor? Liang Kuan's gaze was fixed on Lao Bi, and the others followed suit. What are you staring at? I have devoted over a decade to the society and have been loyal to Mr. Jiang. Lao Bi protested. Debi, you must provide an explanation to everyone regarding this matter. Chen Yao, having accepted Liang Kuan's money, was naturally inclined to support him. I admit, Shanji once mentioned notifying Sang Biao, but I reprimanded him for it, and at that time, a Nan was present, he confessed. Oh, so that's how it is, the crowd responded with disdain. Chun Haonan felt some discontent. After all, Shanji was a subordinate of Dabi, and without confirmation, Dabi had already thrown him under the bus. Now that Shanji is absent, you can pin the blame on him at will. Liang Kuan turned to Jiang Tiansheng. Even if Dabi is not the traitor, he has sheltered Shanji. Mr. Jiang, you decide how to handle this. Jiang Tiansheng found himself in a dilemma. Dabi had clearly erred, and failing to punish him would be difficult to justify. However, Dalao Bi was a trusted confidant, and expelling him would complicate his future return. Jiang Tiansheng had already prepared to step down today, but it was merely a temporary measure. Since Shanji is not present, and all this is speculative, once we capture him, I will certainly provide everyone with an explanation and handle it fairly, he declared. Fairly? Liang Kuan retorted with dissatisfaction. You are currently handling matters unjustly, clearly shielding Dabi. Bang. Akun. Do not be so arrogant. Target me if you must, but do not insult Mr. Jiang. Dalao Bi slammed the table in anger. Others murmured disapproval, reprimanding Liang Kuan for his disrespect toward Jiang Tiansheng. What qualifications do you, a mere traitor, have to speak? Liang Kuan turned once more to Jiang Tiansheng. For a leader, it is paramount to distinguish rewards and punishments and act justly. Hongxing elects its decision-maker every 3 years. And you have occupied this position each time. Liang Kuan paused, gauging the crowd's reaction. Hongxing has had a smooth run these past few years. I believe Mr. Jiang has done well in this role, and everyone has been living quite comfortably. As the leader, it was only natural for Jiang Tiansheng to have supporters. However, Liang Kuan continued, but I sense discontent. I believe it is time for a re-election this year. Those who had been swayed by Liang Kuan sensed the moment was ripe and began to chime in. Truth be told, Akun has done much for the society in recent years. Bai Feng, Xianshan, Copper Gong Bay. Each month, the dividends to the society amount to 1 or 2 million. Sang Biao was also handled by him. Jiang Tiansheng felt a bit embarrassed. Do you truly wish to occupy this position? According to the rules, elections are held every 3 years. Brother Yao, do you agree that we should have one this year? Yes, Chen Yao nodded. Akun, are you attempting a coup? Dalao Bi shouted. Chen Yao interjected. Mr. Jiang, everyone at this table has voting rights, correct? Indeed, Jiang Tiansheng confirmed. Let everyone deliberate for 2 minutes, after which we will proceed to vote. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. Brother Chao, who do you support? I'll go with the flow, regardless of who becomes the leader. As long as they can develop the society, that is a good leader. I support Akun. As the 2 minutes elapsed, Chen Yao announced, those in favor of Akun as the decision-maker, please raise your hands. He was the first to raise his hand, astonishing the others. Chen Yao was a trusted advisor of Jiang Tiansheng, and no one expected him to be the first to turn against him. Jiang Tiansheng smiled, but remained silent. Dalao Bi glared fiercely at Chen Yao, wishing he could rise and confront him. Akun is right. The leadership should belong to the capable, Xiong Shu added, raising his hand. Following suit, Brother Ji and others began to raise their hands. Except for Dalao Bi, everyone else joined in. Some individuals harbor little affection for Liang Kuan. However, due to the prevailing circumstances, refraining from raising their hands in support of Liang Kuan's ascension may result in personal repercussions. By heavens, I shall eradicate you, traitor! Roared Dalao Bi, leaping to confront Chen Yao. Those who recognize the times are indeed the wise. Dalao Bi, should you lend your support to me now? I am willing to overlook past grievances, Liang Kuan proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Indeed, I am now the spokesperson of Hongxing. You have 10 days to locate Shanji and clarify the matter in Macau. Otherwise, you shall be unfit to lead in Tongluan. As Liang Kuan ascended to power, his foremost objective was, naturally, to eliminate his arch-nemesis, Dalao Bi. Originally, he had intended to annihilate Dalao Bi and his entire family, but after the Council of Li Feng, he reluctantly sheathed his metaphorical sword. Chapter 40. The Tale of Shanji in the original drama. The rapid downfall of Liang Kuan can be succinctly attributed to the principle that those who are righteous receive assistance, while those who are not, face abandonment. His heinous act of burying the entire family of Dalao Bi, including 2 innocent children, was undeniably malicious. This deed was executed with insufficient discretion, and many within the gang were well aware of it. Yet, they refrained from speaking out due to his formidable standing. Consequently, a significant number began to gravitate towards Jiang Tiansheng, including those whom Liang Kuan had previously bribed. Coupled with Chun Yao's treachery and Chun Haonan's protagonist aura, Liang Kuan ultimately met his demise. Establishing a stronghold is far simpler than defending it. The Hung Hing gang was founded by the Jiang family, and Jiang Tianxing had never intended to surrender the foundation they built. The struggle was only just beginning. These circumstances had been thoroughly analyzed by Li Feng with his father, leading Liang Kuan to abandon his plan to annihilate the Lao B's family. However, this did not imply that he would spare the Lao B. Expelling him from Tongluan was merely the first step of the plan. At Langchao Bar, Li Feng, along with Gao Jin and Tony, celebrated with drinks. With his father now at the helm of Hung Hing, their status had risen significantly, and Li Feng had become the bona fide prince of the underworld, deserving of a celebration. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for successfully leveraging your father's position to elevate him as the leader of Hung Hing, earning a critical reward of 5,000 points of paternal value. The prompt continued. You may expend 5,000 points of paternal value to redeem the following rewards. 1. Production technology for lightweight flip phones. 2. Advanced lockpicking skills. 3. Mastery of the English language. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Li Feng felt a surge of joy as he retreated to a secluded spot to interact with the system. The critical reward was indeed impressive, consisting of 3 prizes. The second option seemed peculiar, yet one can never have too many skills. It might prove useful in the future. He chose to redeem the rewards. A notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the production technology for lightweight flip phones. Much like before, a blueprint materialized in his hands, larger and richer in content than that of a beeper. In this era, mobile phones were colloquially referred to as Big Brother, bulky and cumbersome. However, despite their size, they were considered high-end products, unattainable for the average citizen. In the economically prosperous Hong Kong, many utilized Big Brothers, whereas few on the mainland did. According to societal trends, lightweight phones would soon replace Big Brothers, and by the late 1990s, mobile phones would become ubiquitous, with one in every hand. At this juncture, launching lightweight phones could very well position him as a leader in the telecommunications industry, on par with giants such as Motorola and Ericsson. Regrettably, Li Feng had yet to initiate the beeper project, thus postponing the mobile phone venture. Simultaneously, a mysterious and intricate knowledge of lockpicking flooded his mind, encompassing the principles of various locks, mechanical, electronic, and fingerprint, as well as the techniques for bypassing them. Additionally, his previously rudimentary English proficiency transformed, and he now perceived it as his native tongue, experiencing no difficulty in listening, reading, or writing. The system's output was indeed exceptional. One word encapsulated its strength. Impressive. Returning to the booth, he resumed drinking with Gao Jin and Tony. Gao Jin, from now on, you will accompany my father, ensuring his safety. Should any issues arise, I will call upon you. With Liang Kuan now at the top, matters of personal safety could not be taken lightly. He was the vessel through which Li Feng accessed system rewards, and if anything befell him, the system would inevitably fail as well. Understood. Tony, rein in your subordinates. I may need your assistance in becoming the leader of Tongluan. I can become the boss of Tongluan? Tony was taken aback, as such aspirations had only ever existed in his dreams. If I say it can happen, then it will. According to Li Feng's plan with his father, they intended to oust the Lao B within 10 days. At that point, Tongluan would be leaderless, necessitating the selection of a new boss. Earlier that morning, Tony and his group had completed their initiation ceremony, officially becoming disciples of Hung Hing. Though their experience was limited, they could contribute significantly to the gang and gain more credibility. Furthermore, with his father as the leader, a single word from him could facilitate anything. Yet, in this era of democracy, many eyes were set on the fertile land of Tongluan, and competition would inevitably arise. Chun Haonan and De Fei were among the rivals. Li Feng possessed a video of Chun Haonan's illicit relations with his sister-in-law, which would make dealing with him a trivial matter. However, to uphold the facade of democracy, Li Feng planned to allow Chun Haonan to partake in the competition. Similar to a bidding process where the outcome is predetermined, introducing competitors served to silence dissenters while adding an element of intrigue. Thank you, Brother Feng, for your recognition. I will certainly work diligently. At the Tongluan headquarters, De Laobi convened a meeting with Chun Haonan, De Tian and De Tu. Damn it, that scoundrel Liang Kuan has risen to power. Our days are certainly numbered, De Tian cursed. What if we secretly eliminate him? Chow Pai suggested. Smack. De Laobi delivered a resounding slap. Do you not realize the trouble you are causing me? Liang Kuan has made it clear he intends to oust me. Brother B, what should we do now? Chun Haonan inquired. Our immediate priority is to locate Shanji and clarify the situation in Macau. If Shanji returns, he will meet his demise. Chen Haonan asserted. If he does not return, we will be doomed. Rest assured, I will find a way to protect him. While punishment is inevitable, his life can be spared. All right. Chen Haonan, accompanied by Tian Air and Chao Pai, prepared to head to Bay Island to find Shanji. Meanwhile, Li Feng was also dispatching individuals to locate Shanji. Zhu, find a person named Shanji. He should currently be with the San Lian gang in Bay Island. Shall we eliminate him? No. Once located, restrain him until I give further instructions. Understood. In Taipei's Cine district, Shanji sat on the back of a scooter, driven by a man with a dark complexion and an air of simplicity. Cousin, what exactly do you do for Mr. Lei? I'm the driver. Just don't speak out of turn when we meet him. Understood. Upon arriving at a villa, they went to meet Lei Gong, the leader of the San Lian gang. Inside, a short-haired woman clad in a low-cut dress and possessing striking beauty caught Shanji's eye. Being somewhat lecherous, he stared unabashedly at her. The woman smiled alluringly, nearly stealing Shanji's soul. Ahem. His cousin, Ke Hua, reminded him to avert his gaze. At that moment, Lei Gong approached. Mr. Lei, your woman is truly beautiful. She is my sister-in-law, Ding Yao. Ah. Shanji was momentarily stunned. Who is this kid? Lei Gong inquired of Ke Hua. My cousin, just arrived from Hong Kong. He's a bit simple-minded. Oh, this afternoon, I shall make my way to the Yihui Hall in Zhongshan District. Have you prepared the vehicle? Indeed. Mr. Lei, are you heading to elect the councillors? Shanji inquired. Is there an issue? Not at all. Can the Heisa Society also elect councillors? Mr. Lei's expression darkened. This fellow truly has a problem with his intellect. Later in the afternoon, Ke Hua drove Mr. Lei's Mercedes, transporting Mr. Lei along with his assistants Gao Jie and Ding Yao to the Yihui Hall in Zhongshan District. Shanji, feeling rather bored, rode his motorcycle and followed them. As Shanji loitered outside the hall, he suddenly overheard a commotion from within. In the next moment, Ding Yao and Gao Jie emerged supporting Mr. Lei. A bump had formed on Mr. Lei's forehead, which he rubbed while cursing. Damn it, that bastard Councillor Zhang actually dared to strike me. Whoever takes him down, I shall appoint him as the leader. Upon hearing this, Shanji's interest was piqued. Which one is Councillor Zhang? He quietly inquired of his cousin. Ke Hua pointed through the glass window towards a man in his 40s with a broad face. Chapter 41. 10 tortures for mountain chicken at 7 in the evening. As the city lights began to glow, the bustling streets of Taipei were alive with activity. On the second floor of the Taipei Garden Grand Hotel, the banquet hall was packed with over a dozen tables, filled with guests eating, drinking, and reveling in the lively atmosphere. Congratulations, Councilman Zhang, on your triumphant victory. That old rogue Lei Gong dared to challenge Councilman Zhang. What a fool. At the innermost table, a crowd surrounded Councilman Zhang, showering him with flattery. Just then, an uninvited guest barged in. Mountain Chicken entered the hall, his mismatched appearance causing everyone to freeze in surprise. Councilman Zhang glanced over, sensing trouble. In the next moment, Mountain Chicken pulled a pistol from his jacket and aimed it at Councilman Zhang. Bang, bang, bang. 4 or 5 shots rang out, and Councilman Zhang fell dead on the spot. The others were stunned, taking a moment to process what had happened. Kill him. Several men in black suits drew their weapons and charged at Mountain Chicken. Bang, bang. Mountain Chicken fired wildly until his magazine was empty. With no bullets left and the exit blocked, he grabbed a chair to defend himself. Crash. After knocking down one of the men in black, he snatched the Japanese sword from his hand. Slash, slash. Though Mountain Chicken had been unremarkable in Hong Kong, his combat skills in Taiwan were surprisingly formidable. After cutting down the men blocking his path, he charged toward the glass curtain wall. This was the second floor, only about 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Crash. Mountain Chicken shattered the glass and leaped down, landing squarely on the roof of a car. Just then, the men in black rushed downstairs, brandishing their knives as they chased after him. At this critical moment, a motorcycle screeched to a halt in front of him. Get on. Ding Yao waved, and Mountain Chicken climbed onto the back seat. Virum. The motorcycle quickly left the pursuers behind. So fragrant, so soft. Mountain Chicken wrapped his arms around Ding Yao's slender waist, grinning mischievously. Unconsciously, his hands began to wander over Ding Yao's body. Slap. Ding Yao smacked his hand away. Just then, a van suddenly blocked their path. Ding Yao, caught off guard, crashed into it. Both of them fell to the ground. Before they could get up, Mountain Chicken was seized by 3 masked figures and dragged into the van. Let him go. This scene was witnessed by Chun Haonan, Big Sky 2, and the others, who had just arrived. They drew their weapons and gave chase. Realizing they couldn't catch up on foot, they flagged down a taxi. Follow that van. The taxi sped up and was soon closing in. On the van, Guanzu leaned halfway out of the window, raised a shotgun, and fired at a roadside billboard. Boom. The billboard collapsed, blocking the road and halting the taxi's pursuit. They've taken Mountain Chicken. Remember the license plate number. We have to find him. Chun Haonan said with frustration. Brother Nan, they have guns, Bao Pai added. Damn it. Mountain Chicken was taken to a rural house on the outskirts of Taipei, where his hands and feet were bound, and a pair of smelly socks were stuffed into his mouth. Brother Feng, we captured Mountain Chicken. Guanzu called Li Feng. Give him a proper welcome. Make him implicate Big Brother B. Understand what I mean? Understood. After hanging up, Guanzu and his two companions began a brutal interrogation of Mountain Chicken. Who tipped off Sang Biao about the ambush on the Macau Bridge? Was it you? Go to hell. Mountain Chicken remained defiant and arrogant. His mouth is filthy. Clean it for him. My C fetched a bag of laundry detergent, tore it open, and poured it into Mountain Chicken's mouth, followed by water. Mountain Chicken foamed at the mouth, his stomach swelling like a balloon before he began vomiting violently. Gag. He vomited even the remnants of food in his stomach, creating a disgusting scene. Will you talk now? Seeing him limp like a dead dog, Guanzu decided not to push further and sent my C out to buy supper. I want lamb skewers, the kind on iron skewers. Half an hour later, my C returned with supper, grilled skewers, roast goose, fried rice with eggs, and beer. The aroma made Mountain Chicken feel hungry, but his stomach cramped from the forced cleansing. Give him some. Ation handed Mountain Chicken a box of fried rice. He wolfed it down. Though the taste was strange, he still found it delicious. After Guanzu finished eating, the interrogation resumed. Hold his hands. My C and Ation pinned Mountain Chicken's hands down as Guanzu crouched before him, holding an iron skewer with a grim expression. SSS. The skewer was driven under Mountain Chicken's fingernail. Will you talk now? Ah. Mountain Chicken screamed, but still refused to speak. SSS. Another skewer was inserted under his fingernail, causing him to tremble in agony. Will you talk now? By the fourth skewer, Mountain Chicken could no longer endure and admitted that he had tipped off Sang Biao. My C recorded his confession with a voice recorder. Who ordered you to do it? No. No one ordered me. Mountain Chicken knew these men wanted him to frame Big Brother B. Damn it, still lying? I have 100 ways to make you wish you were dead. Ation, get a wolfhound and starve it for 3 days. Hearing this, Mountain Chicken felt a chill run down his spine. These men were like demons from hell. Since death seemed inevitable either way, he might as well make it quick. It was Brother B who ordered me to do it. Please, either let me go or give me a quick death. That one T do. Your life and death are up to my boss. Guanzu called Li Feng to ask for instructions on how to deal with Mountain Chicken. Brother Feng, he confessed. Send him on his way. With Mountain Chicken's recorded confession implicating Big Brother B, removing Big Brother B would be justified. Mountain Chicken was no longer needed. Something is happening outside. Ation, standing by the window, noticed 2 suspicious vehicles parked downstairs. Take him and let us go. Downstairs, in an off-road vehicle, Chun Haonan, Big Sky 2, and the others each held a Black Star pistol. It was their first time handling guns, and they looked tense. Chun Haonan had heard Mountain Chicken mention a cousin involved with the triad. He sought help from the triad. And since Mountain Chicken had killed Councilman Zhang, Lei Gong owed him a favor. Lei Gong provided vehicles and guns to help Chun Haonan rescue Mountain Chicken. Guanzu's hideout was also located by Lei Gong's men. Taipei was triad territory, making it easy to track someone down. In another vehicle, Gao Jia and 3 armed subordinates assisted Chun Haonan. Let us go. The group got out of the vehicles and quietly made their way upstairs. Chapter 42. The dismissal of Del Lao B from Hong Xing. This edifice, an aged structure, had a staircase enveloped in darkness due to a malfunctioning light. Suddenly, the air was filled with the crackling sound of gunfire, bullets ricocheting chaotically. Chun Haonan and his companions, unaccustomed to such turmoil, instinctively recoiled. After retreating down the stairs, they took refuge behind a car, hesitant to expose themselves. Meanwhile, Guanzu propelled Shanji forward as a human shield, cautiously advancing step by step, with my Ation brandishing an A and an M16 in close pursuit. The gunfire erupted relentlessly as my Ation unleashed a barrage upon 2 vehicles, rendering them riddled with holes. Gao Jia, having come to assist, deemed it unwise to risk his life and hastily fled in his vehicle. Chun Hao Nan and the others crouched alongside their off-road vehicle, their heads retracted, blindly firing over the roof. The sound of gunfire echoed, punctuated by the frantic shots of the anxious Bao Pai, who, overwhelmed by tension, expended all his ammunition. Moments later, silence reigned from the opposing side before they dared to peek out cautiously. In an instant, they were struck dumb with disbelief. How could this be? Shanji lay lifeless, riddled with 7 or 8 bullets, while his captors had vanished without a trace. Shanji, Chun Haonan cried out, rushing to the fallen figure, followed closely by De Tian Air and the others. You've killed Shanji. If you cannot shoot, then do not fire. Chun Haonan wept bitterly, cradling Shanji's lifeless body, his hand instinctively rising to strike Bao Pai, but ultimately refraining. The blame could not rest solely upon Bao Pai. Their adversaries had deliberately used Shanji as a shield, and even had they not fired, Shanji's fate would have remained unchanged. Shanji, Bao Pai echoed, tears of guilt and rage spilling forth. This must be the doing of Liang Kuan. Once we return to Gangdao, we shall eliminate him. He is now the leader. If we take him down, we are all doomed. After deliberation, they resolved to conceal the truth, fabricating a tale that Shanji was lost. After all, Shanji had perished due to their actions, and the bullets could very well implicate each of them. As for the body, they hastily found a secluded spot to dig a grave and inter it. Upon returning to Gangdao, they faced Lao Bi, each one appearing dejected and crestfallen. Where is Shanji? The island is so vast, we could not find him. Perhaps he is not even on the island, or maybe he has been eliminated by Liang Kuan's men. Chun Haonan responded, leaving Lao Bi helpless. Days later, Liang Kuan summoned the heads of various factions for a meeting, even inviting the Tunmun dinosaur. With the new boss in charge, it was imperative to present a proactive front. Today, I have called you here for a singular purpose, to cleanse our ranks, Liang Kuan declared, his gaze fixed intently on Lao Bi. Some attendees reveled in the misfortune of Lao Bi, while others expressed concern for him. Bi, your 10 days are up. Where is Shanji? The world is vast. How could I possibly know where he has gone? If he chooses to hide, he may never be found. Lao Bi was not a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He had long prepared a countermeasure. Perhaps you have already dealt with him? Chun Haonan interjected. Liang Kuan's expression darkened, and he retorted, is this a matter for you to discuss? In front of Guan Er Yi, there are no distinctions of rank. Yet distinctions of respect must be acknowledged. Do you comprehend what you are saying? I too wish to see Shanji and uncover the truth. With that, Liang Kuan rose and struck Chun Haonan across the face. One must take responsibility for their misdeeds, and when reprimanded, one must stand at attention. The ambush in Macau necessitates someone to bear the blame. You have already proclaimed it was Shanji. What more do you desire? Whether Shanji is found or not, Lao Bi will assume he is dead, leaving no witnesses. Liang Kuan scoffed, producing a recording device from his pocket. Lao Bi's greatest fears materialized. He dreaded the possibility of Shanji incriminating him under duress. The Macau ambush, who leaked the information to Sangbiao. It was I, who instructed you to do this. It was Brother B. After the recording was handed to Li Feng, it underwent professional editing, eliminating threats and irrelevant remarks, leaving only the core content. Though it sounded somewhat disjointed, it mattered not. What was crucial was that everyone could ascertain it was Shanji's voice. False accusation. Where did this recording originate? Lao Bi inquired, his expression rife with skepticism. I do not know. I only know that Shanji explicitly identified you as the traitor. Surely, your people coerced Shanji into making such statements. Chun Haonan supported. If you dare to speak recklessly, I will have the authorities imprison you, Liang Kuan threatened, brandishing a box of tapes, causing Chun Haonan to cower. I apologize. I simply cannot believe Brother B is a traitor, Chun Haonan lamented, leaving Lao Bi isolated and vulnerable. A Yao, according to Hong Xing's regulations, how should a traitor among our ranks be punished? 3 stabs. 6 holes, but Chen Yao, not genuinely loyal to Liang Kuan, did not wish to witness Lao Bi's demise in such a manner. Liang Kuan interrupted. I understand that out of respect for Bi, who has dedicated over a decade to our thus, the desire to have Su Ke shoot Xin Long Min Kujan arises. In the 3rd scene, for the 2nd time, action. Director Chen Xiaodong snaps the clapperboard, signaling the commencement of filming. The set is illuminated by a dim glow. Beneath a grand tree, 2 individuals dangle from the branches, clutching white silk as they sway back and forth. One of them, clad in flowing white attire, possesses a graceful figure, with a visage adorned in a ghostly makeup. Snap! At that moment, the branch could no longer bear the weight and snapped. Just as the two were about to plummet to the ground, Li Feng dashed forward in a swift motion, catching the female ghost in his embrace. "Hey, what are you doing?" Cheng Xiaodong exclaimed in anger, directing a stern inquiry at Li Feng. Chapter 43. Is Wang Zhuxian interested in me? She is about to fall. Li Feng noticed the peculiar gazes of those around him and realized he might have caused a commotion. "We are filming, and falling is essential to the plot. Why are you causing a disturbance?" "I apologize." Li Feng quickly expressed his regret. At that moment, Cheng Xiaodong recognized him. It turned out to be Li Xiao, arriving unannounced. "I am here to see Director Su. He is not present. I apologize for the interruption. Please continue filming." "Never mind. We won't shoot today. We will wrap up. A gentleman should facilitate the happiness of others." Cheng Xiaodong discerned that Li Daxiao was here to pursue women, which was entirely understandable. With two stunning beauties like Wang Zhuxian and Li Jiasin, any man would be captivated. The actress, dressed as a white-clad ghost, removed her mask, revealing a remarkably delicate face, her large, expressive eyes gazing at Li Feng with a hint of reproach. "Have I delayed your filming? Hee. Finally, I can take a break." Wang Zhuxian suddenly burst into laughter, swaying her waist, exuding an unparalleled charm. "Filming must be exhausting, right? Of course, unlike you wealthy young masters who merely eat and sleep every day." Wang Zhuxian, a Taiwanese beauty, spoke with an endearing lilt. "Filming in Hong Kong is rushed. A movie typically takes just over a month to shoot, and during peak periods, several films are shot simultaneously. For instance, during his busiest days, Zhou Xingqi would sleep merely 3 hours a day, shuttling between multiple sets. Wang Zhuxian had been filming for 2 weeks straight, feeling utterly drained. "You're talking about a piglet." Uffed. Wang Zhuxian covered her mouth and laughed, her beauty effervescent. "What brings you to the set?" "I am looking for Director Su. He is not here." "I know, I am leaving." "Just eating and sleeping?" "I am busy myself." Unable to find Su Ku, Li Feng planned to scout factories in the Kuntong industrial area. With sufficient funds at hand, he intended to launch a pager project, seamlessly transitioning to a mobile phone project upon success. "Are you upset? Please wait for me a moment." Wang Zhuxian clung to Li Feng's arm, her sweet, flirtatious tone irresistible. At this point, Wang Zhuxian was unaware that Li Feng belonged to the underworld, believing him to be just another wealthy young heir. A casual investment of 10 million. How extravagant. Like many actresses, Wang Zhuxian aspired to marry into a wealthy family. Having fortuitously encountered a rich second-generation heir, she was not one to let him slip away easily. Upon entering the makeup room, she removed her film makeup and donned a contemporary look, clad in a fitted skirt and high heels. Elegantly approaching Li Feng. "Come, accompany me shopping." Am I sensing a romantic pursuit? The men on set observed the scene with envy and jealousy. Normally, Wang Zhuxian appeared aloof, yet here she was pursuing this young man. Li Feng, driving a Ferrari, took Wang Zhuxian to Times Square in Causeway Bay. "Ah Feng, how old are you?" "Quite grown." "How improper. I meant your age." 19 and you?" 22. They engaged in awkward small talk as they arrived at a fashion display in Times Square. Wang Zhuxian's stunning beauty turned heads, with some recognizing her and approaching to say hello. In Hong Kong, encountering celebrities is commonplace, unlike the fervent crowds seen in the mainland. After browsing for a while, they approached a women's clothing counter. Wang Zhuxian picked up a vibrant dress and stepped into the fitting room. "How does this look?" Wang Zhuxian twirled in front of Li Feng in a brilliantly colored long gown. "Beautiful." Wang Zhuxian's face turned cold, feigning displeasure. "You are so insincere. Do you prefer honesty or flattery?" Li Feng adopted a serious demeanor. "Of course, honesty. This dress does not suit you at all. To put it bluntly, it is unattractive." "Why?" "The skirt is too long, obscuring your tall figure. The color is too gaudy, detracting from your graceful charm." Hearing this, Wang Zhuxian felt elated. Naturally beautiful, she had encountered many men who would compliment her in a direct and even crass manner. Meeting someone like Li Feng, who subtly complimented her, was a first. His articulate manner and discerning taste impressed her. "What should I wear instead?" "Simple and elegant, with innovative design, like this one." Li Feng pointed to a shoulder-bearing black mini dress on the rack. "Let me try it on." Wang Zhuxian took the dress into the fitting room, emerging moments later, her expression slightly bashful. Li Feng remained composed, internally marveling at her beauty. This dress, with its off-the-shoulder fitted design and A-line short skirt, perfectly showcased Wang Zhuxian's fair skin and long legs. How does it look? Li Feng instinctively responded, legs for days. What did you say? Wang Zhuxian picked out several outfits. Under normal circumstances, Li Feng would be the one paying. Yet she opted to pay herself. She then pulled Li Feng to the men's clothing section. You need to dress more maturely to match me. Wang Zhuxian had Li Feng try on a double-breasted blazer, and when he emerged from the fitting room, he wore silver-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Not bad. You look much more mature like this. Li Feng examined himself in the mirror, feeling somewhat like a lecherous pervert. At the checkout, Wang Zhuxian again paid. Li Feng felt as though he were being pampered by a wealthy woman, yet with such a stunning benefactor, he willingly accepted it, laughing heartily. Subsequently, they enjoyed a meal at a restaurant, and as night fell, Li Feng escorted her home. As they parted, holding hands, Wang Zhuxian appeared somewhat reluctant. Li Feng estimated that they were only one more date away from deeper intimacy. Ah Feng, when will we meet again? In a few days? After you finish this film. Fengzi, Dongxing Lehua has returned from Holland. Accompany me to greet him tomorrow. On the way back, his father called. I will be visiting the factory in Kuntong tomorrow and have no time. Let Gao Jin accompany you. Damn, we are gangsters. Who learns to open a factory? After Liankuan assumed the top position, he became somewhat complacent. Father, did I not mention before that violence leads nowhere? We must engage in legitimate business. Yes, indeed, genuine business. Prepare 20 million for me. I will need it soon. 20 million? Why not just rob a bank? Hanging up the phone, Li Feng envisioned a tall, slender, sprightly old man. Accompanying him were a robust, alluringly arrogant man and a diminutive figure whose smile belied his intentions. It was certain that the crow and the smiling tiger would follow the camel closely. The thought of these two miscreants momentarily darkened Li Feng's previously buoyant spirits. Given the notorious tendencies of the crow and the smiling tiger, trouble was undoubtedly on the horizon upon their return to the harbor. You two scoundrels had best not provoke me, for I would not hesitate to send you to meet the king of hell. Chapter 44. The Raven teases Liang Kuan's woman. The following morning, Li Feng ventured alone to the Kuntong industrial area, which is home to numerous factories and enterprises. In Yuanlong and Shatin, rental prices for housing are considerably lower, yet due to its remote location, it is challenging to recruit workers, resulting in fewer factories. A few days prior, Li Feng had set his sights on an unoccupied factory, located in Building 25 of the Hanhai Industrial Park. This structure consists of 3 stories with a total area exceeding 8,000 square meters, and the annual rent was negotiated down to 720,000 from 800,000. The 13 buildings owned by Zhang Chongbang had even lower rent, at 500,000, but had remained vacant due to a past tragedy. Strolling through the spacious lobby on the first floor, Li Feng contemplated the internal layout of the factory. At present, the Hanxian BB machine only had a single design production blueprint. His intention was to first establish a laboratory, hiring several engineers and technicians in the field of communication equipment. He aimed to spend a month developing a prototype. Once the prototype demonstrated sufficient market competitiveness, he would commence product promotion and mass production. In foreign countries, it is common to first engage in product promotion and marketing before manufacturing, but their products are highly sought after, allowing such practices. Currently, there are no communication equipment brands in Hong Kong, making it quite challenging for Li Feng's Hanxian BB machine to make a significant impact. While he had no concerns regarding the product itself, due to the production technology rewarded by the system, the key challenge lay in establishing a reputation and gaining consumer acceptance for his product. Step by step, he resolved to first recruit a communication electronics engineer and skilled technicians. Talent in this field was scarce in Hong Kong, primarily found abroad or in the Bay Islands. There exists an electronics manufacturing company in the Bay Islands called Futaiwa, which is the predecessor of Foxconn. Presently, it is not very large and has yet to establish a branch in the mainland, with its factory located in New Taipei City. Li Feng planned a trip to New Taipei to attract talent with high salaries. It seemed somewhat undignified for him, as the CEO, to personally recruit, so he needed to designate a suitable CEO for this task. Simultaneously, in the Dawei village of the Shatin district, the area was adorned with colorful decorations, and the sound of drums echoed through the air. Today marked the birthday celebration of the Eastern Star Camel, who had just returned from the Netherlands, with his younger brothers hosting a feast in his honor. Numerous old friends from both the underworld and legitimate circles had gathered to celebrate. In the square, a lion dance troupe performed energetically, drawing rounds of applause. The Eastern Star Camel, accompanied by his brother Raven and Smiling Tiger, offered incense at the altar. Listen up, upon returning to Hong Kong. First, do not stir up trouble, and second, respect your teachers and elders. Camel instructed his younger brothers after completing the incense offering. Brother, I have been obedient to your words in the Netherlands, replied Raven, clad in a black t-shirt and sunglasses. What happens in the Netherlands stays in the Netherlands. Hong Kong is a different matter. At that moment, Smiling Tiger approached with a cheerful demeanor. Brother, the leader of Hung Hing, Kwan, has arrived. Let's go. Prior to this, the relationship between Hung Hing and Eastern Star was amicable, and Camel had a good rapport with Jiang Tianxing. Although the leadership of Hung Hing had changed, a friendly exchange was still in order. Under a large banyan tree, Camel encountered Kwan. Kwan, I knew you would succeed. Congratulations on attaining the leadership position. Happy birthday to you, Mr. Luo. Kwan's hoarse voice, while seemingly harsh, conveyed well wishes, which sounded somewhat comical. Raven smirked, revealing a hint of amusement. Smiling Tiger beamed brightly. A small token of appreciation, not an official gift, Kwan presented a gift box. Too polite. Let us proceed inside to enjoy the feast, Camel replied. The group entered the room, gathering around a table as they awaited the meal. Raven's gaze occasionally drifted toward Kwan's woman, On. That woman is quite alluring. Boss, Inspector, he has arrived, along with Counselor Chun, reported an Eastern Star subordinate. With friends from the legitimate side present, Camel rose to greet them in the adjacent room. Kwan, a strange voice called out, as a middle-aged man with a lecherous appearance looked their way. Upon seeing this man, Kwan's expression soured. This individual, named Wang Chenghai, was a police officer with whom Kwan had previously dealt. If he were a law-abiding officer, Kwan would have ignored him. However, this man was a corrupt officer, and Kwan feared he might expose past dealings and threaten him. I hear you are quite influential now, having become a key figure in Hung Hing, Wang stated. Mr. Wang, let us speak over there, Kwan said, pulling Wang outside, with Gao Jin following closely. Only On, Raven, and Smiling Tiger remained at the table. Miss, how should I address you? Raven asked with a mischievous smile. On furrowed her brow in disgust, ignoring him. You are Kwan's woman. Is he casting you in an adult film as the leading lady? Raven's lascivious gaze roamed over On's fair neckline. On, already strikingly beautiful, wore a low-cut dress today, accentuating Raven's more brazen demeanor. What a vulgar man you are, speaking such nonsense. On retorted, splashing a glass of water on Raven. Oh, your anger makes you quite beautiful, Raven quipped, his tone mocking. At that moment, Kwan returned after dismissing Wang. Brother Kwan, he is bullying me. What did he do to you? He was teasing me, asking if I was starring in an adult film. Upon hearing this, Kwan's muscles twitched in fury. As the leader of Hung Hing, he found it outrageous that a mere Eastern Star Hall master dared to disrespect his woman. Raven, do you dare to disrespect my woman? It was just a joke. Why are you so angry? Raven shrugged, feigning indifference. A joke? Turn around, and I will have someone capture your mother and have a laugh with her. Kwan, despite being a leader, found himself speaking crudely in his rage. What did you say? Raven finally lost his composure. The Eastern Star subordinates around him rising, ready for confrontation. What is the commotion? Camel interjected as he approached. I was just joking with Kwan's wife. Brother Kwan is upset, Raven explained in a light-hearted manner. With such a narrow mind, how can you lead? Smiling Tiger chimed in, maintaining a nonchalant attitude. Camel, aware of Raven's character, sternly admonished, behave yourself. If you cause more trouble, I will send you back to the Netherlands. Understood, Raven replied, somewhat dissatisfied. Moving to a nearby table. That's just how he is. Kwan, please do not take offense, Camel said with a warm smile. Mr. Luo must be properly disciplined when he has the time. After dinner, Kwan did not bother to greet anyone and left with On and Gao Jin. In the car, Kwan spoke coldly. Gao Jin, cut off a finger from Wuya. Yes, replied Kwan Go. Stop it, On urged. How can you let someone bully you now that you are the sister-in-law of Hongxing? On felt a surge of delight despite being scolded. At 10 o'clock that night, inside a nightclub in Wanchai, Wuya and Xiao Mian who were seated at the bar, drinking. Ahu, have you resolved that matter we discussed last time? It's taken care of, but we lack a venue, making it difficult to distribute the goods. Damn, Causeway Bay is so lucrative. While Hongxing devours meat, Dongxing also wants to sip some broth. Wu Yu instructed Xiao Mian who to contact a drug dealer, preparing to bring in a batch of goods to distribute in Causeway Bay. They had just returned from the Netherlands, without any territory, aiming to stir up trouble in Causeway Bay and seize the opportunity. I need to use the restroom, Wu Yu said as he stood up and walked towards the bathroom. A figure clad in black, wearing a felt hat, followed closely behind. Chapter 45. The Crow's Reckoning in the restroom. As the Crow finished his business and was fastening his trousers, he noticed a figure clad in black, with a grim expression fixed upon him. Damn, I am not a homosexual, so why are you staring at me like that? Get lost. The Crow attempted to shove him away, but Gao Jin swiftly intervened, seizing his arm and executing a shoulder throw that sent the Crow crashing to the ground. Despite the Crow's imposing stature, when it came to brawling, he was no match for the skilled Gao Jin, who left him defenseless. Thud, thud. Before the Crow could rise, Gao Jin relentlessly kicked him, then seized the Crow like a lifeless dog, forcing his head into the toilet bowl. Liang Kuan had instructed Gao Jin to amputate a finger from the Crow, but had not prohibited him from inflicting torment. Were it not for the fear of Liang Kuan's wrath, Gao Jin would have drowned the Crow in the urine. Have you heard the tale of a crow drinking water? I'll ensure you drink to your heart's content. After reducing the Crow to a mere breath of life, Gao Jin yanked him out of the toilet and pinned his right hand down. With a decisive snap, he severed the Crow's index finger. Upon returning, Gao Jin presented the severed digit to Liang Kuan. This is the price for daring to flirt with my woman. Liang Kuan tossed the finger to a stray dog in the garden. Meanwhile, the Crow lay in a hospital ward, his heart ablaze with fury. Liang Kuan, I shall confront your woman face to face and send you both to the afterlife. A few days later, Luatu invited Liang Kuan to a social gathering for the Hongxing gang at his hometown of Dawakan. Luatu's intention was to cultivate goodwill with Hongxing. Dongxing's influence on the Hong Kong island was not insignificant, second only to Hongxing. If the two sides were to clash over interests, it would benefit neither party. Liang Kuan was reluctant to attend, but felt compelled by appearances to acquiesce. Fengzi, Luatu is inviting Hongxing for what kind of gathering? You shall go in my stead, bring along a sizable entourage, and be wary of a certain fellow named Crow. A gathering? Isn't that just one of those notorious scenes featuring the Crow flipping tables? Li Feng had not intended to attend, as he had recently contacted a professional manager, Tang Jun, intending to recruit him as the CEO of his company. Currently, Tang Jun was relatively unknown, working at a company in Shenzhen, following the trajectory of the past. For years later, he would transfer to Microsoft, gradually earning the esteemed title of a corporate emperor. Li Feng had also considered recruiting Jimmy from Lianqing. In the Hong Kong dramas he had watched, the protagonist often sought to enlist Jimmy to help build a business empire. In Li Feng's view, Jimmy's capabilities were somewhat exaggerated. Indeed, Jimmy possessed business acumen, but he seemed lacking for the role of CEO. A gang member's perspective and knowledge simply could not compare to that of the academically gifted Tang Jun. As the company grew, it would face challenges such as financing, public listing, and restructuring, matters not easily resolved by a mere gangster. Returning to the main topic, Li Feng grew intrigued and resolved to meet the Crow, the epitome of scoundrels. Tony, gather everyone, arm yourselves, and let us head to Dawakan together. Li Feng anticipated that tonight's gathering would not unfold as peacefully as depicted in the original narrative. The Crow was a character who bore grudges, and having suffered the humiliation of losing a finger, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Concerned about insufficient manpower, he had his father inform Shaqiang to bring a group along as well. In Causeway Bay, Chun Haonan received an invitation to the gathering and decided to join the fray with De Tian Air and Bao Pai. Brother Ji and De Fei also received invitations. At 8 o'clock that evening, the ancestral hall in Dawakan was packed, with numerous tables filled to capacity. A makeshift stage had been erected in the center, adorned with a long red silk banner. This item, known as Chong Hong, would soon be auctioned off, with the winning bid promising good fortune. After everyone settled, the chatter and clamor filled the air. Quiet down. Brother Ji of Hongxing stood on the stage, microphone in hand, serving as the host. Today marks the gathering between Hongxing and Dongxing, and I hope everyone enjoys the food, the festivities, and perhaps some delightful company. Brother Ji, an experienced figure, never strayed far from his usual topics. Laughter erupted from the audience as they pointed and jeered at him. At that moment, dishes and drinks were served, and everyone indulged while watching the performances. The gathering was an annual affair, involving considerable expenses, and auctioning off small items was a means to cover costs, inviting bids from those interested. Several Dongxing underlings presented various statues and jade artifacts on the table. Brother Ji showcased the items with one hand while announcing the auction with the other. Before long, the smaller items were sold out. Now, for the grand finale, we shall auction the Changhong, starting at 20,000. So those interested, please raise your bids. Brother Ji excitedly pointed at the silk banner hanging above the stage. 25,000. Chun Haonan was the first to raise his hand. With the previous leader of Causeway Bay ousted, Chun Haonan emerged as a top contender, feeling the need to make a mark and assert his presence. I bid 30,000. The crow, intent on causing trouble, immediately challenged Chun Haonan. 35,000. The Tian heir called out the bid for Chun Haonan. The crow raised an eyebrow, casting a provocative glance at Chun Haonan. 35,000 and $1. Chun Haonan and his companions were somewhat irked and raised their bid again. 50,000. 50,000 and $1. The crow smirked, reveling in his antics. Someone could no longer restrain themselves. DeFei, sporting a floral shirt that revealed his chest hair, pointed at the crow and exclaimed, "Damn, you dead crow are deliberately causing trouble. Who says you can bid like that? Who said I can't bid like this?" The crow continued to flaunt his bravado. Brother Ji, regardless of what this dead crow bids, I, DeFei, will outbid him by $1. Brother Ji wore a troubled expression and replied, "You guys are making things difficult for me." Difficult? Then don't hold the auction. The crow suddenly stood up, deftly flicked a cigarette into his mouth. This posture signaled his intent to unleash something significant. In the next moment, the crow attempted to flip the table. To his surprise, he was unable to move it. A seemingly simple-minded but muscular individual pressed down on the table with both hands, glaring fiercely at the crow. Chapter 46. This is how we operate. Don't mess around, or I will end you. Indeed, it was a who. The crow was taken aback, finding his signature skills utterly ineffective. Who the hell are you? From Hongxing, I am Li Feng, my elder brother. The reputation of Li Feng was known to the crow, and to be honest, it instilled a sense of reverence within him. His father, Liang Kuan, had achieved his position at the helm solely due to Li Feng's behind-the-scenes maneuvers. The leader does not reveal himself, allowing his subordinates to take the brunt. Boom. A stool flew through the air, striking the crow directly and knocking him to the ground. Tony kicked away a subordinate who stood in front of the crow, placing his foot on the crow's abdomen, his gaze menacing as he declared, "This is how we operate." The crow, humiliated and furious, could not bear being bullied on his own turf. "Attack him," he shouted, and the subordinates from Dongxing swiftly produced weapons hidden beneath the tables. "Chop him down." The Hongxing side also brandished their weapons. The two factions, numbering around 200, clashed violently, the sounds of battle echoing through the air, the clash of blades ringing loudly as tables and chairs flew about. The stage was overturned, and the long red carpet was trampled underfoot. "This bastard dares to tease the elder sister. Let's kill him." Sha Chong led a dozen subordinates into the fray. The Hongxing fighters were slightly stronger, yet the Dongxing members were numerous, continuously pouring in from outside. "Nengu, what should we do?" Chun Haonan and his companions sat by, watching the spectacle unfold, with the Tian heir posing the question. "Chop down the Dongxing members." Just then, Luo Tuo returned from outside, dumbfounded at the sight before him. He had been striving to maintain good relations with Hongxing, yet in mere moments of his absence, conflict erupted. "Stop! Everyone cease!" Luo Tuo shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the chaos, and he was struck by a blade on his arm. "Wail! Wail!" Outside, police sirens blared, and 3 police cars raced toward the scene. Leading the charge was Inspector He, a friend of Luo Tuo. Bang! Inspector He fired a shot into the air and rushed in with a dozen officers. "Everyone, put down your weapons and surrender." The gangsters, experienced in such situations, immediately dropped their weapons, yet none stood still to be captured. Some dashed out the back door, others climbed through windows, and a few hid in the restroom, ultimately leaving the police with only 20 to 30 unfortunate souls who were too slow to escape. "Luo Tuo, just days ago, you assured me over tea that you would avoid conflicts with other factions. How is it that you turned around and engaged with Hongxing?" Facing Inspector He's interrogation, Luo Tuo's face flushed with embarrassment. "Those bastards wouldn't listen to me." Sighing, Inspector He noticed Luo Tuo's arm was still bleeding profusely and gestured toward the back door. Luo Tuo understood and made his escape. "Brother Feng, the crow has fled." Outside Dewey Village, Li Feng sat in his car, observing the fleeing figures and feeling somewhat bored. "There will be time to play with him. Let us go." At the surgical ward of Yanghe Hospital, Luo Tua lay diagonally on the hospital bed, his arm bandaged. The Crow and Xiao Mianhu entered to visit. "Boss, how's the injury?" Xiao Mianhu inquired. "This minor injury is nothing, but the psychological wound is severe. Crow, come here." The Crow beckoned the Crow to the bedside. Smack! Luo Tua slapped him on the forehead. "Damn it! How many times have I warned you not to stir up trouble, yet you refuse to listen?" The Crow felt somewhat aggrieved, retorting, "It was the Hung Hing members who attacked first." "Damn! Do you think I am blind? You had weapons hidden under the table." "The Hung Hing members brought their weapons too," the Crow protested, feeling utterly wronged. Smack! Another slap landed on his forehead. "If you hadn't teased Liang Kuan's woman, would Hung Hing have targeted you?" Having received 2 slaps in quick succession, the Crow could no longer suppress the anger welling within him. The demon lurking deep inside began to stir. Having been humiliated in the restroom, losing a finger to an assailant, and receiving no support from Luo Tua, he felt the urge to reclaim his dignity, but instead faced this ridicule from his leader. Suddenly, his eyes glinted dangerously as he seized the pillow from the bed, forcefully thrusting it toward Luo Tuo's face. "Crow, how dare you?" Luo Tua was taken aback, never expecting the Crow to rebel against him. Unfortunately, his words were cut short as he found it hard to breathe. "You have grown muddled. You are kind to outsiders yet harsh to your own. Under your leadership, Dongxing is doomed." Xiao Mianhu, terrified, rushed to pull the Crow back. "No. If we don't eliminate him today, we will surely perish at the hands of Hung Hing." The Crow tightened his grip, and Luo Tua gasped, his eyes widening in shock. "Let us go." The Crow and Xiao Mianhu exited the hospital room, taking the pillow with them, which bore the Crow's fingerprints. The two arrived at the basement of Dehua Entertainment in Wanchai, the stronghold of Dongxing and the Crow's main base. "What now?" Xiao Mianhu could no longer muster a smile, his face etched with anxiety. "What is there to fear? If Luo Tua is gone, I will take the lead. I have already contacted Sha Meng for assistance." "You intend to wage war against Hung Hing?" Xiao Mianhu was taken aback. "Fool, there is no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Can't you think?" Seeing Xiao Mianhu still in confusion, the Crow smugly proclaimed, "Have you not heard the saying, 'The enemy of my enemy is my friend'? Liang Kuan has made too many enemies since taking power, particularly in Tongluan." Here, he deliberately paused for effect. Xiao Mianhu pondered, then a cunning smile spread across his face. "You mean, to ally with De Lao Bi? At last, you have shown some wit." With Luo Tuo's demise, the police failed to uncover the truth, ultimately classifying it as an accidental death by asphyxiation. At Luo Tuo's funeral, the Crow donned mourning attire, weeping sincerely. That evening, after some inquiries, he located De Lao Bi's residence. Having operated in Tongluan for many years, De Lao Bi had amassed considerable wealth and resided in a villa at Chizhuchun Kinjiao. The Crow and Xiao Mianhu drove to the entrance of De Lao Bi's villa. "Who are you looking for?" "Brother B. What business do you have?" "We wish to collaborate with Brother B on a venture." Upon seeing Xiao Mianhu carrying cigarettes, alcohol, and tea, the steward allowed them entry. In the living room, De Lao Bi, dressed in pajamas, received the Crow and Xiao Mianhu. "Dongxing's Crow and Xiao Mianhu," the Crow introduced. "What brings you here?" De Lao Bi, having stepped back from the underworld affairs, was unfamiliar with these two. The leader of Tongluan indeed exuded an extraordinary presence. The smiling tiger conceals his true intentions behind a facade of cordiality. Indeed, few can resist the allure of flattery. With a slight smile, De Lao Bi remarked, "These are matters of the past. Speak your mind freely. The audacious Liang Kuan, that scoundrel, caused you to be expelled from the society. Do you not wish to settle the score with him?" Weah instigated further. Having returned from Holland only a few days prior, yet he had swiftly gleaned insights into the affairs of the underworld. His subordinate, Fei Shi, commanded a group of young disciples adept at gathering intelligence. De Lao Bi immediately surmised their intentions. "You wish for my assistance in dealing with Liang Kuan?" "Precisely. Once we handle Liang Kuan, we will support you in becoming the voice of Hung Hing." Noticing De Lao Bi's skepticism, Weah added, "With Luo Tua eliminated, it will soon be I who dictates the terms in Dongxing." De Lao Bi's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. If Weah spoke truthfully, this could indeed be an opportune moment to unseat Liang Kuan. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, a notion he held dear. The prospect of leading Hung Hing was of little consequence. What mattered was neutralizing Liang Kuan. However, after years of navigating the treacherous waters of the underworld, De Lao Bi was not one to place his trust in others lightly. Weah struck him as an unreliable character, and the thought of being manipulated was perilous. After weighing the risks, Dalaobi declined, stating, "I have withdrawn from the underworld and seek to avoid further violence. I cannot assist you in this matter." Wu Ya was visibly displeased, barely restraining his anger. The smiling tiger quickly interjected, "Do not be so hasty in your refusal. Ponder it further. And should you change your mind, do not hesitate to call me." With that, he handed Dalaobi a slip of paper inscribed with his phone number. As they departed, Wu Ya's face was clouded with frustration. "Damn it, ungrateful wretch. Did Ahu not see his son?" The smiling tiger, with a sly grin, replied, "You wish to make a move against his son?" Chapter 47. The crow buries the children of Lord B, leaving his son unscathed. But what of yours? The crow often evokes an image of sinister charm and ferocity, yet possesses a cunning intellect as well. In the original narrative, he orchestrated the demise of Jiang Tiansheng and framed Chun Haonan, causing chaos within Hongxing, which could not be achieved through brutality alone. "What is your plan?" The crow asserted confidently. "I aim to seize the territory of Hongxing in Tongluan and make it mine as Dongxing." The following afternoon, at the Dahua Entertainment City, the crow summoned his underlings for a meeting. "Hi Peasy, have you accomplished the task I assigned?" "Yes, I've discovered that Lord B's son and daughter are both attending school at Zhulongtang Primary. Have you captured them?" "Both of them." A double blessing, the crow grinned wickedly. "I have uncovered that Liang Kuan is shopping with his girlfriend at the Yong'an department store in Tsimsha Sui. Feisher, seize her." The portly figure of Feisher, with his pigtail and glasses, appeared rather like a cultured thug. "Boss, Liang Kuan is accompanied by bodyguards." Feisher's face reflected his hesitation. "Is your brain filled with excrement? Can't you devise a plan? Should I teach you how?" The crow leaned in and whispered a scheme into Feisher's ear, who then grinned maliciously and exclaimed, "Boss, you are brilliant. What do you intend to do with Liang Kuan's woman?" The smiling tiger inquired, a hint of concern in his voice. "I plan to take nude photographs of her. Heh. You are playing with fire. Be cautious not to burn yourself." "I revel in playing with fire. If someone must perish, let it be Liang Kuan first. One must take risks for fortune if you dare not gamble. You might as well return home to sift through dung." As the clock struck 6, Lord B received a frantic call from his subordinate, Xiang. "It's bad, Brother B. The young master and young lady have been abducted." "What?" Lord B gasped in horror. "Who did this?" "I don't know. Damn it." Anxiety gnawed at Lord B. He contemplated calling the police but hesitated, suspecting the involvement of the crow and the smiling tiger. Suddenly, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside the villa. Turning to look, he saw someone waving a school bag out of the window. Recognizing it as his son's bag, he commanded, "Xiang, drive. Follow them." They pursued the car closely, anxious not to lose sight of it. The vehicles exited the city center, arriving at a desolate area in Yuanlong. As darkness enveloped the land, several beams of light illuminated the scene, revealing individuals wielding shovels and digging. Lord B and Xiang exited the vehicle and hurried over. "Daddy, save me. I'm scared," wailed his son and daughter, aged 8 and 6, their school uniforms contrasting with their terrified expressions. Two thugs restrained them, while several others labored to excavate a pit. Lord B's heart shattered at the sight. "Crow, do not go too far. One does not mix family with this life. Release them, if you have courage. Confront me directly." The crow stepped from the vehicle, gesturing for his subordinates to push Lord B's children into the pit. Subsequently, he seized a shovel from his underling and began to shovel dirt into the pit, moving with a sinister grace reminiscent of a dance. "Stop!" Lord B shouted, rushing forward. "I agree to cooperate. Let them go." "That is more like it." The crow ordered his men to cease their digging, but did not release Lord B's children. "Tell me, how shall we cooperate?" "Your subordinate, Chun Haonan, controls the territory in Tongluan. I demand you instruct him to withdraw and allow Dongxing to take over." Upon hearing this, Lord B dismissed the idea, believing the crow's plan to be naively optimistic. Even if Haonan were to relinquish Tongluan, Dongxing would struggle to maintain a foothold there. "You need not worry about that. Simply follow my orders." The crow, confident in his strategy, had already devised a comprehensive plan. Capturing Liang Kuan's woman was intended to leverage her nude photographs as a threat against him. Losing one of Hongxing's 12 factions was a sacrifice he was willing to consider for the sake of preserving face. Even if Liang Kuan were indifferent to his reputation, the numerous subordinates of Dongxing could not be underestimated. The crow also aspired to forge alliances with Lianxing to confront Hongxing. "It is futile. I have already withdrawn from Hongxing. Haonan will not heed my commands." "Is that so?" The crow smirked. I have heard that Chun Haonan regards you as a father figure. He then declared ominously, you have 10 minutes to contact Chun Haonan. If you fail to resolve this, I will make your children suffer. Meanwhile, half an hour prior, in the underground parking lot of Yong'an department store in Sim Sha Sui, Liang Kwan had just finished shopping with Ah Wen and was preparing to return home. Liang Kwan wrapped his arm around Ah Wen's slender waist, his hand daringly exploring her curves, prompting her to laugh flirtatiously like a seductress. Meanwhile, bodyguard Gao Jin, burdened with shopping bags, struggled to keep up. As they reached Liang Kwan's newly purchased bulletproof Mercedes, Gao Jin placed the bags in the trunk and took the driver's seat, while Liang Kwan and Ah Wen cozied up in the back, indulging in their affections. Suddenly, the phone rang. Damn it, who is calling? Liang Kwan, irritated, was about to dismiss Ah Wen when the phone interrupted him. Kwan go, there's been an incident. Qian Kwan Film Company is on fire. What? Liang Kwan ordered Gao Jin to change their route to Chongqing Mansion. All the financial records of their operations were stored there and needed to be salvaged. Within minutes, they arrived at Chongqing Mansion, where flames leapt from the 12th floor window, sending plumes of smoke into the air. Firefighters were already battling the blaze, and the flames were diminishing. Gao Jin, let us go see what's happening. They entered the building, leaving Ah Wen in the car. Just as they departed, a group of thugs approached, led by the cultured rogue, Fei Shi. Fei Shi attempted to pull the car door open, only to discover it was locked. Drawing a hammer from his pocket, he struck the back window fiercely. To his shock, the glass did not shatter, it merely cracked. Damn it! Bulletproof glass. Ah Wen screamed in terror from inside the vehicle. With renewed determination, Fei Shi struck the glass 3 more times, finally breaking through and forcing the door open. He lunged inside, attempting to drag Ah Wen out. Help! Let me go! She cried, struggling in vain against Fei Shi and his accomplices who were pulling her toward a nearby van. Release her. Just then, Liang Kwan and Gao Jin arrived back on the scene. Gao Jin sprang forward, delivering a flying kick that knocked Fei Shi to the ground. With swift precision, he followed up with a series of punches and kicks, taking down Fei Shi's accomplices. These ruffians had trailed behind the crow for 3 days, starving and emaciated. Utterly insufficient to confront Gao Jin. With a fierce determination, Liang Kwan brandished a metal trash can and struck down the 2 thugs who had come to provide backup. The sound of impact echoed resoundingly as he followed up with a series of relentless kicks to their prone bodies. Enough, Brother Kwan, take the saw and leave. I will handle this. All right, I will summon Sha Chong for support. Liang Kwan assisted the shaken An into the vehicle and sped away in his luxurious car. Moments earlier, he had not yet ascended the building with Gao Jin when he received a call from Li Feng, warning him of impending danger to An. Li Feng's foresight stemmed from his alliance with a subordinate of Fei Shi named Adong. Adong, newly affiliated with Fei Shi, was not yet fully trusted. Prior to the operation, Fei Shi had withheld the details from him. It was only when Fei Shi attempted to capture An that Adong seized the opportunity to alert Li Feng. Lacking a mobile phone, he made the call from a public phone booth before swiftly departing. Boss, get in the car. One of the subordinates jumped into the driver's seat of the van, starting the engine and signaling to Fei Shi. Meanwhile, 2 others clung to Gao Jin's legs. Buying time for Fei Shi, it must be acknowledged that these headstrong youths, barely in their 20s, displayed remarkable loyalty. With a forceful kick, Gao Jin managed to free one of his legs, sending the 2 thugs reeling and spitting blood, yet they refused to relinquish their grip. A smirk crept across Fei Shi's lips as he climbed into the van. Although the mission had failed, he had salvaged his life. Just as he reveled in this small victory, a sedan came barreling towards them, colliding with the van and bringing it to a halt. Chapter 48. The fall of De Lao B. In the next moment, Sha Chong and his 2 subordinates emerged from the back seat of the car, brandishing weapons as they lunged toward the van. Inside the van, the driver lay unconscious, slumped over the steering wheel, while Fei Shi suffered a head injury, blood oozing from his wound. Get out. Sha Chong forcefully yanked him from the vehicle. At that moment, Gao Jin also arrived at the scene. The group ruthlessly interrogated Fei Shi in the street, employing brutal methods. Did the crow instruct you to kidnap De Saw's wife? Sha Chong inquired. Fei Shi nodded in acknowledgement. What does the crow plan to do? When Fei Shi remained silent, Sha Chong twisted his fingers, snapping 2 of them with a sickening crack. Will you speak? Despite the pain causing him to tremble, Fei Shi stubbornly refused to divulge any information. Let me handle this. Gao Jin raised a hammer he had seized, preparing to bring it down upon Fei Shi's other hand. I will count to 3. If you do not speak, I will crush your manhood. I'll talk. The crow captured De Lao Bi's children, threatening him to compel Chun Haonan to withdraw from Tongluan. Feisher stammered. Where? Yuan Long, at Nanshengwei. Gao Jin pulled out a mobile phone to contact Li Feng. Though he served as a bodyguard for Liang Kuan, his true loyalty lay with Li Feng. Brother Feng, the crow has taken De Lao Bi's children to Nanshengwei, coercing him to command Chun Haonan to relinquish Tongluan. Understood. Li Feng couldn't help but admire the crow's cunning. This audacious figure was indeed both brave and shrewd. Logically, De Lao Bi had already distanced himself from the Hongxing gang, and Chun Haonan would not heed his orders. Nevertheless, Chun Haonan shared a unique bond with De Lao Bi and, knowing the fate of his children rested in the crow's hands, might genuinely consider withdrawing from Tongluan. In the original narrative, during De Lao Bi's funeral, Chun Haonan had professed, I regarded Brother Bi as my own father. Regardless of how Chun Haonan responded, the crow had to die today. Tony, gather everyone and head to Nanshengwei. Yes. Simultaneously, at the Hennessy Firebird Bar, Chun Haonan received a call from De Lao Bi and found himself at a loss for words. Brother Bi, you put me in a difficult position. If I withdraw from Tongluan, Dongxing and other gangs will seize the opportunity, and I will become a pariah in Hongxing. My children's lives are in the crow's hands. Anan, I beg you, help me just this once. Damn that crow. Let me think it over. There is no time left. Okay, I will withdraw. Chun Haonan instructed all his subordinates to retreat from Tongluan. No sooner had they departed than Sha Ming, accompanied by over 100 followers, took over various venues. This was a plan devised between Sha Ming and the crow, and with its success, Sha Ming laughed triumphantly. Tongluan is finally ours, ha! Chun Haonan, along with De Tian Er and Bao Pai, wandered aimlessly through the streets, feeling like lost souls. Nangu, what shall we do now? Let us go to Yuan Long and kill that crow. In the wasteland of Nanshengwei in Yuan Long, the crow answered Sha Ming's call. It's done. Tongluan is ours now. The girls in the bar have the perfect figures. It's a real thrill. At the Firebird Bar, Sha Ming, with a cigar in his mouth, had a blonde foreign girl in his left arm while holding a mobile phone in his right, exuding an air of arrogance. Be cautious of Hongxing's counterattack. Let them come. I'll take them down. The venue was originally theirs. Let us see who will mourn the loss. The crow hung up the phone and reached out, caressing De Lao Bi's daughter's cheek. Such a pity she's only 6. If she were 16, I'd sell you on Bolan Street. The little girl burst into tears, terrified. What are you doing? Let her go? Roared De Lao Bi. Do you not understand the principle of uprooting weeds? The spring wind will only bring them back. The crow sneered as he pushed the 2 children into a pit, ordering his subordinates to bury them alive. Amidst the flickering lights, the crow's expression twisted with malice. Bastard, you are not keeping your word. Let them go. De Lao Bi shouted, his worst fears realized, his voice filled with desperation. Bang! The crow's subordinates struck De Lao Bi with the handles of shovels. Kneeling on the ground, De Lao Bi watched helplessly as his children were buried alive, his heart heavy with sorrow. Big brother, we have a situation. At that moment, several beams of light pierced through the darkness, accompanied by the sound of revving engines. Soon, 2 vans and 3 cars arrived, from which emerged 30 to 40 individuals wielding machetes and clubs, led by none other than Tony, brandishing a triangular military dagger. Recognizing him, the crow felt a wave of panic surge within. Run! The crow gestured for his subordinates to flee, abandoning their vehicles as they dashed into the dark underbrush. Yuan Long was the stronghold of Dongxing, and the crow was familiar with the terrain. Kill him! Tony commanded as they pursued, launching the triangular dagger at the crow, who pushed one of his subordinates in front of him as a shield. Swoosh! The subordinate was pierced and collapsed to the ground. Having freed himself from restraint, De Lao Bi lunged toward the pit, desperately digging with his bare hands to rescue his children. The 2 children's heads remained above ground, but their bodies were buried beneath the earth, the pressure causing them to lose consciousness. Songzai Kuer. De Lao Bi called out their names, digging frantically as blood flowed from his hands. Take him down. The crow glanced back at his fleeing subordinates. Bang! One of the last fleeing subordinates turned back, picking up a shovel and swinging it at De Lao Bi's head. De Lao Bi's head rang with a dull thud, his vision blurring, and in that fleeting moment, he saw a young man. Save them! The figure he saw was Li Feng. The crow had become too brazen, and Li Feng wished to capture him, to inflict some punishment and see if he would still be so arrogant in the face of death. Li Feng nodded, signaling the Vietnamese to save the children. A dozen Vietnamese leaped into the pit, using shovels and their hands to dig. "Thank you," De Lao Bi murmured weakly before closing his eyes. De Lao Bi passed away. Before long, the two children were unearthed. Li Feng instructed his men to perform CPR, and against all odds, they revived them. Li Feng understood the necessity of eradicating threats entirely. After all, they were just children. Watching them die was a burden too heavy to bear. In the underbrush, the crow fled with a few remaining subordinates. Tony and his group pursued relentlessly. Swoosh! Tony caught up with a crow subordinate, plunging the triangular dagger into his chest. Just as he prepared to continue his relentless pursuit, a Vietnamese boy found himself ensnared in a muddy pit. Those nearby hesitated to approach, fearing the mire. "Use a belt," one suggested. A bystander swiftly removed his belt and cast it into the muck, enabling the boy to be pulled to safety. "Stop the chase." Beside the pit, two children, having been saved, lay weeping over the lifeless body of De Lao Bi. "Daddy, wake up." "Whoa, Daddy, please don't leave us." At that moment, Chun Haonan and his companions arrived, and upon witnessing the corpse of De Lao Bi, they rushed forward. "Brother Bi, whoa, Brother Bi." Chun Haonan, displaying genuine grief, clutched De Lao Bi's body, weeping sorrowfully. Conversely, De Tian Er and Bao Pai, lacking a profound bond with De Lao Bi, feigned tears for a brief moment before rising. Subsequently, Chun Haonan also stood, his face a mask of fury as he glared at Li Feng. "It is you who has brought about Brother B's demise." Chapter 49. A few thousand a month. What are you playing with? Are you blind? If it weren't for Brother Feng, these two little brats would have long met their father. Asia, feeling indignant at the injustice against Li Feng, stepped forward and pushed Chun Haonan. "Uncle Hao, my father was killed by that big brute. You have wronged this uncle. He saved both me and Kuer, the son of Big Boss B, at 8 years old. Could distinguish right from wrong." Being familiar with Chun Haonan, he felt it necessary to clarify the situation. Though Big Boss B was involved in the underworld, his principles concerning the education of his children were commendable. "Is that so?" Chun Haonan was taken aback. There was no doubt that Big Boss B had fallen victim to the crow, but he had not anticipated that Li Feng had rescued his children. In his view, Li Feng was cruel and ruthless, incapable of saving the offspring of his archenemy. "In your eyes, am I merely a heartless villain?" Li Feng gazed at Chun Haonan, speaking calmly. "I apologize. I misunderstood you." Chun Haonan lowered his head in contrition, adding, "I regarded Brother B as my father. You saved these two children, which means you saved my family. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Let bygones be bygones." "Humph." Li Feng expressed disdain. He had expected this fellow to express profound gratitude, perhaps offering to assist him in the future. Upon reflection, it was reasonable. Chun Haonan had always harbored animosity towards him, yet to utter such words demonstrated a commendable character. "Brother Feng, the crow has fled. He won't last long, just leave." Li Feng departed with his men, leaving the remainder of the matters to Chun Haonan. In a billiard room in Yuanlong, the crow and a few subordinates were seated at a billiard table, having a late-night snack. They had fled in disarray. "Boss, what should we do now?" "Continue to play with Hong Xing," the crow replied. "Play." The subordinates were disheartened and reluctant. Had it not been for their familiarity with the terrain, they would have been slain by the Hong Xing boys earlier. "Damn." The crow slammed a lunchbox on a subordinate's head, leaping off the billiard table and growled. "If it weren't for that fool Fisher messing things up, we would be in Causeway Bay, drinking with the ladies. We have no choice but to continue playing with Hong Xing." The following morning, at the Hong Xing Quitting Hall, Liang Kuan summoned the leaders of various factions for a meeting. "Damn that dead crow. I was displeased with him during the social gathering. Find this scum and put him down." De Fei snorted, picking his nose. "For Brother B's revenge, we must eliminate the crow," shouted De Tian Er from the back row. "Big B has been ousted from Hong Xing. What revenge can we talk about?" Ji Gu remarked sarcastically. Previously, the Smiling Tiger approached Ji Gu to partner in opening a bar named Dongman in Causeway Bay. He had dealings with the crow and had no intention of confronting him. Chun Haonan interjected. "Brother B has fought for the gang for over a decade. Whether through merit or hardship, I don't care if you take action or not, but I must avenge Brother B." The Dongxing faction was also formidable. In a clash, both sides would suffer. "Enough noise." Liang Kuan's hoarse voice rang out. "When undertaking matters, one must consider the bigger picture. The immediate priority is to reclaim Causeway Bay. Taizi, Han Bin, Shirsen Mei, and De Fei. You all must contribute men. Within 3 days, reclaim Causeway Bay." Hanbin nodded. I have no issues with fighting, but the venue in Causeway Bay originally belonged to us. What if we damage it? We must fight regardless. Causeway Bay cannot be allowed for Dongxing to plant their flag. Meanwhile, in a tea house on Jordan Road, the Crow was discussing matters with a man resembling Jiang Tianxing in a private room. If you wish to become the spokesperson for Helian Sheng, of course, you must collaborate with me, the Crow of Dongxing. Causeway Bay is currently occupied by Sha Meng, and his men can hardly defend it. The Crow was preparing to seek cooperation with Helian Sheng, aiming at Jordan's Lu. On the surface, Lu appeared gentle, but in truth, he was cunning and adept at making empty promises while resorting to underhanded tactics. Currently, the spokesperson is Chue Ji. Even if there is a change, it won't be my turn. Big D is too powerful. I cannot compete with him. Lu was not easily swayed. Damn, Hong Xing has taken over Helian Sheng's territory. Have you never considered seeking retribution from Hong Xing? With so many bosses in Helian Sheng, it is not solely my affair. The Crow, weary of idle chatter, laid his cards on the table. Let us make a deal. I will help you clear obstacles, starting with Chue Ji, and you will assist me in dealing with the Hong Xing boys. What is the specific plan? This struck a chord with Li's interests. He ceased to feign ignorance. Come here. The Crow leaned in to whisper into Li's ear. Upon hearing, Lu's face flashed with a sly smile. This fellow was cunning and could match him. In the evening, in the underground parking lot of Central Plaza in Wanchai, a man clad in a checkered shirt, accompanied by 3 henchmen, prepared to get into his car. Chue Ji was known as the most ineffective spokesperson. Devoid of manpower or finances, he had been slapped publicly by Big D from Tsunwan during a meeting. His territory in Wanchai overlapped with that of Hong Xing. Previously, he had been able to dominate 2 venues in Causeway Bay due to this reason. Chue Ji operated discreetly, avoiding the company of numerous subordinates, and did not offend others. When he went out previously, he would only have a driver. Now that he had become a spokesperson, he had added 2 bodyguards. Kill him. Just then, a dozen knife-wielding thugs surged forward with murderous intent. Boss, get in the car. The driver opened the door for Chue Ji, then took the driver's seat, preparing to drive away, only to find that the car wouldn't start. It was evident that someone had tampered with the vehicle. Stay inside the car and don't go out. Although Chue Ji's men were few, their loyalty was commendable. Wu grabbed a baseball bat and joined the fray. Outside, 2 bodyguards were surrounded and brutally hacked at, bloodied and on the verge of collapse. Wu defended in front of the car, swinging the bat to fend off attackers for a moment. What are you playing with, a few thousand a month? Chapter 50. The Crow. You are all my pawns. The following morning, after the funeral of Chue Ji concluded, the 3 generations of Helian Sheng gathered in a theater in Tsunwan for a meeting. This theater, long abandoned, had now been converted into an activity room, furnished with numerous mahjong tables. The corpulent Deng Bo reclined in a chair, flanked by his uncles, Chuan Bao, Long Jin, Mao Dun, and Lung Lao. Di Lu, De Pu He, and Yu Tu Biao were either seated or standing by the tables. The younger generation, including Fei Ji, Jimmy Zai, and Dingguan Zai, stood at a distance in the empty space. Everyone, our spokesperson from Helian Sheng has been murdered. This is a slap in the face to our society. What are your thoughts? Deng Bo, the highest-ranking member, expressed his concern, noting that Chue Ji was his protege. With Chue Ji's death, revenge was imperative. It's not merely a slap in the face. It's akin to defecating on our heads. Lu fanned the flames. Hong Xing has encroached on our territory and now taken our spokesperson's life. Can we tolerate this? We cannot. We must kill them to avenge our spokesperson. Damn those Hong Xing fools. They clearly do not regard our society. The crowd of shorter members erupted in fervent cries. Come on, use your brains. Hong Xing has no grudge against Chue Ji. Why would they kill him? Di and Lu, arch-rivals, countered. The territories of Chue Ji and Hong Xing intersect. They wish to eliminate him, one argued. Who has witnessed Hong Xing take out Chue Ji? The debate intensified until a faint voice broke through. I saw it. Wu, unharmed after surgery at the hospital, was wheeled in by 2 medical staff. He recounted the incident, revealing the words he had overheard. The truth was evident. Chue Ji had indeed been targeted by Hong Xing. After Lu spoke, he turned to Deng Bo. In our line of work, we value clear distinctions between friendship and enmity. Now that we have clarified the cause of Chue Ji's death, we must act accordingly. Deng Bo, a cunning old fox, spoke subtly, but his meaning was clear to the others. Strike. Settle both old and new scores. Take down Hong Xing. Let us stand together as comrades. We shall share the burden. Alu, take the lead in delivering a heavy blow to Hung Hing. With Chuaji gone, the society would need to select a new spokesperson, and Deng Bo was prepared to elevate Alu to that position. Rest assured, this time, I shall not allow anyone to underestimate He Liansheng, Alu proclaimed, already exhibiting the demeanor of a leader. Damn it! I refuse to mobilize my men, Didi cursed silently. That night at 11, the bustling streets of Causeway Bay began to quiet, with fewer pedestrians and shops closing for the night. Along the streets of Lockhart Road and Hennessy Road, as well as Jardines Crescent and Ching Feng Street, groups of gangsters armed with weapons converged upon the Firebird Bar. The scene was reminiscent of the Axe Gang's entrance in the film Kung Fu, casting a shadow over the area. This time, in an effort to reclaim Causeway Bay, Hung Hing had dispatched hundreds of men, including Tai Zi, Han Bin, Shi Sanmei, and De Fei. Bystanders hurriedly avoided the confrontation, while a few remaining shops and food stalls shut their doors in fear of collateral damage. At the entrance of the Firebird Bar, approximately 200 Dongxing members stood prepared for battle. When the two sides met, they confronted each other across the street's guardrails. Hung Hing was taken aback, expecting Dongxing to hide in their territory, thus allowing them to proceed with caution. To their surprise, these mere 200 dared to emerge for battle. Shama, if you know what's good for you, take your men and leave Causeway Bay immediately, or else we will cut you down. Sha Chong, representing Liang Kuan, finally assumed the role of the leading brother. In this world, we rely on our own abilities. You Hung Hing can operate in Causeway Bay, and we Dongxing can plant our flag as well. If you have the capability, drive us away. Shama boasted confidently. Leave. Sha Chong raised his machete. Attack. Unable to restrain himself, Shama waved his hand, and his subordinates charged forward. The two sides clashed around the guardrail, resulting in a tumultuous melee. With a swift motion, Tony wielded a triangular bayonet, leaving gaping wounds in the Dongxing members, blood spurting forth. The more he fought, the more exhilarated he became, as if reliving the thrill of past battles. Die! Ahu swung a steel pipe, causing Dongxing members to flee in panic. Sha Jia, fighting in a more underhanded manner, wielded a cleaver, targeting the injured or retreating members, delivering lethal blows. Nangu, Shama is over there. Chun Hao Nan and De Tian Air joined the fray. Chun Hao Nan, eager to avenge his ally B, did not see the crow and aimed to capture Shama to extract information about the crow's whereabouts. Clang. Under the bar's advertising sign, Shama engaged in a fierce battle with Hung Hing's Tai Zi. Hung Hing's were God? Nothing but a joke. Shama pushed Tai Zi back with a strike, boasting with arrogance. Cut him. Chun Hao Nan, De Tian Air, and others surrounded Shama, striking his back with two swift blows. Seeing the odds shift, Shama turned to flee, with Chun Hao Nan and the others in pursuit. Suddenly, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from ahead. A mass of figures approached from the left. Whoa! Chun Hao Nan and his companions were taken aback and hurriedly retreated. He Liansheng had arrived with around 300 to 400 men. Led by Alu. Charge! Alu signaled, and his subordinates stormed into the fray. The three factions became embroiled in chaotic combat, with He Liansheng and Dongxing having established a secret signal. Those with yellow cloth tied around their wrists were allies. On the rooftop of a building along the street, the crow observed the fierce street battle below, dancing with glee, relishing the chaos. Fools! They are all my pawns, manipulated at my whim. At the Langchao bar, Li Feng sat calmly at the bar, sipping his drink. The battle was merely a street away, and the patrons had long since fled. Inside the bar, only Li Feng, Gao Jin, and Xiao Jieba remained. Brother Feng, He Liansheng has joined the fight. Hung Hing's attempt to reclaim Causeway Bay will not be easy today. Li Feng took a sip of his drink, remaining silent. Anticipating Shama's cunning, he was impressed that he had managed to ensnare He Liansheng in his schemes. What shall we do now? Gao Jin inquired. Call the police. Gao Jin was utterly bewildered, prompting the police to apprehend one of their own. Li Feng retrieved his mobile phone, dialing a number. Sir Guan, a fierce confrontation has erupted in Tongluan, involving over 1,000 participants, resulting in a river of blood. Are you not inclined to intervene? On the other end, Guan Yinfeng was initially taken aback. A skirmish of such magnitude could have dire consequences and necessitated immediate resolution. However, he was soon beset by confusion. Why was this rascal contacting him? I will promptly notify the Wanchai police station. Sir Guan, I believe it would be more prudent for you to handle this personally. Nonsense. I am the district commander of the North. The affairs of Wanchai do not fall under my jurisdiction. You must intervene. Li Feng's tone bore a hint of coercion. What do you mean by that? Guan Yunfeng bristled, feeling affronted that a member of a gang would dare to threaten him. Your son, Azu, is currently assisting me. If you wish to prevent him from facing incarceration, you should personally come to Tongluan. My son is aiding you? Since that incident with the Hong Kong-funded bank, I have lost all trace of him, believing him to be deceased. Indeed. Would you like me to arrange for him to call you now? Li Feng abruptly ended the call. In the next moment, Guan Yunfeng's phone rang. It was a landline from the Waidao region. Dad. After a decade, his son finally addressed him as Dad, causing Guan Yunfeng to be overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Due to his past maltreatment, his son had not uttered that word since he was 10. Azu, where are you? Are you well? I am fine. There is no need for concern. Is Brother Feng requesting your assistance? Brother Feng? Guan Yunfeng found himself compelled to believe Li Feng's assertions. Li Feng is my boss. Do not refuse any requests he may have. That is all. Goodbye. Chapter 51. Reclaiming Tongluan. Guan Yunfeng wished to converse a little longer with his son, but the latter abruptly disconnected the call. That rascal, why must he associate with a triad member? It is utterly incomprehensible why his rebellious son would choose to serve such a rogue. However, upon further reflection, it is certainly preferable to becoming a violent criminal. During this period, Guan Yunfeng has engaged in much soul-searching, filled with regret. Now that his son calls him Dad, he feels a surge of joy within. At that moment, Li Feng's call came through. How was your conversation with your son? Not bad, but what exactly do you want me to do? Quite simple. Your son wishes to avoid incarceration, and my associates share the same desire. Guan Yunfeng immediately comprehended Li Feng's implication. He was being asked to protect him. Subsequently, Guan Yunfeng alerted all officers at the Northern District Police Headquarters to proceed to Tongluan, including those who had already finished their shifts. In Tongluan, the gunfight continued unabated. Along Lockhart Road, shadows of pursuit and violence were scattered everywhere, with bloodstains marring the streets and railings. The sound of sirens blared as numerous police vehicles rushed in, effectively blocking both ends of the somewhat narrow road. The Wanchai police station also received reports, prompting Inspector Black and around 30 officers to hasten to the scene. Meanwhile, Guan Yunfeng stood with a larger contingent of officers. Raising a bullhorn to address the crowd, he noticed Black doing the same and decided to lower his own. Everyone listened as Black announced, "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately by laying down your weapons, or face lethal consequences." His Mandarin was somewhat lacking, yet the message was clear. The Triad members, however, were far from compliant, scattering into nearby alleys. Gunfire erupted as the police fired shots. Hitting a few in the legs, the timid crouched down while the bold continued to flee. Officers were deployed in the alleyways, capturing several individuals. Nonetheless, with the sheer number involved, the police could not apprehend them all, and at least half managed to escape. The scene was chaotic, with 500 to 600 individuals under police control, leaving the officers overwhelmed. With so many detainees, the station could not accommodate them all. However, given the severity of the incident, it was imperative to bring these delinquents to justice. Black prepared to request reinforcements. "Sir, allow me to handle this case." Guan Yunfeng negotiated with Black. "No, that is against protocol. Wanchai is under my jurisdiction," Black retorted bluntly. "You know my son has committed theft, which brings me great shame. I must take action to restore my honor. Do you understand?" Guan Yunfeng gesticulated, and Black grasped his meaning. "Consider it a favor. I will treat you to tea another day." Although the foreigner held a higher status on Hong Kong Island, Guan Yunfeng's rank surpassed Black's, and given his request, Black felt compelled to concede. "All right, this group of delinquents is yours. Ensure they are dealt with severely." "I will," Black affirmed, leading his men away and leaving the scene to Guan Yunfeng. All detainees were transported back to the Northern District Police Headquarters. Guan Yunfeng arranged for 7 or 8 buses to transport the Triad members. In the hall of the Northern District Police Station, officers worked overtime to interrogate and record statements. "What is your name?" "Xian Weijia." "Are you Vietnamese?" "Do you have identification?" "Yes." "Why were you fighting?" "I was running the venue. If someone tried to attack me, I had to retaliate." "Which gang are you affiliated with?" "Hung Hing." Xian Weijia, in his bravado, flaunted before the officers. Members of Hung Hing were confined in a large collective detention room. Xian Weijia, Ahu, and others were all locked inside. Across from them was another sizable detention area, holding Dongxing members and the Lianxing gang. Sha Meng, Feiji, and others were inside. "Hey, Sha Ming whistled across the way. What are you so smug about? Xian Weijia barked. We from Dongxing have protection. We will be out soon, while you lot will be stuck here. You have no chance now. Prepare for prison, Hongxing fools. Sha Ming's underlings joined in the taunts. What did you say? Xian Weijia, furious, bared his teeth. Come over and bite me, you fool. Sha Ming boasted, wincing as someone brushed against his wound. An hour later, 2 police officers arrived with keys, clanking open the iron gate on the Hongxing side. Someone has posted bail for you. You may leave. The Hongxing members were taken aback, their spirits soaring. Brother Feng is formidable. It must be him who secured our release. Let us go. Let Dongxing and Lianxing stew in their own juices. The Dongxing and Lianxing members looked on with envy and resentment. You have no chance now. Xian Weijia, before departing, couldn't resist a parting insult. After the Hongxing members were released, they wasted no time in launching a counterattack. Dongxing members fled or were captured, leaving the previously seized territory deserted. Tony and his crew effortlessly reclaimed all the establishments. What had initially seemed a harmonious situation soon sparked a minor internal conflict. Hey, what do you mean? The Firebird Bar has always been under our protection. Your presence is inappropriate. Tony, accompanied by Vietnamese associates, attempted to enter the bar, but was blocked by De Tian Air and others. Before Dongxing's takeover, it had indeed been occupied by Chun Haonan and his crew. Your boss B has already fallen. Why linger here? Pack your things and leave, Xian Weijia retorted. Who do you think you are? What authority do you have to expel us? We are also from Hongxing. Don't go too far. Dado led a group to provide support, while Chun Haonan maintained a stern expression, determined not to yield. As the argument escalated, Li Feng was summoned to mediate. Uncle Han, as a junior, it is inappropriate for me to handle this. What do you suggest? Although Li Feng shared a similar intent with Tony, wishing to oust Chun Haonan and Dado, he could not overtly favor them. Thus, he called upon Han Bin as a shield. The cunning Han Bin discerned Li Feng's intentions. Nan, since you previously worked with De Bi and Xianxin, why not consider switching allegiances to Tony's group? Chun Haonan was understandably reluctant. Xianxin was impoverished compared to Tongluan. Han Bin pulled him aside and whispered, foolish lad. Sometimes retreating can offer broader horizons. I understand. Chun Haonan nodded, and then continued, we can relinquish Tongluan, but Xianxin must be ours. All right, Xian Weijia eagerly replied. He had grown weary of Xianxin. Brother Feng hasn't even expressed his opinion. Why are you rushing to speak? Tony looked towards Li Feng, who shrugged his hands. Since none of you have any objections, let's switch then. His tone sounded quite reluctant. Chun Haonan and his group left resentfully. On the way, De Tianer and Bao Pai began to complain. We've been hanging around in Xiyun Mountain since we were teenagers. Going back now would make us a laughingstock. Damn it, they're clearly taking advantage of us. Forget it. Ah Feng saved Brother B's children, so consider it repaying his favor. Chapter 52. Tony Chun Haonan and De Fei compete for the title of the Kingpin of Causeway Bay. A few days ago, I traveled to Thailand, where a friend introduced me to an authentic Thai massage, which was genuinely invigorating. The masseuse had long legs and fair skin, more striking than the Miss Hong Kong contestants. At the Hongxing Causeway Bay branch, Bai Gu animatedly boasted to several veterans at the meeting table. Beware of the Thai ladyboys. You might end up with a surprise, De Fei teased. At this moment, Liang Kuan approached and took his seat at the head of the table. I have gathered everyone today for an important matter, to elect the Kingpin of Causeway Bay. The area has been without a leader for too long, and last time we suffered because of it when Dongxing took advantage of our disarray. Ah Kuan's timing was indeed impeccable. Bai Gu and 2 sycophants whispered amongst themselves, discussing the situation. Currently, Tony holds the position in Causeway Bay. I believe in democracy. I do not support a dictatorship. Who do you think should take on the role of Kingpin? Although Tony was the presumed candidate, it was essential to go through the motions. Hongxing is not the private property of the Li family. We must at least appear fair and just. The crowd murmured among themselves, debating the choice. Who else but Tony? That guy is tough and capable. He has handled many matters for the organization, Bai Gu asserted, counting on his ability to gauge the mood. I also support Tony. Our organization needs such a daring and spirited young individual, added the inconspicuous Fatty Lee. Tony would be an excellent choice for the Kingpin of Causeway Bay. Other organizations would surely think twice before causing trouble. Several others echoed their support for Tony. However, Han Bin, Shi Sen Mei, and Tai Zi remained silent, each calculating their own interests. If Tony became the Kingpin, the Li family's influence would undoubtedly grow, which left them feeling insecure. They worried that the entire Hung Hing would fall under the Li family's control. Someone needed to check this power. I believe Haunan would be a more suitable choice for the kingpin of Causeway Bay, Han Bin asserted earnestly. He has been in Causeway Bay for many years and is well acquainted with every aspect, making management effortless. San Mei chimed in. Haunan has been with DB for 10 years and has contributed significantly to the organization. By seniority, it is his turn. Every organization must consider seniority. Tony has only been with Hung Hing for a little over a month. It would be difficult for him to gain everyone's support as kingpin, Tai Zi agreed. Liang Kuan had anticipated this scenario and calmly turned to DeFei. DeFei, who do you support? I support myself, DeFei astonishingly declared. If we're having an election, it must be fair. I also wish to compete for the kingpin of Causeway Bay. Are you abandoning your own territory? Tai Zi questioned. Causeway Bay is lucrative. I'm envious. Is there a problem with that? DeFei replied defiantly. Liang Kuan raised a hand to silence the room. DeFei has a point. If we are to hold an election, it must be fair. That scoundrel Wu Yu is causing chaos in Causeway Bay, leading to significant losses for us. Whoever deals with him will be the kingpin. The candidates are Tony, Haunan, and DeFei. Good idea. Bai Gu applauded. Now this is what I call fairness, another sycophant chimed in. Han Bin's face flickered with disdain. Fairness? Huh. Tai Zi and San Mei were aware of the reality. The Li family had numerous fierce subordinates. How could Chen Haunan and DeFei compete with Tony? Even if they managed to catch Wu Ya, they would likely be outmaneuvered. At the Chung Yuanshan Stadium, Chen Haunan, De Tian Air, and Chao Pai were playing football with a group of 14 and 15-year-olds. Brother Nan, it's been 10 years. We are back here. Isn't it a bit pathetic? De Tian Air lamented. The path we chose is irreversible. We must take it one step at a time, Haunan replied. As they spoke, Bao Pai, looking delighted and panting, rushed over. Good news. Brother Nan, your chance to become the kingpin of Causeway Bay has arrived. The meeting was attended only by the leaders of each faction, and Bao Pai had been waiting at the entrance to hear that the candidates were Tony, Chen Haunan, and DeFei. Really? De Tian Air's spirits lifted. Chen Haunan appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly thrilled. Liang Kuan announced that whoever dealt with Wu Ya would become the kingpin. Excellent. De Tian Air clenched his fists. Let's gather information on Wu Ya and deal with him. That scoundrel Wu Ya is surely hiding in Yuan Long. We should search for him there. Chen Haunan poured cold water on their excitement. It's hopeless. Tony has Li Feng backing him. He has money and manpower. How can I compete? And let's not forget about DeFei. There was some truth to this, and their enthusiasm waned as they felt disheartened. Bao Pai had a sudden idea. De Tian Air, your girlfriend, is DeFei's sister. Why not ask DeFei to bow out of the competition? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, DeFei is your uncle. He should cover for us. Go convince him. Chao Pai encouraged De Tian Air. I'll give it a try. That evening, Chen Haunan invited DeFei to dinner at a restaurant in Chung Yuanshan. Surprisingly, when De Tian Air suggested DeFei withdraw from the competition, DeFei not only agreed readily, but also expressed his support for Chen Haunan. Brother DeFei, thank you. Chen Haunan raised a glass in gratitude. I'm not helping you. I'm helping my brother-in-law. If Tony becomes the kingpin, you all will be left with nothing. DeFei candidly expressed his thoughts. Beneath his seemingly carefree demeanor, he was quite astute. If Tony were to become the decision-maker in Causeway Bay, Liang Kuan and his son would dominate Hung Hing, and fearing gossip, they wanted Chen Haunan to establish a foothold in Chung Yuanshan. They might not even be able to secure that area in the future, leaving Chen Haunan and his crew as lost souls with nowhere to go. DeFei certainly did not want to see his younger sister suffer alongside De Tian Air. Chen Haunan and DeFei joined forces, each sending their subordinates to gather information on Wu Ya. However, days passed with no leads. They scoured the desolate outskirts of Yuan Long, but Wu Ya's whereabouts remained elusive. Has that scoundrel Wu Ya gone on the run? Chen Haunan and the others felt disheartened. Meanwhile, Tony was also searching for Wu Ya. Tony has set his sights on He Lianxing and Alu. During the last fierce encounter in Tongluan, Alu, accompanied by the diminutive He Lianxing, assisted Dongxing in opposing Hung Hing, which undoubtedly suggests collusion with Wu Ya. Presently, all three parties are in search of Wu Ya, and Tony believes that he can only be hiding within Ali's territory. However, despite having his subordinates stake out Ali's domain in Jordan for several days, not a trace of Wu Ya has been found. Brother Feng, what shall we do if Wu Ya remains elusive? Tony is somewhat anxious, fearing that Chen Haunan might seize the opportunity. The vastness of Hong Kong Island means that if he decides to conceal himself, he could remain hidden for an entire year without being found. instead of searching aimlessly. It would be wiser to let him come to us. Brother Feng, do you have any plans? Next Wednesday marks my grandmother's 60th birthday. Do you think Wu Yu will make an appearance to stir up trouble? Chapter 53. The birthday of Liang Kuan's mother. The crow delivers a grand gift days later. At the entrance of a house on Jordan Road, a man with a dark complexion rhythmically knocked on the door, a takeout box, and a beer in his left hand. His knocking was methodical, 2 slow knocks followed by 3 quick ones. Upon the door opening, he glanced around to ensure no one was trailing him before stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. Boss, here is the Cantonese roast goose and beer, he said. Hey Pai, once I strike it rich, I shall not forget your loyalty. The man known as Wu Yu devoured his meal ravenously, fully aware that the Hung Hing gang had been searching for him everywhere, and he had not stepped outside this house in days. I've heard a rumor that Liang Kuan's mother is hosting her 60th birthday banquet tomorrow at the Xinhe restaurant in Wanchai. Many will come to offer their blessings. Upon hearing this, Wu Yu's eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark, contemplating some devilish scheme. Hey Pai, assist me with a task. What is it, boss? Acquire several sets of police uniforms from the black market, including police badges and handcuffs. Get a revolver, a 38 if possible, and recruit a few clever thugs. Hey Pai was taken aback. Boss, what are you planning? Liang Kuan has left me no choice. I shall send him to meet Yama first. Wu Yu retrieved a bag from beneath the bed, revealing 200,000. Take this to get it done. The following afternoon, Liang Kuan, dressed impeccably, strode into the hall of the Xinhe restaurant, accompanied by Shi Qiang, Gao Jun, and several underlings, moving with an air of arrogance. At the entrance, a reception desk adorned with golden silk displayed gifts, including longevity peaches, clay sculptures of the Buddha, and potted decorations. The sound of mahjong echoed throughout the hall. At one table, an elderly woman in her 60s chattered incessantly. Do you know who my son is? The one in charge of Hung Hing, Liang Kuan. Look how proud you all are with your small winnings. Just wait until I change into my red shorts. I'll wipe you all out. This woman was Liang Kuan's mother, embodying the essence of a shrewd merchant. Mother, Liang Kuan greeted her with a smile, arms wide open for an embrace. Happy birthday. He presented her with a jewelry box. What is it? Let me see. Liang Kuan's mother opened it to reveal a vibrant green jade bracelet, glistening like dew. Wow, a jade bracelet. I had it brought from Myanmar. Do you like it? Absolutely, she exclaimed, trying it on while boasting to her mahjong friends. Look at my son. Talented and filial. Her friends were consumed with envy. Let us play mahjong. My luck isn't great today. You play a few rounds for me, son. Liang Kuan, claiming he had matters to attend to, beckoned to Li Feng, who had just entered the hotel. Fengzi, help your grandmother play a few rounds. I don't know how. Can you lose money? Just treat it as scattering flowers. Ha ha ha. Liang Kuan chuckled as he departed. My dear grandson is here. Come, let grandma have a look. Li Feng was abruptly seized by this emotionally distant grandmother, who proceeded to pat him all over, finally planting a kiss on his cheek. At that moment, Li Feng wished to declare, I am a hero, but she has left me drenched in saliva. I'll go to the restroom. Win big for me. As he watched his grandmother enter the restroom, Li Feng couldn't help but recall the male impersonator, Baopi, from the original story, who had infiltrated the women's restroom and attacked Liang Kuan's mother, leading to Liang Kuan falling into a trap. What might unfold today? Li Feng had an ominous premonition that the birthday banquet would not proceed smoothly. Guests began to arrive at the hotel's entrance, presenting their gifts. The majority were red envelopes, while a few were longevity-themed sculptures and potted plants. One individual carried a basket containing a golden gourd, which, while not pure gold, was coated in a layer of it and likely made from clay. The gourd symbolized prosperity and longevity, showcasing the creativity of the gift giver. With so many presents, the gourd was placed on the reception desk and went unnoticed. Half an hour later, with most guests present and the mahjong tables cleared, everyone took their seats, ready to enjoy the feast. Most attendees were from the underworld, with a scant few from the business sector. The political realm was nearly absent, and Li Feng noted this, contemplating how to assist his father in legitimizing his endeavors. Following the 1997 handover, the island would undergo monumental changes. The old ways of violence would no longer suffice. Merely engaging in business risked becoming a pawn for others, potentially leading to confiscation of assets and imprisonment. Returning to the matter at hand, Liang Kuan began, I thank you all for coming to celebrate my mother's birthday. For your support. Just then, several unexpected guests burst in. 5 men clad in military uniforms stormed in. Police. We suspect there are drugs hidden here. Everyone, Stay still and cooperate with the search. One officer, dark-complexioned with a badge hanging from his neck and a revolver at his waist, declared. Their demeanor and speech mirrored that of real police officers, and no one, not even Leon Kwan, questioned their authenticity. What nonsense. I'm here throwing a birthday banquet for my mother, and you claim there are drugs? Leon Kwan retorted. Who do you think you are? I'm the host here. Oh, then we'll start our search with you, the host. 3 officers began to pat down the guests, appearing disinterested yet somewhat anxious. The other 2 scoured the tables and counters. Suddenly, the leading officer picked up the gourd from the reception desk, shook it, and frowned. With a crash, the gourd shattered, revealing a packet of white powder inside. The officer opened the bag, sniffed it, and solemnly stated, 4-grade white flour. Turning to the crowd, he demanded, whose is this? Naturally, no one would admit ownership, and the officer's gaze turned to Leon Kwan. Since no one claims it, it must belong to you. I am now arresting you for possession of drugs. You have the right to remain silent. But anything you say may be used against you in court. With that, he produced handcuffs, preparing to restrain Leon Kwan. Momentarily stunned, Leon Kwan was not frightened by the officers, but rather perplexed. These men did not quite resemble actual police officers, especially given their second statement, which sounded more like a line from the streets. Many onlookers were filled with suspicion, yet they remained as mere guests, hesitant to intervene. Meanwhile, Chun Haonan and his companions reveled in the misfortune, hoping that Leon Kwan would indeed encounter genuine law enforcement. Suddenly, Li Feng, who had long sensed something amiss, stepped forward. Are you attempting to obstruct official duties? The leading officer taunted. Which police station do you belong to? What is your rank? I am Senior Inspector Chen Jibong from the Wanchai Police Station. Are you questioning me? The leading officer brandished his badge. Huh. Senior inspectors are a dime a dozen, Li Feng retorted with a smirk. Before adding, as it happens, I have a friend who serves at the Wanchai Police Station. Let me make a quick call to him. Before Li Feng could finish his sentence, the leading officer's expression shifted dramatically as he reached for his waist. Chapter 54. Chow Pai shields Chun Haonan. In that fleeting moment, 2 figures lunged forward, Tony and Gao Jin, swiftly subduing him. Confronted by these 2 formidable experts, the foe officer Hei Pai found himself utterly defenseless. A gunshot rang out as a bullet struck the ceiling, startling the guests. Gao Jin seized Hei Pai's wrist, delivering an elbow strike that dislocated his arm with a resounding crack, and the .38 caliber pistol fell into Gao Jin's grasp. With a flourish, he twirled the gun in his hand, executing a dazzling 720-degree spin. In the next instant, the barrel was aimed squarely at Hei Pai's forehead. Who sent you? The pallor of Hei Pai's dark complexion was unmistakable. He realized his fate was sealed, but remained resolute in silence. Tony's gaze hardened as he prepared to employ severe measures, only to be halted by Li Feng. Take him away. Hei Pai's 4 subordinates, trembling in fear, bolted toward the exit. Capture them. Sha Chong led a dozen of his men to corner the fleeing quartet. These individuals were fresh arrivals from the Dequanzi and had been lured by Hei Pai with a promise of 20,000 each to play minor roles. The reason for selecting the Dequanzi was their plan to return to the mainland after their performance, thus leaving no trace for the police. Familiar with the terrain, they were quickly apprehended by Sha Chong. Everyone, a minor interruption, the banquet shall continue. In the hotel, Leon Kwan smiled reassuringly at the guests, declaring that all was well. Li Feng accompanied his father in attending to the guests and soon noticed the absence of Chun Haonan and De Tian. It was evident they had ventured off to snatch a target. Li Feng contemplated calling Tony to issue a warning but dismissed the thought, reasoning that if Chun Haonan could intercept them so easily, he was unworthy of leading in Tongluan. In a narrow alley behind the hotel, anguished cries echoed. A group of Vietnamese surrounded Hei Pai, first subjecting him to a brutal beating before escalating to torture. Tony crouched on the ground, wielding a pair of pliers, methodically removing each of Hei Pai's fingernails. Crow sent you, didn't he? Tell me where Crow is, and you might live. Otherwise, I will make your existence a living hell. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Hei Pai steadfastly refused to betray Crow. Having followed Crow for so long, he understood the man's ruthlessness. Betraying him would not only seal his own fate, but also endanger his family. Ahau, bring the frying pan from the kitchen. Moments later, Ahau and a Vietnamese brought a boiling pot of oil. The oil, still bubbling from frying food, was ready. Tony seized Hei Pai's hand and forcefully shoved it into the oil. Hei Pai's hand transformed into a deep-fried delicacy, turning golden and crisp. How ruthless. Chun Haonan and his companions, hidden in the shadows, felt a chill at this sight. Do not think that your silence will protect your family. I will eliminate you first and then send them to join you. Faced with such threats, Hei Pai could no longer withstand the pressure. These men were indeed demons, willing to resort to any means to achieve their ends. I will tell you, 75, Jordan wrote. Though his voice was faint, Chun Haonan seemed to possess keen hearing, etching the address into his memory. Let us go. Swiftly, they made their way to Jordan Road. Meanwhile, Tony left one man to keep an eye on Hei Pai while the others hastened toward the specified address. 75, Jordan Road was an old residence. The first floor served as a storage room where Crow concealed himself, while the upper levels housed residents. This location was within the territory of Lien Shengzhe Lu, leaving Crow with nowhere else to hide. Initially, Lu had been reluctant to provide refuge, but Crow threatened to expose Li's plans to eliminate the rival, compelling Lu to relent. Damn, how is that fool Hei Pai not yet here with Liang Kuan? Crow was a man driven to madness. He planned to capture Liang Kuan here, subject him to humiliation, and ultimately eliminate him. The police had slain the leader of the Hongxing, and the Hongxing men would inevitably seek revenge. By then, Tongluan and the entirety of Wanchai would descend into chaos, allowing him to rise amidst the turmoil. Imagining the scene of the Hongxing confronting the police, Crow felt a surge of satisfaction. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed. The password is incorrect. Crow immediately became alert, retrieving a Black Star pistol from beneath his pillow and cautiously moving toward the door. Who is it? There was no response, and sensing danger, Crow chambered a round in his gun. Outside, Chun Haonan and his group had arrived first. Confirming it was Crow's voice, Chun Haonan pulled out a prepared hammer and began to strike the lock. With several forceful blows, the lock shattered, and he followed up with a violent kick that burst the door open. Inside, Crow wore a sinister grin, aiming his gun at Chun Haonan. Be careful, Brother Nan. Chow Pai abruptly pushed Chun Haonan aside, becoming the shield. Gunfire erupted as Chow Pai was struck 3 times, collapsing to the floor. Chow Pai, brother. Chun Haonan watched helplessly as Chow Pai fell before him, his emotions fracturing as he cried out in despair. Let us go. De Tian Air felt a pang of sorrow, yet this was no time for grief. He grasped Chun Haonan, urging him to flee. Don't pull me. I must save my brother. He is dead. Crow has a gun. If we return, we will all perish. The group fled in panic, seeking refuge in a safe location. Despite meticulous planning, they had not anticipated Crow's possession of a firearm, leading to Chow Pai's demise. The 3 wept inconsolably, filled with regret. Within the room, Crow stuffed several bundles of cash into his pockets and departed with his gun. Upon discovering their presence, Chun Haonan realized his plan had failed. Hei Pai had undoubtedly fallen into Hongxing's hands. With no safe haven left on the island, Crow intended to flee to Holland. Just as he stepped outside, he was met by another group, led by Tony. Crow, you cannot escape today. Return with me to see Brother Kuan. I will ensure you receive a whole corpse. Huh, I'll reward you with 2 peanuts. Crow sneered, raising his gun and firing at Tony. The shots rang out, but to his astonishment, he missed. Tony, a veteran of the Vietnam War, was accustomed to the chaos of gunfire and effortlessly evaded the bullets. Crow was taken aback. Was it possible to miss someone so easily? However, emboldened by his firearm, he believed his escape was assured. Step aside. Otherwise, I will blow your heads off. Crow brandished his gun menacingly at the Vietnamese. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind a trash can, brandishing a shotgun and firing at Crow. Boom. The arm of the Crow, clutching a firearm, was rendered a bloody mess, and a portion of flesh was sheared from its face. The Crow convulsed in agony. Meanwhile, De Tian Air, upon hearing the Crow's anguished cries, sensed an opportunity to claim a life. Nangu, the Crow is not yet dead. Let us finish him off. Damn you. I have long expressed my disinterest in vying for the title of the leader of Tongluan. Now, having caused the demise of Chow Pai, do you wish to bring about the downfall of even more lives? Chun Haonan, disheartened, abandoned his aspirations for leadership in Tongluan. The trio proceeded to the place where the Crow had taken refuge, carrying away the lifeless body of Chow Pai. Chapter 55. Li Feng was pushed down by Wang Zhuxian. Meanwhile, Crow had one arm blown off and half of his face was gone, a grotesque sight that was quite horrifying. Crow, your boss Luotaw is waiting for you below. Tony, wielding a triangular military dagger, slowly approached Crow. Crow still attempted to flee when suddenly, the dagger shot out, piercing him through and leaving him feeling utterly cold. Knife. Tony seized a Nepali kukri from one of his subordinates and swung it towards Crow's neck. Let's go. They wrapped Crow's head in clothing and departed with his underlings, leaving the headless corpse stuffed into the sewer. That night, at the Tongluan headquarters, Liang Kuan sat at the table enjoying a late-night snack while his guests were being entertained, leaving his stomach empty. Boss, it's done. Tony entered, carrying a dark object and placing it on the table. What is it? Liang Kuan curiously unwrapped the outer layer. Uffed. The noodles he had just put in his mouth sprayed out. Damn, didn't you see I was eating? The bloody head was too much for Liang Kuan's appetite, and he could no longer eat. The dead crow opposed me, and this is his fate. Spit. Liang Kuan spat at Crow's head, instructing Tony to dispose of it. Tongluan's boss is now yours. Liang Kuan patted Tony's shoulder, a look of esteem on his face. Thank you, boss. You should thank Fengzi. At an outdoor eatery, Tony and his brothers, Gao Jin and Li Feng, gathered to celebrate with drinks. Brother Feng, without you, we would still be scavenging in Shaishan's Nyo Paisha village. I toast to you. Tony raised his glass, and Aja and Ahu followed suit. Tongluan, the boss. Haraha. Li Feng shared in this joy with his underlings. Laughing heartily. Ding. The host successfully relied on his father to dominate Tongluan, earning 2,000 points of paternal reliance value. Notification. You can spend 2,000 points of paternal reliance value to exchange for the following rewards. 1. Dead Soldier Summoning Card, which allows the summoning of 5 dead soldiers at any location, who will be 100 loyal to the host. 2. Demolition Skills. Just as Li Feng and the others were reveling in their happiness, the system notification sounded. The Dead Soldier Summoning Card and Demolition Skills. These rewards were becoming increasingly outrageous, but he decided to redeem them for now. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dead Soldier Summoning Card. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Demolition Skills. A small card appeared in his hand, depicting 5 characters, looking quite formidable, some barehanded with muscular physiques, some wielding guns, and others holding knives. Who were these individuals? The images were too vague to discern clearly. Simultaneously, a wealth of knowledge related to demolition flooded his mind. Timed bombs, proximity bombs, C4 explosives, loading and unloading ammunition. Li Feng felt he had become an expert in demolition. With such skills, he would be in high demand, whether by the police, film crews, or gangsters. What on earth is the system doing, rewarding such things? With Crow dealt with, Tongluan experienced a brief period of tranquility, allowing Li Feng to finally focus on the BB machine project. He had someone contact Tang Jun, who was putting on quite a show. Li Feng planned to personally visit Shenzhen the following morning to recruit Tang Jun. Feng, the filming of Qian v Yuhan 2 has wrapped up. There's a preview tonight. Come with me. At that moment, Wang Zhuxian called. Li Feng had nearly forgotten about this alluring woman waiting to be conquered, and he naturally agreed. At 8 o'clock that evening, in a cinema in Tsim Sha Tsui, the first screening room housed a sparse audience. The preview was intended for internal personnel, with most attendees being producers, directors, supervisors, and actors. Li Feng and Wang Zhuxian settled into the back row, quietly awaiting the film's commencement. Outside, the autumn wind howled, leaves danced, and the streets lay desolate with corpses strewn about, wild dogs scurrying with severed limbs. Li Feng had watched this film no less than 10 times in his previous life. Despite knowing the plot by heart, he found it utterly captivating at that moment. A good film is like a fine wine. It can enchant anyone regardless of when it is revisited. Excellent. The plot twists and turns, stirring the soul. A truly remarkable film. As the story reached its climaxes, applause erupted among the audience. Su Ku stood up in excitement, exclaiming, "Director Chun, this one is even better than the last." He then gave Chung Xiaodong a thumbs up. Feng, everyone says it's great. What do you think? Wang Zhuxian gently inquired, her apparent interest in discussing the film serving as a guise to seek praise for her acting and beauty from Li Feng. Very good, he replied dismissively. Wang Zhuxian pouted, playfully demanding, "What is so good about it? Be more specific." Li Feng couldn't help but take her seriously. This film, while superficially about vanquishing evil and upholding justice, truly resonates as it portrays the steadfast hope and light that some hold onto amidst endless darkness and oppression. Ning Kaichun, Fu Qinfeng, and Ji Qiu, much like the ordinary you and me. Li Feng was well aware of the nuances of wooing a woman. Merely complimenting her acting skills or beauty seemed far too simplistic. Wang Zhuxian, a natural beauty, must have heard such comments countless times before. Wang Zhuxian was taken aback, This guy indeed had some depth. No wonder Su Ku and Wang Pengzi praised him for his extraordinary talent. Of course, your stunning looks and poignant portrayal are also the film's greatest selling points. In conclusion, Li Feng delivered a compliment that balanced the mundane with elegance, leaving Wang Zhuxian almost intoxicated by his words. Such eloquence in compliments showcases true talent, she thought. Wang Zhuxian nestled against Li Feng's arm, akin to a delicate bird. At that moment, a kissing scene appeared on the screen, causing Li Feng to feel somewhat uncomfortable. When you film such scenes, do you really go all the way? It's not like that. Brother, Zhang Guorong, is a gentleman who wouldn't take advantage of me, Wang Zhuxian said, slightly bashful. Is that so? I'd like to have a similar scenario. You naughty boy. Wang Zhuxian blushed further, yet secretly felt delighted as she wrapped her arms around Li Feng's neck and bestowed a passionate kiss upon him. As the film concluded, the lingering emotions remained. At that moment, there was no need for words. Li Feng led Wang Zhuxian directly to a star-rated hotel to check in. Upon entering the room, they found themselves irresistibly drawn to each other, engaging in fervent kisses. You're sweaty and smell bad. Go take a shower first. Ah Feng, let us define our relationship. Wang Zhuxian softly whispered, lying in Li Feng's embrace. No way. I believe it is essential for us to gain a deeper understanding of one another. Are you aware of my profession? Accompanying you will surely reveal it. The following day, Li Feng was set to travel to Shenzhen, and during his free time, Wang Zhuxian insisted on joining him. Li Feng, unable to shake her off, had no choice but to acquiesce. In the mainland, encountering a celebrity is akin to spotting a giant panda. I wonder if this will lead to complications. Chapter 56. Wang Zhuxian, my man is truly handsome. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the two arrived by plane in Shenzhen. Wang Zhuxian donned a trench coat, sunglasses, and a sun hat, rendering her unrecognizable. However, as they walked down the street, the attention they garnered was undeniable, with some nearly colliding with telephone poles. They took a car towards Shenzhen Technology Park, established in 1985, which houses enterprises that are leaders in electronics, technology, and the future internet industry in Huagua. Tang Jun is currently employed at a company named Longxiang Technology, which specializes in manufacturing electronic components such as diodes, transistors, and semiconductors. When Li Feng called him, he was somewhat surprised. Mr. Li, I did not expect your personal visit. Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal to welcome you. At the entrance of Longxiang Technology, Li Feng met Tang Jun, who appeared to be in his mid-20s. Handsome and articulate, Tang Jun led them to a relatively upscale restaurant for lunch. This is. Tang Jun assessed Wang Zhuxian with a hint of recognition, but chose not to reveal her identity. Miss Wang, a friend of mine, he replied. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhuxian discreetly pinched Li Feng's thigh. Oh, girlfriend, Tang Jun remarked. After their meal, Tang Jun intended to take them to the company's reception area for a break, but was halted by Li Feng. He is here to recruit talent. It's inappropriate to do so in another company. Tang Jun, I have high hopes for you. Come work for my company. I'll triple your current salary and provide year-end performance bonuses. Tang Jun seemed slightly tempted by the offer, but ultimately declined, stating, I have always said this is not about salary. Huagua is in dire need of development, and the electronics and technology sector has just begun. They need me here. His words conveyed a sense of patriotism. Li Feng chuckled internally, pondering how patriotic he could be if he would later join Microsoft. Hong Kong Island is also part of Huagua, he quipped, leaving Tang Jun momentarily speechless. In the end, Tang Jun still did not agree. And Li Feng guessed the reason. His company was merely a shell, with products still at the theoretical stage, essentially non-existent. By the way, there is a 10-year Economic Outlook conference this afternoon, conveniently taking place at the Technology Park. Our company has a few slots available. Would you two be interested in attending? Sure, Li Feng responded without hesitation. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the conference at the Technology Park Assembly Hall commenced, with roughly 100 attendees, including Li Feng and Wang Zhuxian. The event began with an opening speech from the host, followed by remarks from prominent local leaders, filled with cliched phrases and slogans. Subsequently, representatives from various companies within the Technology Park delivered speeches, generally introducing their products and markets, extolling the related leaders, and finally envisioning their company's futures. Now, let us welcome the representative from Longxiang Technology to the stage. It's your turn, Li Feng nudged Tang Jun, who suddenly clutched his stomach with a pained expression. Oh no, I have a terrible stomachache. I need to use the restroom. He handed a piece of paper to Li Feng, saying, "You can speak for me. Just read from this." "Hey, you can't let me down now," Li Feng protested. It was evident that Tang Jun was feigning illness, and his stomachache was rather timely. Tang Jun hurriedly made his way to the restroom, ignoring Li Feng's attempts to call him back. What trick is this guy playing? Li Feng thought as he opened the paper, discovering it was filled with flattery for the leaders. The words were off-putting, and he was expected to deliver them with passion. Reluctant to speak, but encouraged by Wang Zhuxian's playful insistence, he reluctantly approached the podium. "Esteemed leaders and representatives, I am Li Feng, the temporary representative of Longshan Technology." The mention of temporary representative raised a few eyebrows, though no one commented. "I am here on a friend's request, so I am not very familiar with Longshan Technology. I hope everyone can forgive me." Upon hearing this, the audience murmured discontentedly. What kind of nonsense is Longshan Technology? They send an outsider to speak? It's simply laughable. Li Feng understood that others were mocking him, but at this point, he had no choice but to proceed, resigning himself to the ridicule. Today's conference theme is the outlook of the future economy, right? I would like to share my personal views on the future economy and societal landscape. The audience, initially taken aback, was curious about what insights this young man might possess. The year 1990 marks a beginning filled with opportunities and transformations. In the coming decades, technology will alter our lives and economic landscape at an unprecedented pace. Firstly, internet technology will experience explosive growth, breaking geographical boundaries. E-commerce will rise, allowing people to purchase a variety of goods without leaving their homes. In a few years, we will be able to shop with just the touch of a finger, eliminating the need to visit physical stores. Secondly, mobile communication technology will continuously innovate, evolving from bulky mobile phones to lightweight devices, ultimately leading to the ubiquity of smartphones, which will become an indispensable part of our lives. In the future, a single smartphone will meet most of our material and spiritual needs. As Li Feng spoke, the room fell into a profound silence, with every face reflecting astonishment. Had he shared such thoughts with the general public, they might have dismissed him as an eccentric dreamer. Yet, the audience comprised pioneers in the electronics, technology, and communications sectors of Huagua, whose perspectives were naturally broader than those of ordinary citizens. Although they found Li Feng's remarks somewhat exaggerated, they acknowledged that the internet had already developed rapidly overseas, and the scenarios he depicted might very well come to fruition in the years ahead. Tang Jun, hidden by the restroom door, wore an expression of excitement, never having imagined that this young man from Hong Kong Island possessed such extraordinary thinking and foresight. Wang Zhuxian was equally astonished. "He is remarkable. No woman can resist a man with grand vision and profound knowledge." At this moment, Wang Zhuxian was utterly captivated. "Her man is truly handsome." On the podium, Li Feng continued his address. The field of renewable energy will become a significant growth point for the future economy. As environmental issues become increasingly pressing, the global demand for clean energy will continue to rise. The development and utilization of renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, and hydropower will gradually supplant traditional energy forms. In the financial sector, digitization and intelligence will become prevailing trends, as the evolution of financial technology transforms conventional financial service models. Innovations such as electronic payments, digital currencies, and intelligent investment advisory services are poised to gain widespread acceptance. As a traveler from a future era, Li Feng effortlessly articulated these insights. However, to those present in the audience, it was as if he possessed prophetic foresight. The hall erupted with fervent applause, which echoed for an extended period. Many individuals could hardly contain their enthusiasm as they extended olive branches towards Li Feng. "Mr. Li, our company wishes to invite you to become our CEO. May I inquire if you have any interest?" One representative from a telecommunications firm expressed a desire to engage in a detailed discussion regarding future trends in the communication sector. The crowd surged towards Li Feng in a frenzied manner, causing a disruption in the order of the event. "Silence," commanded a prominent city official, instilling a semblance of calm in the venue. "Mr. Li, your insight and vision encompass a myriad of aspects. Confining you to a single industry would be a disservice. I extend an invitation for you to serve as the chief planner for economic development. I shall petition the organization for the specific role." A slightly portly middle-aged man spoke up. "And you are?" Li Feng inquired. "I am Huang Binghua, the director of this city, overseeing urban construction and economic development," he replied. Chapter 57. What difference is there between a dreamless life and that of a salted fish. Director C? This could be an opportunity for networking. In Li Feng's business strategy, he plans to establish a factory in the mainland, where the vast expanse offers lower labor costs. Furthermore, should his father enter politics in the future, such connections would be invaluable. In a few years, Hong Kong will reunite with the mainland, leading to increasingly close ties. Although Huang Binghua may not be the director of Shenzhen by then, he will still be under 50, and 7 years from now, he might rise to prominence. I apologize. I have my own business in Hong Kong and am quite busy. However, we can certainly become friends and assist each other when needed. This is indeed a delightful friendship across generations, haha. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they exchanged phone numbers. At this point, there was no need for the meeting to continue. Li Feng returned to his seat, preparing to leave with Wang Zhuxian. "A Feng, you were remarkable. You spoke so well." Wang Zhuxian, unable to contain her excitement, planted a kiss on Li Feng's cheek. While this may not be significant in Hong Kong, in the mainland, it could be considered quite bold. In 83, a man daring to act so towards a woman would face serious consequences. The crowd was astonished. All eyes turned towards them. Is that not the Hong Kong star Wang Zhuxian? Indeed, it is her. She is even more beautiful in person than on television. If an ordinary woman were to behave this way, she would surely face condemnation. However, with someone like Wang Zhuxian, it is understandable. After all, she is a celebrity. Rather than seeing her as frivolous, people found her playful and charming. "Come, let us ask her for an autograph. I brought my camera. I want to take a picture with her." The crowd surged towards Wang Zhuxian, causing chaos in the venue once more. Such fervor left her no choice but to oblige, and after half an hour of interactions, the sight of Li Feng holding Wang Zhuxian's hand as they departed ignited another wave of discussions. They truly are a match made in heaven. Only a beauty like Wang Zhuxian deserves Mr. Li. As they reached the entrance, they encountered Tang Jun. "I agree to partner with you. Today, we will finalize the handover of the original company's affairs, and tomorrow, I will head to Hong Kong." Tang Jun's change of heart stemmed from Li Feng's inspiring words. He is an idealistic individual, and following such a visionary leader, the future looks promising. "Let us collaborate harmoniously." Li Feng extended his hand for a handshake with Tang Jun. Subsequently, Li Feng and Wang Zhuxian spent half a day in Shenzhen, taking in the local scenery, and checked into a hotel of respectable quality that evening. The following morning at 10:30, they, along with Tang Jun, took the same flight to Hong Kong. Since the company had yet to be established, Li Feng directly took him to the Kuntong factory, which housed an office where Tang Jun would work. In the future, Li Feng intended to rent an entire floor at the Hehe Center to serve as the company's headquarters. The beginning of their entrepreneurial journey was challenging, but thankfully, Tang Jun had decided to cling to Li Feng's ambitions without complaint. "You are now the CEO of the company. You are fully responsible for all matters. If any issues arise, just let me know." Li Feng's intention was to be a hands-off manager, and now he could finally do so. Of course, he would still oversee the larger picture. A month later, the BB machine project began to show promising results. Tang Jun personally went to one island and hired a highly paid electronic engineer along with several technicians. After a month of development, they successfully created 2 prototype BB machines with Chinese display capabilities. After testing, the machines proved fully functional, and most importantly, they featured a Chinese display, unlike any available on the market. The team was exhilarated. But soon, another issue emerged. "Mr. Li, we are facing a problem that prevents us from proceeding to mass production." Tang Jun called Li Feng to report. "What issue?" "The integrated circuit board, an essential component, cannot be produced. All other parts are fine." "Isn't there a production process manual?" Li Feng inquired. "There is, but we lack materials and the skills needed." "Where did the prototypes come from?" "They were disassembled from old BB machines." "Is it not feasible to recycle parts from old BB machines?" "That is unrealistic. Not only is the cost too high, but the quantity is also insufficient." After hanging up, Li Feng felt somewhat disheartened, as the BB machine project was so close to success, yet at the last moment, they encountered a significant obstacle. The integrated circuit board Tang Jun mentioned referred to what would later be known as chips. This technology has long been monopolized by developed nations. Even Fat One Island lacks the capability to produce chips, with only Europe, America, and Japan possessing such technology. Li Feng considered sourcing from foreign companies, but if they were already choking your supply, even if they reluctantly agreed, the prices would be exorbitant. Upon returning home, he discussed the matter with his father. Liang Kuan was quite perplexed. "Fengzi, we have so many ventures. generating tens of millions each month. Why pursue a BB machine? It's laborious and unprofitable. We have already invested millions without seeing a return. Li Feng grew irritated, feeling his father was lacking ambition. I have told you, violence and conflict lead nowhere. There are still 7 years until the 97 reunification, which is ample time for us to profit. Building a business is my dream, and I will not abandon it. Dreams are meaningless. Can they feed you? Li Feng was somewhat incensed by his father's words. Living without dreams is no different from being a salted fish. Salted fish can at least be eaten. The two began to argue, and Ah Wan, who had been listening from the room, came out to mediate. I believe Fengzi is right. One must have dreams in life. What do you know, you a third-rate star? Does being a third-rate star disqualify one from having dreams? I once aspired to win the Golden Horse Award. Liang Kuan was taken aback, realizing they had a point. Perhaps he was too indulgent, merely seeking pleasure? Oh, you are both right. Ah Feng, I support you. Deep down, Liang Kuan had great trust in his son. Without his son's series of actions, there would be no current glory. Where can we obtain this integrated circuit board you mentioned? Currently, only Europe, America, and Japan can produce them. Let me think of a way. Later, Liang Kuan mentioned this to Han Bin and Ji Ge, and somehow, it reached Jiang Tianxing's ears. Jiang Tianxing, vacationing in the Netherlands with Feng Ting, felt an impending crisis upon hearing this news. Initially, he had stepped aside for Liang Kuan as a temporary measure, not genuinely relinquishing his position. He never anticipated Liang Kuan would grow stronger, securing powerful allies, eliminating the Eastern Star Crows, and now venturing into legitimate business. This was clearly a move towards legitimacy. If Liang Kong were to cleanse his reputation, it would be a formidable challenge for him to reclaim his position at the helm. Jiang Tianxing, deep in contemplation, devised a brilliant strategy. This plan would enable him to bring down the lofty Liang Kong without needing to make an appearance himself. Jiang Tianxing called his undercover operative, Chen Yao. Yao, please assist me in contacting the president of the Yamaguchi-gumi, Watanabe Yoshinori. Chapter 58. The Conspiracy of Jiang Tianxing Watanabe Yoshinori, the fifth-generation leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi, gained notoriety in the underworld for his ruthless methods. Previously, he had attempted to contact Jiang Tianxing to facilitate the importation of narcotics into Hong Kong via the Hung Hing Society. The Golden Triangle annually supplies a significant volume of narcotics to Hong Kong, generating profits amounting to billions of Hong Kong dollars, and the Yamaguchi-gumi sought to partake in this lucrative venture. From its inception, Hung Hing established a firm rule against engaging with drugs. Jiang Tianxing wished to decline the proposal, but was apprehensive about potential retribution from the Yamaguchi-gumi. Thus, he responded ambiguously, subsequently pushing Liang Kuan forward as a shield. On that day, Jiang Tianxing flew from Amsterdam, Netherlands, to Tokyo to meet Watanabe Yoshinori. Jiang-san, what brings you here this time? He relayed the question to Jiang Tianxing. The collaborative proposal you mentioned last time, I have given it some thought and believe we can work together. You are no longer the head of Hung Hing, yet the society remains under my control, Jiang Tianxing proclaimed with a proud demeanor, piquing Watanabe's curiosity. Oh, the president can have someone approach Li Qianquan for collaboration. He will undoubtedly agree. Why? Because he requires something from your country the following morning at the Chongqing building. Representatives from Qianquan Film Company were visited by a group of men in black. The leader, clad in a black suit, was gaunt and wore a sinister expression, clearly a formidable character. His name was Izumi Jiro, a capable aide to Watanabe Yoshinori. Kuan-ji, someone is looking for you. Who? The Japanese. If the Japanese are looking for me, it cannot be for anything good. Tell them to scram. They claim they can procure what you need. Liang Kuan became intrigued and instructed Sha Chong to bring the Japanese into the office, ensuring they were searched beforehand. Inside the office, Liang Kuan met privately with Izumi Jiro, while their subordinates waited outside, and the company staff left for the day. We possess the highest purity of narcotics available on the market. Take a look. To Liang Kuan's surprise, Izumi Jiro spoke fluent Mandarin, and upon finishing his statement, he produced a small packet of white powder from his pocket and presented it to Liang Kuan. You seek me out to discuss a partnership in narcotics? Liang Kuan feigned astonishment. Indeed, we previously approached Jiang-san, but he declined. I hope you will be more astute. Liang Kuan internally cursed, nearly losing his temper. After all his efforts to distance himself from narcotics, they now sought to drag him back in? Mr. Izumi, you misunderstand. I engage in legitimate business and never touch narcotics. He gestured towards the camera outside the window and said, filming a movie. Izumi Jiro smiled insincerely. We are all part of the underworld. Let us not deceive ourselves. You will inevitably agree to collaborate with me. With confidence, Izumi produced a compact electronic component and placed it on the table. Liang Kuan's expression shifted to one of excitement upon seeing the item. Is this an integrated circuit board? Yes. This is the most advanced electronic component from our Sakura nation, known as a chip. If you agree to collaborate with me, I can have the manufacturer, Murata Manufacturing Company, supply you. Liang Kuan found this credible, knowing the Yamaguchi-gumi to be the largest gang in the Sakura nation. Should they act as intermediaries, procuring the integrated circuit boards would pose no issue. Liang Kuan felt tempted. However, to have the Yamaguchi-gumi as intermediaries, he would have to engage in the narcotics business. Damn it, those cunning Japanese. Liang Kuan felt torn, unable to make a decision. He picked up his phone and called his son for advice. Upon receiving the call, Li Feng was initially surprised that the Japanese knew he urgently needed integrated circuit boards. Connecting the dots regarding Jiang Tianxing's retirement, he quickly understood. This information had been relayed to the Yamaguchi-gumi by Jiang Tianxing, whose intent was to ensnare Liang Kuan back into the drug trade. Consequently, whether by Hung Hing's regulations or police interference, this would lead to Liang Kuan's ousting from his leadership position. Impressive. Li Feng realized he had underestimated Jiang Tianxing. You have a clever scheme, and I shall play along. Li Feng planned to counter Jiang Tianxing's moves. Father, agree to his terms. Damn. First, I was told to avoid narcotics. And now you want me to dive back in? Do not worry, it will not lead to ruin. Though Liang Kuan felt apprehensive, he recalled his son's previous miraculous maneuvers and no longer doubted. I will agree to collaborate, but you must first help me secure the integrated circuit boards. Izumi's eyes glimmered with suspicion. If you obtain the circuit boards, what if you do not collaborate with us? In this business, one must honor their word. Should I renege? The Yamaguchi-gumi could send someone to eliminate me. All right, I trust you. The next morning, Li Feng, accompanied by Tang Jun and Tony, traveled to Tokyo. The group arrived at a Sony store and purchased the latest Sony camera. Subsequently, they met with members of the Yamaguchi-gumi at a Japanese restaurant. The same Izumi Jiro was present, this time accompanied by an elderly gentleman with a mustache, Mr. Ohashi Harusumu, the manager of Murata Manufacturing Company. After introductions, they sat on the floor at a low table, enjoying their meal while conversing. Li-san, what specifications does your company require for the chips? Mr. Ohashi inquired. Li Feng retrieved a document outlining the specifications and parameters for the chips needed for the Chinese pager. Is this the model you require? Mr. Ohashi appeared slightly taken aback. This type of chip was suited for Japan's latest electronic communications products, and in his view, China's lagging electronics industry had no use for them. Is there a problem? Li Feng sipped his sake and signaled to Izumi Jiro. Understanding the cue, Izumi Jiro immediately began to intimidate Mr. Ohashi. Harusumu-kun, if you wish for your family to remain unharmed, you should promptly agree to Li-san's request. Yes. Mr. Ohashi, frightened, knew the Yamaguchi-gumi's notorious reputation. Failing to comply with them could result in dire consequences for his family. How many chips does Li-san require? 100,000, to be delivered within 10 days. 10 days is not feasible, at least 1 month. 20 days. The parties agreed upon a delivery timeline and price, preparing to finalize a procurement agreement. Mr. Ohashi, I would like to request a visit to your company. Would that be possible? Li Feng proposed. Mr. Ohashi's expression turned troubled. His company produced cutting-edge technology and typically did not allow outsiders in to prevent intellectual theft. Harusumu-kun, you do not wish before Izumi could finish his sentence. Mr. Ohashi acquiesced. All right, but photography is strictly prohibited inside the company, and no wandering around is allowed. Subsequently, a group of individuals made their way to the headquarters of Murata Seiki Company, Limited, located in Nagano City. Nagano lies over 200 kilometers from Tokyo, and after a drive, they arrived at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon reaching the premises of Murata Seiki, the cunning Ohashi only escorted them to the reception area, instructing the security personnel to keep a watchful eye on them. To alleviate their boredom, he even had a young woman clad in a kimono serve them tea and water. Li Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Tony, who understood the unspoken cue and rose to exit. Sir, what are you intending to do? Inquired the security guard. Due to the language barrier, Tony mimed a gesture indicative of a natural call. The guard comprehended and personally escorted him to the restroom. After squatting for a while, Tony shouted out, "Paper." The guard, not understanding, entered to communicate with him. "Paper, the kind used for wiping. Tony exclaimed from his position. The guard approached, and in a swift motion, Tony forcefully pushed the door outward. With a resounding bang, the guard was caught off guard, striking his forehead and becoming momentarily disoriented. Stars swirling before his eyes. Seizing the opportunity while the guard's senses were dulled, Tony delivered a precise strike to the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 59. Stealing the technology of the demonic chips. Tony dragged the security guard into a crouched position, shut the door, and exchanged their clothing. He then propped the guard against the wall, making him appear as if he were using the toilet. Mission accomplished. Exiting the restroom, he swaggered into the reception area. His physique was similar to that of the security guard, and with his head lowered. The other guard was too preoccupied with monitoring Li Feng and his companions to notice him. Thus, Tony roamed freely within the company. The premises were bustling with activity, and no one paid him any mind. In the chip research and development laboratory, Tony, recognizing the similarities between Japanese and Chinese characters, found himself before a door, deciphering the inscription. Just as he contemplated a way to blend in, two patrolling security guards approached. Fearing exposure, Tony swiftly turned away. Fortunately, the guards did not advance, but instead entered the research laboratory. Tony observed them using a fingerprint reader in conjunction with a key to unlock the laboratory's iron door. Faced with this security measure, he had no choice but to abandon his plan. If he couldn't even enter, how could he steal the technology? Returning to the reception area, he shook his head at Li Feng before heading back to the restroom. After another exchange of clothing with the security guard, he dragged him to the sink and doused him with cold water to rouse him. "What is happening?" the guard exclaimed, bewildered. "You stand here while I push the door, and you get knocked out," Tony explained, miming the action at the crouch position. The guard began to grasp the meaning, rubbing the back of his head in confusion, uncertain if that was truly the case. In the reception area, Da Xiao Chunsan and his assistant presented a procurement agreement to Li Feng. After reviewing it, Li Feng's gaze fell upon the unit price. "Mr. Da Xiao, I find this price unsatisfactory." Da Xiao Chunsan was taken aback and somewhat irritated. "Isn't the price of $23.5 what we agreed upon?" "I apologize, I previously overlooked the customs duties. At this price, I would incur no profit from my product. Can you sign this contract?" Da Xiao Chunsan inquired, his patience waning. "I will sign if the unit price is reduced by $5. Da Xiao Chunsan, infuriated, retorted, You Chinese lack integrity. Please leave." Li Feng and his group were ushered out. "Brother Feng, the Japanese are furious, ready to shout baga," Tony remarked. "I understand. Do they think they can fleece me?" "They are dreaming," Li Feng replied. Tang Jun, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Boss, why not seize the chip that is clearly within reach? This price is already quite reasonable. Do you comprehend the distinction between giving someone fish and teaching them how to fish?" Tony, naturally, did not understand, while the highly educated Tang Jun seemed to grasp the concept. "You intend to acquire the chip technology from Murata Jurikaisha?" "Indeed." Li Feng turned to Tony. "Have you located the chip laboratory?" "I have, but the security measures are exceedingly stringent. Both a fingerprint and a key are required to access the entrance." "Stringent? Huh." Li Feng chuckled. "The lockpicking skills awarded by the system have yet to be put to use. Tonight shall be an excellent opportunity for a trial." The trio settled into a hotel in Nagano City. At midnight, Li Feng and Tony, armed with a digital camera, ventured out, leaving Tang Jun behind in the hotel. They walked to Murata Jurikaisha. The security measures were formidable, with 5 or 6 guards stationed at the entrance, checking the identities of all entrants. Clearly, they could not enter through the main door, so they scoured the perimeter for a concealed entry point and prepared to scale the wall. The courtyard wall stood 3 meters high, topped with barbed wire, clearly electrified. For an ordinary person, it was an insurmountable barrier, but for skilled individuals, it was insignificant. "Brother Feng up?" Tony crouched at the base of the wall, and Li Feng donned insulated gloves, stepping onto his back to leap upwards. Li Feng produced a pair of pliers from his pocket, snipping through the barbed wire with precision before pulling Tony up. Thus, they stealthily infiltrated the company's interior. "I have memorized the locations of the surveillance cameras. Follow me." Tony led the way, and under the cover of darkness, they swiftly arrived at the chip research and development laboratory door. At that moment, the door stood firmly shut, devoid of windows, leaving them uncertain if anyone was inside. "Brother Feng, how do we get in?" "We wait." The two concealed themselves in the shadows, patiently biding their time. Approximately an hour later, a guard wielding a powerful flashlight patrolled past. Tony seized the opportunity, darting behind the guard, unsheathing his knife to swiftly slit the guard's throat and, with a swift motion, severed the right hand. Searching the guard's waist for keys proved fruitless. There are no keys. Stop looking. I have a way to open the door. Tony concealed the guard's body in a flower bed and approached the iron gate, lifting the guard's finger to press against the sensor. With a beep, a lock hole appeared on the iron door. Now it was Li Feng's moment to shine. He produced a wire as fine as a hair, yet incredibly sturdy. Inserting it into the lock and manipulating it. After several attempts, the two individuals, adorned with their spoils, exited the laboratory, indifferent to the damaged equipment and the lifeless body of the security guard. By dawn, the adversaries would undoubtedly discover the aftermath. However, by that time, they would have already departed from Minhuagua. Upon returning to the hotel, they summoned Tang Jun and hastily made their way to Luandao Seaport, investing a considerable sum to board a clandestine vessel destined for Nanhan. The following morning, the trio boarded a flight to Guangdao, discarding all but a single chip to facilitate a smooth passage through security checks. This operation was undeniably exhilarating. By noon, they found themselves seated in a private dining room at the Tongluan Hotel, savoring lunch. Truly exhilarating, cheers. The cultured Tang Jun also expressed his delight with eloquence. Li Feng, having exerted immense effort to acquire the chip technology from Murata Kabushiki Gaisha, not only resolved his company's chip supply issues in a single stroke, but also provided invaluable insights for Huagua's independent research and development. This operation bore immense significance. Chapter 60. A calculated move. The following day, Li Feng and Tang Jun made their way to the Guantong factory, with Tang Jun carrying a file bag containing meticulously organized chip technology documents. In the research and development room, a bald man in his 50s was operating a precision machine. This individual, Lin Yaohai, was an electronics engineer whom Tang Jun had recruited from Wantao Futaiwa. Lin Gong, the boss is calling for you. Tang Jun summoned Lin Yaohai to the office, closing the doors and windows with an air of secrecy. Lin Gong, take a look at this. Can we produce it? Li Feng unfastened the file bag and presented the chip documents to Lin Yaohai. Initially intrigued, Lin's expression soon shifted to one of utter astonishment. My heavens, this is Murata Corporation's chip technology. Where did this come from? Never mind where it came from. I only ask if we can produce it, Li Feng replied. Lin Yaohai scrutinized the documents for a considerable time before uttering a few contradictory words. We can do it, yet we cannot. Li Feng was perplexed by the old man's contradictory statements, unsure of what he meant. Before he could ask for clarification, Lin Yaohai elaborated, currently, we lack the necessary equipment and workforce. If we wish to expedite mass production, the best course of action would be to collaborate with Futaiwa, leveraging their facilities to produce the chips. They could deliver within 10 days. Upon hearing this, Li Feng furrowed his brow. After all the effort he had invested in acquiring cutting-edge technology, was he to hand it over to another party? It was not that he was opposed to collaborating with Futaiwa. Rather, he feared that they might appropriate the technology for themselves. However, if he were to undertake the production independently, it would take at least 3 to 6 months to yield results. Engaging in industrial ventures was indeed a formidable challenge. Boss, we could discuss establishing a new company with Futaiwa, where we provide the technology and they handle production, ensuring that our personnel occupy key positions to safeguard the technology, Tang Jun proposed. Li Feng pondered this suggestion for a moment and found it feasible. This would essentially be a joint stock company, with both parties holding shares. His side would maintain control over the technology, while production would be delegated to Futaiwa. This model became increasingly prevalent in later years, akin to joint ventures in the automotive industry, such as Guangxi Volkswagen and Guangxi Toyota, where foreign entities supplied the technology while production took place domestically. Although domestic car manufacturers might pilfer some technology during the production process, core technologies like engines and transmissions remained firmly in foreign hands. Lin Gong, I give you 10 days to develop the chip prototype, with you retaining control over the core technology. Do you understand my intent? Understood, Lin replied. You need not worry about compensation. I assure you I will not be shortchanged. Boss, I am aware, Lin Yaohai said before returning to his work. In the office, Li Feng regarded Tang Jun with respect. Tang Zong, I entrust the collaboration with Futaiwa to you. The change in address was intended to win favor. I will do my utmost, but I fear this endeavor may prove challenging. Oh, Futaiwa primarily serves foreign brands, and there are confidentiality agreements in place. If the foreign entities discover Futaiwa's independence, they may cause trouble. That is their concern, I only require the chips, Li Feng responded decisively. Very well, I shall visit Wantao this afternoon. Li sang. I have accomplished what you requested. Our collaboration is poised to commence. Liang Kuan received a call from the Japanese operative Kwan Jiro. Overwhelmed, Liang Kuan recalled how he had initially deceived the Japanese into collaborating with them to obtain the chips. Was he truly to return to the old ways of selling flour? The Japanese were insistent, and refusing them was not an option. How do you propose we collaborate? Let us agree on a price and quantity. Our goods will arrive by sea, with payment made upon delivery. The specifics of the transaction, including time and place, can be discussed separately. Agreed. Liang Kuan hung up the phone and immediately sought Li Feng's counsel. He trusted no one else but his son in matters like these. Feng Zai, the Yamaguchi-gumi is pressuring me to sell flour. What should I do? Did you acquiesce? Could I refuse? The Japanese are relentless. Liang Kuan genuinely feared the Yamaguchi-gumi, who differed from the triads of Hong Kong. While the latter had some regard for law enforcement, the Yamaguchi-gumi showed no such restraint. They might easily place a timed bomb in one's vehicle or dispatch several gunmen to turn you into a porcupine. If they resort to violence, we shall play underhandedly and see who prevails, Li Feng asserted with confidence. Noticing the self-assured expression on his son's face, Liang Kuan recognized that he was formulating some clever scheme. Feng Zai, what do you have in mind? If I am not mistaken, this entire affair is a ploy orchestrated by Jiang Tianxing, who aims to use the police to eliminate you. We shall turn the tables and engage them in their own game. Liang Kuan's face lit up with excitement. What clever idea do you have? Please share. Tomorrow, convene a meeting with Chun Yao. After the meeting, Chun Yao called Jiang Tianxing to discuss a shocking conspiracy. Yao, I appreciate your efforts. Once we manage to reclaim the leading position from Liang Kuan, I assure you that you shall not be neglected, Jiang remarked politely. Subsequently, Chun Yao summoned Chun Haonan to a tea house and confined him in a room for a clandestine discussion. Haonan, I have a highly significant task for you. Your ability to handle Liang Kuan is crucial, Chun Yao stated. What is it? Chun Haonan, intrigued by the prospect of dealing with Liang Kuan, inquired. Liang Kuan announced in a meeting that he intends to order a batch of electronic components from Yinghua, which will be smuggled in. We need assistance in receiving the shipment. I am counting on you, Chun Yao explained. Electronic components? Chun Haonan's face displayed confusion. Hee. Chun Yao replied with a sly smile. This is merely a diversion. It is certainly not genuine electronic components, but rather, it should be flour. Chapter 61. De Tian Air and Bao Pai undercover, what do you want me to do? I need you to alert the police during the transaction, allowing them to catch the criminals red-handed. Chun Haonan's expression grew serious. If I do that, won't I end up in prison? Moreover, without anyone to testify against Liang Kuan, the police are powerless against him. You will testify against Liang Kuan in court. You will state that it was Liang Kuan who involved you in the drug transaction. Chun Haonan was not foolish. Though he harbored deep resentment towards Liang Kuan and his father, such actions would undoubtedly lead to his own ruin. Rest assured, you will not go to prison. We have already established contact with South District Police Chief Huang Yaozu. Your identity will be that of an informant or an undercover agent under him, who will vouch for your innocence. Who is it? Senior Inspector C2 Jia from the South District Police Station. Chun Yao handed him a piece of paper with a phone number written on it. This is C2 Sir's number. Feel free to call and confirm. Chun Haonan, somewhat skeptical, asked, is this Mr. Jiang's intention? Indeed, Mr. Jiang highly values you. If you handle Liang Kuan, the leader of Causeway Bay, the territory will be yours. Very well. After the call, Chun Haonan found himself drowning his sorrows in alcohol, utterly disheartened. This was an opportunity to regain his vigor, and he was determined not to let it slip away. Upon returning home, Chun Haonan dialed the number Chun Yao had provided. Hello, C2 sir, this is Chun Haonan. Anan, right? From now on, you are my informant. I need you to provide the time and location of Li Qiankuan's drug transactions with the Yamaguchi-gumi. C2 Jia was the very police officer from Raging Fire, who would deny accountability and betray his subordinates. His lust for power led him to connect with Chun Yao, acquiring information about Liang Kuan's imminent drug deal with the Yamaguchi-gumi, which he promptly classified as a top priority case. A significant drug transaction between local gang leaders and foreign syndicates could elevate his status in no time. I currently have no leads, but I will notify you once I have information. Chun Haonan found this man rather unpleasant. He seemed solely driven by self-interest. 3 days later, at midnight, near a small dock in Kwaicheng, 3 vehicles were parked by the shore, 2 sedans, and a van. Moments later, the sound of a boat engine echoed from the harbor as a small freighter approached the dock. Why do drug transactions always occur at the dock? The primary reason is convenience. Even if the police surround the area, one can escape by sea. If necessary, they can toss the drugs into the ocean, thus eliminating any material evidence. The boat's spotlight flickered a few times, and the headlights of the parked cars flashed in response, signaling the meeting. As the freighter docked, a dozen men in black jumped ashore, led by Kwan. From the vehicles emerged another dozen individuals, including the Tony brothers, a group of Vietnamese, and Chun Haonan's trio. In a scene reminiscent of a film, both sides approached with boxes in hand, maintaining a distance of several meters. "Where's the cargo?" Tony inquired. Kwan pointed to a box carried by one of his men. "And the money?" "Here, let us begin." The underlings from both sides stepped forward to exchange boxes. Tony opened his box, deliberately displaying it in front of Chun Haonan. It appeared to contain electronic components, but upon closer inspection, it was filled with bags of white powder. Tony punctured one of the bags with his pinky finger and tasted it. Not bad. On the Yamaguchi-gumi's side, their box revealed stacks of U.S. dollars. Both parties nodded and began transferring the goods for cash. De Tian Air and Bao Pai, "Help with the cargo. I have an upset stomach and need to relieve myself." Chun Haonan seized the opportunity to excuse himself, intending to go behind a tree a few hundred meters away. Before the transaction, Tony had confiscated his phone. However, he had prepared in advance, hiding a phone beneath the vehicle's chassis, which he discreetly retrieved when no one was watching. Now, he was ready to inform C2 Jia. Just as he dialed C2 Jia's number, Kwan received a call. An undercover agent. Cancel the transaction immediately. The call was from Liang Kuan. "Who is it?" "The long-haired guy. Very cool. Why didn't you mention this earlier?" "I just received the news myself." Kwan hung up, half convinced but wary, and promptly ordered his men to stop unloading the cargo. "What is going on?" Tony feigned ignorance and asked him. Kwan did not respond, scanning Tony's men. "Where's that long-haired guy?" "He went to relieve himself over there." Tony pointed towards the tree. "Baka, capture him." One of his men, gun drawn, lunged at Chun Haonan, apprehending him and bringing him before Kwan. "Who were you calling?" Chun Haonan panicked. He had barely spoken a word to C2 Jia before being caught. Kwan confiscated Chun Haonan's phone and redialed the number from the previous call. "Hello, Annan, clarify the location. Which dock?" C2 Jia's voice came through, and Chun Haonan's face turned pale with fear. "Kill him." At Kwan command, his men aimed their guns at Chun Haonan. Bang! In that instant, De Tian Air and Bao Pai lunged towards the assailants holding Chun Haonan, causing the bullet to miss its mark, allowing Chun Haonan to escape. The gunmen prepared to pursue him, but Bao Pai and De Tian Air clung to their legs. "Brother Nan, run." It must be said that Chun Haonan's protagonist aura was indeed formidable in critical moments. There were always those willing to shield him from disaster. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the unfortunate De Tian Air and Bao Pai were shot dead on the spot. Chun Haonan, now numb to his surroundings, ran for his life, disregarding the fates of De Tian Air and Bao Pai. "You set me up." Kwan pointed his gun at Tony. "These 3 R&T people. I had no idea he was an undercover agent." "Really? If you wanted to set me up, you wouldn't have received that call just now." Kwan pondered for a moment and found his reasoning sound. "Withdraw quickly. Chun Haonan has alerted the police. They will arrive shortly." The Yamaguchi-gumi hastily boarded their ship with the cargo and swiftly departed the dock, with Tony's group following suit in their vehicles. Approximately 5 minutes later, the wail of police sirens filled the air as at least 10 police cars arrived at the dock. C2 Jia personally led the team, but after searching for a while, they found nothing but 2 corpses. "What on earth happened?" Annan. C2 Jia was somewhat frustrated and ordered the team to disperse. At a nearby public phone booth, a disheveled Chun Haonan hid inside, dialing a number. "Brother Yao, the situation has gone awry. My identity was uncovered by the Yamaguchi-gumi, and De Tian Air and Bao Pai were killed while trying to protect me. How could this happen?" Chen Yao not only offered no consolation, but instead posed an inquiry. Chun Haonan, overwhelmed with despair, bellowed, "My brother is dead, and now the Yamaguchi-gumi seeks to hunt me down. Liang Kuan will not spare me either. This is all a result of your abominable suggestion. I apologize. We underestimated Liang Kuan. You have but one path ahead. Seek Mr. Jiang in Holland." As Chun Haonan hastily fled to Holland, Liang Kuan, Li Feng, Tony, and others were reveling in their triumph. Feng Zai's splendid work. Liang Kuan increasingly admired his son, who had deftly thwarted Jiang Tianxing's conspiracy while simultaneously eliminating his supporters and crucially ceasing the drug trade with the Yamaguchi-gumi. Remarkable. Regrettably, Chun Haonan managed to escape. However, it matters little, for Hongxing no longer has a place for him. Feng Zai, what shall we do if the Yamaguchi-gumi makes a comeback? Delay them, and if all else fails, send them to their demise. Chapter 62. Special Mission in Xinbei City. Wandao, Tang Jun entered Futaiwa Company, armed with chip technology documentation to negotiate a collaboration. Accompanying him were his newly hired secretary, Liang Qi, and Tony. As the CEO, Tang Jun's presence was enhanced by the company of two associates. Please this way. A female employee ushered the trio into an office, where they encountered a corpulent man in his 40s, sporting glasses and a seemingly genteel demeanor. Although his furtive glances frequently strayed towards Secretary Liang Qi's blouse. Who are you? The overweight man inquired. I am Tang Jun, the CEO of Gangdao Huawei Technology. I previously spoke with your company over the phone. Huawei Technology was a newly registered company by Li Feng, with its trademark currently under application, and its products would bear the Huawei name. Oh, it's you. The man's expression suddenly hardened. How dare you show your faces here after poaching our employees? Do you believe I want to have you thrown out by security? Tony's temper flared, and he rose to confront the man, but Tang Jun restrained him. I admit, poaching is somewhat unscrupulous, but people naturally seek higher ground, and business operates this way. You cannot hold it against us. Manager Fong, I possess cutting-edge technology in the electronic industry. If you are interested, we could discuss it further. Cutting-edge technology? The man dismissed him with a sneer. We at Futaiwa define cutting-edge in the electronic sector. What you have is worthless. What did you say? Tony could barely contain his anger. What? Do you wish to strike me? If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll ensure you never return to Gangdao. The corpulent man boasted. Enough, let us leave, Tang Jun said, fearing a confrontation. As they reached the door, the man's demeanor shifted. Are you truly leaving? Come back. Tang Jun's heart soared, thinking the man had reconsidered, and they returned to the office. Mr. Tang, I am open to discussing a collaboration plan, but I have two conditions. First, that ill-tempered fellow must leave. Second, I wish to speak with your secretary. Eager to finalize the chip project, Tang Jun readily agreed, not overthinking the implications. Tony, please step outside. Tony was reluctant, sensing the man's lecherous nature, questioning what vile intentions lay beneath his facade. Liang Qi approached the man's desk, documents in hand, ready to negotiate. To her dismay, the man leered at her, his gaze lingering inappropriately. May I ask your name, miss? Liang Qi. What a lovely name. If I may be so bold, is Miss Liang in a relationship? Liang Qi's expression soured. Manager Fong, let us focus on the matter at hand. Of course, let us discuss business. Show me your materials. Liang Qi handed over the documents, but the man abruptly seized her delicate hand, caressing it lewdly. What are you doing? Liang Qi's anger flared as she yanked her hand away, splashing water from a cup in his face. Damn it, what are you pretending for? You dress so seductively. Aren't you trying to entice me? The man's true nature surfaced as he yelled, Listen, Tang. I'll make a deal with you. Let your secretary spend a few days with me, and we can discuss collaboration. Otherwise, I'm not interested. Tang Jun was furious but contained his wrath. This is too much. We're leaving. Outside, Tony noticed their displeasure and inquired, What happened? That man is a lecher. He harassed me and insisted I accompany him for a few days to discuss the collaboration. Liang Qi replied, her face filled with indignation. Damn it, does he think we're easy prey? Tony growled. Tony, don't do anything rash. Rest assured, I know what to do. After returning to the hotel and having lunch, each retreated to their rooms. With the mission unaccomplished, they decided to devise another plan. At 5:30 p.m., Tony stealthily exited the hotel and arrived at Futaiwa Company's entrance, coinciding with the end of the workday as employees trickled out. Tony entered the company, but could not locate the corpulent man after searching for some time. He approached a restroom and confronted someone inside. Where is Manager Fong? I don't know. In an instant, a glimmering knife was pressed against the individual's throat. Where is he? At this hour, he is usually in the underground parking lot. Let me there, Tony commanded, pressing the knife against the person's back, concealed by his clothing. As they made their way to the underground parking, there's the black BMW. Get lost. In the shadows, a black BMW was parked, within which unspeakable acts were occurring. Inside, the corpulent man was engaged in his sordid activities. Suddenly, the car window shattered, and a hand reached inside, flinging open the door. "Ah!" The woman screamed in terror, while the overweight man was equally startled, his face registering sheer horror. "Get out now. If you dare utter a word, I will end your life," Tony ordered, dismissing the woman before turning to confront the corpulent man. With a series of punches, Tony transformed the man's face into a swollen mass. "What do you want?" the man asked, trembling as he dressed. "Your refusal to cooperate leaves me no choice. You will finalize the collaboration with Mr. Tang immediately." Yes, but this decision isn't solely mine to make." "Who decides?" "Such matters require Mr. Gua's approval, and a board meeting must be convened." Tony understood that Mr. Gua referred to Gua Taiming, the head of Futaiwa. "Understood, thank you." Tony feigned politeness, and the corpulent man felt a moment of relief. Unexpectedly, Tony struck, plunging the knife into the man's groin. "Ah!" the man howled in agony. "This is the price for disrespecting Miss Liang. And if you dare call the police, I will eliminate your entire family." Upon returning to the hotel, Tang Jun was searching for him. "Where have you been? I taught that lecherous man a small lesson." "What did you do to him?" "Castrated him." Tony replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter, causing Tang Jun and Liang Qi to gasp in shock. Yet, reflecting on the corpulent man's loathsome behavior brought them a sense of satisfaction, particularly Liang Qi, whose heart brimmed with gratitude, her gaze towards Tony transformed. While satisfaction was achieved, Tang Jun remained concerned about potential repercussions from the police and promptly decided to return to Gangdao. He briefly phoned on the situation, who said nothing and instructed them to rest. "Azu, there is a special task at hand. I need you to abduct Gua Taiming, the president of Futaiwa. Do not harm him." Chapter 63, Securing Futaiwa and Establishing Longxing Technology received. Guangzhou, Maisi, and Atian had been active in Wandao. After eliminating Shanji, they had been residing in a rented apartment, maintaining a low profile. On the day of the gunfight, the police conducted a casual investigation, quickly dismissing it without any leads. The authorities were entirely unaware of their existence, as long as they did not commit bank robberies or create major incidents like in Gangdao. They could remain hidden indefinitely. Upon receiving their assignment, the trio armed themselves and drove from Taipei to Xinbei City. They spent a week tracking Gua Taiming's movements. He visited the company headquarters every Monday and Wednesday morning, with his return home being unpredictable, accompanied by a driver and 2 bodyguards. On a Wednesday morning at 8 o'clock, Gua Taiming's Mercedes reached a secluded stretch of road, where a van was haphazardly parked in the middle. Its hood raised and 2 individuals bent over it, pretending to fix the vehicle. The driver honked repeatedly, but the mechanics paid no heed. "Get out and see what's wrong. We can help push it aside," Gua Taiming instructed his bodyguards from the back seat. "Understood." The 2 bodyguards exited the vehicle to investigate. "What are you doing? If the car is broken, move it to the side." No one responded, and they were met with a sudden blow. Atian swiftly turned around and struck one bodyguard on the forehead with a wrench, knocking him out cold. The other bodyguard struggled as Guangzhou and Maisi restrained him. "You two need some practice." With a swift kick, Atian sent the second bodyguard crashing to the ground, then delivered a light but firm knock on his head with the wrench, rendering him unconscious as well. "Mr. Gua, brace yourself." The driver, sensing danger, prepared to charge ahead and push the van aside. "Stop." Guangzhou and Maisi drew their weapons and aimed at the windshield. The driver, terrified, complied, recognizing the dire situation. "Open the door." "Mr. Gua, what should we do?" "Open the door." They had no choice. Failure to comply would result in a hail of bullets, and they would meet their end. The door swung open, with Maisi taking the front passenger seat. His gun pointed at the driver, while Guangzhou settled in the back near Gua Taiming. "Don't be nervous. If you follow my instructions, you will survive. Otherwise, I have no qualms about sending you to the afterlife." Maisi ordered the driver to proceed, while Atian loaded the 2 unconscious bodyguards into the van, following the Mercedes closely. After about 10 minutes, both vehicles arrived at a rented house on the outskirts of the city. "What do you intend to do?" Gua Taiming demanded. "My boss wishes to see you. Please endure this inconvenience for now." Gua Taiming was seated in a chair, his subordinates bound and gagged with foul socks. Approximately 3 hours later, Li Feng arrived with Tang Jun. "Who are you?" "I am Li Feng, the owner of Huawei Technology. Previously, I sought a partnership with you, but since you were unresponsive, I had no choice but to resort to this method to meet you. You bastard, this is kidnapping. Guo Timing shouted. Indeed. Want to call the police? Go ahead. Li Feng offered his phone to Guo Timing, who hesitated to take it, filled with suspicion. Mr. Guo, you are a businessman. Engaging in life-threatening matters is not your forte. It would be wiser to discuss this with Mr. Li. You will not be at a loss. Tang Jun advised. Very well, let us discuss. Tang Jun produced a document and presented it to Guo Timing. This is a technical blueprint for Murata Corporation's chip technology. Mr. Li wishes to collaborate with you to establish a new company specializing in the production of these chips. Guo Timing glanced through the document and was immediately taken aback. As an expert, he recognized the authenticity of Tang Jun's claims. Where did this come from? That is not for you to worry about. I only ask you one thing. Can we collaborate? Li Feng's tone was calm, yet imposing. The provenance of this technical material was uncertain. If it involved infringement, it would lead to significant trouble. Haha. Li Feng chuckled. Mr. Guo, with your enterprise's stature, do you intend to serve Western developed nations for eternity? This is not servitude. It is global trade, a normal business transaction. Guo Timing, feeling agitated, argued fervently. You are correct, but as citizens of Hua, we should contribute to our nation within our capacity. Why not seize the opportunity? Historically, many technological domains have seen us stifled by Western nations, and now that we have a chance to leapfrog, why not take advantage? Infringement, patents, what do they amount to? India's generic medications are world-renowned, all products of infringement, yet they have undeniably saved countless lives. Li Feng's probing questions resonated with Tang Jun, and even Guo Timing felt a twinge of reflection. He was surprised that a youth merely in his 20s could articulate such profound sentiments. What kind of collaboration do you envision? Guo Timing conceded, influenced by Li Feng's rhetoric and the pressing circumstances. If he refused, even if he survived this encounter, he would face continuous difficulties down the line. We will jointly establish a new electronic technology company, which I have named Longxing Technology. Your side will handle production, while we provide the technology and some funding. How much? Guo Timing inquired hastily. 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Too little. Too little? This technical material is priceless. Guo Timing found himself at a loss for words. What about the equity structure? We will hold 51, you will hold 49. The company headquarters will be in Guangdao, with production in Wandao. Guo Timing silently acknowledged that this young man was a shrewd businessman, clearly taking the larger share. Upon further contemplation, he deemed it reasonable. After all, they were providing technology and funding, and seeking a controlling stake was understandable. Additionally, once Longxing Technology's products hit the market, they would undoubtedly be well received, yielding profits far exceeding simple contract manufacturing. All right, I agree to collaborate with you. That's the spirit. Li Feng gestured, and Tang Jun produced a pre-drafted cooperation agreement, placing it on the table. If everything is satisfactory, please sign. Haha. This is the first time I've signed a contract in such a manner. Guo Timing smiled gently, took up his pen, and inscribed his signature on 2 documents, subsequently affixing his fingerprint. After Li Feng completed his signature, he extended his hand to Guo Timing, declaring, "May our collaboration be fruitful, and may we embark on a grand journey together." With the matter concerning Guo Timing resolved, Li Feng felt a sense of relief, knowing that the subsequent affairs could be entrusted to Tang Jun. Meanwhile, in a hotel in Amsterdam, Netherlands, Chen Haonan, resembling a lost soul, sought out Jiang Tianxing. "Mr. Jiang," Chen Haonan exclaimed, resembling a servant addressing his master. His eyes reddened with emotion as he rushed forward. "Anan, how did it come to this? The father-son duo of Liang Kuan had outmaneuvered us. They anticipated our plan from the very beginning." Chen Haonan, disheveled and pallid, appeared akin to a beggar. "Have you not eaten yet? Let us head to the restaurant and discuss matters over a meal." Chapter 64. Wang Zhuxian. Is he going to propose to me? In the hotel restaurant, Chen Haonan savored a steak and a bowl of black pepper spaghetti, his earlier discomfort gradually dissipating. "Anan, what on earth is happening?" Jiang Tianxing inquired from across the table, concern etched on his face. "Liang Kuan has unraveled our plan. During the transaction, he informed the Yamaguchi-gumi. Bao Pai de Tian Air sacrificed himself to protect me and fell into the hands of the enemy. I am truly sorry. I underestimated Liang Kuan. His son, Li Feng, is even more cunning than a Kuan." A flicker of resentment ignited in Chen Haonan's eyes as he reflected on the tribulations of recent months. The loss of Xiao Heba, the death of Shan Ji on one island, the murder of Brother B. and the successive demise of Bao Pai de Tian'er. All these tragedies he attributed to the Liang father-son duo. The cycle of vengeance within the underworld is interminable. Enough, Anan. Perhaps it would be best for you to retreat like I have, Chun Haonan remarked, displeasure evident in his voice. With all his allies perished, what meaning was there in merely surviving? The Hung Hing Association was founded by the Jiang family. Would Mr. Jiang willingly cede it to the Li family? There is nothing to be done. Time is not on my side, Jiang Tianxing responded, resigned. He had considered reaching out to Han Bin and Shursen Mei to betray Liang Kuan and reclaim their former dominance. However, these individuals were not like the formidable Brother B. Absent absolute certainty and sufficient incentives, they would not align with him. The struggles of the underworld are akin to those of politics. It all hinges on power. Jiang Tianxing, now in a weakened position, understood that even though they recognized Liang Kuan's malevolence, they would not easily betray him. Jiang Tianxing, I fear that even your desire for retreat may be futile. Oh, is that so? Jiang Tianxing replied. Liang Kuan will undoubtedly suspect you as the mastermind. Eradicating the roots has always been his modus operandi. Jiang Tianxing was already aware of this, which was precisely why he came to Holland for a vacation. The original plan was to deal with Liang Kuan before returning to Hong Kong, but that now seemed a distant prospect. What do you intend to do? Chun Haonan had awaited this question, his expression darkening as he declared, I have an idea that will surely crush Liang Kuan and his son. Speak. Chun Haonan leaned closer to Jiang Tianxing and whispered his scheme. Li Feng is dating the celebrity Wang Zhuxian, and we. Jiang Tianxing's countenance turned peculiar as he processed the plan. Indeed, it is a clever idea, but it may be rather unscrupulous. Unscrupulous? Huh. Chun Haonan scoffed. Liang Kuan has schemed against Brother B to ascend, bribed Xing Shu and Ji Go, and now has caused the death of Bao Pai de Tian'er. If he shows no mercy, we need not feel guilty. Anan, you have matured. Do as you suggest, but ensure it is foolproof. Jiang Tianxing had initially tested Chun Haonan. In the underworld, who is not somewhat unscrupulous? He himself was no novice in cunning. Otherwise, he would not have maintained his position for so long. In Hong Kong, as dusk fell, Li Feng parked his Ferrari roadside to call Wang Zhuxian. The chip project in collaboration with Futaiwa had begun mass production, and Huawei technology was steadily finding its footing. The factory equipment was being installed and debugged, with recruitment for workers underway. In about half a month, Huawei's BB machine would achieve mass production. During this time, Tang Jun was exceedingly busy, and to alleviate his burden, Li Feng took on the marketing of the product. In this age, product marketing and promotion are relatively straightforward. Hiring a well-known star and heavily advertising on television suffices. Li Feng planned for Wang Zhuxian to star in the advertisement as the spokesperson, a splendid free resource not to be wasted. Considering Wang Zhuxian's limited influence, he also invited a male star, Hua Zai. Li Feng had devised a preliminary concept for the advertisement, featuring Hua Zai and Wang Zhuxian as a couple. Each donned a Huawei BB machine, and despite being separated, they expressed their longing for one another through the device, the screen displaying sweet nothings in Chinese. While this may seem quaint in Hong Kong, the mainland market, with its hundreds of millions of potential users, would embrace it wholeheartedly. Wang Zhuxian was attending the premiere of Qian Nu Yuhan 2. After nearly a month of detail reshoots and post-production following the preview, the crew aimed for perfection. The premiere across major cinemas in Hong Kong garnered exceptional acclaim, and ticket sales soared. To celebrate, Su Ku and Chen Xiaodong organized this event to express gratitude to the crew and further promote the film. Su Ku, Chen Xiaodong, Zhang Guorong, Wang Zhuxian, Li Jiasen, and Zhang Shuiyo stood before a massive promotional banner, cameras clicking incessantly. Zhuxian, your phone. Just after finishing a photo session, a crew member handed her a large mobile phone. Sister Xian, where are you? The familiar address made Wang Zhuxian's heart flutter. I'm at the premiere outside the company, and I have good news for you. Qian Nu Yuhan 2 is a hit, both in box office and acclaim. Wang Zhuxian exclaimed excitedly. Li Feng had anticipated such an outcome, yet feigned delight. Congratulations. How much longer until it ends? I'll come pick you up. 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Li Feng arrived at the premiere in his Ferrari, and Wang Zhuxian, dazzling in a shoulder-bearing gown, hurried over. Get in. Wait. Wang Zhuxian recalled her car parked nearby and decided to have someone drive it home for convenience the following day. Back at the venue, she searched for Zhang Guorong but only found Li Jiasen. Jiasen, could you drive my car back? Their residences were not far apart, and Li Jiasen readily agreed. Did Li Xiao invite you? A hint of envy sparkled in Jessen's eyes. For actresses like them, their prime is fleeting, and the ideal outcome is to marry a wealthy man. Seeing her dear friend reel in such a catch filled Jessen with admiration. In truth, she had felt a strong attraction to Li Feng upon their first meeting, but alas, he had been claimed by Wang Zhuxian. Hee. Wang Zhuxian chuckled, retrieving her car keys from her charm bag and handing them to Li Jessen before turning to leave. "A phone, what did you want to talk to me about? Is it wrong to want to see you? We're dating, and shouldn't we stick together?" Wang Zhuxian felt a surge of joy, puckering her lips to plant a quick kiss on Li Feng's cheek. "This is for you." Li Feng suddenly produced a small box and presented it to Wang Zhuxian. "A necklace? A diamond ring? Is he going to propose to me?" Excitement danced across Wang Zhuxian's face, though a hint of nervousness lingered in her heart. If he proposed, would she accept? "What is it?" Li Feng smiled mysteriously. "Open it and find out." Chapter 65. Li Jessen is mistakenly kidnapped by the enemy Wang Zhuxian. Filled with excitement, opened the box, only to be taken aback. It contained not jewels, but a pager. What a useless item. Her lips pouted, and disappointment was clearly etched on her lovely face. Useless? This is the latest product developed by our company, the Hanxian pager. Li Feng retrieved his phone and dialed the pager number, leaving a message. "Xianjia, I love you." Moments later, the pager beeped twice, and the screen displayed the message. "Mr. Li has left you a message. Xianjia, I love you." Wow. Wang Zhuxian squealed with delight. Though she had seen pagers before, this was her first encounter with one that could display Chinese characters. "Ah Feng, you are truly impressive. Where's the impressiveness?" "In my intellect." "And what else?" Wang Zhuxian recalled Li Feng's prowess in bed. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "You are so naughty." After saying this, she playfully punched him. Li Feng, in a teasing manner, pinched her, and they engaged in flirtatious banter, nearly succumbing to their desires in public. "This is a prototype. It will be mass-produced in half a month. I would like to invite you to be the spokesperson for the pager," Li Feng said with a serious demeanor. "Sounds great. How much is the endorsement fee? Are you joking? Given our relationship, you still want to charge me? Haven't you heard that discussing money can harm feelings? I can advertise for free, but you must give me a real gift. I have had it prepared for a long time." Li Feng produced another box, small yet exquisite. Upon opening it, a dazzling diamond ring was revealed. "Now this is more like it." Wang Zhuxian accepted the ring, feeling elated. "By the way, you have a partner waiting at the advertising company." "Who?" "Huazai Lu Dehua." Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot of the Yongxing Film Company building, a graceful woman in high heels approached a red BMW, her fragrance wafting through the air. Li Jessen took out her keys, prepared to unlock the car when several figures suddenly emerged from the shadows, swiftly overpowering her. Li Jessen's mouth was covered, and she was subsequently dragged into a Toyota van. "Head, the mission is accomplished. We have captured the woman. Yoshi, bring her to the dojo." Li Jessen, stunned by the kidnappers' conversation, realized they were speaking Japanese. "What do you want? Let me go?" No one responded to her. A wide tape sealed her mouth, leaving only her nostrils to breathe. At the Li family villa in Causeway Bay, Liang Kuan lounged on the sofa, watching television while sipping a kidney-tonifying soup prepared by an old Chinese doctor. Recently, he had been playing too many fiery games, leaving him feeling somewhat weak. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Li sang, "The last transaction failed. Let us set a time and place for a new deal." The call was from the enemy, Kwan Wei Jiro, and Liang Kuan felt a surge of frustration. These bastards were relentless. "Mr. Kwan Wei, I have been closely monitored by the authorities. Let us discuss this matter later." Liang Kuan recalled his son's advice and decided to delay. "Baka. This time, a transaction must occur." Kwan Wei exploded in anger, causing Liang Kuan to be momentarily taken aback. After all, he was a leader in the Hongxing group, and the audacity of the little Japanese was astounding. "What if I refuse to trade? Then I shall make things difficult for your daughter-in-law." "Daughter-in-law?" Liang Kuan was momentarily stunned, thinking how ridiculous the little Japanese was. His son was just a child. How could he have a daughter-in-law? But soon, he seemed to grasp the implications. "Your son's woman is in our hands. If you do not comply, I will take her to Sakura country to film adult films. You know how they operate there. Everything is real." "Wang Zhuxian?" "Precisely, that celebrity. What does her capture have to do with me? Fengzi is merely having fun with this girl. I hope your son thinks the same way." Kwan Wei had received information from Jiang Tianxing that Li Feng was in a serious relationship with Wang Zhuxian, believing that by threatening the Li family with Wang Zhuxian, they would eventually yield. No. Liang Kuan panicked. He knew his son was dating Wang Zhuxian seriously. If the enemy truly took her to film adult films, his son would undoubtedly be shattered. He needed to placate the enemy. Do not act recklessly. Let us discuss this. If anything happens to Wang Zhuxian, I will deal with you to the end. Rest assured, the transaction will be completed within 3 days, and Miss Wang will be returned unharmed. After hanging up, Liang Kuan cursed the enemy's ancestors. Damn these little Japanese, they are more ruthless than I am. At the advertising company, Li Feng waited outside the studio when his father called. Fengzi, there's bad news. Please do not act impulsively upon hearing it. What is it? Your girlfriend, Wang Zhuxian, has been captured by the little Japanese. They demand a continuation of the drug deal, or they will take her to the island to film adult films. This is impossible. Just a minute ago, I saw Wang Zhuxian and Hua Zai filming an advertisement. What do you mean impossible? The little Japanese are unscrupulous. I know, but I was just with Wang Zhuxian. I just saw her. Damn, what is going on? Liang Kuan was bewildered. Li Feng barged into the studio. Seeing Wang Zhuxian safe, he could confirm one thing. The enemy had kidnapped the wrong person. The enemy has kidnapped the wrong person. We must keep them calm. After hanging up, Li Feng called out to Wang Zhuxian during a filming break. In the circle, is there anyone who resembles you? Wang Zhuxian was confused by the question. What do you mean? A group of kidnappers intended to abduct you to threaten me, but they mistook their target and kidnapped someone else. Ah, Jessen, Wang Zhuxian screamed. She had let Li Jessen drive her car, and the kidnappers must have mistaken her for herself. In the poorly lit underground parking lot, given their similar height and build, mistaking one for the other was entirely plausible. Li Feng understood. The kidnappers had taken Li Jessen? Exactly. I asked her to drive my car. I never expected to put her in danger, woo woo woo. Wang Zhuxian cried anxiously. Stay calm. We need to find a way to rescue Jessen. Right, let us call the police. No, the kidnappers are a ruthless bunch. Once the police intervene, they will kill her. Then what should we do? Their aim is to coerce me, so they won't harm Jessen for the time being. Let me think of a plan. Li Jessen has not been kidnapped for long. She is still on Hong Kong Island. Li Feng intended to mobilize the gang's resources to locate them, but worried about alerting the enemy. Have Tony and the others investigate discreetly. Time is of the essence. The Guaz differs significantly from the gang of the Hong Kong Island. They remain isolated from other organizations, making it exceedingly difficult to locate them within a mere 3 days. What to do? At that moment, Li Feng recalled a particular item, the SI Sure summoning card. He remembered that the system had described its function, stating that SI Sure could manifest at any time and space. If he were to summon a SI Sure and command it to appear beside the kidnappers, would it not create a miraculous effect akin to reinforcements from the heavens? Regardless, it was worth attempting. Let us go. What are you doing? I'm heading to the restroom. Wang Zhuxian's cheeks flushed. At a time like this, can you not be so frivolous? You've misunderstood. I'm seeking assistance to rescue Li Jessen. Upon reaching the restroom, Li Feng instructed Wang Zhuxian to stand guard outside, ensuring no one entered while he secluded himself within to utilize the item. He retrieved the SI Sure summoning card and began the operation. System, I wish to summon ASI Sure. Please enter the name of the summoned individual, the summoning location, and the task directive. Before him, a virtual screen materialized, displaying the images of 5 individuals. This time, Li Feng distinctly recognized their features and identified their identities. Chapter 66. Summoning Chiu Gangao's team to annihilate the invaders. Before me stood the formidable Chiu Gangao squad from New Huazhongan. The muscular giant was de Kwa Tua Kwan, armed with a butterfly knife, while the coolly charming Chiu Gangao sported a head of distinctive curls. Ahua wielded an MP5 submachine gun, with the other 2 members being Gong Zi and Bao Zhu. Were they not imprisoned? How could they be summoned so casually? The urgency of the rescue took precedence, leaving no time to ponder the intricacies of the situation. The system's arrangements were paramount. System, I wish to summon Chiu Gangao and Ahua. This item was undeniably overpowered, with its greatest strength being the ability to summon individuals from any unknown dimension. It would be wasteful to use it all at once, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. I decided to reserve 3 for future urgent tasks. Received command. Please specify the summoning location. Where Li Jessen is being held. Please issue the mission directive. Annihilate the team of Quanwei Jiro and rescue Li Jessen. As the interaction concluded, the images of Chiu Gangao and Ahua vanished from the card, leaving only 3 individuals. 666. If those little devils dare to provoke me again, I'll take out their emperor and obliterate the Yasukuni shrine. Outside, Wang Zhuxian grew impatient and knocked on the door. Li Feng opened it, and Wang Zhuxian, with a frown of mild anger, asked, "What on earth are you doing in there for so long?" After completing the system operations, Li Feng stepped out of the restroom. "A Feng, is Jessen really all right?" Wang Zhuxian inquired with concern. Indeed. Inside a karate dojo in Central, Kwan Jiro struck one of his subordinates with a resounding slap. "Baka! Fool! You can't even distinguish between people." He then ripped the tape off Li Jessen's mouth. "Hush!" Li Jessen gasped for air. Terror etched on her face as she looked at him. "Who are you? What do you want?" Kwan Jiro leered, caressing her cheek. "Miss Li, I intended to capture your friend, but those imbeciles grabbed the wrong person. Now, I can only inconvenience you a bit. If your friend cares for you, I will ensure your safe return. Otherwise, you shall accompany me to Sakura Country for some adult films." With no choice but to accept the situation, Li Jessen was horrified. "You scoundrel, let me go?" Kwan Wei picked up the tape again and sealed her mouth. "Keep an eye on her." He then reached for his phone to contact Liang Kuan. At that moment, two strangers burst into the dojo, Xiao Gengao and Ahua. The invaders were taken aback. The dojo's doors and windows were tightly shut, and they had not heard a sound, leaving them baffled as to how the duo had entered. "Kill them." The invaders drew their eastern blades and charged at the two. Ahua raised his MP5 and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Da-da-da. He swiftly felled 4 or 5 of the foes. "Damn it, they have guns." Kwan Jiro leaped to take cover, retrieving a handgun from a cabinet. Da-da. Ahua continued to fire, keeping him suppressed. Bang. The remaining invaders drew their guns to shoot. Xiao Gengao and Ahua rolled and took refuge in the restroom. In the next moment, a grenade was thrown out. A grenade. The invaders were paralyzed with fear, scrambling for cover. With a thunderous explosion, bodies were torn apart. Da-da-da. Ahua charged out to finish off the remaining foes. "Drop your weapons, or I will kill her." Seizing the chaos, Kwan Wei snuck close to Li Jessen, gun aimed at her forehead to threaten her. Li Jessen had never faced such a situation, her face drained of color, trembling in fear. With a smirk, Xiao Gengao launched a flying knife toward Kwan Wei's wrist. Swish! It struck precisely, causing Kwan Wei to drop the gun and stagger back in pain. Da-da-da. Ahua raised his weapon and transformed him into a pincushion. "Ah!" Li Jessen shrieked in panic. Xiao Gengao approached, retrieved the knife from Kwan Wei's arm, wiped it clean on his clothing, and severed the ropes binding Li Jessen. "All is well, come with me." "Who are you?" "My boss sent us to rescue you." "Who is your boss?" "Not at liberty to disclose." Xiao Gengao replied coolly. "Boss, mission accomplished." Once outside, Xiao Gengao called Li Feng. "Return Li Jessen home, find a place to stay, and remain on standby." "Understood." As Xiao Gengao's phone was not on speaker, Li Jessen could not hear the voice on the other end, increasing her curiosity. Who had saved her? He had killed so many people, did he not fear the police? Not long after returning home, a knock echoed at the door. Li Jessen, startled, felt her guard rise again. "Who is it?" "It's me." Hearing Wang Zhuxian's voice eased her tension. She opened the door and rushed into his embrace. "Woo woo woo. I was kidnapped and almost didn't make it back. All is well. There are others around." Wang Zhuxian comforted her by patting her shoulder. Li Jessen looked up to see Li Feng, her face turning cold as she scolded. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't taken Zhuxian away, I wouldn't have driven her car and gotten kidnapped. But you returned unscathed, didn't you?" "Humph. If it weren't for the unexpected rescue, I would have." The thought of the invaders wanting to take her to Sakura Country for adult films sent shivers down her spine. Unexpected rescue? Haha, that was my team. Li Feng chuckled. Li Jessen was taken aback, realizing that her savior was none other than him. "Is it really your people? One with curly hair wielding a knife and another with a gun?" At that moment, Li Jessen had no reason to doubt. "You truly saved me. I feel embarrassed. How can I repay you?" She stammered, a hint of shyness in her tone. "If you wish to express your gratitude in a more personal manner, I would not mind." Li Feng replied with a mischievous grin. "Humph." Wang Zhuxian glared, jealousy evident in his wide eyes. "Just joking. Did you take that seriously?" "A Feng, this is no laughing matter. They killed so many people. What will happen if the police investigate?" Li Jessen expressed her concern. "What? You killed someone?" Wang Zhuxian was alarmed. Although she knew her boyfriend was part of a gang, she had thought it was merely a display of bravado, not realizing it was to the point of taking lives. "What? Are you planning to report me?" "What are you talking about? We are worried about you. Those are invaders. As long as you don't speak, how could the police find out who did it?" Li Feng was unperturbed. Even if the police traced it back to him, he could simply have Guan Yunfeng handle it. The invaders and their gang thrived in Hong Kong, and eliminating them was a service to the public. Chapter 67. The Smiling Tiger renamed the Smiling Dog. Time was running short. Let us depart, Li Feng said, linking arms with Wang Zhuxian. Do not leave, Li Jiasin called out to them, her voice tinged with fear. I am frightened. Will you stay with me for the night? She felt an overwhelming sense of security with Li Feng by her side. At the empty-handed karate dojo, the bodies of Quan Wei Jiro and his companions were discovered. The police rushed to investigate, yet the absence of eyewitnesses left them at a loss after prolonged scrutiny. As the deceased were illegal immigrants, they bore no identification, rendering their identities unascertainable. The only conclusion they could draw was that the victims were from Sakura country. Ultimately, the case was dismissed as a vendetta among gangsters. Fengzi, is it worth it to eliminate so many enemies for the sake of an actress? The next day, Liang Kuan expressed his bewilderment regarding his son's actions. Li Jiasin is a friend. She was kidnapped, and I cannot simply ignore it, Li Feng retorted. While it is indeed noble to act for a fair maiden, you have incurred the wrath of the Yamaguchi-gumi, and they will not let this slide. Li Feng, somewhat irked, replied, Father, your leadership is lacking. A mere Yamaguchi-gumi has you trembling. Perhaps it's time to step aside and let someone more capable take charge. Blast it. There are ways to navigate through this, Liang Kuan asserted. If we do not eliminate them, they will haunt you, dragging you down in due time. Liang Kuan believed this to be true. Eliminating the enemies severed the Yamaguchi-gumi's hopes of infiltrating Hongxing with drugs. As for the impending retaliation from the Yamaguchi-gumi, they would confront it head-on. After all, a deadly feud had already been established. Fengzi, do you not find this matter peculiar? How could the enemies have thought to kidnap Wang Zhuxian? This is the machination of Jiang Tiansheng, Li Feng replied. That scoundrel is still stirring up trouble. Fengzi, help me deal with him. Even without his father's urging, Li Feng was determined to eliminate Jiang Tiansheng. Hongxing was founded by the Jiang family, and as long as they remained, loyalties would always lean towards them. Not only did Jiang Tianxing need to die, but his brother Jiang Tianyang in Thailand must also meet the same fate. The thought of summoning assassins to eradicate Jiang Tianxing flickered through Li Feng's mind, but was swiftly dismissed. Jiang Tianxing was currently isolated. Sending assassins to eliminate him would be a waste. Moreover, if he were to die without cause, it could raise suspicions among Hongxing members. A more sophisticated approach was necessary to silence everyone in Hongxing. Tony, come here. At the Langchao bar, Tony arrived to meet Li Feng. Take this disc to Amsterdam, Netherlands, and deliver it to Jiang Tianxing. Then, find an opportunity to eliminate him, framing Chun Haonan for it. Chun Haonan had vanished, and Li Feng speculated that he was undoubtedly with Jiang Tianxing. The Yamaguchi-gumi sought him, and Hongxing aimed to cleanse its ranks. There was no refuge for Chun Haonan in Hong Kong. The disc contained footage of Chun Haonan and Fong Ting in a passionate scene. Upon viewing it, Jiang Tianxing would surely turn against Chun Haonan. This would provide Chun Haonan with ample justification to kill Jiang Tianxing. This idea, admittedly, was learned from the Crow and was not particularly ingenious. Do you have Jiang Tianxing's specific location? Tony inquired. Not at the moment. You should set out, and I will call you once I have it sorted. The task was contemplated for Chiu Gang Ao, but since they had escaped from prison, they were ill-suited for a trip to the Netherlands. In Yuen Long, at a TV station, the Smiling Tiger embraced a woman, bellowing like a bull. After the Crow hung up, Dongxing was severely weakened and no longer dared to stir up trouble in Causeway Bay. The Smiling Tiger and Sha Meng could only cower in Yuen Long's huge brother. Someone is looking for you. The Smiling Tiger immediately became alert. Who is seeking me? Hongxing members. The Smiling Tiger was frightened and crawled under the sofa. Bang! The private room door was violently thrust open, and Aja and Ahu stormed in with a dozen Vietnamese thugs. Come out. Ahu seized the Smiling Tiger by his waistband, dragging him out from under the sofa. Are you the Smiling Tiger? Yes, you may call me Ahu, the Smiling Tiger stammered. You dare to usurp my name? Ahu fumed, gripping the Smiling Tiger's head and forcefully striking it against the glass coffee table. Brother, please do not hit me. How have I offended you? I am Ahu. From now on, you shall be known as a go. Smiling dog, ha. Aja cackled nearby. Ahu, cease the beating and let us get to business. Aja assisted the Smiling Tiger onto the sofa, pouring him a drink. We are here to inquire about something. Answer honestly, and you will live. Otherwise, I will send you to meet the Crow. What is it? Jiang Tianxing has gone to the Netherlands. I need his exact address. How would I know where Jiang Tianxing is? Not cooperating, are we? Hu pried the smiling tiger's mouth open, forcing him to bite the edge of the coffee table, brandishing a wine bottle threateningly. I will count to 3. If you do not speak, I will knock out your teeth. Jia played the good cop. The Netherlands is your Dongxing territory. Jiang Tianxing is friendly with the camels. If he is in the Netherlands, he is likely to be holed up in a Dongxing venue. Help me find out. Hu had already counted to 3, the wine bottle raised high, poised to smash down. I will tell you. We have a hotel in Amsterdam called the Vitalo Hotel. Jiang Tianxing may be there. Understood. Jia signaled to his brother, and Hu smashed the wine bottle, swiftly plunging the jagged edge into the smiling tiger's throat, blood gushing forth. Only in death could secrets be kept. Failing to eliminate him could lead to the revelation of this matter. The next day, around noon, Tony appeared on the exotic streets of Amsterdam. After some inquiries, he located the Vitalo Hotel by the riverside. Concealed by a small bridge outside the hotel for several hours, he finally spotted his target. Jiang Tianxing emerged from the hotel, laughing and joking with Fong Ting, followed closely by Chun Haonan, who resembled a light bulb. However, this light bulb had once emitted a spark. Sir, someone asked me to give this to you. A teenage skateboarder, speaking in the local language, handed a paper bag to Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing, unable to comprehend, accepted the bag, bewildered. What is this? As he opened the bag, he discovered a disc, piquing his curiosity. He planned to watch it on his return that evening. Fong Ting and Chun Haonan exchanged uneasy glances at the sight of the disc. This subtle shift in expression was not lost on Jiang Tianxing, who sensed something amiss. Chapter 68. You scoundrels dare to betray me. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, the 3 returned from their outing. It was time for dinner, and Jiang Tianxing instructed Fong Ting and Chun Haonan to wait for him in the dining room while he secluded himself in his room. He switched on the DVD player and inserted a disc. The next moment, scenes reminiscent of an adult film unfolded before his eyes. The protagonists were none other than his trusted subordinate and the woman he cherished. Their intimate entanglements, characterized by fervent passion, pierced through Jiang Tianxing's very nerves. Particularly, Fong Ting's moans struck him deeply, igniting a torrent of rage within him. These scoundrels! How dare they betray me? Jiang Tianxing, consumed by fury, was on the verge of confronting them. However, after a moment's reflection, he turned off the DVD player, striving to regain his composure. A few minutes later, he arrived at the dining room where Chun Haonan and Fong Ting had already ordered their meals, waiting for him to join them. The 3 sat at the table, with Jiang Tianxing and Fong Ting on one side and Chun Haonan on the other. Ashing, this is the king of steaks, Rossini steak. Do give it a try? Fong Ting said, delicately placing a piece of steak onto Jiang Tianxing's plate. Her tender words and alluring expression evoked Chun Haonan's memories of their intimate night together, causing him to glance at Fong Ting. At that precise moment, she looked up as well. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited. Chun Haonan felt a tinge of embarrassment and quickly bowed his head. Haonan, you should try a piece too, Fong Ting suggested, attempting to mask the awkwardness. This gesture ignited the flames of jealousy within Jiang Tianxing. Just moments ago, witnessing their flirtation had nearly pushed him to the brink, and now they dared to flaunt their relationship in front of him? The saying goes that family shame should not be aired, and he had initially planned to finish dinner and summon them to his room to settle the matter. Yet, this audacious couple had grown bolder. Jiang Tianxing could no longer suppress the inferno of anger within him and slammed his hand down on the table, standing abruptly. How long do you intend to deceive me, you scoundrels? Fong Ting was taken aback, still unaware that Jiang Tianxing had discovered her affair with Chun Haonan. Ashing, what are you saying? Who are the scoundrels? With a sharp slap, Jiang Tianxing struck Fong Ting across the face. You wretched woman. You thought I wouldn't know you were in bed with Haonan? The onlookers could not comprehend their words, and Jiang Tianxing spoke without restraint. Ashing, you are wronging me. Fong Ting pleaded, her voice trembling with emotion. There is a video of you two in bed. I have seen it. Do you think you can deceive me? Jiang Tianxing produced the disc and hurled it onto the table. Upon seeing it, Fong Ting realized that Jiang Tianxing had uncovered her involvement in that scandalous film. Ashing, please let me explain. We were set up. She grasped Jiang Tianxing's arm, her voice quivering with desperation. You were utterly engrossed. Do you take me for a fool? Get out. Jiang Tianxing was aware that they had been drugged, but the visual evidence was too painful for him to accept. As a privileged heir and underworld figure, how could his girlfriend betray him in such a manner? How could he face the world with such disgrace? With a swift motion, Jiang Tianxing pushed Fong Ting away, causing her to fall to the ground. Big brother. Chen Haonan expressed concern as he helped Fong Ting to her feet, ready to confront Jiang Tianxing. This scene only intensified Jiang Tianxing's anguish. Mr. Jiang, you cannot disregard right from wrong. We were indeed framed. Yes, we were wrong to be together, but if you must blame someone, blame me. It has nothing to do with big sister. Are you instructing me on morality? Jiang Tianxing glared at Chen Haonan. You treacherous wretch. I shall administer punishment according to the rules of the Hongxing gang. With that, he lifted a plate and struck Chen Haonan on the head. The impact opened a wound, blood streaming down Chen Haonan's face. Yet, he remained silent, standing there motionless. Get out. I have no subordinate like you. Hongxing has no place for scum like you. He kicked Chen Haonan away. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by Tony, who had been lurking among the onlookers. Capturing the entire episode with his camera, Chen Haonan, with his head hung low, left in disgrace, feeling like a stray dog with nowhere to go. After some contemplation, he decided to seek refuge with his cousin, Kujihua, on one island. As soon as Chen Haonan stepped outside, Tony, disguised under a wig, followed him. Outside the hotel, on a sparsely populated street, Tony quickly caught up to Chen Haonan and pressed a drug-laced cloth to his mouth. Soon, Chen Haonan became disoriented and was dragged into a vehicle. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Jiang Tianxing and Fong Ting continued their heated exchange. Ashung, I am truly sorry, but I was forced into it. Please forgive me this once. Fong Ting knelt on the ground, clinging to Jiang Tianxing's leg, pleading desperately. You could have chosen to die instead. Jiang Tianxing shook off her grasp and turned away. Ashung, Fong Ting called after him, her spirit crushed. And that very night, she boarded a flight back to Guangdao. At 10 o'clock that evening, Jiang Tianxing stood on the hotel balcony, holding a glass of red wine, gazing blankly at the cityscape. The night view of Amsterdam was stunning, yet his heart was heavy with despair. So much had transpired in recent months. The leadership had been usurped, resulting in the complete loss of control over Hongxing. His plans against Liang Kuan had repeatedly failed, and now, the woman he loved had betrayed him, while his trusted subordinate had stabbed him in the back. In that moment, Jiang Tianxing felt like a total failure. He downed the wine in one gulp, his emotions unraveling. Ah! He cried out in anguish. Just then, a figure stealthily ascended the balcony, appearing behind him like a gecko. In the next instant, a glinting dagger was pressed against his throat. Who are you? This is all your scheme, isn't it? Jiang Tianxing managed to maintain a semblance of composure as he questioned. Come with me. Tony forced Jiang Tianxing back into the room and stabbed him twice in the chest. Jiang Tianxing's face contorted in pain as he collapsed. Why not slit his throat? Because Tony aimed to create a false narrative. After eliminating Jiang Tianxing, he swaggered out of the suite with the room card, and half an hour later, disguised as a cleaner, he stuffed the unconscious Chen Haonan into a large garbage bin and transported him back to the suite. At this moment, Chen Haonan began to regain consciousness and, upon witnessing the scene, was struck with terror. It's you. What do you want? Chen Haonan's hands and feet were bound, rendering him immobile. In a fervent rivalry for Fong Ting, you and Jiang Tianxing clashed violently, and in a moment of desperation, you fatally stabbed Jiang Tianxing. Just before he fell, he struck your head with a heavy object, resulting in the demise of both. Tony, resembling a director instructing his actors, remarked, Fool, do you believe anyone would be convinced? This is Holland, the death of two individuals from the Hong Kong Islands. Do you think the police will conduct a serious investigation? Frustrated, Tony donned gloves, seized a hefty ashtray, and brought it crashing down upon Chen Haonan's forehead. Chapter 69, Jiang Tianxing and Chen Haonan offline, BB machine launch bang. Chen Haonan, still recovering from his head injury, suffered another devastating blow. His brain matter erupted from the wound, and he perished instantly. This is the consequence of opposing brother Fong. Tony thrust a cigarette ashtray into Jiang Tianxing's hand and placed the dagger that had slain him into Chen Haonan's grasp, to render the deadly confrontation appear more authentic. He meticulously adjusted the postures of the two men until he was satisfied before departing. There was no need to contact the police. By the next morning, the hotel staff would discover this tragic scene while performing their cleaning duties. Brother Fong, it's done. Both Jiang Tianxing and Chen Haonan are gone. Outside the hotel, Tony called Li Fong. Well done. Take advantage of the absence of suspicion and return swiftly. Understood. The following morning, the situation unfolded as Tony had anticipated. The Dutch police conducted an investigation and ruled the incident as a mutual brawl that resulted in death, attributed to a dispute over a woman, a fact corroborated by inquiries with hotel guests. Many had witnessed the altercation between the three in the restaurant. With such evidence at hand, the police were disinclined to delve deeper, hastily concluding the case. The news of Jiang Tianqing's death in the Netherlands spread to Hung Hing, igniting a flurry of speculation. Many whispered behind the scenes, suspecting that Liang Kuan was involved. The narrative of Chun Haonan and Jiang Tianqing fighting over a woman raised doubts among the crowd. Aware of the gossip swirling around, Liang Kuan convened a meeting the following morning to quell the unrest. During the meeting, he refrained from excessive explanation and slammed a series of photographs onto the table. The evidence was irrefutable. The rebellious Chun Haonan had been caught in an affair with his sister-in-law, leading to Zhang's furious retaliation with a knife, ultimately resulting in his own demise by Zhang's hand. The local police had closed the case. If anyone still harbored doubts, it meant they did not trust me. At this juncture, no one dared to voice their skepticism. That kid, Anan, was never a good egg. This scoundrel dared to betray his brother and kill Mr. Jiang. Dying in the Netherlands was too lenient for him. As the opportunistic figures, such as Bai Gu, sensed the wind shifting, they began to adapt. Hey Yao, what are your thoughts? Chen Yao felt a surge of panic. He was aware that his identity as an undercover agent had been exposed, and this was all part of Liang Kuan and his father's scheme. The transition of Hongxing to the Li surname was irreversible. Chun Haonan deserved his fate. It was merely unfortunate for Mr. Jiang. Although many suspected that Jiang Tianqing's death was linked to Liang Kuan and his father, the prevailing tide silenced any dissent. Thus, the matter of Jiang Tianqing's murder faded into obscurity. Half a month later, on Valentine's Day, the Huawei BB machine was officially launched. In the bustling heart of Tsim Sha Tsui, a temporary stage was erected in front of a communications store, adorned with colorful banners and lively performances. This store was a Huawei franchise, recently acquired by Li Feng at great expense. At 9 in the morning, the launch event commenced. A stunning female host took the stage, microphone in hand, and delivered an opening speech, followed by the appearance of spokespersons Liu Dehua and Wang Zhuxian, dressed in a black suit with a red tie. Huazai's meticulously styled hair captivated the young women in attendance, who erupted into fervent cheers. Huazai, 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 I love you. Recently, Huazai was being considered among the 4 kings of Hong Kong Island, enjoying immense popularity. Wang Zhuxian, although slightly less popular, looked angelic in her white gown and exquisite makeup, sending many single men into a frenzy. Huazai raised his hand to quiet the crowd, then took the microphone with his signature smile, saying, "Thank you all for your support. I love you all. Loving me is tantamount to loving the Huawei BB machine." Wang Zhuxian joined in. Loving the Huawei BB machine is equivalent to loving me. They then simultaneously unveiled the BB machine, exclaiming, "Huawei BB machine, love can be seen." At that moment, the television screen behind the stage displayed the advertisement, proclaiming, "Huawei BB machine, love can be seen." This moment elevated the atmosphere of the launch to a crescendo. Cameras clicked incessantly, and passers-by were drawn in by this novel marketing approach, stopping to watch. The street became congested, causing a traffic jam. Wow, it can really display Chinese characters. And you can leave messages. This is incredible. The audience buzzed with excitement, unable to contain their desire to purchase. When the price was announced, the crowd erupted. Wow, only 1,999. 1,000 less than Motorola. And while Motorola can only show incoming numbers, this one can display messages in Chinese. Amazing, I want one. I'll buy one for my girlfriend. I'll confess my feelings using this. Come on, why are you pushing? Just because you buy one, I can't buy one. In an instant, the crowd surged, creating a chaotic scene. Everyone, please don't push. You can all buy one. Just line up. Huazai shouted from the stage. Below, staff members maintained order, guiding customers to form a queue. At this moment, traffic police arrived to help restore traffic flow. By 11 in the morning, the event concluded, and within just 2 hours, over 300 BB machines had been sold. Consumer enthusiasm showed no signs of waning, and the line continued to grow longer, winding serpentine for hundreds of meters. Regardless of the time, value for money holds an irresistible allure for customers. The Huawei BB machine, outperforming Motorola at a significantly lower price, was bound to incite a buying frenzy. By the end of the day, just one franchise store alone sold over 1,300 units. The unexpectedly explosive sales delighted Tang Junle, who was already planning to open several more franchise stores starting the next day. The marketing department manager, Lei Tao, rushed in with a beaming expression. President Tang, great news. I've received at least 100 calls from communication stores wishing to partner with us and stock the Huawei BB machine. We can cooperate, but we must set thresholds. Prices must be uniform, and we must avoid price wars for promotional purposes. Additionally, after-sales service must be on point to maintain product reputation. Understood. At 8 in the evening, in a high-end club in the mid-levels of Taiping Shan, a gathering of Hong Kong Island's top tycoons sat together, sipping tea and discussing business. This establishment served as an informal meeting place for the Chinese Chamber of Commerce on Hong Kong Island, where the elite would casually converse about market trends and share insights from their commercial experiences. Among the frequent visitors, there are several notable figures. Chuan Wang Bao Yugong, Li Jiaqing from Changjiang Shiya, patriotic businessman Huang Dong, Hu Yingxiang from Hehe Shiya, and Wu Guangjing, the CEO of Huanqiu Shiya. Ajing, turn on the television. Bao Yugong commanded his son-in-law, Wu Guangjing. As the television flickered to life, an advertisement for the launch of the Huawei BB device was displayed. What do you all think of this Huawei BB device? Bao Yugong inquired. It's impressive. With its comprehensive features and affordable price, it is bound to make a significant impact, Hua Yingdong remarked with approval. Bao Lao, did you summon us here just to observe this? The younger Hu Yingxiang asked. Indeed. The profit margins on a single BB device are merely a few hundred yuan, and the technology in communication devices evolves rapidly. It may soon be rendered obsolete, failing to create any substantial waves, someone said with a hint of disdain. If this is your perspective, I believe your vision is rather limited. As the most experienced among them, Bao Yugong commanded the attention of the audience. Indeed, a singular product cannot yield enduring profits. What I admire is the marketing acumen of the masterminds behind the Huawei BB device. Just look at how effectively they crafted this advertisement. The group instinctively began to pay closer attention to the ad. It is indeed remarkable. This marketing strategy is unprecedented. This approach is at least 5 years ahead of other advertising models. The magnates offered high praise. Does anyone know who the mastermind behind the Huawei BB device is? Wu Guangjing responded. Tang Jun, a talented individual from the mainland. That's incorrect. Tang Jun is merely an employee. The true orchestrator is the behind-the-scenes owner, Li Jiaqing interjected. Who might this illustrious person be? Let us inquire, and perhaps arrange to have him over for tea. Chapter 70, A Fresh Start. Digging for actor Li Lianjia. Meanwhile, Li Feng and Wang Zhuxian strolled hand-in-hand along the Tsim Sha Sui Star Ferry Pier. Today was Valentine's Day. They had just enjoyed a candlelit dinner and were planning to wander the streets for a while before retreating to a hotel for a night of passion. Elated, Li Feng was the happiest of all, as the launch of the Huawei BB device had ignited a meteoric rise in sales. According to his estimates, sales would surpass 3,000 units the next day, and with the increasing number of sales points, this figure would steadily rise, making daily sales of over 10,000 a common occurrence. The BB device, with a production cost of around 400 to 500, yielded a profit of 400 to 500 after deducting marketing, transportation, telecom network fees, and retailer commissions. If sales exceeded 10,000, the daily profit would reach 4 to 5 million, accumulating to over 100 million in a month. However, the market in Hong Kong was limited, and it would not be long before sales reached saturation. The next step would be to venture into the islands, Macau, and the mainland. Although operating costs would increase and profits would be slightly lower, the broader market would allow for daily sales of tens of thousands. Yet, at that point, production capacity would struggle to keep up, necessitating the establishment of new factories. Li Feng's ambitious demeanor caused Wang Zhuxian some displeasure. Come on, we're on a date. Why the serious face? She complained. Not happy. Seriously? The Huawei BB device is selling like hotcakes, and you say you're not happy? The Hong Kong market will soon saturate. And I want to expand to the islands and the mainland, but we urgently need more personnel. Wang Zhuxian felt a thrill in her heart at his strong ambition. A man dedicated to his work is truly attractive. What can I do for you? Make me happy. She giggled, playfully pinching Li Feng's cheek to force a smile. At the same time that the Huawei BB device soared in popularity, the film sector also enjoyed a promising start. A Chinese Ghost Story 2 had garnered 33 million in box office revenue in just over 20 days in Hong Kong. Such earnings undoubtedly placed it among the top 3 films of the year. While this revenue alone may not seem substantial, the total earnings from the film would far exceed that. It was set to be released in the islands, mainland, Southeast Asia, and even North America. With box office earnings projected to reach at least 500 million HKD, not to mention additional profits from DVD sales. This is the nature of a good film, generating revenue through multiple channels. Conversely, a poor film would be pulled from screens within days, resulting in inevitable losses. Li Feng's investment of 10 million would conservatively yield a return of 60 to 70 million, a substantial profit. Additionally, the production company for A Chinese Ghost Story 2, Qian Kuan Yi, was gaining recognition. This previously obscure film company was beginning to attract the attention of directors, producers, and actors. Li Feng, emboldened by these developments, contemplated embarking on a solo venture. Qian Kuan Yi had gained a modest reputation and was now qualified to release films in theaters. Drawing upon his past life's memories, he believed he could adapt future blockbuster films for the screen and reap great rewards. However, Qian Kuan Yi was still merely a shell, desperately in need of directors and actors. Directors could be persuaded to join, as they were not tied to any specific film company and operated on a partnership basis. Actors, however, were a different story. Most had signed long-term contracts with film companies and could not easily switch allegiances. Even if they attempted to breach contracts, they would face hefty penalties and the risk of being blacklisted. With his current momentum, Li Feng was undeterred and resolved to go independent. If the likes of Yongxing Film Xiang Huaxiang can achieve such success, and I invested 10 million only to be denied credit, I shall credit myself. Li Feng approached his father's company to discuss this matter directly. My son, with your business acumen, it seems the Li family's ancestral grave is indeed blessed. You've excelled in film and telecommunications, making your father proud. What sets your mind apart from others? Liang Kuan chuckled, affectionately ruffling his son's hair, almost wanting to kiss him on the forehead. Such minor profits bring you such joy. Imagine the heights you'd reach if you were to be as renowned as Li Jiaqing. Li Feng rolled his eyes at his father. Your aspirations are too modest, your vision too narrow. You remain a mere gangster at heart. Father, let us go solo. We can collaborate with director Su Ku at any time and recruit a few popular actors. Do you have any targets in mind? Li Lianjia, Liang Jiahui, Zhang Manyu, Lin Qingxia. Let us start with these. Liang Kuan was taken aback. These individuals are quite pricey, especially Li Lianjia, whose asking price is around 50 million. He is currently signed with the Golden Harvest Film Company, and it would require 70 to 80 million to lure him away. How much do you intend to spend to recruit these talents? 150 million. That much. Liang Kuan gasped. Son, it took me over 20 years to reach this position, and one must take life one step at a time. I understand. Taking large strides can lead to missteps. Li Feng interjected, prompting laughter from Liang Kuan. It's good that you understand. The BB device has just launched, and the film has only yielded modest profits. Our income isn't solely ours. Many mouths need to be fed. Where will we find 150 million? Loans. You must be mad. I've told you, one must take life one step at a time. If I were mad, I would have acquired Yongsheng, Cine City, and Golden Harvest outright. I've been sufficiently low-key, understand? Li Feng felt that with the resources acquired from the system and his memories of the future, taking this step was already a calculated risk. Other time travelers would have already made a name for themselves on Hong Kong Island. Now, the entire situation is due to your efforts. You dictate how we proceed, Liang Kuan acquiesced. That's the spirit. Prepare to become a film tycoon. Li Feng's primary target was Li Lianjia, the golden emblem of the film industry. New Dragon Inn, Fang Xiu, New Shaolin Five Ancestors, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer 2, and Tai Chi Master. Each of these films had the potential for immense profits. Currently signed with Golden Harvest Film Company, Li Lianjia's contract would expire in 2 years, at which point he intended to establish his own production company, Zhengdong Films. It was imperative to secure him before that happened, stifling Zhengdong Films before it could take off. If all went according to plan, within 2 to 3 years, Qian Kuan Yi would reign supreme in the Hong Kong film industry. However, the pressing question remained, where would 150 million come from? Despite the substantial daily earnings, expenses were also significant, as the BB device project required substantial funding daily. Currently, Li Feng had only 20 million at his disposal. He called Tang Jun, requesting a bank loan using Huawei technology as collateral. In the midst of his hectic schedule, Tang Jun managed to find time to meet with a bank manager, engaging in conversation for an hour, yet the manager only agreed to a loan of 50 million. Absolutely not. Li Feng resolutely declined, feeling insulted by the meager offer of 50 million. Over the next few days, he approached several banks, but none yielded favorable results. Li Feng came to the realization that without a robust network, securing a loan exceeding 100 million posed a significant challenge. Boss, Wu Guangjing, the esteemed president of Huanqiu Industries, has invited you for evening tea, Tang Jun reported during that evening. Chapter 71. Securing a billion investment at present, Wu Guangjing lacks significant fame, especially when compared to titans like Li Kaxing, Huo Dong, and Dong Haoyun, the father of Dong Jianhua. However, Li Feng possesses some familiarity with this individual, who rose to prominence after the turn of the millennium. In a past life, approximately in 2017, Li Feng had perused a wealth ranking of billionaires in Hong Kong, where Wu Guangjing was listed with assets amounting to $17 billion, placing him fourth on the list. Even though his current prowess may not be formidable, Li Feng still feels subordinate in his presence. Wu's invitation for tea likely signifies an intention to cultivate a relationship, with the hope of eventually aligning himself with Wu's influence. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Li Feng made his way to a tea house in Mong Kok. Upon knocking on the door of a private room, he was greeted by a man in his 30s, bespectacled and exuding an air of sophistication. This was Wu Guangjing, who, upon seeing Li Feng, displayed an expression of surprise. He appeared remarkably youthful. It was indeed unexpected for the CEO of Huawei Technology to be so young. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Wu Guangjing, too, was in the prime of his life. The two exchanged pleasantries, shook hands, and settled down to enjoy tea while discussing business. The public listing of Huawei BB had sent shockwaves throughout the business community, rattling figures like his father-in-law. Who is your father-in-law? Bao Yugong. The king of ships, Bao Yugong. Li Feng marveled inwardly at this newfound connection, as news about Wu Guangjing had been scarce. This revelation further solidified his resolve to forge a strong alliance with him. After all, Bao Yugong was a figure of even greater stature than Li Kaxing. Mr. Wu, as a newcomer in the business realm, I humbly seek your guidance. Mr. Li, you are quite astute. Wu Guangjing interjected, my father-in-law and others hold you in high regard, admiring your marketing strategy. I would like to seek your counsel and foster a friendship. Wu Guangjing's acumen lay in his ability to listen. Bao Yugong had praised Li Feng's business acumen, and Wu was keen to seize the opportunity to engage with this rising star before others could. To seek counsel is too much praise. I am more than willing to make a friend. After establishing a rapport, Wu Guangjing continued, I have great confidence in Huawei Technology and wish to invest in it. What are your thoughts, Mr. Li? Li Feng hesitated momentarily. He was reluctant to share equity in his venture, which he had painstakingly built from the ground up. However, he was open to hearing Wu's proposal. What are the terms of the investment? I value Huawei Technology at 5 billion Hong Kong dollars. I propose to invest 1 billion, acquiring a 20% stake. How does that sound? The valuation of 5 billion left Li Feng astounded. While he believed Huawei Technology would eventually be worth much more, achieving a valuation of this magnitude at its current stage was already impressive. Wu Guangjing's offer seemed to carry ulterior motives. Was he intending to gradually encroach upon Huawei's shares, eventually sidelining Li Feng to assume control? Li Feng was no fool. He did not intend to watch his creation be devoured. Moreover, his interest in a mere 20% stake raised suspicions. Mr. Li, you are overthinking. I merely wish to befriend you, to learn from your experiences. Furthermore, my investment serves as a calculated risk. I would harbor no grievances even in the event of a loss. Given the sincerity in Wu's words, Li Feng found it difficult to refuse. I agree, let us achieve a win-win collaboration. With that, they shook hands once more, solidifying their business alliance. 3 days later, a formal contract was signed, and Wu Guangjing's investment of 1 billion was transferred to Huawei Technology in 2 installments, the first being 350 million. During the signing, Tang Jun and the company executives were left astounded. The company had only just begun to take off, and yet someone was willing to invest 1 billion for a 20% stake. An extraordinary commercial feat. Everyone unanimously attributed this success to Li Feng's personal charm, further bolstering their confidence in working alongside him. Father, come with me to meet Li Lianjie. With this 1 billion investment, the pressure of repaying loans seemed trivial, and Li Feng felt an enhanced sense of confidence. Have the loans been resolved? Liang Kuan was unaware of these developments. Someone has gifted me 1 billion. 1 billion. Liang Kuan exclaimed in shock. In a modest residence in Sham Shui Po, father and son met the Kung Fu Emperor, Li Lianjie. At this time, Li Lianjie was merely 27 years old and still far from commanding the exorbitant fees he would later demand for films like The Warlords. It was rumored that he had also given director Chen Kursin an additional 20 million. His current salary hovered around several million, nearing 10 million. In the living room, Liang Kuan, Li Feng, Li Lianjie, and his manager, Kai Jiming, were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation. Brother Jia, you are my idol. Your martial arts are incredibly impressive. Li Feng exhibited no airs of superiority, acting more like an enthusiastic fan, which helped bridge the distance between him and Li Lianjie. Initially averse to connections with the underworld, Li Lianjie found himself less resistant in light of Li Feng's amiable demeanor. What brings you both to me? Liang Kuan, adopting a businesslike tone, inquired. You must have heard of Qiankuan film industry, Mr. Li? I am aware. Your company was one of the producers for A Chinese Ghost Story 2. Li Lianjie's eloquence was commendable. I see great potential in you. Come work at my company. Whatever offers you receive from Jiahe, I will exceed by 1.5 times. Li Lianjie remained unmoved, as he was currently embroiled in disputes with his former employer and was preparing to break free. Jiahe demanded over 40 million in termination fees, yet owed him more than 10 million in unpaid wages. Thus, an agreement was reached for Li Lianjie to complete 3 films for Jiahe, clearing all debts. Another complication loomed. The leader of the 14K triad, Chen Jiming, had set his sights on Li Lianjie and was currently causing trouble. Mr. Li. Just as Li Lianjie was about to elaborate, he was interrupted by his manager, Kai Jiming. I must be candid. Jia cannot leave Jiahe at present, and even if he could not join your company. Why? Liang Kuan pressed. I apologize, but I cannot disclose the details. Liang Kuan grew somewhat irritated and was inclined to threaten. However, Li Feng gave him a look, signaling him to refrain from making rash statements. As for the termination fee, we can cover that. Regarding any other concerns, I can assist with those as well. Li Feng's commanding presence left Li Lianjie and Kai Jiming speechless. If I am not mistaken, Brother Jia is being pursued by members of the 14K. They are threatening you, correct? Li Feng was aware of the underlying circumstances. Upon leaving Jiahe, Kai Jiming had envisioned a path for Li Lianjie in Hollywood, but Chen Jiming had coerced him into filming, and after being rebuffed, had assassinated manager Kai Jiming. Li Lianjie was understandably alarmed and sought the support of another powerful faction, which ultimately enabled him to stabilize his position and establish Zhengdong Film Company, paving the way for his later endeavors in Hollywood. How do you know this? Li and Kai exchanged astonished glances. We are certainly well informed about matters in our realm. The Haoma gang is insignificant in the face of Hongxing, and with just a word from me, I could resolve the situation effortlessly. Liang Kuan interjected, exuding an air of bravado. Jia, agree to their terms. Kai Jiming's mind shifted gears, while he was preoccupied with concerns about Chen Jiming from the Haoma gang. He realized that these two individuals were far more formidable figures in the underworld. They offered a penalty fee along with 1.5 times the salary, demonstrating substantial goodwill. Who else could be considered? Very well, you must honor your word. In this business, in the world of commerce, integrity is paramount. Here is a check for 50 million. Take it to settle the penalty. Chapter 72. Li Lianjie is intercepted by the number gang, while Liang Kuan makes his move. Liang Kuan's offer is a staggering 50 million, demonstrating his sincerity. As Li Lianjie takes the check, his hands tremble slightly. It is an extravagant sum. Previously, when working with Jiahe, his remuneration was merely 2 to 3 million, rather meager. The two parties agree that after Li Lianjie terminates his contract with Jiahe, he will promptly sign with Qiankuan Film Industry. If that fellow from the number gang dares to trouble you, call me, and I shall teach him a lesson. As he departs, Liang Kuan puts on a show. That same day, he visits Liang Jiehui and Zhang Manyu in a similar manner. Li Feng does not accompany him, as these individuals hold lesser status. If his father cannot handle them, it would be quite disgraceful. The following morning, in the lobby of Jiahe Film Industry, Li Lianjie, Kai Jiming, and a lawyer approached the person in charge to terminate the contract. The situation alarms the boss, Zhou Wenhui. Li Lianjie is a cash cow for the company. He cannot bear to let him go. Jia, people aspire to rise, and water flows downward. I understand your desire to change jobs. Just tell me who your new employer is. Li Lianjie slams the check down on the table, and with the lawyer present, Zhou Wenhui realizes he cannot refuse the termination. However, he is reluctant to let him go and plans to delay, seeking other means to compel Li Lianjie to abandon his transition. I'm sorry, but that is confidential. Zhou Wenhuai's gaze turns icy, barely suppressing his fury. You have some nerve. I hope you won't regret this. Proceed with the termination paperwork. Once the paperwork is completed, Li Lianjie exhales deeply, feeling as if the shackles around his neck have been removed, experiencing an extraordinary sense of relief. Had it not been for the Li father and son, he would have had to work for Jiehua for over a year without pay. On the other hand, with Kwan Film Industry, signing the contract would guarantee him a 30 million advance on his salary. The three leave Jiehua. The lawyer departs early, while Li Lianjie and Kai Jiming head to the parking lot. They are met by a group of over 10 individuals, led by a man with a broad face and slicked back hair, exuding the aura of a gangster. This man is Chun Jiming, the boss of the Number Gang. The Number Gang has a history more extensive than Hongxing and is larger in scale, peaking at nearly 200,000 members. However, in recent years, it has fragmented and lost power, unable to compete with Hongxing and Lianxing. Chun Jiming is a leader of a branch within the Number Gang, commanding several hundred subordinates, primarily stationed in Wanchai and Happy Valley. He has been closely monitoring Li Lianjie's movements and learned through his informants that Li Lianjie was terminating his contract with Jiehua today. He has come to recruit him. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun, but Ajia intends to take a break from acting, so he cannot collaborate with you. Kai Jiming states. What nonsense. Ajia hasn't he even spoken, and you're already yapping. Chun Jiming, a thug, curses. Ajia, let us discuss this at the company. I truly plan to take a break. There's nothing to discuss. Li Lianjie thinks ill of this man. Being in the underworld, the Li father and son are respectful, while this fellow is nothing but scum. You're asking for trouble. Chun Jiming gestures, and his subordinates swarm, forcibly ushering the two into a vehicle. Upon arriving at the company in Dahongdao, Chun Jiming produces a pre-drafted contract for Li Lianjie to sign. Upon reviewing it, Li Lianjie finds the salary even lower than that of Jiehua, and it requires a 5-year commitment. Ajia, you cannot sign. Kai Jiming warns. Shut up. You are being overly meddlesome. Deal with him. A swarm of thugs descends upon Kai Jiming, beating him mercilessly, leaving him bruised and bloodied, ultimately pinning his hand on a chair. One of the thugs brandishes a knife, menacingly gesturing. I'll count to 3. If you don't sign, he'll lose his hand. Chun Jiming threatens ominously. I'll sign. I'll sign. Li Lianjie understands the ruthlessness of these men. Considering Kai Jiming as a brother, he does not wish for him to come to harm. That's more like it. Chun Jiming hands him a pen, and with a swift motion, Li Lianjie signs his name, his hand being held down to leave an imprint. Alas, Kai Jiming sighs. The agreement with Kwan Film Industry was already settled, and they had provided a 50 million termination fee. Now, having signed with this group, how can they explain this to Li Kwan? Upon returning, both men appear dejected, skipping lunch. At this moment, Kai Jiming's phone rings. It is Liang Kuan calling. Mr. Kai, weren't you supposed to bring Ajia for the signing today? I'm sorry don't say it. Li Lianjie quietly interrupts. Why not? How will we repay that 50 million? Kai Jiming, somewhat angered, reveals the truth to Liang Kuan. Damn it. Had I known, I would have acted sooner. Just wait. I will resolve this matter immediately. Liang Kuan hangs up and summons Shiqiang. Shiqiang, capture Chun Jiming from the Number Gang, alive. Yes. After taking the helm, Liang Kuan's status has risen significantly, with at least 500 subordinates under his command. He promptly dispatches 100 of his men to apprehend Chun Jiming. Later that night, around 9 o'clock, at a bathing establishment on Junwen Street in Happy Valley, Chun Jiming and several of his subordinates soak in the public bath, exchanging crude jokes. Brother Ming, have you ever been with a black girl? Yes, but it was utterly unsatisfying. Why is that? Damn it, the power went out that day. In the pitch dark, I couldn't find the door, and it took forever to get in. Haraha. Let us head to the sauna. Chun Jiming leads 2 subordinates into the sauna. Shortly after, 5 or 6 burly men enter, led by Shiqiang's subordinate, known as Bao Yanhua, a hefty man with bulging eyes. Quite intimidating. Bao Yanhua sits by the stove, continuously dousing the hot coals with water. With each splash, the heat intensifies. Stop pouring. Chun Jiming can barely endure it. Bao Yanhua pays no heed, continuing to pour. Are you deaf? My brother told you to stop. One of the subordinates shouts at Bao Yanhua. In an instant, Bao Yanhua strikes, seizing the subordinate by the head and forcefully pressing him toward the hot coals. Ah! A blood-curdling scream accompanies the sizzling sound of burning flesh. Chun Jiming is taken aback. He has seen cruelty, but never such brutality. Brother, we must leave. Another subordinate tugs at him, attempting to escape the sauna. Bao Yanhua's men grab a pair of tongs and stab the fleeing subordinate in the abdomen. The tongs, heated red hot, pierce through the skin, spilling intestines. Damn it! How dare you oppose us at Hongxing? Beat him! At Bao Yanhua's command, his men rain down punches and kicks upon Chen Jiming, who would have been killed long ago had it not been for Shiqiang's order to keep him alive. Brother is being beaten. Outside the sauna, the younger brothers, catching sight of the unfolding scene through the glass, rushed over in a bid to rescue. Slay them. At that moment, a horde of over 100 gangsters stormed into the bathhouse, armed and intent on pursuing the bare-chested members of the Haoma gang. The sounds of violence echoed, thud after thud. Many of the Haoma brothers fell, their bodies collapsing into the water, which soon turned a deep crimson. Inside the sauna, Chen Jiming was battered and bruised, resembling a swollen pig's head, as Bao Yanhua hoisted him over his shoulder and carried him out of the bathhouse. Chapter 73. What are you, daring to compete with me for Jet Li? Thus, Chen Jiming was seized on his own turf. Though he commanded numerous underlings, they were scattered across their respective venues. Caught off guard, they offered scarcely any resistance. At Xianquan Film Company, all staff had already departed for the day. Liang Kwan sat leisurely on a chair, legs crossed, sipping tea. Chen Jiming was dragged before him, prostrate on the floor like a lifeless hound, utterly motionless. Who is this? Liang Kwan feigned ignorance. Chen Jiming, the leader of the Haoma gang. Chen Jiming. ID assumed he was some wretched beggar. Liang Kwan burst into laughter. Then, in an instant, his expression hardened. Seizing an ashtray, he brought it crashing down twice upon Chen Jiming's skull, neither sparing nor killing, but splitting the scalp open with deliberate, humiliating force. What are you, daring to compete with me for Jet Li? Look up at that wall, Xianquan Film Company. Producer of a Chinese ghost story. Even if I gave him to you, you'd merely occupy the throne without fulfilling its duty. His contempt was absolute, his mockery exquisite. Brother Kwan, spare me, name your terms, Chen Jiming whispered, voice faint, breath ragged. Bring me the original contract, and certified copies, signed between you and Jet Li. Yes, absolutely. A mobile phone was thrust before him. Trembling, Chen Jiming dialed his company's manager, ordering the documents delivered immediately. An hour later, the manager arrived bearing a manila envelope, refusing even to step inside. He handed it to a junior member at the threshold and vanished without a backward glance. Brother Kwan. The envelope was passed forward. Liang Kwan slit the seal and withdrew the contents. 3 documents, 1 original, 2 certified copies, while the 3rd original remained in Jet Li's possession. Without hesitation, Liang Kwan produced a lighter and, before Chen Jiming's very eyes, reduced all 3 to ash, flame-licking paper like silent justice. May I go now, Brother Kwan? Chen Jiming asked, pressing a hand to his bleeding temple. Shu Kung, escort him out. Chen Jiming recoiled in terror, collapsing to his knees, begging. Brother Kwan, someone's here to see you. Who? Chen Huimin, of the Haoma gang. Chen Huimin wore many crowns. Gang leader, cinematic luminary, a figure of undeniable weight within the industry. A formidable martial artist. He had once dominated national boxing circuits, effortlessly overwhelming opponents. Legs like Bruce Lee, fists like Chen Huimin. That was the saying. It was those iron fists that had earned him the revered rank of Shuang Hua Hong Gun, dual flower red pole, within the triad hierarchy. Unsurprisingly, he had come to plead for Chen Jiming's life. Let him in. The door swung open. A man entered, strikingly reminiscent of Dongxing's Luo Tua, tall, broad-shouldered, eyes sharp with quiet authority. Ah Kwan. Feuds of the Jianghu are best resolved, not deepened. Grant me this face, release Ah Ming. And why should I grant you face? Liang Kwan replied, voice glacial. You're making films. Well, I have connections. Release him, and I'll open doors for you. Introductions, partnerships. The Jianghu was never only about bloodshed. It thrived on guanxi, on reciprocity, on the subtle architecture of favor. Chen Huimin navigated that world with consummate grace. Liang Kwan understood, so, for the sake of appearances, he yielded. Very well, I grant you face. His life remains, but not his limb. Shu Kung, break his leg. 2 underlings seized Chen Jiming, hoisting his right leg into the air. Shu Kung raised a heavy wooden rod and brought it down with brutal finality. A sharp, sickening crack, the tibia shattered. Chen Jiming screamed once, then slumped into unconsciousness. Alas, must it come to this? Chen Huimin sighed deeply, withdrew his mobile, and dialed emergency services. In the sterile hush of the hospital ward, Chen Jiming lay swathed in bandages, head and leg alike wrapped like a mummy. I swear upon my very soul, I will not rest until vengeance is mine. Fury burned in his eyes, cold, incandescent, unrelenting, as dark schemes coalesced in his mind, intricate and merciless. With Chen Jiming subdued, Jet Li at last stepped into Liang Kwan's orbit, signing formally with Qianquan Film Company. Over the following month, Qianquan signed an illustrious roster: Tony Leung Kai-Fai, Bridget Lin, Maggie Chung, Zhang Min, Tony Leung Chu-Wai, each a luminous name in the firmament of Hong Kong cinema. Qianquan Film Company ascended, no longer an upstart, but a peer to giants: Golden Harvest, Win-S Entertainment, Emperor Entertainment. Let no one doubt it. Jet Li alone was a sovereign trump card, sufficient to eclipse all rivals. With talent secured, production surged forward without pause. Li Feng presented early drafts of Fong Sai-yuk to directors Yuan Ke and Liu Zhengwei, casting Jet Li and Rosamund Kwan in lead roles. Simultaneously, negotiations commenced with Sui Hark, offering New Dragon Gate in as the centerpiece. Tony Leung Kai-Fai, Bridget Lin, and Maggie Chung slated for principal roles. This time, no script existed, only a narrative outline and a clear stylistic vision. Yet the maverick director grasped Li Feng's intent instantly. Two kindred spirits, conversing not in words, but in shared aesthetic language, parted in mutual admiration. While Qianquan blazed with vitality, rival studios languished in silence. Only Emperor Entertainment, anchored by Jackie Chan, retained some luster. Win-S, Golden Harvest, and Shaw Brothers, each faltered, their luster dimmed, their confidence shaken. One afternoon, at the Xiong family villa, a wheelchair-bound visitor arrived to meet Xiong Washeng. Yes, this visitor was none other than Chen Jiming, leader of the Haoma gang. Gone was the swagger, the swaggering arrogance, replaced by a cane, a hollow gaze, and a countenance steeped in venomous gloom. Revenge against Liang Quan had crossed his mind, but Liang Quan was Hung Hing's dragon head, ascendant, untouchable. To confront him head-on would be suicide. So Chen Jiming turned to shadows, to schemes that festered unseen. Even if he could not fell the dragon, he would draw its blood. Mr. Xiong, your studios have been ravaged by Qianquan. Have you devised no countermeasure? Actors switching contracts entails legally binding penalties, entirely above board. How, then, to retaliate? Humph, Chen Jiming sneered. You're a man of the Jianghu. Don't lecture me on legality. Was that bastard Liang Quan acting legally when he poached your stars? Was it legal when he broke my leg? His voice rose, hysterical, raw, teetering on the edge of madness. Jiming, calm yourself. What, precisely, do you propose? An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Let us tarnish Liang Quan's name, together. How? Xiong Washeng's resentment toward Liang Quan, stemming from the abduction of his son, stirred faintly, awakened by the suggestion. Your future daughter-in-law, Wang Zhuxian, she remains under Win-S Entertainment. Assign her to a three-color film, a scandalous, sordid production. Ruin them. The idea, identical to Chan Honam's, was chilling in its symmetry. Unable to best a man in open contest, they sought to wound him through the woman he cherished. Bang! Xiong Washeng recoiled, then surged to his feet, slamming a fist upon the table. Are you mad? This brings no gain, only catastrophe. I may despise Liang Quan, but I will not court annihilation by threatening my own son's fiancée. Wang Zhuxian's contract has yet to expire for another 6 months. Thus, the notion of arranging any romantic scenes or intimate moments for her is utterly unthinkable. Forcing her into a project of such nature is akin to tempting fate with a tiger's tail. Yongxing Film, at present, boasts the talents of Hua Zai and Sing Zai carrying the weight of its productions, allowing for a relatively stable existence. There is no need to accompany Chen Jiming, this madman, in provoking Liang Quan. Mr. Chen, I shall disregard your previous remarks. Do not seek me out again, and I would advise you to refrain from stirring up unnecessary trouble. With that, he rose and signaled to the butler, Ah Yuan, please see our guest out. Chen Jiming hobbled out of the Xiong family villa, a tempest of anger brewing within him. Coward, if you dare not act, then I shall take matters into my own hands. Chen Jiming contacted his subordinate, Blind Snake, urging him to investigate where Wang Zhuxian has been filming recently. Chapter 74. Wang Zhuxian shoots and kills. Arrested by the police the following morning, Li Feng drove his Ferrari, transporting Wang Zhuxian to the Hillside Villa District for a property viewing. This area is renowned for its opulent mansions, with prices ranging from tens of millions to billions. In the future, Ma Baba purchased an extravagant residence here valued at 15 billion, while Li Kaxing's bulletproof mansion is worth around 7 to 8 billion. Given Li Feng's current status, he is not yet qualified to reside in such a prestigious locale. However, his future prospects are boundless. Huawei BB has already established over a dozen specialty stores and more than 100 distribution outlets on Hong Kong Island, achieving daily sales of up to 8,000 units. This sales volume can sustain profits for 2 to 3 months, bringing in over 200 million in net profit during that time. Moreover, during the early 1990s, property prices had not yet reached the exorbitant level seen later. One could acquire a rather decent villa for around 70 to 80 million. The two meandered for an entire morning and settled on a villa priced at 80 million on Baijia Road. While not overly large, it was well equipped with a garden and swimming pool. Standing on the rooftop, Wang Zhuxian gazed over Victoria Harbor, her heart intoxicated by the view. The sensation of being a wealthy woman is utterly delightful. Thankfully, she had taken the initiative to pursue this golden opportunity. Had she hesitated, her friend Li Jiasin might have seized him, and she would never have had the chance to enjoy this picturesque scenery. Women are often enamored with vanity, and Wang Zhuxian is no exception. The property can be mortgaged, and Li Feng paid a 30 million down payment, opting for a loan for the remainder. As businesspeople must retain some liquidity. Let us go shopping, Li Feng suggested, harboring a rather inappropriate thought as they strolled, inadvertently wandering into a lingerie shop. I must hurry back to the set to film. I am currently on leave. What film? The Gambling Saint. Oh, I shall drive you to the set, but once this film is completed, you ought to stop acting. If I stop, will you support me? I shall support you. Wang Zhuxian had been anticipating this very statement, her heart brimming with joy, as she entwined her arm around Li Feng's neck, bestowing a passionate kiss. By the way, I have a gift for you. Li Feng presented a box. What is it? Wang Zhuxian inquired, opening it to reveal a petite and exquisite Browning handgun. What do I need this for? For self-defense. Should anyone pose a threat to you, you must shoot them. I have already arranged for your gun license. You will receive it in a few days. Previously, when the Yamaguchi Gumi mistakenly kidnapped Li Jiasin, Li Feng had contemplated gifting a firearm to Wang Zhuxian. With numerous enemies in his life, he could not dismiss the possibility of someone wishing harm upon his beloved. Having a gun in hand significantly enhances safety, even if it is never used. You are truly wonderful. Wang Zhuxian returned to the set, where Wang Pengzi and the others were in a state of suspension, having awaited her all morning without daring to utter a single complaint. Let us commence. As evening descended, an unexpected group of intruders arrived at the set. A one-eyed man, accompanied by 20 to 30 henchmen wielding weapons, stormed in with an air of menace. The crew members were terrified, screaming and fleeing in every direction. Do not run. Whoever flees shall be killed. The one-eyed man was Blind Snake, a lackey of Chen Jiming, who pressed a machete against Wang Jin's throat, exuding arrogance. Brother, do not act recklessly. Let us discuss this calmly. You are the director. Have you ever acted? I have. Excellent. I now require you to play the male lead in an adult film. Can you perform? Wang Jin was taken aback, utterly bewildered by their intentions. Come out. A henchman discovered Wang Zhuxian hiding in the makeup room, brandishing a large machete to coerce her into emerging, subsequently positioning her next to Wang Jin. Who is the cameraman? I am. A bespectacled man stepped forward. You are responsible for filming. You two will perform, completely naked, and it must be genuine. At this point, Wang Jin finally grasped their ulterior motives. These were undoubtedly enemies of young Master Li, seeking to humiliate his woman as retribution against the Li family. Had it been another actress, Wang Jin might have complied, as he was known for his lecherous ways, having dallied with numerous attractive starlets. However, he dared not lay a finger on Wang Zhuxian. To do so would invite young Master Li's wrath. I will not perform, Wang Jin declared defiantly. You think you can resist? Let us see if your resolve is stronger than my weapon. With a resounding crack, Blind Snake's henchman raised his club and mercilessly struck Wang Jin, leaving him writhing on the ground. You will act. Blind Snake seized a male actor, compelling him to perform. The frightened man nodded in compliance. You're next, strip. Wang Zhuxian, both humiliated and furious, retorted, You scoundrels. Dare to lay a finger on me, and I shall not hold back. I know your boyfriend is the heir of the underworld, but he is not here now. After we finish filming, I shall have my way with you. And we shall see if he still wants you. Ha ha ha. Blind Snake leered, reaching for Wang Zhuxian's clothing. At that moment, a loud bang echoed, and Blind Snake's expression froze. Wang Zhuxian had fired a shot, striking him in the chest. In that instant, her mind went blank, but after a brief moment, she steeled herself and fired again, aiming at Blind Snake's groin. Blood erupted from his body as he collapsed to the ground. She has a gun. Blind Snake's henchmen were paralyzed with shock, rendered momentarily speechless. The crew members were equally astonished, never having anticipated that Wang Zhuxian was armed. "The police are coming. You all better disperse," Wang Jin shouted, and Blind Snake's henchmen, disregarding their fallen leader, hastily fled the scene. "I have killed someone. What should I do? I have committed murder," Wang Zhuxian murmured to herself. "Remain here until the police arrive. It was self-defense. Just explain it to them, and you should be fine," Wang Jin reassured her, helping her regain her composure. "Everyone stay put. The police are coming. Please assist by providing a statement." Wang Jin adeptly maneuvered the situation, knowing he would eventually need to curry favor with Li Feng and had the opportunity to assist his girlfriend, as Li Feng would undoubtedly elevate him in the future. Unbeknownst to them, a few who had discreetly slipped away when Blind Snake invaded the set had called the police. Their initial intent was to have the authorities apprehend the gangsters, but they had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Within 5 minutes, several uniformed officers arrived. Upon seeing Wang Zhuxian with a firearm, they drew their weapons and commanded, "Drop the weapon and raise your hands." Terrified, Wang Zhuxian let the handgun fall to the ground and raised her hands. "What transpired here?" "Officer, a group of bandits invaded the set, compelling us to film an adult scene against our will. When we refused, they assaulted me. Just look at the injuries on my body. And this corpse, along with the firearm. What is the explanation? The assailant forced me to undress, and in a moment of desperation, I discharged my firearm." With Wang Jin offering his support, Wang Zhuxian appeared considerably more composed. Nearby, several other officers were interrogating the crew members and documenting their statements, which corroborated Wang Zhuxian's account. Consequently, it can be concluded that Wang Zhuxian acted in self-defense. The pressing question now is, where did her gun originate? Where did your firearm come from? Wang Zhuxian, fearing repercussions for Li Feng, refrained from answering. "Do you possess a gun license?" "No. I am now arresting you on charges of illegal possession of a firearm and excessive self-defense. You have the right to remain silent, but be aware that every word you utter may be presented as evidence in court." Click. A pair of handcuffs was fastened around Wang Zhuxian's wrists, and she was subsequently escorted to the police vehicle. "Do you wish to undergo a medical examination?" the officer inquired of Wang Jin. "No, thank you." Once the officers departed, Wang Jin promptly retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Li Feng. "Young Master Li, we have encountered a bit of trouble. Zhuxian has discharged her weapon, resulting in a fatality, and the police have taken her away." "What? What precisely happened?" Chapter 75. Power Struggle. A group of ruffians burst into the film crew. After listening to Wang Jin's account, Li Feng comprehended the situation. It was evident that these miscreants were affiliated with Chen Jiming. He couldn't help but lament about his father, recalling that the last time they apprehended Chen Jiming, had they eliminated him, today's troubles would have been averted. What significance did Chen Huiman's face hold? Qian Kuan film industry was thriving. Did it really require his assistance in resource acquisition? Given the circumstances, the immediate step was to extricate Wang Zhuxian and then settle scores with Chen Jiming. This clown would be swiftly dealt with. First, it was essential to ascertain which police station Wang Zhuxian had been taken to. Li Feng promptly contacted Guan Yunfeng and soon discovered that she was at the Yao Mati police station. "Guan, sir, I may need to trouble you to speak to the Yao Mati police station and have them release my girlfriend. You need to bail her out. Just pay the bail and get it done." Guan Yunfeng was contemplating running for the deputy police commissioner and was somewhat annoyed with Li Feng, not wanting to be implicated in such trivial matters. "Guan, sir, you misunderstood. I meant release her, not bail her out." "Oh, this is the last time I assist you. Don't ever use Azu to coerce me again. I will act as if I have no son." Li Feng was taken aback. What could have transpired to make Guan Yunfeng so indifferent? But it did not matter. He would make use of this opportunity. Li Feng drove to the Yao Mati police station, where he found Wang Zhuxian in the detention room, still as radiant as ever, albeit somewhat haggard. "Feng, I'm scared." "It's all right. You will be out soon." Li Feng sought the station head to secure her release, only to find that the head was none other than Situ Jia. Naturally, Situ Jia was unwilling to release her. Previously, during the drug transaction involving the Yamaguchi Gumi and Liang Kuan, he had acted on orders to prepare for the imprisonment of Liang Kuan and his son. Although the plan had failed, He harbored deep animosity towards the duo. Li Feng found it pointless to argue with him and dialed Guan Yunfeng's number, asking Sidu Jie to answer. "This is North District Police Commissioner Guan Yunfeng. I am acquainted with the case of Miss Wang Zhuxian. Release her. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise." Guan Yunfeng held a rank higher than Sidu Jie, and at this juncture, even if Sidu Jie was reluctant, he had to comply. After returning the phone to Li Feng, he was about to facilitate the release when his own phone rang. "Jie, is Wang Zhuxian in your custody?" It was a call from West District Police Commissioner Huang Yaozu. Half a year ago, he was the one who acted as a shield for Wang Bao. Later, he colluded with Jiang Tianxing, intending to take down Liang Kuan and his son. Wang Zhuxian's case was initially a minor affair, and as a police commissioner, it was unnecessary for him to intervene. However, for his ulterior motives, he deliberately meddled in the case. Huang Yaozu, a candidate for the deputy police commissioner position, had two rivals, Guan Yunfeng and Yuan Jiabao. To emerge victorious in the election, two elements were essential: support and the ability to undermine adversaries. Previously, in the case involving Liang Kuan and his son, Huang Yaozu suspected that Guan Yunfeng was providing them protection. This case regarding Wang Zhuxian was the perfect opportunity to exploit. If Guan Yunfeng dared to act with favoritism, he would be reported to the Department of Justice. Even if he could not strip Guan Yunfeng of his police uniform, at the very least, he could disqualify him as a candidate. The political system in Hong Kong adopts a model akin to that of Europe and America, where elections resemble Mark Twain's campaigning for governor, characterized by unscrupulous tactics to undermine opponents. Yes, keep an eye on her. Under no circumstances should she be released without my orders. But Guan Sir just called and instructed me to release her. Which Guan Sir? Li Feng's expression tightened. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it likely involved a power struggle. Do not ask. As officers, our duty is to obey orders. Please do not make this difficult for me. Li Feng refrained from further contention and returned to the detention room to comfort Wang Zhuxian. "Sister Xian, the situation is a bit troublesome. You cannot go out for now, but rest assured, I will ensure you do not end up in prison." Wang Zhuxian nodded slightly, indicating her trust. Li Feng was still unaware of the conflict between Guan Yunfeng and Huang Yaozu. Regardless, Wang Zhuxian must not become a casualty of their struggle. The case was evidently one of justifiable defense, with Wang Jin and the crew able to testify. The core issue was illegal possession of a firearm. If only they had obtained the gun permit earlier. There was no alternative but to seek legal counsel. Li Feng spent a considerable sum to engage a renowned lawyer, Chen Tianyi. This individual was a seasoned veteran in the legal field, renowned for his eloquence and penchant for distorting facts. In no way to escape, Zhang Shihao was acquitted after robbing an armored truck, a testament to his prowess. Chen Tianyi charged Li Feng 1 million as a legal fee and was exceptionally diligent in his work. He personally visited the police station to gather information from Wang Zhuxian, followed by a verification at the filming site. Upon arriving at the set and observing the various props, he had a sudden epiphany, formulating a plan. "Mr. Li, I am absolutely confident in my ability to exonerate Miss Wang." Chen Tianyi confidently conveyed this to Li Feng over the phone. "Then I shall entrust this to you." In the Tongluan faction, Liang Kuan learned of the incident and was infuriated. "Damn it. Had I known this ruffian would create such chaos, Shaqiang, go and settle the score with Chen Jiming, slash him to death, and feed his remains to the dogs." Shaqiang, accompanied by over 100 subordinates, armed and ready, was poised to head towards Dekung Road. However, he was stopped in his tracks by Li Feng. "What are you doing? We're going after Chen Jiming. Hold off for now. Let him survive for a few more days." Shaqiang was perplexed. "Who am I supposed to listen to? I will discuss it with my father. You all refrain from acting rashly." Li Feng proceeded to the faction to communicate with his father. "Fengzi, have you lost your mind? This isn't like you. Chen Jiming has set your girlfriend up, and you're not angry?" "Of course I am angry, but if we act now, it will lead to significant trouble." "Oh." Li Feng elaborated on the intricacies of the situation. Previously, with Guan Yunfeng's protection, he could act without consequence. This time, however, it seemed Guan Yunfeng would not be able to shield him. If they attacked Chen Jiming now, Huang Sir, Guan Yunfeng's rival, would undoubtedly exploit the situation. If Guan Yunfeng were to grant leniency to his own people, it would play directly into Huang Sir's hands, providing grounds for his impeachment. Guan Yunfeng's indifference could lead to Shaqiang and his associates being apprehended by the police, which would render their situation perilous and possibly implicate him as well. In essence, This matter is entwined with the fierce power struggles among prominent figures within the police force. A single misstep could result in becoming collateral damage in this conflict. You indeed possess a remarkable foresight, Liang Kuan remarked approvingly. What course of action shall we pursue now? I have already enlisted the assistance of a lawyer to exonerate Wang Zhuxian. As for Guan, sir, I intend to engage him in a face-to-face discussion to ascertain if he might lend his support. His influence must not falter, no matter how high the rank of a gangster. Lacking a patron renders one vulnerable to swift annihilation by the police. Li Feng resolved to cling tightly to Guan Yunfeng, forging an unbreakable bond. However, leveraging his son Guanzu as a means of coercion has proven ineffective. A strategic shift is essential to establish a mutually beneficial alliance with him. Chapter 76. Assisting Guan Yunfeng in dealing with competitors at 8 o'clock in the evening. Li Feng arranged to meet Guan Yunfeng in a desolate area of Dapa district. Guan Yunfeng arrived by taxi, donning a trench coat, hat, and mask, clearly anxious about being recognized. Are you engaged in some clandestine work? Li Feng jested. Guan Yunfeng glanced around cautiously, and only after confirming that no one was in sight did he relax his guard. Reluctant to come, he was persuaded by Li Feng's bluff that the Guan faction was planning to return to Hong Kong Island to commit robbery. What exactly do you want? Guan Yunfeng inquired, a hint of annoyance in his tone. My girlfriend is still detained at the police station, and I have no choice but to seek your help, Li Feng replied. Did I not inform you earlier? Guan Yunfeng appeared puzzled. There is an officer named Huang who is preventing her release. Huang Yaozu. Do you know him? Of course, I know him. He has been in touch with me recently. At this point, Guan Yunfeng abruptly ceased speaking, aware that sharing too much with a gangster could be detrimental. Is there some trouble you are facing, Guan, sir? No, he replied, yet his expression betrayed his dishonesty. Come on, speak up, perhaps I can assist you. This is something you gangsters cannot handle. I am no longer merely a gangster. I am also the chairman of Huawei Technology, and my company has just secured a 10 billion investment. Li Feng was not boasting, but rather fishing for information. He was unaware of the specific troubles Guan Yunfeng faced, but knew that money could be a solution. Did you have a hand in the Huawei pager? Guan Yunfeng's interest was piqued, as the Huawei pager had recently stirred quite a sensation on Hong Kong Island. Indeed, would you like me to gift you one? Guan Yunfeng waved his hand, hesitating momentarily before expressing his thoughts. I am currently competing with Huang Yaozu and South District Superintendent Yuan for the position of Deputy Commissioner of Police. Every action is scrutinized, compelling me to be cautious. Huang's refusal to release your girlfriend is also due to this. If I show any favoritism, he will seize the opportunity to criticize me. Upon hearing this, Li Feng finally understood everything. This presented an opportunity for him. If he could assist Guan Yunfeng in securing the position of Deputy Commissioner of Police, it would pave the way for dominance on Hong Kong Island. Rather than seeking greater protection, it was wiser to create a stronghold. Elections require votes. Without benefits, no one will vote for you. I can sponsor a sum of money for you to gather votes. Is 30 million sufficient? Not enough. 50 million would be required. Guan Yunfeng was secretly astonished by Li Feng's generosity. However, he remained non-committal, stating, gathering votes is merely one aspect of the campaign. If I inadvertently expose myself to my adversaries, no amount of votes will be of use. Are you afraid Huang Yaozu will target you? Guan Yunfeng's expression turned awkward. That unreliable fellow has caused me considerable negative influence, and Huang harbors suspicions about my dealings with you. No other acts of corruption or favoritism. Li Feng half-jokingly inquired. What are you insinuating? In my position, I am constantly monitored by old Lian. Do you think I would dare to act recklessly? With a chuckle, Li Feng quickly regained his serious demeanor. Provide me with a list of the voters, and I will assist you in gathering votes. I can also deal with Huang. Do not act recklessly. Guan Yunfeng was alarmed. Huang Yaozu is off limits. If he encounters trouble, I will be the first one investigated. Why be so tense? I never suggested killing him. A man like him must have some dirt. Simply have old Lian invite him for tea. Guan Yunfeng was intrigued. Do you have the confidence to handle him? Everyone has a weakness. Just wait and see. After saying this, Li Feng drove away. Guan Yunfeng remained rooted to the spot, wrestling with his thoughts. Could he truly trust a gangster? However, this young man's reasoning and eloquence surpassed even that of some seasoned leaders. Fortune favors the bold. It was time to take a gamble. Upon returning, Li Feng dispatched someone to surveil Huang Yaozu, maintaining the watch for an entire week without observing anything unusual. It was to be expected during such critical times. everyone would be cautious. However, even the cleverest fox eventually reveals its tail. On Saturday evening at 8 o'clock, Tony, who had been monitoring Huang Yaozu's residence for several hours, called Li Feng. "Boss, we have a situation. Old Huang has left. Follow him, but do not let him notice." "Understood." On the roadside, a plump, balding man in his 50s entered an Audi. This man was Huang Yaozu. Tony drove, tracking him to an underground parking lot of a shopping center. Huang Yaozu exited the car and took the elevator upstairs, with Tony stealthily following. On the second floor of a clothing mall, Huang Yaozu entered a branded menswear store, emerging transformed. Gone was his plain attire. He was now clad in a suit, complete with a tie and even a wig. The old man is playing a spy game. After changing, Huang Yaozu hailed a taxi, and Tony flagged down another, closely tailing him. Half an hour later, the lead car arrived at a villa area in shallow water bay named Moon Half Bay. Fearing detection, Tony disembarked and strolled into the community under the pretense of visiting a friend. After some time, he pinpointed Huang Yaozu's last known location. It was an impressive standalone villa. "Boss, old Huang has entered a villa in shallow water bay. I suspect he is meeting a lover. Remember the location, do not act rashly." In truth, Tony's speculation was remarkably accurate. Inside the villa, as soon as Huang Yaozu stepped in, a voluptuous young woman leapt into his arms like a kitten. "Darling, you only come once a week. I miss you so much. I might not come for a month. Stay home obediently. If you dare to sneak around behind my back, I will not spare you." "How could I? By the way, has anything happened recently? Do not ask what you should not." The following morning, Li Feng arrived at the location provided by Tony. Tony had spent the night hidden near the villa, yawning repeatedly. "You've worked hard. It's nothing. I'll catch up on sleep later. You cannot leave just yet." The two continued to stake out near Huang Yaozu's villa, which was concealing his mistress. Approximately an hour later, a woman dressed provocatively and wearing high heels exited, carrying a stylish handbag. Li Feng signaled to Tony, who quickly approached, covering the woman's mouth and dragging her into a dense thicket. "If I let go now and you scream, I will make sure you suffer first before killing you. Do you understand?" Terrified, the woman nodded vigorously. Tony released his grip. The woman gasped for breath. Her face filled. "Are you the mistress of Huang Yaozu?" The woman nodded. "What is your name?" "Ajuan." "Is this villa owned by Huang Yaozu?" "It was a gift from him to me." "Are there any illicit funds or stolen goods stored inside?" "I do not know." Tony's gaze turned icy as he brandished a dagger before Ajuan's face, causing her to tremble in fear. "There is a safe inside. He has never allowed me to see it." Li Feng believed her words, knowing well that corrupt officials have myriad and subtle methods of concealing their ill-gotten gains. He confiscated the key from Ajuan's handbag, instructed Tony to keep a close watch on her, and prepared to investigate the villa himself. Chapter 77. Huang Yaozu, your doom awaits. Li Feng unlocked the villa door with a key, donned the prepared shoe covers, and stepped inside. The villa, though not expansive, was tastefully decorated and comprised 3 stories. After a thorough search, Li Feng located the safe mentioned by Ajuan in the bedroom on the 3rd floor. If it had been an ordinary thief, this would have been the point of contention. However, with his exceptional skills in lockpicking, Li Feng felt entirely at ease. He crouched down, placing his ear against the safe's door, twisting the dial while intently listening. This contraption was essentially a sophisticated mechanical structure, with the numbers on the dial indicating positions. Li Feng could discern the accuracy of his movements based on the faint sounds emanating from within the safe. After 10 minutes of diligent effort, he heard a click, and the safe door swung open. Indeed, it contained ill-gotten gains. A stack of cash awaited him, surprisingly modest in amount, only a few million. A police chief hoarding such a paltry sum? Li Feng found it hard to believe, but a thorough search of the safe confirmed these were the only contents. Nevertheless, this was still illicit money. He snapped photographs with his camera. What is this? Suddenly, he noticed a black-covered notebook tucked deep inside the safe. Could it be a ledger of illicit dealings? A flicker of excitement surged within him, as some corrupt officials take pleasure in documenting every cent of their embezzled funds, reminiscent of Zhao Dahan from In the Name of the People. If this notebook contained records of Huang Yaozu's bribery and corruption, it would surely lead him to incarceration. Presenting these photographs along with the ledger to the Commission Against Corruption would undoubtedly prompt an invitation for Huang to have tea with the authorities. Li Feng eagerly opened the notebook, only to be met with disappointment. It contained financial records, but rather than inflows, there were outflows. January 1st minus 5,800, February 1st minus 5,500. The entries exhibited a pattern, with monthly transfers ranging from a few thousand to 10,000, a semblance of living expenses. Upon further examination, he uncovered a photograph tucked within the cover, depicting a chubby boy of 16 or 17 years. His son? Studying abroad. Huang Yaozu transferred him a monthly allowance? Holding the photograph, Li Feng exited the villa, harboring such suspicions. In the landscaped area, Tony had a Wan restrained. Who is this person? Li Feng presented the photograph to a Wan. Huang Ku, old Huang's son. Where is Huang Ku? In the United States, Los Angeles. What is he doing there? At this inquiry, a Wan stammered, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. Speak. Tony's dagger hovered menacingly near a Wan's delicate visage. It appears he got into some trouble, and old Huang forbade him from returning. I am not entirely certain of the details. Trouble? Another Zhu. Li Feng's heart leapt with joy. Unlike Guan Zhu, who had not shielded his son, Huang Yaozu was different. Sending his son abroad and providing him with a monthly allowance was a quintessential act of protection. Huang Yaozu, your downfall is imminent. Based solely on the photographs and Huang Yaozu's behavior in shielding his son, it was more than sufficient to bring him down. Yet, the matter of protecting his son required concrete evidence. What trouble has Huang gotten into? I don't know. A Wan's gaze flickered, as if she held back words unspoken. Must I resort to violence? Tony's dagger pressed forward, its edge brushing against a Wan's face. Do not mar her beauty. Understood. Tony sheathed his knife, scanning the surroundings before picking up a thick, gnarled branch. You insolent wretch, should you fail to respond truthfully, I shall employ this on you. Tony's expression darkened as he threatened with the branch. A Wan, nearly in tears, stammered, I believe it might be a charge of rape, but I really do not know the specifics. Who else is aware? His classmates. A few months ago, Huang Ke returned, and a classmate named Lang took him away. Do you know his full name? I do not. Which school? Ba Chui Middle School. After acquiring this information, a Wan's value diminished. The standard procedure would dictate her elimination. However, if Huang Yaozu had recently been driven by lust and sought her companionship, it would pose a problem if he could not find her. Tony, confine her and ensure she has her phone on her. Understood. Upon hearing this, a Wan struggled to break free. Bang! Tony struck her with a swift blow, rendering her unconscious. Finding Lang was not particularly challenging. Each school in Hong Kong has its share of unruly students. These academic underachievers often serve as the reserve for gangs, maintaining ties with gang members. At Ba Chui Middle School, during lunch, several students donned in uniform, exuding an air of arrogance, gathered outside a small shop, casually sipping milk tea. Lang, someone is looking for you. Who? A boy with a roguish charm, cigarette in hand, responded. A student from Ha Luo Middle School. I care not for his affairs, I shall not meet. He claims he wants to form a team to play football. Is that so? Let us meet him. Lang, accompanied by two underlings, crossed the street. Just as they reached the other side, black bags were pulled over their heads, and they were dragged into a nearby van. What are you doing? Bang bang. Lang and his two companions found themselves inside a metal shipping container at Sai Kung Pier. Big brother, which gang do you belong to? What offense have we committed against you? Lang asked, mimicking the tone of a gangster. Puff. Ajah took a drag from his cigar, exhaling smoke into Lang's face. Have you ever heard of Hong Xing? The boss of Causeway Bay is my brother. I have a few questions for you. Answer honestly, and I shall release you back to school. Otherwise, I shall bind you with stones and sink you into the sea. Being a student, Lang was terrified. You may ask, do you recognize this person? Ajah produced a photograph of Huang Ke. Huang Ke, my classmate. Tell me, what trouble did this boy get into that led him to flee to the United States? I do not know. I only share a casual friendship with him. You are not being forthright. With a wave of his hand, Ajah signaled for his lackey to take a knife and, with a swift motion, severed Lang's left pinky. My patience is limited. Should you remain silent, I shall proceed to sever your other appendage. Being a student, he could hardly endure such threats. I said, a year ago, on Huang Ke's birthday, he got a female classmate drunk and then raped her. Somehow, the girl ended up dead. The police investigated, but Huang Ke's father managed to smooth things over and later sent him to the United States. Damn, that little bastard is really arrogant. Give him a call and lure him back from the U.S. Lang refused to make the call and got beaten up badly, finally giving in. Azah handed Lang a phone and told him to call Huang Ke. Hey Ku, have you been picking up any foreign girls over there? Pick up my ass. Those big foreign girls won't even let me ride them. Tomorrow's my birthday. Take a flight back, and I'll treat you to some fun. We'll sing first, then head to Bolin Street for some excitement. Damn, that's so far away. You guys go ahead. Aku, you're not being loyal at all. Last year on your birthday. Don't bring that up. Fine. If you consider me a brother, come back tomorrow to celebrate my birthday. I'll pick you up at the airport. But my dad will beat me if he finds out. Are you stupid? Just don't tell him. Okay. After hanging up, Asa gave the kid a thumbs up. You're damn well born to be a gangster. Quit school and come work with me. Chapter 78. Here, I am the inspector. In the heart of Los Angeles, under the veil of night, Hung Hing lay restless in bed, tossing and turning. His purpose here was merely for amusement, anticipating the moment when his father would make a final push to accumulate wealth, allowing the entire family to immigrate and reunite with him. He was an underachiever, struggling with English and lacking companions, often engulfed in boredom. A phone call from Ailang stirred fond memories of his days in Guangdong. In Guangdong, he was revered like royalty, surrounded by a throng of admirers, including both peers and adults who sought to curry favor with him. Skipping classes for leisure and flirting with girls was an everyday affair. Let us go eat, Hung Hing exclaimed, his mind already filled with revelry. Aren't you going to sing? Ailang reminded him. After the song, we'll grab a late-night snack, then head to Bolin Street. The two exited the airport hall and hailed a taxi. Hung Hing settled into the front seat, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the back, brandishing a knife against his neck. What do you want? Hung Hing gasped, nearly losing his composure. My brother wants to see you. Realization dawned on Hung Hing. The Black Society had set its sights on him. Ailang, have you sold me out? I'm sorry, Aku. If I don't do this, they will sink me to the depths. Don't act recklessly. My father is an inspector. If he finds out, he will have you all imprisoned. Inspector? I'm so scared. Drive. Ahu drove them towards Saikung Pier, where Hung Hing was led to an abandoned shipping container. Brother Feng, this is Huang Yaozu's son. Li Feng lifted Hung Hing's chin and, after confirming his identity with a photograph, began the interrogation. Do you understand why I went through such lengths to bring you, a privileged offspring, back from Los Angeles? Hung Hing shook his head in confusion. A year ago, at your birthday banquet, you raped a female classmate, leading to her death. I am here to collect the debt owed to her. What do you want from me? Hung Hing asked nervously. I want you to report your father for corruption and abuse of power to the Independent Commission Against Corruption, and then confess your crimes to the police. What are you saying? I don't understand. He feigned ignorance. Teach him a lesson. Ahu and the others, unable to contain their impatience, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving Hung Hing searching for his teeth on the ground. You dare hit me? My father is an inspector. He will not spare you. In this place, I am the inspector. Li Feng's anger flared. This little brat had caused a death without a shred of remorse, yet remained so arrogant. If it weren't for the need to use him, he would have already faced a worse fate. Ahu, let us escalate the punishment. Ahu brandished a pair of pliers, inserting them into Hung Hing's mouth, snapping off a tooth with a decisive crack. If you follow Brother Feng's orders, you might survive. Otherwise, I'll pluck out your teeth one by one, and then your nails. Fear gripped Hung Hing, yet he remained defiant. Now 18, he understood the ramifications of compliance with Li Feng's demands. Not only would his father's career be ruined, but he too would face imprisonment. The Huang family would be utterly devastated. If he could preserve his father's position, even if he himself were incarcerated, his father would find a way to extricate him later. If you have the guts, kill me, Hung Hing shouted, aware that Li Feng would not easily take his life. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Ahu grinned, the pliers ominously approaching his groin. Enough, Ahu. This kid has a hard shell. We need to think of another approach. Hung Hing, Ailang, and two other students found themselves imprisoned in a private room near the pier, guarded by Asia, Ahu, and several Vietnamese thugs. The following morning, Asia approached Hung Hing with a box, a sly smile adorning his face. Hold him down. Asia extracted a syringe from the box and injected Hung Hing in the arm. What are you injecting me with? Number 4, with decent purity. Enjoy it slowly. As the substance coursed through his veins, Hung Hing experienced immediate effects, dizziness, foaming at the mouth, and convulsions. Asia administered a limited dose, allowing Hung Hing to return to normal after 2 hours. In the days that followed, Asia visited daily for injections, initially once a day, later escalating to twice. A week later, Hung Hing found himself addicted, wreaking havoc during his episodes, shouting and destroying everything around him. Give it to me, he yelled, his eyes bloodshot and his expression feral. Asia approached with the syringe, but Hung Hing's craving was insatiable. I want more. Do you have any idea how much the shot costs? Over 2,000. My father is wealthy. I can pay you. Please, give me more. Do you think I'm a fool? Your father is a cop. Asia turned to leave, leaving Huang Ku in torment, his eyes wild and his face twisted in agony. Why the struggle? Just agree to what I ask, and I will give you whatever you desire. At that moment, Li Feng approached, wearing a sympathetic expression. All right, I agree. Take me to the Independent Commission Against Corruption. Great, follow my instructions, and you will be rewarded. Li Feng arranged for Huang Ku to have a shower and change into clean clothes before escorting him to the Independent Commission Against Corruption. In the bustling hall of the commission, well-dressed individuals were hard at work. At the reception desk, Li Feng leaned in. Sir, how can I assist you? I wish to report. Whom do you wish to report? Do you have evidence? Of course, but I need to speak with your superior. The receptionist paused. You can speak to me. Can you handle a major corrupt official? Just then, a handsome man in a suit approached, drawn by the commotion. Li Feng recognized him instantly. Isn't that Gutianla? No. He should be in the Independent Commission Against Corruption as Lu Julian from Anti-Corruption Storm. Group leader, he says he wants to talk to you. Not a problem, follow me. Upon confirming Lu Julian's identity, Li Feng felt a wave of relief. If there were corrupt officials within the commission, it would spell disaster. Li Feng brought Huang Ku to Lu Julian's private office. Who do you wish to report? Li Feng signaled to Huang Ku. My father, the inspector of the Western District. I want to report him for corruption and abuse of power. Lu Julian was taken aback. This was indeed the first time he encountered his son accusing him. However, the act of prioritizing justice over familial ties is commendable. Lu Julian adopted a serious demeanor, recognizing that the police chief was a significant figure with numerous connections, warranting utmost caution. Are there substantial pieces of evidence and materials? Indeed, there are. Huang Ku presented a series of photographs taken by Li Feng. These depicted a villa gifted to his mistress, within which lay concealed at least several million in cash. Chapter 79. The son accuses his father. Lu Julian took the photograph and examined it with an expression of indifference. He had encountered numerous corrupt officials before, and a few million in cash seemed trivial. However, this villa held greater value, at least worth 10 to 20 million. If it could be proven that Huang Yaozu had embezzled and accepted bribes, it could lead to his imprisonment. Were there any further allegations to report? Based on Lu Julian's experience, such officials, once the gates of corruption were opened, would likely have accumulated far more wealth than this. The more evidence he had, the easier his investigation would be. At this moment, Huang Ku's mental state had returned to normal, though he was somewhat reluctant to speak. Li Feng shot him a glance, prompting him to hastily respond. My father has also committed the crime of aiding and abetting. Oh, please elaborate. A year ago, during my birthday banquet, I assaulted a girl. The police wanted to arrest me, but my father used his connections to resolve the matter, then sent me off to the United States. This boy was cunning, adept at avoiding the more serious accusations. Be clearer, Li Feng urged. Yes, the girl died. Upon hearing this, Lu Julian's expression changed drastically. If what he said was true, the implications were severe. Huang Yaozu was not only involved in embezzlement, but also in aiding and abetting a crime. The police are a disciplined force. Breaking the law while in a position of authority would only exacerbate the charges. Moreover, the informant himself had committed a serious offense. The primary responsibility of the Corruption Prevention Commission was to combat corruption and bribery, and they had no jurisdiction over criminal cases. However, they did collaborate with law enforcement, allowing for joint investigations. Thank you both. We will conduct a thorough investigation into Huang Yaozu's corruption issues. But as this case involves criminal activity, I will have personnel from the police department contact you. Rest assured, I will inform them of Mr. Huang's whistleblowing actions. Lu Julian intended to turn Huang Ku over to the police. He held some suspicion towards Li Feng, feeling that Huang Ku was being coerced by him, and prepared to have the police investigate. Upon hearing this, Huang Ku became agitated. He had hoped to return to a carefree life, but falling into the hands of the police would prevent that. Lu, sir, I will take him to the police station to turn myself in. What is your relationship? Friends, good brothers. Quickly take him in to turn himself in. Lu Julian, shrewd as ever, sensed Huang Ku's reluctance and feared he might escape. He immediately called a contact at the police station. Lu, sir, you need to come over right away. What is the matter? Rape resulting in death, along with high-ranking police corruption. I'm on my way. After hanging up, he instructed his subordinates to discreetly follow Li Feng and the others. Li Feng had anticipated Lu Julian's move and pulled out his phone to call Guan Yunfeng. Guan, sir, I have solid evidence to bring Huang Yaozu down, but the police are trying to apprehend him. You need to send someone over immediately. I am outside the Corruption Prevention Commission. The police system is rife with factions, and Li Feng worried that the officers Lu Zhilian contacted might be unreliable, possibly even connected to Huang Yaozu, which would jeopardize everything. Therefore, he intended to hand Huang Ku over to Guan Yunfeng's men. Huang Ku was not foolish. Upon hearing this phone call, he took off running. Don't run. Li Feng caught up to Huang Ku and restrained him. If you don't want to die, be compliant. Damn it. Do you think I'm an idiot? You want to hand me over to the cops. I have connections that can protect you. If you fall into other officers' hands, you're doomed. Just then, several individuals approached, led by a striking figure resembling Zhang Zhilin from Anti-Corruption Storm, Lu Sir. Let us go. Li Feng tugged Huang Ku back. Police, don't run. Lu Sir and his team pursued them. Just as they were about to catch up, a police car roared onto the scene, and several uniformed officers disembarked. Get in the car. Two officers forced Li Feng and Huang Ku into the vehicle, while another officer stayed behind to discuss matters with Lu Sir. Which department are you from? Lu Sir asked irritably. Batesview Police Station, Xiaobin. These two are implicated in a case we are investigating, and I need to take them back for questioning. Lu Sir, lacking full knowledge of the situation, could only allow them to take the individuals away. Before long, the police car arrived at the Batesview Police Station. At that moment, Huang Ku was afflicted by withdrawal symptoms, grimacing in discomfort. Xiao Sir, you all go in first. I'll bring him in to turn himself in shortly. Xiao Bin was a trusted aide of Guan Yunfeng, aware of the relationship between Li Feng and Guan Yunfeng. Let us go. Li Feng led Huang Ku to a secluded alley outside the police station, pulled out a syringe, and administered a shot. Huang Ku's face reflected relief. When the police question you, answer truthfully. I have connections here that can keep you comfortable every day. If you refuse to cooperate, no one will heed your cries. No matter how loud. Lost in a haze, Huang Ku could not discern the truth of these words. He mechanically nodded, a silly grin on his face. Got it. Shortly after, Huang Ku found himself in an interrogation room. Xiao Bin and a female police officer began to question him. What is your name? Huang Ku. How old are you? 18. Sir, don't you find this annoying? Just get to the point. I'll tell you everything I know. Speak. My father is the West District Police Chief, Huang Yaozu. Just now, I reported him for embezzlement and accepting bribes. He also committed aiding and abetting. A year ago, at my birthday banquet, I raped a girl and ended up killing her. Addicted to drugs, Huang Ku had become a soulless shell. At that moment, he only wished to complete what Li Feng had instructed so he could indulge in his addiction again. The consequences of his words were the last thing on his mind. The female officer quickly took notes, recording everything he said, and the interrogation room was equipped with video and audio recording devices. Are you implying that you raped the girl resulting in her death? Yes. Were there any other participants? Yes, a Lang Shigo. State their full names. Su Lang, Lin Yu, Li Xiaowei. They all participated, leaving me to bear the blame alone. How did your father cover for you? He's the police chief. With just a word, who would dare to touch us? After more than 10 minutes of questioning, Xiao Bin acquired sufficient evidence to ensure the imprisonment of this reprehensible father-son duo. Subsequently, Huang Ku was placed in a detention room. That night, Huang Ku experienced a drug withdrawal episode, screaming hysterically and banging his head against the iron bars. The police, fearing he might die in custody, sent him to a rehabilitation center. 3 days later, in the expansive and well-lit conference room of the Hong Kong Island Police Headquarters, a row of officers sat at a long table. These individuals represented the upper echelons of law enforcement, with the least senior among them holding the rank of chief inspector. Each officer maintained a posture of utmost formality, their expressions meticulously composed. A distinguished-looking officer, resembling the renowned singer Guotian Wang, entered the room. This individual was none other than Lu Jiehui, the chief of the Hong Kong police force. Salute. The assembled officers promptly rose in unison to pay their respects to Lu Jiehui. After returning the salute, he gestured for everyone to take their seats. The subject of today's meeting was the election for the position of Deputy Commissioner of Police. Chapter 80. Guan Yunfeng's promotion to Deputy Police Chief. The election process is divided into several steps. Initially, the candidates deliver their campaign speeches, followed by a voting session among the attendees, and finally, the votes are counted, with Lu Jiehui announcing the results. Guan Sir, please begin. The campaign speech holds great significance, as it can sway the voting outcome. Although most attendees may be swayed by bribery, there remains the possibility of some acting as fence-sitters. For instance, should a candidate reveal any blemishes or face criticism, it is only natural that support for him would wane. Guan Yunfeng stood to speak. I have served in the police force for over 20 years, diligently and with unwavering commitment. Here, I do not dare to claim any accolades. I merely wish to express that the peace and stability of Hong Kong today has been achieved through my humble efforts. It is an honor to be nominated for the position of Deputy Police Chief, and should I be entrusted with this role, I will spare no effort in combating crime and maintaining peace. Upon concluding his speech, Guan Yunfeng saluted the assembly. The sound of applause erupted in the hall, with most faces beaming with smiles, although Huang Yaozu's demeanor was one of disdain. Next, it was Huang Yaozu's turn to speak. His content was largely similar to Guan Yunfeng's. Initially harmonious in tone, but the atmosphere shifted dramatically towards the end. I will not indulge in grandiloquence, nor will I be like certain individuals who preach integrity while secretly engaging in unscrupulous activities. Huang Yaozu launched a personal attack. Guan Yunfeng's composure faltered. It was evident that the remarks were aimed directly at him. Guan sir, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Guan sir, you associate with triad members, opening doors for them. Do not think yourself clever. You may criticize me, but you must provide evidence. Otherwise, I will accuse you of slander. Your son is a thief, robbing banks. Is that not true? Guan Yunfeng nodded. Indeed, I have failed as a parent, raising a criminal, but I did not shield him. On that day at the Hong Kong Bank, I personally led the team to apprehend him. Did you catch him? Perhaps you have hidden him away. They continued to argue fiercely. Lu Jiehui's expression darkened, and he reprimanded, "Silence. We are police officers. We must rely on evidence." He then turned to Yuan Jiabao. "Yuan sir, it is your turn." Yuan Jiabao, being less experienced, had no real chance in this election. He intended to support Huang Yaozu in exchange for future backing in the next election. He spoke a few casual words and concluded, "Now, let us proceed to the voting." Given the high-level nature of the meeting, a show of hands would be deemed too lowbrow and could offend. Lu Jiehui's assistant distributed small cards to each person, inscribed with the names of the three candidates. To indicate support for a candidate, attendees were to mark a tick beside the name. After a few minutes, the voting concluded. The assistant tallied the votes on a whiteboard. Including Lu Jiehui, there were a total of 40 individuals present. And the results were as follows. Guan Yunfeng, 16 votes. Huang Yaozu, 19 votes. Yuan Jiabao, 5 votes. A slight smirk appeared on Huang Yaozu's lips as he cast a contemptuous glance towards Guan Yunfeng, implying that Guan was unworthy to compete with him. Guan Yunfeng maintained an air of calmness. "Guan sir, congratulations." "Congratulations." The crowd began to offer their well wishes. There is no need for such formalities, regardless of position. It is all for the peace and stability of Hong Kong. Outside the police headquarters, the ICAC escorted Huang Yaozu to the vehicle. Wait. Xiaobin arrived with several uniformed officers. "Huang Yaozu, I am arresting you for the crime of harboring and abuse of power. You have the right to remain silent." Before he could finish, Huang Yaozu interjected, "What audacity! I am an inspector. What right do you have to investigate me? This is a frame-up. Your son, Huang Ku, has confessed to all your criminal activities. As of this moment, you are no longer an inspector. Isn't he in the United States? He has returned to Hong Kong." Huang Yaozu felt a chill run down his spine. He had been busy with the election and had not contacted his son recently, unaware that the boy had gotten into trouble. "Where is he? I want to see him." "He is in a rehabilitation center." "You cannot see him for now." Xiaobin ordered Huang Yaozu to be taken away, but was stopped by Lu Zhilian. "Hey, he is my case. Criminal matters take precedence. I will hand him over to you once I am done." "Okay, disperse." At 1:30, Hennessy Road, the Hong Kong Narcotics Association, Li Feng went to visit Huang Ku, sharing a few whispered words. That evening, during compulsory rehabilitation, Huang Ku suddenly self-harmed, cutting his arm with a sharp object. Blood gushing forth. "Quickly, take him to the hospital." In the surgical ward, Huang Ku lay with bandages on his arm, his expression one of utter despair. Without the substance number 4, he would rather embrace death. A staff member from the rehabilitation center watched him intently in the infirmary. "I will just step out to the restroom and return shortly." To prevent his escape, the individual secured his feet to the bed. At that moment, a masked figure clad in a white coat entered, severing the ropes and taking Huang Ku away. Upon exiting the hospital, Huang Ku impatiently urged, "Hurry, prepare a shot for me." "Certainly." The newcomer, known as a Jia, produced a large syringe. Chapter 81. The eloquence of Chun Tianyi, you handle it yourself. I have something to attend to. Huang Ke eagerly seized the syringe and began to operate it. Subsequently, he felt his body becoming light, as if he were about to drift into the clouds. Huang Ke collapsed to the ground, gradually losing consciousness, still clutching the syringe when he was discovered. In the junkyard of Saikang Pier, Aja handed over Ah Lang and 2 other students, who had been imprisoned for several days, to the police. According to Huang Ke's testimony, these 3 individuals were responsible for the death of a female classmate. Li Feng was troubled, unsure of how to deal with them. After all, they were just children. Killing them seemed excessively cruel. Handing them over to the police was just right, as among them, Ah Lang was already 18, while the other 2 appeared to be around 15 or 16. Awaiting them would be either prison or a juvenile detention center. Before turning them in, Aja threatened them not to speak carelessly, or else he would arrange for his subordinates to greet them in prison. Huang Yaozu's mistress, Wan, suffered a grim fate. After being subjected to repeated violence by Aja and several single men, she was bound with stones and thrown into the sea. At the Yao Mati police station, in the evening, Situ Jia was preparing to finish work and head home. Sir Kong, the chief inspector of the West Kowloon police station, along with a group of officers, blocked his way. Situ Jia, we now suspect you of harboring, abusing power, and misconduct. Please accompany us for an investigation. With Huang Yaozu's downfall, Situ Jia anticipated this day. A year prior, he had handled the case involving Huang Yaozu's son. He was Huang Yaozu's sycophant. When Huang Yaozu ordered him to release someone, he naturally complied. At the Langchao bar, Li Feng, Curly Chiu Gangao, and Ah Hua sat at the bar, drinking. To this day, Li Feng still couldn't fathom how they had managed to get out of prison. Curly Chiu Gangao explained that they were clearing land at the Nanxingwai grass field in Yuanlong when suddenly, thunder and lightning struck, leaving them dizzy and unconscious. When they awoke, they found themselves in a karate dojo, weapons in hand, with an overwhelming urge to assist their boss, Li Feng. This notion did not conflict with their prior memories. 2 years ago, they had inadvertently killed a suspect named Kele, betrayed by their superior Situ Jia and backstabbed by their senior Zhang Chongbang, a memory that remained vivid. Their resentment towards Situ Jia, Zhang Chongbang, and wealthy businessman Hua Zhaodang had not diminished in the slightest. Ah, I have good news for you. Situ Jia is about to serve his sentence in Stanley Prison. A rare smile appeared on Curly Chiu Gangao's proud face. Excellent. This bastard finally has his day. Ah Hua also wore an expression of vindication. Boss, could you do me a favor? Speak. I want Situ Jia to experience the suffering we endured in prison. Curly Chiu Gangao pointed to the scar on his face. After their imprisonment, they had been brutally beaten by the criminals they once captured. During their initial days, they were subjected to daily assaults. Curly Chiu Gangao and Ah Hua fared slightly better, but the young master was mercilessly beaten, his handsome face disfigured, and reduced to a shell of his former self. You still have 3 brothers in Stanley Prison? Yes. Bao Zhu, a Kwan, and the young master. I will devise a plan to arrange for Situ Jia to be placed in their cell. Upon hearing this, Curly Chiu Gangao and Ah Hua's faces lit up with uncontainable excitement. One could easily imagine the outcome when Situ Jia entered the cell of Bao Zhu and a Kwan. Thank you, boss. A few days later, in the morning, the Kowloon court commenced the trial of Wang Zhuxian. Standing in the defendant's seat, Wang Zhuxian remained stunningly beautiful, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her brow, evoking a sense of pity. The final verdict was unpredictable, leaving a shadow of concern. Don't worry, Xinjia. Keep it up. Li Feng called out from the spectators' bench to offer comfort. Wang Zhuxian smiled faintly, feeling considerably reassured. Defendant Wang Zhuxian, on the day of the incident, did you shoot and kill the man Yuan Chong, Blind Snake? The prosecutor inquired. Objection. Defense attorney Chun Tianyi interjected. I oppose the prosecutor's leading questions directed at my client. Objection sustained. Please provide an explanation, defense attorney. My client did not consciously intend to kill, but fired in self-defense when her life was severely threatened. Chun Tianyi stood and addressed the audience. Imagine, if you were confronted by a group of ruthless criminals and there happened to be a gun at your side, what would your reaction be? Shoot them. Someone responded. Silence. Defense attorney, please provide evidence for this statement. I have a witness. Moments later, Wang Jin and another crew member took the stand to testify. Wang Jin recounted the day when Blind Snake's gang burst into the film set with machetes and clubs, coercing them to film an adult movie. He detailed the incident thoroughly and presented his medical report from the hospital. The other witness described how Wang Zhuxian was coerced into disrobing, panicking, and firing the gun. Their testimonies were accepted by the judge, ruling that the murder charge was not substantiated and could essentially be classified as self-defense. The central issue now is, where did the gun come from? Illegal possession of a firearm is also a serious offense. Defendant, please explain where this gun originated. The prosecutor produced a transparent plastic bag containing the deactivated Browning pistol. I don't know. I was very nervous and just instinctively reached out on the table and found a gun. Absurd. How could a gun appear out of nowhere on the table? The prosecutor stared intently at Wang Zhuxian. She was at a loss for words. Clearly, whether Wang Zhuxian would ultimately be acquitted hinged on this crucial question. The atmosphere in the courtroom became tense. Why can't a gun appear on the table? Chen Tianyi retorted. His words piqued the curiosity of those present, eager to hear his continued argument. The crime scene was a film set, and they were filming an action movie. It is entirely reasonable for a gun to be present at the scene. Upon hearing this, the audience felt a sense of enlightenment, nearly bursting into applause for this eloquent speaker. The film Wang Jin was shooting was called The Gambling Saint, and it was perfectly normal for a gun to be on set. However, it quickly became apparent that this line of reasoning was flawed. The prosecutor replied, "Indeed, guns may appear on set, but prop guns are used for filming, which are fake. This gun is real." In a single sentence, the atmosphere of the courtroom once again became tense. As far as I am aware, the prop gun utilized by the production crew is a highly realistic replica, indistinguishable in appearance and weight from a genuine firearm. It is entirely plausible that the prop master inadvertently purchased an actual gun. This statement strikes at the very heart of the matter. Upon hearing this, Li Feng could not help but admire in his heart. This Chen Dezhuang is indeed not a name without merit. Chapter 82. Wang Zhuxian is acquitted, frantically attacks Chen Jiming. In an effort to render his argument more compelling, Chen Tianyi presented a dossier. This document detailed a report on unexpected incidents occurring within film crews, revealing that over the past 3 years, more than 200 incidents of shootings, explosions, and falls had transpired worldwide, with shootings comprising a staggering 45 of these occurrences. This statistic underscores the significant likelihood of a real firearm being present on set. At this juncture, Li Xiaolong's son, Li Guohai, was still alive. Otherwise, Chen Tianyi would have undoubtedly cited this case. The materials were shared with the judge and jury, and after reviewing them, both parties engaged in hushed discussions, ultimately accepting this reasoning. Does the prosecution have any further questions? None. The prosecution, being a representative of the legal authorities, adhered strictly to protocol and had no justification to persist relentlessly. Moments later, the judge delivered the verdict. This court finds the defendant, Wang Zhuxian, not guilty of illegal possession of a firearm and premeditated murder, and hereby orders her immediate release. Upon hearing this verdict, Wang Zhuxian's face lit up with a smile of relief. Overwhelmed with emotion, she leaped into Li Feng's embrace, disregarding the gazes of onlookers. "Ah Feng, thank you. I want you to express your gratitude with tangible actions." "You rascal." Wang Zhuxian playfully poked Li Feng's nose with her delicate finger. Their public display of affection stirred feelings of jealousy in Li Jiesen, who had accompanied them to the hearing. "If given the chance, I would also take down a rogue and see if Ah Feng would come to my rescue," she mumbled foolishly. With Wang Zhuxian's acquittal, Guan Yunfeng smoothly ascended to power, resulting in a surge in sales for Huawei BB devices, while Qinkuan film industry prospered, projecting an outward appearance of a bright future. However, beneath the surface, turbulent currents and crises loomed. Li Feng remained vigilant, aware that the previous incident where his father failed to eliminate Chen Jiming had led to a plethora of complications. It was time to tighten the net. The father and son convened in a traditional tea house in Tongluan. "Why haven't we seen Chen Yao recently?" "He's fled." "Father, you've been careless. I've already dispatched someone to locate him. By the way, should you or I take action against Chen Jiming? Either way works." The following evening, Shaxiang, accompanied by a couple of hundred underlings, charged towards Wanchai racecourse with murderous intent. "Attack him." Chen Jiming's subordinates armed themselves to retaliate. A fierce clash erupted at the entrance of the entertainment venue, where the sounds of battle resonated mightily. The Number Gang, being an established syndicate, still possessed considerable fighting prowess. The two factions exchanged blows, resulting in a stalemate. "Have you seen that crippled Chen Jiming?" "No." "Take care of them. I will seek him out." Shaxiang led a group of around 20 subordinates into Chen Jiming's stronghold, Feixiang Entertainment Film Company. At the entrance, They encountered a few obstructive underlings, who were swiftly dispatched by Xiaoqiang's crew. Inside the office, Chen Jiming sat in his executive chair, cigar in hand, emanating a sinister aura. Surrounding him were a dozen subordinates, all brandishing Japanese blades. Chen Jiming, your time has come. Surrender to Brother Kwan, and you shall be granted a complete corpse, Xiaoqiang bellowed. You must first ascend to my level to say that. Go. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates lunged at Xiaoqiang and his men wielding their blades. The sound of clashing steel filled the air, as the deadly effectiveness of the Japanese swords was undeniable. Xiaoqiang's side suffered the loss of 4 or 5 men, and he himself received a cut to his arm. Brother Chang, retreat. A subordinate urged, pulling Xiaoqiang back. At that moment, Ahu arrived with a group of around 20 men. Brother Chang, what's happening? Those bastards are using Japanese blades. What of it? I will exterminate them. Ahu charged in, confronting the dozen armed sword wielders. Die. Boom. Ahu pulled out a shotgun from his coat, sending one of the sword fighters flying several meters away. What the hell? They have guns. The sword fighters, terrified, scrambled for cover. Wah! Ahu howled, indiscriminately firing at the positions of the sword fighters. Shattering glass and splintering wood filled the air. Big brother, let's get out of here. 2 of his subordinates assisted the limping Chen Jiming towards the back exit. Boom. Ahu fired again, the buckshot peppering the door with numerous holes. You lot, deal with them. Ahu brandished his shotgun as he pursued Chen Jiming through the back exit, while his subordinates engaged in a melee with the sword fighters inside. Boom. Chen Jiming hastily fled in a vehicle, and Ahu fired a shot at the car's rear. Attempting to pursue, he was thwarted by the blaring sirens of approaching police cars. With no other option, he could only watch as Chen Jiming made his escape. Even before the police arrived, the number gang was already in disarray, having suffered over a dozen casualties and numerous injuries, with the remaining members scattering like frightened birds. Xiaoqiang had intended to seize Chen Jiming's territory, but upon the arrival of law enforcement, he had no choice but to retreat. The police presence was substantial, with 7 or 8 patrol cars and 30 to 40 officers, resulting in the apprehension of around 50 individuals, predominantly from the Hung Hing gang. Report. Firearms discovered. A young officer informed the commander. During Ahu's pursuit of Chen Jiming, he had been caught in a police ambush, and in a moment of panic, he disposed of the shotgun in a roadside trash bin. The police found the weapon while on the scene. Whose is this? The commander surveyed the captured individuals. Ahu, crouched on the ground, prodded a nearby subordinate. It's mine. The subordinate stepped forward to take the blame. Cuff him. All 50 individuals were taken back to the Wan Chai police station, with the scapegoat receiving special treatment. In this era, violent clashes occurred almost daily on Hong Kong Island, and the delinquents were virtually inexhaustible. As long as the incidents were not excessively severe, most would only face a few days of detention, with the boss ultimately paying for their release. In more serious cases, a few individuals would take the blame, serving time in prison to resolve matters. However, such leniency was limited to conflicts involving cold weapons. If firearms were involved, the situation escalated significantly. Brother Kwan, we have over 30 people arrested, including Ahu. Xiaoqiang, who managed to evade police capture, called Liang Kwan. What are you panicking about? The deputy commissioner of police is one of ours. With a single call, they will be released. The news reached Li Feng, who wasted no time in contacting Guan Yunfeng. He had exerted considerable effort to elevate Guan Yunfeng to the position of deputy commissioner of police, precisely for moments like this. After explaining the situation over the phone, Guan Yunfeng readily agreed to intervene with the Wan Chai police station to secure their release. Ah Feng, you helped me ascend to power. It is only natural for me to protect you. However, I have just taken up this position, and many eyes are upon me, which adds considerable pressure. Moreover, you have resorted to using firearms this time, and if there is no one to share the burden, I find myself in a rather difficult predicament. Additionally, it would be beneficial for both of us to take a brief respite during this period. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Li Feng felt a tinge of displeasure. How infuriating. To make demands without accountability is simply unacceptable. You have barely settled into your role, and I will heed your counsel. Remain honest for a month, and after that, anyone who stirs trouble shall face the consequences without mercy. Chapter 83. Li Feng's brief role as the Juman Taidu. The following afternoon, all members of the Hongxing gang were released, except for the individual who had taken the fall. Given the current prominence of Hongxing, failing to subdue even a minor gang would invite ridicule. Ahu and his group executed a surprise counterattack, storming into Chun Jiming's territory. Most venues were deserted, with doors shuttered and businesses closed. In the few establishments that remained open, the small-time henchmen fled in panic upon the arrival of the Hung Hing members. Consequently, Ahu and his companions effortlessly seized control of Chun Jiming's domain. Though the territory was modest, its location was significant, situated at the intersection of Dokingdao Racecourse and Causeway Bay. This expansion considerably extended Hung Hing's influence in Wanchai. Ding. The host has successfully leveraged family connections, seizing control of the Dokingdao Racecourse and earning 2,000 points of familial merit. Notification: 3,000 points of familial merit are required to redeem the next stage of rewards. Please strive diligently. A system notification echoed in Li Feng's mind, catching him by surprise as he realized he had not triggered a redemption this time. It appeared that the further he progressed, the more familial merit would be required for redemption. The small rewards from Chun Jiming had ceased to yield experience points. The next morning, with a free day ahead, Li Feng visited the set of Fang Xiyu. The production was currently in pre-production, with director Yuan Kuei, Lu Zhongwei, and others convening to discuss matters while actors like Jet Li and Li Jiasin auditioned in the studio. Dressed as a refined young lady, Li Jiasin appeared particularly elegant and ethereal. Upon seeing Li Feng, she broke into a radiant smile, exuding beauty. "Ah Feng, you're here," she called sweetly, approaching him. "Where's the director?" "In his office." "I'll go fetch him." "No need, I'll go myself." In the office, several voices were engaged in what seemed to be a heated debate. "For this role, I believe Wang Xiao is more suitable. He possesses that unique villainous aura. Wang Xiao is good, but he lacks genuine martial arts skills, making his performance unconvincing. This role absolutely requires Zhen Jiduan. Zhen Jiduan won't do. His expressions are too monotonous to convey the necessary arrogance and dominance." "What are you discussing?" Li Feng chuckled as he entered. "Oh, we're deliberating on an important character selection," replied director Yuan Kuei. "What character?" "The Jimin Taidu, Irdu." Upon hearing the title, an image of a formidable, aloof villain flashed in Li Feng's mind, one who gazed sideways with a piercing look. "Who?" "Zhao Wenjua." "Who is Zhao Wenjua?" Yuan Kuei and Lu Zhongwei looked bewildered, having never heard of him. Li Feng was equally taken aback. How could they not recognize such a renowned martial arts star? After a moment's contemplation, the realization dawned on him. In his past life, Fang Xiyu was filmed in 1993, and now, in 1990, Zhao Wenjua was merely 16 years old, still a student. It was understandable that no one knew him. Haha. Yuan Kuei chuckled. "Li Xiao, you're quite amusing. How would someone who has never acted know he would become a martial arts star?" Li Feng chose not to elaborate, opting to wander elsewhere instead. Casting was the director's prerogative, and it wouldn't be appropriate for him, as a producer, to interfere. "Hey!" Lu Zhongwei suddenly exclaimed, studying Li Feng with newfound interest. "Yuan Dao, what do you think of Li Xiao?" "What do you mean?" "Simply put, he is handsome." "No, don't you think Li Xiao's image and demeanor perfectly align with the Jimin Taidu?" Yuan Kuei's interest peaked as he scrutinized Li Feng from every angle, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Absolutely. Li Xiao is the ideal choice for the Jimin Taidu." Yuan Kuei, being impulsive, immediately insisted on bringing Li Feng to undergo makeup and audition. "Wait, Yuan Dao, are you joking? I've never acted before. Is this a joke?" "Oh, acting is quite simple. Just memorize a few lines and strike some poses. We'll get a stunt double for the action scenes. But the Jimin Taidu is a villainous role, and I am a gentleman. I can't play that." Uft. Li Jiasin stifled a laugh beside them. "This guy is both mischievous and sly, pretending to be a good person. I'll teach you how to act. Just look at people sideways." Indeed, looking sideways was the essence, and Li Feng chuckled at the absurdity. "Just give it a try?" Yuan Kuei demonstrated, and Li Feng mimicked the gesture, casting a sidelong glance at Yuan Kuei. "Wow." Yuan Kuei exaggeratedly recoiled, clutching his chest. "So intimidating." "Yes, that gaze exudes power," he continued. "I still can't act. I'm very busy and can't spare the time." As Li Feng prepared to leave, Li Jiasin clung to his arm. "Just do one scene. If you don't act, I won't either." No one could resist the charm of a beautiful girl-esque plead. Li Feng's face displayed a reluctant expression. Yuan Kuei and Lu Zhongwei exchanged knowing smiles before ushering him into the makeup room. An hour later, having completed his makeup and donned the costume, he emerged as a cold and imposing Jimin Taidu before everyone. "Perfect. This is exactly the effect we wanted," Yuan Kuei and Lu Zhongwei praised, giving him a thumbs up. Li Feng felt somewhat bemused. Had he inadvertently usurped Zhao Wenjua's opportunity? Once Zhao Wenjua matured, he would have to recruit him and nurture his talents. In a private room at a hotel in Yuanlong, Chen Jiming sat in a chair, a cane resting beside him. Shortly thereafter, two men entered. One was clad in a flamboyant shirt, exuding arrogance, while the other wore a black suit, long hair obscuring his eyes, his demeanor dark and brooding. These two were Dongxing's Sha Meng and Lei Yaoyang. Having lost his territory to Hongxing, Chen Jiming sought collaboration on Dongxing's turf. The relationships among the various factions in Hong Kong were akin to the warlords of the Three Kingdoms, both adversarial and amicable. Today, as conflict could easily lead to alliances in the future. When Luo was in power, Dongxing and Hongxing maintained a cordial relationship. Now, however, Dongxing was suppressed by Hongxing, and Chen Jiming was left in a state akin to a stray dog, making their entanglement quite normal. The three men sat at a table, dining and conversing casually, before Chen Jiming steered the discussion towards business. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let us collaborate to bring down Hongxing. Sha Meng, with a piece of salmon in his mouth, scoffed disdainfully. How do you propose we do that? Hongxing is so powerful now. We should just focus on protecting our own turf. Strong or not doesn't mean there's no opportunity. The Number Gang was once formidable, yet now it's merely a scattered force. If you possess such capability, why not confront Hongxing on your own without dragging us into this predicament? Sha Meng has been thoroughly intimidated by Hongxing and dares not provoke Liang Kuan and his son. Chen Jiming, infuriated, reminded himself that he is the leader of a prominent gang. However, under these circumstances, he must swallow his pride and endure the humiliation. I shall provide the funds. You will supply the manpower. Are we in agreement? Sha Meng remained silent, as he was undoubtedly eager to partake in profitable ventures. Yet his modest number of subordinates, merely a few hundred, could not contend with Hongxing's might. How do you propose we proceed? Lei Yaoyang finally spoke up. In contrast to Wu Ya, he was more cunning and adept at strategic maneuvering. Chapter 84. Li Jiasen's Confession. A phone, I adore you. I only desire the lives of two individuals, Liang Kuan and his son. Chen Jiming's expression darkened considerably. That is quite simple. Hire two gunmen to eliminate them, said Sha Meng. And then what? Will the Hongxing gang come with knives to kill us? Chen Jiming understood Sha Meng's foolishness with a glance. Are you suggesting that we eliminate them without anyone suspecting you? Lei Yaoyang interjected. Precisely. How much are you offering? 5 million, came the reply. That is insufficient. 8 million, and I will take care of them for you. Chen Jiming remained skeptical. To survive in this world, one must possess intelligence. I, Dongxing Yaoyang, have thrived on cunning. In 85, I employed a small trick. As Lei Yaoyang boasted extravagantly, Chen Jiming felt his resolve wavering. Consumed by hatred, he lacked the patience to test Lei Yaoyang's capabilities. The two parties agreed on an initial deposit of 4 million, with the balance to be paid upon completion of the task. Lei Yaoyang also had dozens of subordinates, who were immediately dispatched to track the movements of Liang Kuan and his son. In truth, this fellow possessed a modicum of strategy. In the original plot, he manipulated the election of the Hongxing Tunmun leader, turning the foolish newcomer into his puppet, nearly leading Chun Haonan to his demise. Lei Yaoyang was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he sent out his men to surveil, intending to ascertain Liang Kuan and his son's activities. Days later, his subordinates reported that Liang Kuan was accompanied by bodyguards and traveled in a bulletproof Mercedes. Lei Yaoyang deduced that targeting Liang Kuan would be challenging and shifted his focus to Li Feng. One day, his subordinates finally uncovered Li Feng's whereabouts. Boss, Li Feng is filming on Lantau Island. Filming? Lei Yaoyang found it absurd that the esteemed heir of Hongxing had taken to acting, his mind bewildered. An idea struck him. He instructed his subordinates to find a way to infiltrate the film crew as extras, to gather detailed information about the production. As evening fell, the crew of Fang Shiyu concluded their work. Li Feng prepared to drive home when Li Jiasen approached, engaging him in casual conversation. A Feng, I never imagined your action scenes would be so impressive, able to exchange blows with Jet Li. I could make him cry. Do you believe that? He'd be more likely to make you cry. As they conversed, they unwittingly found themselves seated on a grassy knoll. The area was secluded, enveloped in the hazy night. Li Jiasen leaned into Li Feng's embrace. A Feng, I adore you. In such a romantic setting, what better time to confess? In truth, Li Jiasen had yearned to express her feelings since Li Feng rescued her from the clutches of the enemy. However, With Li Feng entangled romantically with her close friend Wang Zhuxian, she feared being labeled a homewrecker. Li Feng's heart fluttered, overwhelmed with both joy and trepidation. To receive a confession from the stunning Li Jiasin was a weighty matter for any man. Yet, he was already involved with Wang Zhuxian. It felt inappropriate to stray. Before he could respond, Li Jiasin's luscious red lips found his. "A Feng, are you here? A Feng." Suddenly, Wang Zhuxian's melodious voice pierced the air. Having just finished filming Du Shang, Wang Zhuxian was left without a project as her contract with Yongxing would expire in 6 months, and they had no intentions of assigning her a new role. Hearing that Li Feng had a cameo in Feng Shiyu, she sought him out. A woman in love feels the absence of her partner acutely. A day apart feels like an eternity. What a shock! How did she find me? Li Feng startled, quickly distancing himself from Li Jiasin. Noticing the remnants of lip gloss on his lips, Li Jiasin reached out to wipe it away. They both composed themselves and emerged from the shadows. Women are often highly perceptive. Seeing them emerge from the darkness, Wang Zhuxian's expression shifted, her suspicions aroused. "What were you two doing?" Her tone dripped with jealousy. "We just wrapped up filming and we're discussing the plot." "Discussing with your bodies?" A jealous woman can be quite fearsome, causing Li Feng to flinch. This woman, usually so demure, was speaking so crudely today. "What are you implying? If we were to discuss, it would be with you." Li Feng, no fool, approached confidently and wrapped his arms around Wang Zhuxian's slender waist. How shameless. Wang Zhuxian was slightly miffed, but even if Li Feng had engaged in deeper discussions with Li Jiasin, she wouldn't dare to reproach him. "A Feng, what role are you playing?" Wang Zhuxian softened, her anger dissipating. "The antagonist, a villainous character." "Really? You can act, and you're playing the villain?" "The director instructed me to give people a sidelong glance. That's how it goes." Li Feng demonstrated, eliciting a chorus of laughter from Wang Zhuxian. "Haha, you look quite fierce." The two shared laughter as they made their way to a nearby red BMW, leaving Li Jiasin alone in a state of disarray. "Fengzi, the thunder god from the Sanlian gang wants to meet. What do you think?" Li Feng received a call from his father. "You can meet him, but be cautious. That old fellow is ruthless." Li Feng had already surmised Thunder God's intentions. After Hongxing secured the casino in Macau, they planned to renovate it and prepare for a grand opening. The Sanlian gang had caught wind of this and aimed to stake their claim. In the original plot, Thunder God negotiated with Jiang Tiansheng, but now that Liang Kuan held the reins, it was only natural he would be the one to talk. Such matters could typically be declined. However, considering the collaboration with Bay Island Futaiwa and Huawei's recent endeavors to expand into the Bay Island market, there was no need to directly offend the Sanlian gang. The meeting was scheduled for 8 o'clock the following evening. "You should accompany me." "I have no time. I'm busy filming." What kind of film could possibly pay several million a day? "Are you out of your mind?" Liang Kuan was somewhat perplexed, suddenly adding, "The lead in a 3-color film might work." "You old rascal," Li Feng scoffed, ending the call. At the Yuan Long Eastman bar, a Wu reported to Lei Yaoyang. He had infiltrated the Feng Shiyu crew for 3 days, gathering comprehensive details about the production. "That kid Li Feng is playing a villain opposite Jet Li. Damn. It's a miracle he hasn't been killed by him." Lei Yaoyang held his drink, his brow furrowed in contemplation, plotting mischief. Is there a gunfight or explosive scene? In a period drama, where would there be gunfights? However, I believe there is indeed an explosive scene. Are you certain there's an explosive scene? Lei Yaoyang's eyes lit up with interest. Absolutely. They filmed one today, featuring Jet Li, Zheng Xiaoqiu, and Li Feng. It seems they didn't capture it well, and will need to reshoot tomorrow. Excellent. Lei Yaoyang snapped his fingers, his expression brimming with excitement. Do you have the contact information for the explosives expert? Arrange to meet him. Chapter 85. The most difficult to bear the graces of beauty. Lei Yaoyang's eyes darted, and he remarked, "First, ascertain where he resides, then invite him out." A Wu entered the film crew with ulterior motives, thus he was more cautious. By inquiring with a recently made acquaintance, he procured the phone number of the demolitions expert, Su Jinliang. "Brother Liang, do you have time? Let's go out for a late-night snack." "Who is this?" "A Wu. Just a supporting actor." "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" "Running around as a background actor is exhausting and unprofitable. I wish to learn demolition from you. I will pay the tuition fee of 30,000 yuan. What do you think?" No one turns down money. Su Jinliang had a favorable impression of a Wu. Having a disciple to assist would be beneficial, hence he agreed. To demonstrate his sincerity, a Wu inquired about Su Jinliang's home address and personally visited to pay his respects as a disciple. In front of a residence in Sham Shui Pa, a Wu, carrying a bag filled with cigarettes, liquor, and 30,000 yuan in cash, knocked on Su Jinliang's door. "Master." Upon entering, Wu presented his offerings and then knelt to pay his respects. "You rascal, who taught you this?" Su Jinliang chuckled as he helped Wu to his feet. Wu's eyes wandered, discovering that Su Jinliang had a wife of pleasing appearance and a son around 12 or 13 years old. "Master, let us go out for a late-night snack." "Forget it. Come on, let us foster our master-disciple bond, and let us bring Master's wife along. She won't be joining us." The two descended and made their way to a street-side eatery. Suddenly, a van skidded to a stop, and three burly men dragged Su Jinliang into the vehicle. "What do you want?" Smack! Smack! The men slapped Su Jinliang twice, exclaiming, "Be obedient." Wu did not board the van. Instead, he and a few thugs executed a counterattack, arriving at Su Jinliang's doorstep. "Master's wife, I was sent to retrieve his coat." Hearing Wu's voice, Su Jinliang's wife opened the door without hesitation. The thugs rushed in with knives. "Ah!" The woman screamed in fright. "Don't shout, or we'll kill your entire family." The thugs seized the woman and child, gagging them with duct tape and transporting them to another vehicle downstairs. In Yuanlong, within a billiard hall, with doors and windows tightly shut, Lei Yaoyang approached Su Jinliang, holding 2 billiard balls, a sinister smile on his face. "Mr. Su, is it? I am Dongxing Yaoyang. I now require your assistance. Once this matter is resolved, your family shall return home safely. What do you intend to do? You are a demolitions expert, and all the explosives used in the film crew are under your control. I need you to triple the explosive yield." Su Jinliang's face turned pale with fear. "That would kill people." "Of course, I know it will kill people. Otherwise, why would I have asked you?" Su Jinliang realized that he was being manipulated to commit murder. "I refuse. I will go to prison." Lei Yaoyang's expression darkened, and he forcefully shoved a billiard ball into Su Jinliang's mouth. "This one is for you, and another one for your wife." He approached Su Jinliang's wife, gesturing obscenely beneath her waist. "You." The woman shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her face. "If you don't want anyone to die, then your entire family must perish. I will first have someone violate your wife, and then send you all on your way." I agree." Su Jinliang nodded. The following afternoon, at the Lantau Island film base, the crew of Fang Shiyu prepared to reshoot a scene from the previous day. This was the film's climax, where Fang Shiyu rescues his father. A fight scene involving explosives was included. The leader of the Red Flower Society, Chen Jialao, came to rescue Fang Shiyu's father, Fang De. Battling against the Nine Gates commander, Erdwa. Erdwa, unable to compete, ignited a bundle of explosives. At a critical moment, Fang Shiyu used a fork to impale the explosives onto Erdwa, killing him. This scene was shot from a distance, with the explosive detonation occurring at least 3 to 4 meters away from the actors, ensuring no danger if the explosive yield was controlled. Scene 8, Take 2, Action. Director Yuan Kuei clapped the slate, and filming commenced. Zheng Xiaoqiu, portraying Chen Jialao, gracefully descended from the city wall, dispatching several henchmen before engaging in combat with the Nine Gates commander. How cool. This scene did not involve Li Jiesin. However, suddenly feeling a pressing need, she slipped around to the back of the crew to use the restroom. "I want 200,000. Once this is resolved, I'll take my family to the mainland to hide." The demolitions expert, Su Jinliang, lurked backstage, one hand on the detonator and the other using a mobile phone to call Lei Yaoyang. He understood that tripling the explosive yield would undoubtedly result in fatalities. Whether it be Li Feng, Jet Li, or Zheng Xiaoqiu, he could not bear the consequences of anyone dying. He foolishly planned to extort Lei Yaoyang for money, intending to flee with his family to the mainland after the explosion. However, he underestimated Lei Yaoyang's cunning and treachery. "All right, hanging up." Su Jinliang observed the filming progress, ready to detonate. Li Jiesin furrowed her brow, sensing something was amiss. 200,000 to hide in the mainland? This fellow must be up to no good. As Li Jiesin turned back, she noticed the bomb thrown by the Nine Gates commander appeared larger than usual. The bomb had already been thrown, and Fang Shiyu hurled a fork, impaling the explosives as it soared toward the Nine Gates commander. In the film, this maneuver appeared flawlessly executed, but in reality, the props were tethered with ropes, significantly slowing down the action. "Li Feng, be careful." Seeing the bomb flying toward Li Feng, who portrayed the Nine Gates commander, Li Jiesin leaped forward, tackling him to the ground. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing them in flames. Li Jiesin, positioned at the blast's edge, was knocked unconscious, with sparks igniting her back. Jessen. Li Feng hurried to extinguish the flames and then pinched her nose. This scene shocked the crew, who rushed over to assist. A medical personnel present began administering CPR to Li Jessen. Moments later, she opened her eyes, and everyone sighed in relief. It's all right, I was so scared. Li Feng embraced Li Jessen, tears of relief streaming down his face. The most difficult to bear the graces of beauty. Had anything happened to Li Jessen, he would carry that burden for a lifetime. The demolitions expert. The director had long suspected foul play by the demolitions expert, as the explosive yield was suspiciously incorrect. At this moment, Su Jinliang was preparing to flee, but was intercepted by Yuan Kuei and several members of the crew. Liang, what are you doing? Do you intend to kill someone? I apologize, I miscalculated the amount of explosives. Honestly, is this your first day as a demolition expert? This is clearly premeditated murder. Come with me to the police. With a thud, Su Jinliang fell to his knees, pleading, please, director, do not call the police. Someone has taken my wife and son, threatening me to act in this manner, or they will perish. Who is it? I cannot reveal that. He ordered me to triple the amount of explosives, and I only provided double. Yuan Kuei found himself in a dilemma. If he handed Su Jinliang over to the authorities, his wife and son would be in grave danger. He was well aware of the methods employed by the criminal organization. Meanwhile, Li Feng helped Li Jessen to her feet. Ouch! Li Jessen took a few steps and cried out in pain. Where does it hurt? My backside. Let me take a look. Li Feng lifted the charred fabric to inspect, while Li Jessen blushed deeply. Chapter 86. Embracing both the skin from her lower back to her buttocks, originally delicate and tender, was now charred and oozing blood. Bastard, trying to blow us up? Li Feng took Li Jessen to the hospital. After an examination, the doctor diagnosed it as a moderate localized burn, requiring hospitalization. Li Feng stayed by her side throughout, only relaxing after she was bandaged and settled into her hospital room, having rushed to the hospital in haste. He hadn't brought his phone, so he borrowed the hospital's telephone to call Yuan Kuei. Director Yuan, what exactly happened? What is going on with the explosives? Someone kidnapped his wife and son, threatening him to increase the explosive charge. Who? He wouldn't say? Where is he now? On set. I haven't called the police. Wait for me. I'll handle this. Afterward, Li Feng called Wang Zhuxian, asking her to help take care of Li Jessen. By evening, in the private hospital room, Li Feng held a bowl of plain congee, feeding it to Li Jessen. As she ate, she suddenly leaned in and kissed Li Feng. Already fond of him, and now feeling his tender care, she couldn't help herself. What are you two doing? Just then, Wang Zhuxian arrived, witnessing their passionate kiss firsthand. Caught red-handed, they pulled apart. Li Feng looked somewhat uneasy, while Li Jessen remained relatively composed. Sister Xian, truthfully, I fell for A Feng the first time I saw him. I don't mind the three of us being together. Shameless. Wang Zhuxian's pretty face turned icy. Li Feng couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up. She saved my life today. If I were to betray her, I'd be struck by lightning. What? What exactly happened? Wang Zhuxian had only heard that Li Jessen was injured on set, but didn't know the specifics. The set's explosives expert was threatened into increasing the charge. Jessen noticed and pushed me out of the way just in time, getting injured herself. If it weren't for her, I would have been the one blown up. Hearing this, Wang Zhuxian felt a stir of emotion. Such a devoted woman. If she were in Li Feng's place, she wouldn't betray her love either. Wang Zhuxian's heart softened. Since she wasn't an outsider anyway, she might as well accept the reality. Li Feng stood up, closed the door, pulled Wang Zhuxian into his embrace, and led her to the hospital bed. He helped Li Jessen sit up, and then held her close as well. Both of you are my dearest loves. I won't favor one over the other. I will love you both with all my heart. This was a move Li Feng had picked up from movies and TV dramas. The two women blushed shyly, lowering their heads in silence. Around 6 in the evening, Li Feng arrived at the film set. Most of the crew had already left, leaving only Yuan Kuei, Lu Zhongwei, and a few staff members. You all should rest too. Leave him to me. All right. After the others left, Li Feng called for Asia and Ahu. These two were experts at interrogation, comparable to military intelligence agents. Who told you to go after Brother Feng? Thud. Thud. They kicked and punched Su Jinliang, but he stubbornly refused to speak. Stop. It's no use. Li Feng crouched in front of Su Jinliang, speaking gently. I know you're worried about your wife and son, but if you don't tell me, I can't save them. Tell me, who threatened you? I'll help you rescue them. Su Jinliang looked up, half believing, half doubting. Why should I trust you? Because I'm Li Feng. You could say that in all of Hong Kong. Besides me, no one can help you, not even the police. Do you have a choice? If you don't talk, we'll hand you over to the cops. Asia threatened, and Su Jinliang finally relented, giving a name, Dongxing Yaoyang. So it's that piece of trash. Brother Feng, you know him? You could say that. Li Feng asked Su Jinliang where his wife and son were being held and got an address. Yuanling Dongxing Billiards Hall. Brother Feng, I'll take care of that trash and rescue them. Asia volunteered eagerly. You two keep an eye on him. I'll find someone else for this. Asia felt a bit slighted, thinking he was being sidelined, unaware that Li Feng simply didn't want to escalate the situation. Yuanling was Dongxing's stronghold. Without 300 to 500 men, they couldn't crush them. He had promised Guan Yunfeng not to stir up major trouble recently. At Yuanling Dongxing Billiards Hall, there's a woman and a boy being held captive. Rescue them, and if possible, capture Dongxing Yaoyang. Remember, the priority is saving them. Don't make too much noise. Li Feng called Qiugang Ao. Qiugang Ao and Ahua were like his special forces team, perfect for rescue and assassination missions. Truthfully, Li Feng could have ignored this matter. He could have just sent someone to Yuanlang later to chop Yaoyang to death. Whether Su Jinliang's wife and son lived or died wasn't his concern. But since Su Jinliang was, in a way, his colleague, helping him would make the crew see him as more compassionate. At Yuanling Dongxing Billiards Hall, Yaoyang called Su Jinliang. When no one answered after a long while, he immediately realized things had gone wrong. Wu, take them to the basement of Dongman Bar. Yes. Just then, a underling rushed in to report, Boss, Liang Kuan is negotiating with the Sanlian gang at Firebird Bar in Causeway Bay. Hearing this, Lei Yaoyang hatched a plan. He took Wu and 3 underlings, armed with 2 firearms, and drove to Causeway Bay. Shortly after they left, Qiugang Ao and Ahua arrived. The billiards hall door was half open, with a few tattooed men smoking and playing pool, accompanied by a young female punk. Hey, we're closed today. Seeing someone enter, a guy with dyed yellow hair spoke up. Qiugang Ao remained silent, pulling down the rolling shutter door. Motherfucker, you looking for death? A guy with a swept-up hairstyle next to the yellow-haired one picked up a pool cue and walked toward Qiugang Ao. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Qiugang Ao suddenly struck, stabbing the swept-up hairstyle guy with a butterfly knife, leaving over a dozen bloody holes. The swept-up hairstyle guy screamed and collapsed to the floor. Kill him. The other thugs grabbed their weapons and charged. Don't move. Ahua pulled out an MP5 submachine gun and aimed it at them. The thugs were terrified. Usually, they struggled even with knives, but facing someone with a gun, they immediately turned into cowards. Hands on your heads and squat. Anyone who moves gets turned into Swiss cheese. The thugs obediently complied. Qiugang Ao pressed the knife against the yellow-haired guy's neck and began interrogating him. Is your boss Lei Yaoyang? Yes. Where is he? I don't know. Swipe. Qiugang Ao slashed, leaving a bloody gash on the yellow-haired guy's face, blood spurting out. The young female punk screamed. Rat-tat-tat. Ahua fired a burst of bullets at her feet, making her immediately shut up, though her body trembled uncontrollably. I really don't know. He drove off. The yellow-haired guy was on the verge of tears, his face burning with pain, but he dared not cry out. Next question. Is there a woman and a child being held here? Chapter 87. The confrontation between Lei Gong and Liang Kuan. Where are the people? They have been taken to Dongman Bar. Bring them out for me. Qiugang Ao confiscated everyone's communication devices and, accompanied by Ahua, escorted Huang Mao away from the billiard room, ultimately locking the roll-up door from the outside with Huang Mao's key. Li Feng instructed not to create too much of a stir, lest Qiugang send them to their demise prematurely. Dongman Bar is located a few hundred meters down another street, a venue owned by Shamon. To avoid arousing suspicion, they diverted Huang Mao to a private clinic along the way to bandage his face. Subsequently, the 3 arrived at Dongman Bar. Inside, the DJ's music blared, and bikini-clad women flaunted their allure, while the hall was scattered with addicts indulging in their vices. Brother Hui, where are the 2 individuals you sent? Huang Mao inquired of Shamon's lead horse, Chen Hui. What happened to your face? Don't mention it. I got scratched by a nail in the bathroom while working with my girl. Huang Mao contemplated the opportunity to escape Qiugang Ao's control, but was too apprehensive to take the risk. Ahua carried a submachine gun, and he feared he might be shot full of holes. You really are quite unfortunate. Remember to wear red underwear for the next few days. He chuckled lightly, stating that Yaoyang instructed him to take the hostage away. Ahui, without a second thought, led them to the basement to retrieve the individuals. In the dimly lit underground, Su Jinliang's wife and son remained bound tightly, their mouths taped shut. The two, frightened, huddled in a corner, trembling. "Let's go." Xiao Gangao cut the ropes binding their feet with a knife and led them out. "Is this your new little brother?" At the door, Hui scrutinized Xiao Gangao and Hua, asking. "Yes," Huang Mao nodded. "Damn, quite the show-off." The two escorted the mother and son, along with Huang Mao, into the car. They drove to a secluded area, stopped, and untied the mother and son, tearing off the tape from their mouths. "Shoo." The two inhaled deeply, still displaying expressions of terror. "You may leave now." Thank you, thank you." The woman bowed deeply in gratitude, urging her son to express thanks. "Thank you, uncle. If gratitude is due, it should be directed towards my boss. Now off you go." At that moment, Huang Mao trembled and asked, "I can leave now, right? Did I say I would let you go?" Xiao Gangao forced him to strip down to his underwear, and then had Hua help him tie Huang Mao to a utility pole with ropes. Meanwhile, at Li Feng's location, Su Jinliang received a safe phone call from his wife, moved to tears. He collapsed before Li Feng, bowing 3 times in gratitude. "Hand you over to the police, and they will arrest Yao Yang, which would be a small consolation for this mess. Letting you go? You nearly got me killed." Li Feng found himself in a quandary. "Li Xiao, I will not put you in a difficult position." Su Jinliang retrieved a knife from the prop storage area. His gaze fierce. With a swift motion, he severed his left hand. "Ah, is this sufficient to atone for my wrongs towards you and Jessen?" Alas, Li Feng sighed, instructing a Jia and a Hu to take him to the hospital. Simultaneously, at the Tongluan Firebird Bar, all patrons had been asked to leave, and Liang Kuan sat at a central circular booth with Lei Gong of the Sanlian gang. Their subordinates stood behind them. On Liang Kuan's side were Sha Chong, Gao Jun, Gao Jin, Tony, and 20 subordinates. Behind Lei Gong stood Ding Yao, Gao Jia, and over 20 bodyguards clad in black. "Kuan, I heard Hongxing is opening a casino in Macau, and I specifically came to congratulate you with this small token of appreciation." Lei Gong gestured, and his subordinate produced 4 large leather suitcases, which they opened and placed on the table. Inside were stacks of enticing US dollars. In the past, Liang Kuan would have been captivated by such a sum, but now, having significantly increased his worth, he found this amount trivial. "Lei Gong, what do you mean by this?" "Here is $4 million US dollars, considered an investment, granting you a 40 stake in your casino. What do you think?" "Hee." Liang Kuan chuckled. "I am renovating that casino entirely, adding a hotel, cinema, and sauna, with a total investment exceeding 100 million Hong Kong dollars. $4 million US dollars for a 40 stake? Do you not find that absurd? The price is negotiable. There is nothing to negotiate." Liang Kuan's expression soured. Lei Gong's countenance also darkened. "Kuan, Macau is not like Hong Kong Island. Without the backing of the Sanlian gang, you cannot withstand this. Not to mention, can you handle the behemoth that is Bangyaji? That is not your concern." Bang! Lei Gong, enraged, slammed the table. "Kuan, do you not afford me any face at all? I will manage that casino myself and will not share it with anyone." Lei Gong was visibly displeased and signaled to his subordinates. Over 20 guns were aimed directly at Liang Kuan. Almost simultaneously, Sha Chong, Gao Jin, and Tony drew their weapons as well. Sha Chong and Gao Jin brandished handguns, while Tony wielded a shotgun. "You have 3 guns. While I have over 20, it is quite evident who holds the advantage," Lei Gong boasted. "Certainly, you are stronger, but I wager you lack the courage to pull the trigger." Liang Kuan remained unperturbed, fully aware of Gao Jin and Tony's capabilities. Should a confrontation arise, his side might not be at a disadvantage. "This is my territory. If you dare to act, I assure you will not return to the island." After uttering these words, Liang Kuan gestured for his subordinates to escort him out of the bar. Sha Chong and Gao Jin held their guns, remaining vigilant. Across the street, a Toyota sedan was parked, with several pairs of eyes intently watching the bar's entrance. Lei Yaoyang had initially planned to ambush Liang Kuan and frame the Sanlian gang. However, upon seeing Liang Kuan's subordinates armed and providing protection, he hesitated to act. In this situation, should gunfire erupt, it would lead to a chaotic shootout with unpredictable outcomes. Lei Yaoyang, always calculating, would not strike without absolute certainty. "Big brother, Liang Kuan is about to get in the car. Should we proceed?" His subordinate, Ah Wu, inquired. "Proceed? Do not act rashly." They remained hidden in the car, patiently waiting. Inside the bar, having faced a setback, Lei Gong and his crew felt somewhat disheartened. Lei Gong took a sip of his drink and stood to leave. Gao Jia, is it true that his son is preparing to open a pager shop on the island? A friend of mine works at Futaiwa. They have a partnership with Li Feng's company, so the news is credible. Damn it. If he refuses wine, I shall serve him a penalty drink. Once he opens, I will demolish everything. Understood. Lei Gong departed with his men and, to avoid unnecessary trouble, instructed them to stow their weapons. Big brother. The Sanlian gang members are coming out. Lei Yaoyang peered through the car window and noticed that the Sanlian gang was unarmed. That tall old man is Lei Gong. Eliminate him. Frustrated by his inability to take down Liang Kuan, Lei Yaoyang resolved to kill Lei Gong and frame Hongxing. Chapter 88. Lei Yaoyang sends off Lei Gong. Lei Yaoyang and Ah Wu stepped out of the car, guns raised as they charged toward Lei Gong. Boom. Yaoyang, wielding a shotgun, blasted Lei Gong off his feet with a single shot. Pop, pop. Ah Wu followed up with 2 more rounds. Lei Gong was riddled with bullets and died on the spot. The underlings were horrified and immediately drew their pistols to return fire. Pop, pop, pop. Over 20 guns opened fire on Yaoyang and Ah Wu. Damn. Yaoyang was terrified. He had assumed the San Lian Bang had brought guns, only to realize they had simply kept them hidden. Reacting quickly, he pulled Ah Wu in front of him as a human shield. Ah Wu was hit by dozens of bullets, his body covered in bloody holes. Boss, get in the car, shouted the underling who had stayed in the vehicle, starting the engine. Yaoyang fired a shot to force the San Lian Bang gunman back, then leaped into the air and dove through the open passenger side window. Due to his large build, his lower back slammed against the window frame as he landed inside. Yaoyang winced in pain. Pop, pop, pop. The San Lian Bang underlings chased after them, firing shots that sparked against the rear of the Toyota sedan. After them, Gao Jia ordered the gunman to pursue. But Ding Yao stopped him. Don't chase them. First, take Mr. Lei's body back to Taiwan. Mr. Lei was killed. Shouldn't we take out the murderer to avenge him? Gao Jia expressed his confusion. The murderer is Hung Hing's pretty Kwan. First, we'll arrange Mr. Lei's funeral, then settle the score with Hung Hing. The moment Lei Gong was killed, Ding Yao was initially shocked, but then a secret delight filled her heart. She was an exceedingly ambitious woman, craving power and authority, and had cultivated many loyal followers. With Lei Gong dead, as long as she could handle Gao Jia, the position of San Lian Bang leader would be hers. Even if Lei Gong hadn't been killed today, she would have found a way to collude with Gao Jia to eliminate him. In the original storyline, this was exactly how she played it, killing Lei Gong and framing Chicken Chan and Ho Nam. Later, she even tried to win over Fei, but her plans were ultimately exposed, and she was shot dead by Chicken Chan. Now that Lei Gong had met a violent end in Hong Kong, even if it wasn't Hung Hing's doing, she was prepared to pin it on them. Returning to Taiwan, she would rally the gang members, stage a show of shared hatred, and smoothly ascend to the leader's position. Let us go. Back to Taiwan first. Gao Jia admired Ding Yao, and although he found Lei Gong's death highly suspicious, he raised no objections. The group took Lei Gong's body and set sail for Taiwan. At 10 p.m., in Michelle Li's hospital room, Li Feng and Wang Zhuxian took turns caring for her. Michelle's injuries weren't too severe, but to show concern, they decided to stay with her overnight. The two took shifts. Li Feng sat in a chair beside the bed, reading a newspaper, while Wang Zhuxian dozed off with her head resting on the bedside. Michelle, exhausted, soon drifted into sleep. Wang Zhuxian also fell into a light slumber. The next day, news of San Lian Bang's Lei Gong being shot dead in Hong Kong spread throughout the underworld. Pretty Kwan felt slightly uneasy. This incident would undoubtedly be blamed on him. He had just had a falling out with Lei Gong during negotiations, and now Lei Gong was dead. Anyone would suspect him. Damn it, which bastard is framing me? He wasn't afraid of San Lian Bang causing trouble openly, but he worried they might resort to underhanded tactics. Lei Gong had over 20 armed bodyguards with him, and they had all been taken out. It's easier to dodge an open attack than a hidden arrow. This made him somewhat anxious. For this reason, he called his son to discuss the matter. At the Causeway Bay branch, the two met and talked about the incident. Phone, take a guess. Who took out Lei Gong? You. What? Even you suspect me? It's not that I suspect you. Everyone suspects you. Am I supposed to just accept this unjust accusation? Dad, your influence keeps growing, but your courage keeps shrinking. Are you really this scared of San Lian Bang? What do you mean? I'll handle this for you. The day before, Chiu Gang Ao had reported to Li Feng in detail about rescuing Su Jinliang's wife and son in Yuan Long. Li Feng deduced that the person who killed Lei Gong was most likely Lei Yaoyang. Lei Yaoyang's original intention was probably to target his father, Pretty Kwan. But finding it inconvenient to act directly, he instead killed Lei Gong and framed Pretty Kwan. This kind of play was entirely in line with Yaoyang's nature. Following standard procedure, they should capture Yaoyang and hand him over to San Lian Bang to clear things up. But Li Feng wasn't inclined to do that just yet. As Hung Hing's influence continued to snowball, conflict with San Lian Bang was inevitable. Considering the upcoming expansion of the pager market in Taiwan, it wasn't advisable to engage in open confrontation with San Lian Bang. The best approach was to gain control over San Lian Bang. Yes, control. Li Feng was familiar with the original storyline and understood Ding Yao, a woman of immense ambition. In the original plot, she was the one who killed Lei Gong. Now that Yaoyang had killed Lei Gong, it couldn't have suited her better. Next, Ding Yao would undoubtedly scheme to seize the leader's position. If she wanted to become the leader, let her. Li Feng even planned to lend her a hand, finding a way to control her and turn her into his puppet. This matter would be handled step by step, no rush. At Lei Gong's funeral in Taiwan's San Lian Bang, Ding Yao, dressed in mourning clothes, pretended to weep. At that moment, a tall, bespectacled young man, accompanied by several elders, approached Ding Yao. The young man was Lei Gong's son, Lei Fuhong, who had been studying abroad and had just returned for the funeral. With Lei Gong dead, San Lian Bang was left without a leader, and someone needed to succeed him. The gang was divided into two factions. Some supported Ding Yao, while others backed Lei Fuhong. Ding Yao, how did my father really die? Lei Fuhong asked. You should call me Auntie Ding. Auntie Ding, how did my father die? Hung Hing's Pretty Kwan's people did it. Did you see it with your own eyes? Lei Fuhong asked this because someone had told him that his father was killed by Ding Yao. What do you mean? Do you suspect me? I was almost killed too. Lei Fuhong didn't answer, and instead turned to ask Gao Jia. Gao Jia was Lei Gong's trusted aide, and Lei Fuhong believed he wouldn't lie. However, the night before, Ding Yao had taken the initiative to sleep with Gao Jia, who had since fallen under her spell. It really was Hung Hing. We had a falling out with Pretty Kwan at the bar, and as soon as we left, we were ambushed. If it wasn't Hung Hing's people, why would the gunman only shoot at us and not at Hung Hing? Lei Fuhong couldn't determine the truth for now and had to let it go. A few days later, after Lei Gong's funeral arrangements were completed, Ding Yao received news that Hung Hing's casino in Macau, the Haojiang Casino, was about to open. The person in charge there was Fei, a man known for his lust and greed. Ding Yao immediately took her people to Macau to visit Fei. Chapter 89. Ding Yao's entanglement with De Fei at the Macau Haojiang Casino. De Fei, clad in a floral shirt and adorned with tinted sunglasses, commanded his subordinates to arrange the potted plants. Who the hell put such a large tree in the walkway? Move it. The casino was set to open tomorrow, and De Fei was the one in charge. Suddenly, the sound of high heels resonated on the floor, and a woman in a black off-shoulder gown, with short hair and a side fringe, gracefully approached, followed by a group of men in black. Her beauty was striking, her demeanor exuding an air of elegance, and her grand entrance evoked a sense of authority. The gown featured a hollow design at the neckline, subtly revealing glimpses of her figure, rendering her both stunning and captivating. Noticing her openness, De Fei prepared to reciprocate, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his chest hair. Beautiful lady, what brings you here? Are you De Fei from Hongxing? Indeed. Quite manly, I must say. Every woman I've been with has said the same. With a slight smile, Ding Yao captivated De Fei's attention. Subsequently, they retreated to the office for a discussion, while Ding Yao's bodyguard remained outside. I am Ding Yao from the Sanlian gang. Previously, I discussed a potential collaboration with Jing Kwan while working with Lei Gong, but we could not reach an agreement. Now that you are in charge here, I hope you will reconsider. The two sat opposite each other at the desk, engaging in conversation. What kind of collaboration do you propose? For $1,000,000 for a 30 stake. De Fei calculated on his fingers. Based on the exchange rate, for $1,000,000 is roughly around 28 million Hong Kong dollars. I never went to school, so I'm not sure if that's right. Quite accurate. Ding Yao responded, her expression turning hopeful. However, I am merely overseeing this place. I need to discuss it with a Kwan. Upon hearing this, she smiled seductively and, under the table, began to caress De Fei's hairy calf with her foot. This is a minor matter. You can handle it on your own, right, De Fei? De Fei grinned lewdly. Yes, I can handle it. He then stood up to draw the curtains. Afterward, De Fei wrapped his arm around Ding Yao's waist as they exited the office. You're coming to the ribbon-cutting ceremony tomorrow. Of course. Ding Yao kissed Defei's pockmarked cheek before departing with her men. This scene was captured by a photographer. After Ding Yao left, the photographer approached Defei, who received the camera and boasted, "You're too inexperienced to play with me. I want both the money and the woman." The following morning, the Haojiang Casino officially opened. Colorful flags fluttered at the entrance, and the air was filled with excitement. The gambling king of Macau, He Xin, inspired by He Hongsheng, also attended the ceremony alongside Defei and Ding Yao. On this day, Ding Yao wore a less revealing outfit and donned sunglasses, seemingly to avoid recognition. Just then, a middle-aged man accompanied by dozens of subordinates approached with an unfriendly demeanor. "Did you consult with me, Beng Yiju, before opening the Haojiang Casino?" The man was Beng Yiju, a notorious figure in Macau's underworld. Previously, his subordinate, Sang Biao, had been eliminated by Hongxing. He had long sought revenge but had not found the opportunity until today, with Hongxing's casino opening. His intention was not to avenge Sang Biao, whom he regarded merely as a pawn, but rather to assert his dominance. "Beng Yiju, I, Defei of Hongxing, see you wish to join the ribbon cutting? Come." Defei offered a pair of scissors to Beng Yiju. "Hongxing Defei means nothing. You dare come to Macau without paying your respects to me, Beng Yiju? Do you believe I can ensure you are unable to open today?" Defei's temper flared. As one of Hongxing's leaders, he felt deeply insulted. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Today, the opening is happening." Beng Yiju waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to close in on Defei. Defei's men rushed forward, engaging in a scuffle. Ding Yao's people joined the fray, assisting Hongxing against Beng Yiju. "Stop!" He Xion's loud command finally brought a halt to the clash. "A Jew, with me here today, you shall not act recklessly. You should leave promptly." Beng Yiju, who was typically arrogant in Macau, only feared He Xion. In truth, he was a subordinate of He Xion. He Xion held stakes in numerous casinos in Macau, and many establishments were under his control. He funded Beng Yiju, who in turn ensured the protection of these venues, preventing any disturbances. "Today, I'm giving Mr. He Face leave." Beng Yiju departed with his men. "Damn it, how audacious. Hongxing has thousands of members. We could drown you with a single drop." Defei grumbled. Days later, at the Sanlian Gang's conference hall, Ding Yao, Lei Fu Hong, and several elders convened for a meeting. The subject was, naturally, the election of a new leader. Ding Yao had the support of Gao Jie and 3 hall masters, while Lei Fu Hong was backed by the loyal elder Zhong Yongbo and 2 hall masters. Both sides held firm to their views, leading to an intense debate. Silence. Zhong Yongbo suddenly stood, slamming a stack of photographs onto the table. "I wish to pose a question. Does someone who colludes with outsiders to harm the leader deserve to vie for the position?" The attendees picked up the photographs, their expressions shifting to astonishment. The images depicted Ding Yao and a man in a floral shirt engaging in overly familiar behavior, clearly indicating an inappropriate relationship. "This man is Defei, a hall master of Hongxing. Ding Yao, would you care to explain your relationship with him?" Ding Yao's demeanor faltered, taken aback by the revelation of the photographs. Steadying herself, she replied, "We are business partners. I invested in Defei's casino for the benefit of the gang." "Huh," Lei Fuhong scoffed. "Previously, my father was killed after negotiations with Hongxing fell through, and now you easily strike a deal with them. What does this imply? It suggests you conspired with Hongxing to murder my father. Ding Yao, you are betraying the gang and deserve punishment." Zhong Yongbo and Lei Fuhong pressed her relentlessly, causing Ding Yao to feel increasingly anxious. "I did not. Gao Jie, please speak up." Ding Yao sought to have Gao Jie vindicate her innocence. However, upon viewing the photograph, Gao Jie was overtaken by a profound sense of distress, feeling as though he had been betrayed. It was one thing for Ding Yao to have been with someone, but to have chosen such an unattractive man was utterly revolting to him. The individual responsible for Mr. Lei's demise was notably tall, bearing a slight resemblance to the man in the photograph. Gao Jie's words were akin to adding insult to injury, sealing Ding Yao's fate. "Gao Jie." Ding Yao's face turned pale with rage as she glared furiously at him. With no further discourse to be had, it was time to enforce the guild's regulations. Lei Fuhong made a gesture, and 2 burly men in black drew their firearms, aiming them at Ding Yao. "Wait, I merely mentioned a resemblance. I never claimed that the person in the photograph was the one who killed Mr. Lei. The truth of this matter remains unclear, and executing Ding Yao would be hasty. After all, she is a woman with whom I have shared an intimate past, and I do not wish for her demise." Several supporters of Ding Yao among the hall masters also came to her defense. "Let us detain her for now, and once evidence is gathered, we can proceed according to the Guild's rules. After Lei Fu Hong concluded his statement, he ordered that Ding Yao be taken into custody. Chapter 90. Ding Yao is rescued by Azu in a modest abode located on Songping Road in the Xini district. Ding Yao found herself confined, guarded by 4 armed men stationed at the entrance. As the clock struck approximately 2 in the morning, fatigue began to overtake the guards, prompting them to rotate in pairs for watch duty. Suddenly, a soda can was hurled from a distance, crashing down at the feet of one of the sentinels. "Go check it out," commanded one of the guards as he extended his firearm outward. In an instant, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, swiftly slitting the throat of the unsuspecting guard. "Young, what on earth are you doing?" questioned another guard, only to be met with a silenced bullet that struck him in the chest, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. At that moment, a masked figure knelt beside the fallen bodies, retrieving a key from one of them. In the next heartbeat, 3 masked figures converged, making their way toward the room where Ding Yao was held captive. Upon reaching the door, they utilized the key to gain entry, with one standing guard outside while the other 2 ventured inside. Inside the room, Ding Yao lay asleep on the bed, unbound. Upon hearing the commotion, she sprang up, her face alight with surprise. "Who are you?" "Shoo." The masked men ushered her to a vehicle parked by the roadside and drove away. "Who are you?" Ding Yao inquired. "My name is Azu. My boss, Li Feng, sent us to rescue you." The trio removed their masks, revealing themselves as Guanzu, Mai Si, and Etian. They had been stealthily lurking in Wandao and, upon receiving Li Feng's directive, located a subordinate of Lei Fu Hong, employing ruthless methods to extract information about Ding Yao's whereabouts. "Why does he want to rescue me?" "You'll find out shortly." Azu, uninterested in further dialogue, guided Ding Yao to a residence on the outskirts of Taipei where the 3 of them resided. Azu dialed Li Feng's number. "Brother Feng, it's done. We have Ding Yao with us now." "Well done." Hand the phone to her. Ding Yao, puzzled, accepted the phone. "Miss Ding, how does it feel to be held captive? Spare me the small talk. What do you truly intend to do? An elegant lady deserves a worthy companion. You are quite striking. I would like to befriend you. We have never met. How can you presume to know if I am beautiful or not?" Defei said so. Damn. Ding Yao suddenly realized she had been played by Defei. This scoundrel had feigned lust and greed, conspiring with her behind Liang Kuan's back, while Liang Kuan was completely aware of the situation. Now the entire Sanlian gang suspects you of colluding with Hong Xing to eliminate Lei Gong. You might as well truly align with Hong Xing. If you heed my words, I assure you a smooth ascension to the position of leader. Naturally, Ding Yao was skeptical. The voice sounded juvenile, yet it sought to manipulate her. How absurd. Why should I trust you? You have no choice. If you refuse, I will immediately hand you over to Lei Fu Hong. Do you truly think he won't shoot you on sight? Ding Yao believed this threat implicitly. 2 guards had been slain, she had been rescued, and the accusation of colluding with Hong Xing to murder Lei Gong was now irrefutable. I know who the true murderer of Lei Gong is. Once I deal with Lei Fu Hong, I will have you present the true culprit to the Sanlian gang for accountability. These words stirred something within Ding Yao. If Li Feng could indeed accomplish what he claimed, she would secure her position as the leader of the Sanlian gang. What do you desire once this is achieved? Quite simply, you must comply with my directives. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Ding Yao was reluctant to become a puppet of Li Feng, yet she found herself with no alternatives. The following day, Lei Fu Hong convened a meeting with the members of the Sanlian gang, announcing a manhunt for Ding Yao. Lei Fu Hong exhibited the demeanor of a rightful leader. That evening, Lei Fu Hong, accompanied by loyal subordinates, paid a visit to the leaders of the Yonghe district and the Xindian district. These 2 individuals were supporters of Ding Yao, and Lei Fu Hong aimed to win them over. Their backing was crucial for the upcoming ceremony to appoint him as the new leader in 3 days. It wouldn't be wise to eliminate them all, after all. Lei Fu Hong first approached the leader of the Yonghe district, offering a bribe of 10 million new Taiwan dollars. He then prepared to visit the leader of the Xindian district, unaware that his whereabouts had been betrayed by the leader of Yonghe district. His wife and child had been captured by Azu and his companions. After meeting with Lei Fu Hong, Azu promptly contacted his team. Lei Fu Hong just left my house. His vehicle should be on Huanhe Road now. Understood. Azu and his companions immediately sprang into action, bringing Ding Yao along. On Huanhe Road in the Xindian district, a Toyota coaster was leisurely cruising when a light truck ran a red light, crashing into it head-on. With a thunderous roar, the coaster was overturned, and those inside, including Lei Fu Hong and his subordinates, were left bloodied and dazed. Young master, they struggled within the wreckage, still clinging to life. A Tian exited the vehicle, brandishing a dagger, and plunged it into the interior, delivering a series of lethal strikes until no one remained alive. Inside the truck, Ding Yao was elated. Her two adversaries had been effortlessly dispatched. What a thrill! However, her joy was short-lived. Go. Take the driver's seat. Azu commanded, gun in hand. What do you mean? Ding Yao asked, bewildered. You'll understand shortly. Ding Yao was forced into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. Azu jumped out of the vehicle and, standing at a distance, began snapping photographs with a camera. He captured not only Ding Yao driving, but also the scene of the coaster's collision. Hey, are you trying to frame me? Ding Yao suddenly grasped the situation. Azu intended to make her the scapegoat, bearing the blame for the deaths of Lei Fu Hong and Zhong Yongbo. Stop pretending. Don't you wish to eliminate them? Once you ascend to the role of leader of the Sanlian gang, if you dutifully follow Brother Feng's orders, these photographs will be safely stored away. Otherwise, they will be revealed at the Sanlian gang's congress. Controlling someone is no simple task. What if Ding Yao were to become the leader and refuse to comply? Those photographs could easily condemn her to ruin. Step on the gas and drive the coaster into the river. A river flowed alongside the road, with a mere low guardrail separating them. Faced with no other option, Ding Yao steeled herself, shifted into gear, and pressed down on the accelerator. The coaster skidded across the ground with a screech, ultimately crashing through the guardrail and plunging into the river below. Let's go? The four of them drove the truck into a remote area, dousing it with gasoline before igniting it. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted into the sky, casting a crimson glow across the horizon. Beneath the flickering flames, a sinister smile played across Ding Yao's striking visage. The sensation of vanquishing one's adversary is truly exhilarating. Lei Fu Hong's lifeless body was retrieved from the river several days later, having already succumbed to decay, rendering the knife wounds indiscernible. The official report states it was a traffic accident, and the bereaved family was informed that the vehicle involved is currently under investigation. Within the ranks of the Sanlian gang, opinions are rife, with many attributing the act to Ding Yao. However, Ding Yao has vanished without a trace, leaving the true circumstances shrouded in mystery. Known to none, with Ding Yao missing and Lei Fu Hong perishing in a tragic accident, the Sanlian gang stands fragmented and disarrayed. Chapter 91. The Rogue. I am the pervert of Tun Mun. The Sanlian gang has been thrown into disarray. Now, it is time to witness the performance of Li Feng. In fact, Li Feng has not been idle. He has long dispatched Qiu Gang Ao and Ah Hua to apprehend Lei Yaoyang. Qiu Gang Ao and Ah Hua have been stationed near the Dongshan Bar and Dongxing Billiards Hall in Yuanlong. Yet they have not glimpsed even a shadow of Yaoyang. They interrogated Dongxing's lackeys, but none knew of Yaoyang's whereabouts. At 9 o'clock that evening, on the rooftop of Chongqing Mansion in Tsimsha Sui, Lei Yaoyang stood by the railing, gazing down at the nocturnal streets below. He excelled in reverse thinking and was aware that Hongxing was searching for him everywhere. Instead of remaining at the Dongxing stronghold in Yuanlong, he had ventured to Tsimsha Sui. He firmly believed that the most perilous places were often the safest. Big brother, the dinosaur has arrived. A subordinate announced the arrival of the Hongxing Tunmun leader, Dinosaur. Having previously associated with Yaoyang, the two shared a modicum of camaraderie. Today, Dinosaur had come to Tsimsha Sui for leisure, and upon receiving a call from Yaoyang, he made his way over. Dinosaur had a low profile within Hongxing, often absent from meetings and indifferent to the affairs of the gang. He was unaware that Li Feng was searching for Yaoyang. Otherwise, he would not have recklessly come to meet him. What is Yaoyang? Dinosaur approached him without a hint of suspicion. Which is more formidable, Tsimsha Sui or Tunmun? Certainly, Tsimsha Sui reigns supreme, teeming with nightlife and beautiful women. Why do you remain in that impoverished corner of Tunmun? Have you never considered developing here? I am a good-for-nothing. Aside from chasing women, I have little interest in anything else. Damn, you lack ambition. Let us join forces to eliminate the prince of Tsimsha Sui, and then I will support you in becoming the leader here. Dinosaur was taken aback. Yaoyang's audacity astonished him, suggesting betrayal among comrades. Have you lost your mind to utter such words? I have never seen you. I am leaving. Dinosaur prepared to descend the stairs. Yaoyang signaled to his subordinates, who flanked Dinosaur, restraining him. What do you intend to do? With your uselessness, your existence is a waste of air. The two pushed Dinosaur towards the railing as Yaoyang gazed into the profound night sky an expression of exhilaration illuminating his face. The sensation of plunging from here would be exhilarating. With that, he and his subordinates shoved Dinosaur over the edge. Moments later, a deafening crash echoed, accompanied by the blaring of car alarms. Dinosaur had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, and a crowd gathered nearby. Goodness, that was a gruesome death. He fell from the rooftop, more than 10 stories high. The following morning, at the Hung Hing Society headquarters, Liang Kwan and the leaders of various factions convened for a meeting. Han Bin, his eyes red and his expression grim, appeared fearsome. Dinosaur was his younger brother, now inexplicably dead on the prince's turf, having plummeted from the rooftop of Liang Kwan's company. Kwan Gu, we must investigate this matter thoroughly and provide me with an explanation. Han Bin, do you suspect Kwan Gu is involved? The astute Ji Gu interjected. I do not suspect Kwan Gu, but since Dinosaur died at Chongqing Mansion, he bears some responsibility. Liang Kwan was displeased. He owned a company in Chongqing Mansion, and now he was expected to take responsibility for Dinosaur's demise? If I swam in the same pool as a woman and she became pregnant, should I also be held accountable? Laughter erupted in the room. Kwan Gu's analogy is quite apartment bang. Han Bin slammed his hand on the table. Dinosaur is dead, and you still find this amusing? The room fell silent, the gravity of the situation settling in. Bin, this is clearly a ploy to sow discord among us. Rest assured, I will uncover who the scoundrel is. When the time comes, I will hand them over to you for justice. Your assurance is appreciated. At that moment, Li Feng burst into the meeting. No need to investigate. I know who is responsible. Who? All eyes turned towards him. Dongxing Xiaoyang. Damn it, this scoundrel again. Find him and bring him to Dinosaur's grave for dismemberment. Ji Gu and the others shouted in furious outrage. Duk Sheng Fan rose from the ground, clutching his arm as he inquired. My boss, Li Feng, has sent me to find you. Despite his brash demeanor, Sheng Fan held a considerable respect for Li Feng. It turns out you are from the same sect. Brother, perhaps your methods were too ruthless, he remarked with a smile, attempting to ingratiate himself. Individuals like you are hardly worthy of being disciples of Hongxing. Begone. Qiu Gengao dismissed the others, leaving only Sheng Fan behind. With a hint of despair, Sheng Fan lamented, Brother, what exactly do you intend to do? Chapter 92. Lei Yaoyang is confronted by the aerial acrobat. Dongxing Yaoyang, are you familiar with him? Not at all. Are you truly unfamiliar? Qiu Gengao, with a flick of his butterfly knife, cast a chilling glare that made Sheng Fan hastily change his response. Yes, I know him. Has he ever sought you out? He has. What did he want? Well, a leaf drifted by, and in a swift motion, 2 cold glints flashed as the leaf was instantaneously sliced into several fragments. My goodness, such speed with a knife. Sheng Fan marveled inwardly. Speak. What did Yaoyang want from you? He mentioned that the dinosaur was dead and wanted me to take his place as the boss of Tunman, and he also wanted me to collaborate with him in selling white flour. Yes, but I didn't agree. You should have accepted. What? Sheng Fan was taken aback. Even the Prince of Hongxing supports selling white flour? What I mean is to lure Yaoyang out. Now Sheng Fan understood that Curly's intention was to capture Yaoyang. The following noon, in a hotel in Tunman, Sheng Fan invited Lei Yaoyang to a meal. In the private room sat 7 or 8 individuals. Brother Yaoyang, I've come to a realization. I can collaborate with you, but you must help me ascend to a higher position. Clever. Lei Yaoyang raised his glass, and Sheng Fan reciprocated, both drinking heartily. At that moment, a male waiter entered, carrying a pot of hot pot, accidentally bumping into one of Yaoyang's subordinates. Are you blind? The next instant, scalding hot pot splashed onto the subordinate's head, eliciting a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. Realizing the situation had escalated, Lei Yaoyang instinctively drew his gun, just as he was about to chamber a round. His arm was seized by Qiu Gengao, disguised as a waiter, who twisted his arm forcefully, disarming him. Get him. 2 nearby subordinates grabbed chairs, ready to strike Qiu Gengao. Bang. The door to the private room was kicked open, and Hua burst in, brandishing an MP5 submachine gun. Yaoyang and his subordinates were stunned. How could one engage in such underhanded tactics with a submachine gun? Get down. Yaoyang's subordinates obediently crouched to the ground. Move. Hua aimed his gun at Yaoyang. Yaoyang pouted, his face filled with defiance. Bang. Hua kicked Yaoyang in the rear. Yaoyang stumbled, nearly losing his balance. You dare to take me down. In response, a barrage of bullets ricocheted around him, causing him to jump in fright. At that moment, he had no more anger left and complied with Hua's demands. Yaoyang's subordinates were restrained, helplessly watching their leader being taken away. In Simsha, on the rooftop of Chongqing building, Lei Yaoyang found himself surrounded by a dozen of Hung Hing's subordinates. Nearby stood Liang Kuan, Han Bin, and Li Feng. Bang! Bang bang! The subordinates kicked Yaoyang around like a soccer ball. Ah Bin, I previously mentioned that I would provide you with an explanation, Liang Kuan stated. I apologize, Kuan Gu. I should not have spoken to you that way. No need for formalities. We are all brothers. After finishing his words, Liang Kuan gestured, and the subordinates brought Yaoyang forward. Yaoyang's face was swollen like a pig's head, yet he still bore a defiant expression. I recall that you had a good relationship with the dinosaur. How could you cast him off the building? Han Bin glared at Yaoyang with fierce eyes. The dinosaur was an imbecile. He was of no use alive. Humph. Han Bin pulled out a knife and pinned Yaoyang's palm to the floor. Twisting the knife handle, the blade ground into Yaoyang's palm, carving out a large chunk of flesh. Ah, you're so clever, yet you still fall into my hands. Now go join the dinosaur. With that, he drew his knife, preparing to slice Yaoyang's throat. Wait. Li Feng intervened, halting Han Bin. Li Xiao, let me eliminate him as revenge for the dinosaur. I understand, but this way is rather dull. He enjoys aerial acrobatics. So let's grant him that experience. Li Feng beckoned two accomplices, and the three men hoisted Lei Yaoyang, moving him toward the edge of the railing. Let go of me. Yaoyang, terrified, struggled with all his might. I'll do it. Seeing this, Han Bin stepped in to assist, and together they pushed Yaoyang to the brink. Don't you fancy aerial acrobatics? Experience it firsthand for an even greater thrill, Li Feng said with a sinister smile. With a glance, he signaled others. They simultaneously released their hold. Ah! A sharp, ethereal scream echoed as Yaoyang plummeted from the several-story height. Boom. However, contrary to expectations, there was no resounding crash or gruesome scene. Instead, Yaoyang landed on an airbag. Han Bin bent down to look, his face contorted with fury. Li Xiao, what does this mean? He cannot die yet. Damn. He killed the dinosaur. He deserves to die. Yaoyang eliminated the Sanlian gang's Lei Gong and framed Hung Hing for it. I intend to take him to Wan Island, where he will face the Sanlian gang and explain himself. At that time, it will be Yaoyang's demise. Han Bin was still somewhat dissatisfied with this reasoning. Uncle Bin, if you feel unfulfilled, come with me to Wan Island, and you can personally deal with him. Very well. Han Bin's expression softened slightly. Before heading to Wan Island, there is another matter to attend to, shattering Yaoyang's willpower. Realizing that he wasn't dead and understanding that Li Feng temporarily wouldn't take his life, Yaoyang grew even more defiant. Li Feng had his men torment him for an hour, yet he refused to admit to his involvement with Lei Gong of the Sanlian gang. With no other options, they resorted to extreme measures. Don't you enjoy white flour? Have you ever tried it? Aja, holding a syringe, grinned wickedly as he injected Yaoyang's arm. Similar to how they handled Huang Yaozu's son, within a week, Yaoyang would be completely addicted to drugs. No longer able to maintain his pride, his defiance crumbled. Not only did he confess to the Lei Gong incident, but he also revealed that Chen Jiming had funded him to deal with Liang Kuan and his son. Indeed, this scoundrel, Li Feng, did not rush to deal with Chen Jiming, intending to resolve matters with the Sanlian gang first before settling scores with him. That night, the Tony brothers escorted Yaoyang to Tsim Sha Sui's Star Ferry Pier to await their next move. Buzzing. A ghostly white speedboat sped toward them, helmed by Guanzu, who brought the four aboard for their journey to Wan Island's coast. The following morning, Li Feng, Han Bin, and over 20 subordinates embarked on a cruise to Wan Island. By the afternoon, the Sanlian gang's headquarters in Taipei's Sini district was bustling with individuals. The Sanlian gang, previously a disarrayed group, was now convened by the leaders of Yonghe district and Xindian district following a call from Ding Yao, summoning the members for a meeting. Lei Fu has been slain, and Ding Yao claims to have apprehended the true culprit behind Lei Gong's demise. Naturally, the two are in support of Ding Yao's ascension. Furthermore, they were initially proponents of Ding Yao, having reaped numerous benefits from her. In the realm of martial arts, every faction operates similarly. Whoever wields power can assume the role of leader. Today, I have summoned everyone for two purposes. First, to avenge Mr. Lei, and second, to elect a successor for the position of gang leader, stated Atai, holding the microphone. Chapter 93. The Dance of Flames. Did Mr. Lei not die at the hands of Ding Yao? Has Ding Yao been apprehended? With young Master Lei also deceased, who will take the mantle of the leader? It cannot possibly be Atai, as he seems insufficiently qualified. The crowd murmured in hushed tones. At that moment, A woman adorned with a sun hat and sunglasses, her figure graceful and alluring, entered the hall. When she removed her hat and sunglasses, gasps filled the room. Ding Yao, you treacherous woman, how dare you show your face here? You are the one who caused the deaths of Mr. Lei and young Master Lei. You are a criminal of the Sanlian gang. Kill her! Kill her! Anger surged through the crowd, cries echoing like thunder. Some could no longer contain their rage and sought to rush forward to confront Ding Yao. Everyone, please calm down. A Tai shouted into the microphone. Listen to me. Ding Yao has been wronged. The true culprit behind Mr. Lei's death has been uncovered. Applause erupted as Ding Yao clapped her hands, and the Tony trio escorted Lei Yaoyang into the hall, followed closely by Li Feng, Han Bin, and a throng of underlings. Who are you? Someone inquired. Hongxing, Li Feng replied nonchalantly. How dare you? Hongxing is responsible for Mr. Lei's death, and yet you dare to come here? Slay them. Enough. Ding Yao exclaimed, surveying the crowd. You all are quick to violence, failing to discern right from wrong. Hongxing not only did not kill Mr. Lei, but also assisted me in capturing the true perpetrator. She cast a meaningful glance at Li Feng. Yaoyang, share with everyone the details of how you eliminated young Master Lei. Having succumbed to the control of drugs, Lei Yaoyang was but a hollow shell, eager only to finish the task and return for his reward from Li Feng. With a thud, he fell to his knees and began recounting. That day, Liang Kuan and young Master Lei were negotiating in a bar. I intended to eliminate Liang Kuan, but they were armed. When young Master Lei emerged, I shot him, intending to pin the blame on Hongxing. His voice was devoid of emotion. The members of the Sanlian gang exchanged skeptical glances. His narrative, while seemingly flawless, gave the impression that he was merely a scapegoat. He claims it was him who killed. Does that mean it is true? Ding Yao, from where did you conjure this sacrificial lamb? In response to the crowd's doubts, Ding Yao remained silent, her gaze shifting to someone else. Gao Jia, you witnessed the murderer when Mr. Lei was attacked. Is this the person? Gao Jia, still harboring resentment over Ding Yao's liaison with Defei, had cooled down in recent days. There's no need to deliberate. He is the one who killed Mr. Lei, and many brothers bore witness. Gao Jia's companions, a dozen or so underlings who had been with young Master Lei that day, all stepped forward to identify Lei Yaoyang. You Sanlian gang are nothing but fools, easily manipulated by me. Dongxing Yaoyang. Haraha. Yaoyang, feeling emboldened, began to mock. This incited the ire of the Sanlian gang. Let us take him down together and turn him into pulp, avenging Mr. Lei. Hanbin stepped forward, declaring, this man killed my brother. It is my duty to end him. He produced a metal kettle from his pocket, unscrewed the lid, and drenched Yaoyang with its contents. What is this? Yaoyang wiped his face and questioned. Gasoline. Li Feng, did you not assure me of protection? Li Feng shrugged helplessly. I'm sorry. So many wish to see you dead. I cannot shield you. He retreated a step. Clink. Han Bin ignited a lighter, the flames soaring through the air before descending upon Yaoyang. Boom. In an instant, a roaring inferno engulfed Yaoyang, who writhed and screamed in agony. Good burn, shouted a Sanlian gang underling, raising a stool and striking the fiery Yaoyang. Yaoyang collapsed, rolling on the ground in a desperate struggle as bystanders stepped aside. Moments later, the wails ceased, the flames dwindled, and Yaoyang was left as a charred corpse, unrecognizable. Bin Shu, does this satisfy your vengeance? Indeed. Let us go. Li Feng gathered the Hongxing members, retreating outside. The choice of a new leader for the Sanlian gang was their affair, and Hongxing ought not to interfere. The charred remains were removed, and the hall was cleared. A Tai, microphone in hand, addressed the assembly. As you can see, the Sanlian gang's current state is fragmented. The urgent matter is to elect a person of high moral standing to assume the leadership and guide us. After some formalities, Ding Yao was presented as the candidate. Mr. Lei held Ding Yao in high regard during his lifetime. Now that she has avenged him, she is the only suitable choice to lead. The master of the new shop district chimed in. Miss Ding's capabilities are evident. We must rally behind her. Support Ding Yao. Support Ding Yao. The majority, swaying like reeds in the wind, including those who had previously scorned her, raised their hands in agreement. Ding Yao feigned modesty for a moment before naturally ascending to the position of leader. Once the meeting concluded, Ding Yao extended her hospitality, inviting Li Feng and his group to dinner. They say you are a person of high moral standing. Li Feng nearly chuckled at the phrase when he heard it. Indeed, I have always relied on virtue to win over others. Ding Yao puffed her chest, exuding pride. In this moment, Li Feng contemplated the prospect of an affair with Ding Yao, finding no objection. This woman was undeniably attractive, both beautiful and formidable, though her romantic entanglements were numerous. Young Master Lei, Shanji, Gao Jia, Defei. Li Feng lingered in Taipei for a night, primarily to meet with Guan Zhu and Maze. Azu. Here are 2 million, spend it wisely. Though they had taken loyalty pills, ensuring they would not betray him, rewarding them when possible would inspire greater effort in their tasks. The trio were not mindless automatons. They experienced emotions just like any ordinary person. Thank you, Brother Feng. The following day, around noon, Li Feng and his group returned to Hong Kong Island. With the Sanlian gang's troubles resolved, he felt a weight lift. Now, the specter of Chun Jiming loomed ahead. This old dog had outlasted many, a testament to his luck. In a restaurant in Yuanlong, Chun Jiming and Chun Huimin sat at a table, dining. Following Yao Yang's failed scheme, Chun Jiming had lost 4 million and realized that Liang Kuan and his son would seek retribution. Thus, he endeavored to cling to Chun Huimin for support. Chun Huimin was not merely a figure in the underworld. She possessed considerable connections in the legitimate sphere as well. Chun Jiming believed that with her protection, Liang Kuan and his son would be compelled to show a degree of deference and would not dare act against him. Huimin, I entrust my life to you. Here as a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. He slid a bank card into Chun Huimin's hand. Inside, there exists a sum of 4 million, intended as the remaining payment for Lei Yaoyang. He is now truly destitute, with his support system shattered like fallen leaves in a tempest. His once thriving establishment has been seized, and a significant portion of his subordinates has fled. After Yaoyang's self-destruction, many more of his followers have deserted him, leaving him with merely 3 loyal companions. He has contemplated fleeing abroad, yet his ignorance of foreign languages and lack of familiarity with foreign lands, compounded by his physical disability, renders such an escape insurmountable. Jiming, you are too modest. We are not only fellow disciples, but brothers as well. As long as I, Chun Huimin, am here, no one shall harm you. Chun Huimin accepted the bank card and feigned sincerity, saying, Come, let us drink. With a clink of their glasses, they downed their drinks in one go. Brother, it's bad news. The Hongxing people have arrived, reported one of Chun Huimin's subordinates as he burst through the door. Chun Jiming, terrified, scurried beneath the table. Damn, you were once a big brother. How can you be so frightened? Come out. I assure you, I will protect you, Chun Huimin said as he pulled him up. Chapter 94. Taking down Chun Jiming outside the restaurant, the Tony brothers barged in with 20 to 30 underlings. Li Feng had long anticipated that Chun Jiming would seek refuge under Chun Huimin's protection. After making inquiries in the underworld, they located this restaurant. What are you doing? Shouted one of Chun Huimin's men. Hand over that crippled Chun Jiming. He's not here. Tony had no patience for idle talk. With a swift high kick to the man's face, he sent teeth flying. Bang! Thud! The remaining 7 or 8 underlings were swiftly overpowered by Ahu and the others, knocked to the ground with a few punches and kicks. Bang! The private room door was kicked open by Aja. Chun Jiming trembled, his face pale with fear. How dare you? Chun Huimin roared with cold fury. Even your boss, Liang Kuan, has to show me some respect. You have no right to cause trouble here. Get out. He thought he could intimidate Tony and his men. But in the next moment, Tony grabbed Chun Huimin by the hair and slammed his head repeatedly against the table. Bang, bang. After 7 or 8 brutal impacts, Chun Huimin was left dazed, seeing stars. Stop, stop. Let's talk this out properly, Chun Huimin pleaded. Tony released him, but Chun Huimin immediately resumed his arrogant demeanor. You young people truly have no respect for your elders. By seniority, I am at least 2 generations above you. This is just how we operate, Tony retorted. With a forceful motion, he overturned the table, sending soup and dishes spilling all over Chun Huimin. If you dare shield this cripple again, we'll take you down too. While Ahu and Aja restrained Chun Huimin, Tony advanced toward Chun Jiming. 2 underlings stepped in front of him, brandishing sharp-toothed knives. Swoosh! Tony drew his triangular military dagger, parried one underling's blade, and with a reverse thrust, plunged it into the man's neck. These youngsters are truly ruthless, Chun Huimin thought to himself, inwardly astonished. The other underling hesitated, too afraid to attack. Swoosh! Whether you fight or not, you're still dead, Tony declared coldly as he drove the triangular dagger into the man's eye. Stay back! Chun Jiming cried out in terror, waving his crutch defensively. Tony seized the crutch, wrenched it from his grasp, and then swung it down hard, shattering Chun Jiming's other leg. With both legs now broken, Chun Jiming collapsed to the floor. Take him away. Two Vietnamese underlings dragged Chen Jiming out as Chun Huiman watched, not daring to move a muscle. Brother Feng, we've captured the crippled Chen Jiming. Both his legs are broken now, Tony reported over the phone from the car. Bring him to the Saigon Pier. Wait for me there. Yes, sir. An hour later, at the Saigon Pier, inside the same abandoned corrugated shipping container, Chen Jiming lay on the ground like a dead dog, moaning incessantly. Just then, a car pulled up. Three people stepped out: Li Feng, Li Jiasin, and Su Jinliang. Li Jiasin had not fully recovered from her injuries and walked with a slight limp. Su Jinliang wore a prosthetic on his left arm. Ah Feng, why did you bring us here? Li Jiasin asked curiously. The guy who hurt you is here. Don't you want to take a swing at him and vent your anger? Of course. I hate this bastard so much. My backside still hurts, Li Jiasin exclaimed, then immediately realized her unladylike outburst. I must have picked this up from Li Feng. I need to be more elegant in the future. Su Jinliang remained silent, his expression dark and brooding. As they entered the corrugated container, the foul, fishy smell nearly made Li Jiasin vomit. Seeing Chen Jiming curled up on the ground with broken legs, she lost interest in tormenting him further. She gave him a couple of light kicks before stepping back outside. Su Jinliang, however, showed no such mercy. He stomped hard on Chen Jiming's broken legs, pressing down with all his weight. Ah! Chen Jiming screamed in agony, which only fueled Su Jinliang's brutality. He continued until Chen Jiming passed out from the pain. Let's go. Li Feng drove off with Li Jiasin and Su Jinliang. Ah Feng, what are you planning to do with that guy? Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. I'll just make sure he stays quiet. Ah, you're going to kill him? Li Jiasin's delicate face showed a flicker of concern. Shoo. Trash like him only harms more people the longer he lives. I'm just trying to save others from suffering. Uffed. Li Jiasin couldn't help but laugh. This gangster had a strangely endearing side to him. Back at the pier, Chen Jiming was stuffed into a burlap sack with two large rocks. Tony, this method is getting old. Don't you have anything new? Aja complained. Feeling that sinking people into the sea this way had become too routine, at least 5 or 6 people had met this fate here. Of course I do. Tony grinned slyly, retrieving a timed explosive from the car trunk. He set it for 70 seconds, wrapped it in a plastic bag, and stuffed it into the burlap sack. You want to play with torpedoes? Aja's face lit up with excitement. This was something new. The sack was tied shut and pushed into the sea with a dull thud. Aja watched his watch, counting down, 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Boom. A muffled explosion echoed from beneath the water, followed by flashes of light and red bubbles rising to the surface. Fun. Li Feng received a call from director Yuan Kuei, informing him that a few scenes needed reshoots. He immediately drove to the set. The filming of Feng Xiu was progressing rapidly. Once these reshoots were completed, the movie would be finished. Action. The scene began. Feng Xiu and the sect leader joined forces to attack the Nine Gates commander. Bang bang. The Nine Gates commander was naturally no match for them. After taking 2 kicks, he was sent flying several meters and crashed to the ground. Cut. Great. Next scene. Just as they were about to film the next shot, Li Jiasin intervened. She rushed over to help Li Feng up. Are you okay, Ah Feng? My backside hurts from the fall. Li Jiasin's delicate face filled with concern, which quickly turned to anger. She stormed over to Zheng Xiaoqiu and Li Lianjia, scolding them fiercely. Hey, why did you hit him so hard? You hurt Ah Feng. Can't you pull your punches? And you call yourselves action stars? Li Jiasin's tirade left Zheng Xiaoqiu and Li Lianjia speechless. They shook their heads and exchanged a wry smile. Thank goodness it's only the second wife. If the first wife were here too, these 2 women would tear us apart. In the evening, at Times Square in Causeway Bay, Li Feng strolled through the clothing district with his left arm around Wang Zhuxian's slender waist and his right hand holding Li Jiasin's. All along the way, they attracted countless envious and jealous glances. Isn't that Wang Zhuxian and Li Jiasin? Who is that guy? He's incredibly lucky. Chapter 95. The brutal torment of Situ Jia at 9 o'clock in the evening. Within the enchanting confines of Bai Jia Dao's hillside villa, Li Feng held a glass of red wine, standing at the terrace railing, gazing down upon the splendid vista of Victoria Harbor, his heart buoyant and free. Is this how one effortlessly reaches the pinnacle of life? No. One must not succumb to indulgence and forfeit ambition. Strive. Endeavor. Li Feng set down his wine glass, cupped his hands like a trumpet, and bellowed at the top of his lungs. What are you shouting about? Are you insane? Wang Zhuxian, listening to music in the room, stormed out, draped in a plush bathrobe, for April evenings can be rather chilly. I am motivating myself to continue striving forward. With a chuckle, Wang Zhuxian covered her mouth, finding the man endearingly foolish. She wrapped her arms around Li Feng's waist, resting her cheek against his back, radiating happiness. And Jia Xian? She has gone to take a shower. They lived together without a shred of embarrassment, resembling a harmonious family. Dear brothers, please, I beg you, cease the violence. Meanwhile, within the east wing of Qizhou prison, a bespectacled middle-aged man found himself pinned to the ground, mercilessly beaten by a group of inmates. This unfortunate soul was none other than Situ Jia. Convicted of multiple offenses including harboring criminals, abuse of power, and bribery, he had been sentenced to 8 years in prison. Having just arrived, he fortuitously found himself assigned to the same cell as his former subordinate, a Kwan. Indeed, this was a consequence orchestrated by Li Feng. Qizhou prison, rife with filth and obscurity, saw the warden, guards, and even the prison tyrants entangled in a web of mutual interests. The head of the discipline office, Sun Jiaku, openly interacted with the prison bully, Detun. Li Feng had bribed the warden with a sum of 1 million to ensure Situ Jia's placement in a Kwan cell. This substantial amount would not be pocketed solely by the warden, as a portion would be shared with the guards, who would feign ignorance when Situ Jia received special treatment. 3 years prior, when Xiaogang Ao and his associates were imprisoned, arrangements had already been made. Otherwise, they would not have been separated into different cells. Kwan had endured severe torment before eventually sharing a cell with Situ Jia due to a transfer. Had he not, he would have likely been killed long ago. After 3 years of brutal trials, Kwan had emerged as the tyrant of this cell, housing over 20 inmates. His face, now disfigured and rendered impotent due to a brutal attack, had twisted his psyche, making him exceedingly ruthless. Previously, the former tyrant, Hua Pao, had lost an eye to Kwan's viciousness, becoming a one-eyed menace. Release him, Kwan commanded, and the inmates relinquished their hold on Situ Jia. With a battered visage, Situ Jia struggled to rise, gasping for breath. Zhao Zhichong, please, spare me this once. What happened back then is in the past. I am now imprisoned, suffering my own retribution. Breathing heavily, Situ Jia pleaded. Kwan's already grotesque half-face twisted into an even more terrifying grimace. Look at my face, it's more horrifying than a ghost. We 5 have suffered so greatly because of you, and you casually dismiss it as something that is past? How are we to move on from this? His voice crescendoed into a frantic scream. For your own future, you denied in court ever issuing orders for Ao Gu to take extreme measures. More heartless than a harlot. The torment inflicted upon Situ Jia by the inmates was inhumane. A week later, while Situ Jia's physical injuries were largely healed, he still felt a lingering pain in his backside, his gait hindered. Throughout this week, Kwan had refrained from tormenting him. Situ Jia naively thought the storm had passed, unaware that Kwan was merely allowing him time to recuperate before launching a more lethal assault. I need to relieve myself now. You wait nearby and assist me, Kwan ordered Situ Jia. Of course, Situ Jia quickly complied, thinking that by serving this man well, he might avoid future troubles. In the restroom, Situ Jia squatted beside Kwan, clutching toilet paper. Kwan, indisposed, filled the chamber with a noxious odor that nearly overwhelmed Situ Jia, who dared not show any discomfort, not even pinching his nose. Now wipe for me. Situ Jia hunched and extended his hand. Come closer. Situ Jia inched forward. In an instant, Kwan seized his head and forcefully pressed it into the squat toilet. Ha ha ha. Kwan wiped himself, pulled up his trousers, and left, laughing heartlessly. This spectacle revolted even the most hardened criminals, who found it repulsive. Gagging, Situ Jia spent half an hour retching in the restroom. Ao, do you wish to know what Situ Jia is enduring in prison? Li Feng made a call to the warden, who informed him of Situ Jia's plight. Situ Jia is being forced to eat excrement. Those 2 brothers of yours are truly depraved. Situ Jia, the scoundrel, is finally experiencing his comeuppance. An unusual glimmer of excitement appeared on Xiaogang Ao's typically cold face. I wish to see him. I will arrange it. Having escaped from prison, Xiaogang Ao needed to be cautious not to be recognized. But given that Li Feng had smoothed things over within the prison, he was confident that aside from his brothers and Situ Jia, no one would recognize him. The following evening, a terrified Situ Jia returned to his cell, realizing that Kwan would not easily relent. He would take pleasure in tormenting him, subjecting him to endless suffering. Days spent working outside were bearable, yet nightfall brought nightmares. Situ Jia contemplated requesting a cell transfer from the guards. 10,290. Their essay visitor, follow me. A guard called from the door. Situ Jia felt a surge of hope and hurried towards the voice. Chapter 96. The Destruction of Hung Hing Casino. The Fiery Wrath of Bengaju in the Hong Kong Island Prison. The visiting area is designed to feel more humane. Inmates and their visitors do not communicate through bars or glass, but sit face to face at a table, supervised by a guard nearby. Situ Jia initially believed that his wife had come to see him, and he felt a flutter of excitement, hoping she could arrange a transfer to a different cell for him. However, upon entering, he was taken aback to find a figure clad in a black suit, with curly hair, turned away from him. When the person turned around, Situ Jia was astonished. "It's you, Ao." "Situ, sir. I trust you are well," Chiu Gang Ao replied with a smirk. "Do not call me that. I am no longer a sir. Yet in my heart, you have always been my esteemed superior." Situ Jia understood the sarcasm and felt a touch of embarrassment. "It has been 3 years, and you still cannot forgive me." Chiu Gang Ao's demeanor shifted abruptly as he shouted, "How can I forgive you? Here, and here, the young master has been disfigured, and Brother Biao has jumped from a building. All because of you." A cough from the guard nearby signaled Chiu Gang Ao to temper his outburst, as loud shouting during visits was against protocol. Ignoring the guard, Chiu Gang Ao continued to bellow, "You, Bangju, and Hua Xiaodang are selfish scoundrels, betraying benefactors and brothers for your own gain. You are all thieves." His voice crescendoed into a roar. The guard finally intervened. "Hey, stop that, or I'll have to escort you out." In a hushed tone, Chiu Gang Ao leaned in close to Situ Jia and whispered, "The game has just begun. A Kwan will accompany you throughout." Situ Jia's face turned pale. "You orchestrated all of this, didn't you?" "Ah-ha-ha." Chiu Gang Ao chuckled as he departed. At the entrance to the cell, the guard opened the door, ushering Situ Jia inside. Clutching the iron bars, Situ Jia vehemently resisted entering. "I want to change cells. I demand to see the warden." "Do you think this is your bedroom? You cannot choose your quarters. Go in." The guard forcefully pried Situ Jia's hands away, shoving him inside. Meanwhile, at the Macau Haojiang Casino, the opulent hall buzzed with excitement. "I won. Ha ha ha. Sick Bo?" The tables for baccarat, blackjack, sick Bo, and slot machines were crowded with patrons. Dapper gentlemen in tailored suits mingled with glamorous blondes, nouveau riche sporting gold chains, and even friends from Africa. The Haojiang Casino had been open for a month, and business was booming, with daily revenues ranging from hundreds of thousands to over 10 million. Defei reclined on the second-floor terrace, his chest exposed, revealing a tuft of hair, while 2 beautiful women pampered him with massages. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests burst in, over 100 individuals clad in black, exuding the unmistakable aura of a triad. The newcomers did not brandish weapons, so the onlookers hesitated to intervene. The black-clad individuals dispersed among the gaming tables, instigating chaos. One of them, carrying a burlap sack, unveiled its contents on the baccarat table, revealing writhing snakes. "Smash everything," commanded the leader, and his minions produced hammers and steel pipes, wreaking havoc. The sound of destruction echoed as tables were overturned, chairs smashed, chandeliers shattered, and slot machine screens cracked, their circuits flooded. Moreover, patrons were not spared. A black patron was slapped repeatedly. "You dare to come back here? Each time you do, I'll make sure to slap you." "What? You old fool." Bang. The patron was kicked to the ground. Even worse, a blonde was cornered and assaulted. From upstairs, Defei witnessed the mayhem and erupted in fury. "How dare you cause trouble in my establishment?" Though he typically appeared easygoing, he was fierce in battle. Armed with a large machete, he charged toward the black-clad intruders, joined by a dozen of his associates. "Cut him down." The clash of weapons rang out as chaos ensued, guests seizing the opportunity to flee, many leaving their chips behind. The Hung Hing group, numbering only 30 to 40, faced overwhelming odds with over 100 assailants. Soon, they found themselves overwhelmed. After losing a dozen members, they began to retreat in disarray. "Don't run. You scoundrels, come back," Defei shouted. "Capture him." The leader of the black-clad gang, Sang Kwan, brother to Sang Biao and a minion of Bengaju, pursued Defei. With remarkable courage, Defei felled 2 of the black-clad men, but was struck on the leg and collapsed. As he struggled to rise, a glaring blade was held to his throat. "You are Defei of Hung Hing, aren't you? Do you dare to disrespect Brother Ju?" Sang Kwan yanked Defei's hair painfully. "You are with Bengaju, right? If you don't end me today, I will hunt down Bengaju's entire family." Bang! A punch landed squarely on Defei's face, knocking out his teeth. "Take him to see Brother Ju." Inside the public restroom on the fourth floor of the Macau Lisboa Casino, Defei was forced into a toilet to drink urine. With his slightly curly hair and a proud expression, Bengaju stood at the entrance, smoking a cigar. In this casino, Xin was the major shareholder, while Bengaju held sway. Bengaju gestured, and his underlings brought Defei before him. He burned Defei's chest hair with the cigar, but, boasting, "I've always said that anyone operating a casino in Macau must pay their respects to me, Bengaju, or they will not succeed. Now, you have two choices. Pack up and leave, or hand over 40 of your profits each month." "How dare you?" Defei retorted. Bengaju's gaze turned icy, and he ordered his men to strip Defei of his pants and insert the cigar into him. Lock him up. The following morning, at the Hongxing Tongluang headquarters on Hong Kong Island, Liang Kuan summoned the leaders of various factions for a meeting. "Bad news. Our casino in Macau has been attacked, and Defei has been captured by Bengaju's men. His fate remains unknown." The revelation ignited fury among those present. "How dare that fool, Benjiajiu, disrupt our Hongxing's domain? Eliminate him. Those with wealth shall contribute financially, and those with strength shall lend their might. We shall traverse the sea to Macau and uproot Benjiajiu." Upon witnessing the fierce resolve of the crowd, Liang Kuan wasted no time and began assigning tasks. "Han Bin, Taizi, Shirsan Mei, Fei Laoli. Each of you shall select 300 men from your respective factions to set sail for Macau, where you will heed Tony's unified command. Shaqiang, you shall lead 300 men to demolish the new Lisboa. If they dare to invade our territory, we shall retaliate in kind. The other factions will provide financial support as compensation for our injured brothers. A tiger does not reveal its claws. Do not mistake me for a sickly cat. Whoever eliminates Benjiajiu shall be rewarded with 5 million. Having undergone a series of mergers and developments, Hongxing's strength has significantly surpassed that of Jiang Tianxing's era, with a much stronger cohesion. Everyone reaps tangible benefits, and thus, they exert themselves with exceptional diligence. Take today's matter as an example. Had Jiang Tianxing issued such a command, the slippery characters like Biga and Fei Laoli would surely have undercut it. As the crowd dispersed to fulfill their tasks, Li Feng approached his father. "Father, this operation may not proceed smoothly." Liang Kuan was taken aback. "Why do you say that? Benjiajiu would not be so audacious without a contingency plan. He is a local tyrant in Amen, with connections to the local police. Once our men arrive in Amen, regardless of our combat capability, the police will undoubtedly keep a close watch on us. What shall we do then? Shall we allow Benjiajiu to ride roughshod over us? Of course we must fight. I never suggested otherwise. Do you have any clever ideas?" Liang Kuan understood that his son's words carried weight. "The most effective approach would be to execute a decapitation operation. I shall take charge of this matter." Chapter 97. Blades, 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 blades. Blades. Over 1,000 men crossed the sea to wield blades, an unprecedented event in the annals of Jianghu. Even though they disguised themselves as tourists and departed in staggered groups to maintain discretion, word inevitably leaked. The scale of the mobilization was simply too vast, resembling a full-scale military expedition. The daily passenger volume between Hong Kong Island and Macau normally hovers around a few hundred. Today, it surged abruptly to 1,000 or 2,000. Most purchasing group tickets, drawing immediate attention. The Macau Immigration Department noted the sudden influx of Hong Kong tourists and deemed it slightly irregular, yet paid it little heed, given Macau's status as the gambling capital, where surges in footfall are commonplace. At 8 o'clock in the evening, members from the 4 major triad branches, Kwai Tsing, Sim Sha Sui, Pottinger Street, and North Point, converged upon the Haojiang Casino. Shortly thereafter, Shaqiang's men arrived as well. The casino's vast hall, spanning several thousand square meters, was packed to overflowing. Then Tony appeared. As the de facto commander of this operation, his authority superseded all, even Shaqiang's. "Hell, my stomach's hollow. Any food? They send us to slash people, yet provide no blades. What are we to swing? When do we strike? Once it's done, I'm off to gamble at a Macau casino. I heard there are stunning foreign beauties here, worldwide. Would love to ride one." The hall reverberated with clamor, grumbling, impatience, simmering resentment. And who could blame them? The crowd was so dense that not even a single chair remained. Many sat cross-legged on the cold marble floor. Dinner had been missed, and several men suffered from seasickness. To quell unrest, Tony dispatched men to procure snacks, bread, biscuits, pastries, anything to soothe frayed nerves. "Brother Feng, what about weapons?" Tony called Li Feng. They had arrived by passenger ferry, subject to strict security screenings, making it impossible to smuggle blades aboard. Moreover, Macau's underworld was largely dominated by Bung Yaju's syndicate. Procuring over 1,000 blades in such a short time was utterly impracticable. I'm working on it. Stand by for my call. Meanwhile, in Sai Kung, Hong Kong, a remote, quiet wharf nestled along the eastern coastline. 7 or 8 dockworkers labored, carrying heavy wooden crates onto a compact freighter anchored at the pier. On the shore, a towering man directed operations with calm authority. Desha. Indeed, this was Desha of Sai Kung, a shrewd smuggler and second-hand car dealer who had carved out a formidable reputation in that secluded corner of the territory. Hearing his name called, Desha turned and saw a dozen men approaching, led by a sharply dressed, strikingly handsome young man. Desha's inventory of second-hand vehicles included many stolen ones. Occasionally, rightful owners tracked him down. Not long ago, Chun Haonan had arrived with his gang demanding the return of his stolen MR2, beating Desha senseless in the process. Learning from that humiliation, Desha had since assembled a retinue of a dozen loyal enforcers, ready to draw steel at the first sign of trouble. Handle them, he barked. His men rushed forward, brandishing iron pipes. Li Feng had no desire for violence, but Desha, ever impulsive and reckless, had mistaken him for an adversary. Time, then, to administer a stern lesson. Ahu and a dozen of Li Feng's men stepped forward, weapons gleaming. Desha's crew, untested against seasoned, battle-hardened Vietnamese fighters, collapsed at the first clash. 2 were felled instantly, the rest scattered like startled birds. Damn fools. Desha turned to flee, only to be seized by Ahu and dragged before Li Feng. Young master, who are you? What wrong have I done you? Li Feng. I've come to discuss business, not war. Why the panic? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? What kind of deal? Desha grinned, his guileless, simple-minded charm disarmingly boyish. I have a shipment, needs delivery to Macau's port. Freight fee is yours to name, not the no. For cargo, I don't haul that. Desha waved dismissively. This ISN T number 4. Li Feng made a brief call. Minutes later, a compact box van pulled up to the wharf. The driver alighted and swung open the rear doors. Holy hell, so many blades. What in the world are you shipping to Macau? Inside gleamed over 1,000 gleaming, razor-edged broadswords, cold, lethal, and meticulously aligned. Desha stood transfixed. I'm filming a movie in Macau. Title, Blades, Blades, Blades. Historical or modern? Want a walk-on role? I'd love to try my hand at acting. Desha snatched a blade and brandished it, suddenly fierce, almost terrifying. It's a period drama, requires charisma and presence. You? A lumbering giant like you, best suited for playing a corpse. Amid laughter and banter, the deal was sealed. Li Feng handed Desha 100,000 Hong Kong dollars as freightage, and the cargo was loaded onto the freighter bound for Macau. At 10:30 p.m., the shipment docked at an illicit wharf on Macau's outer harbor. Tony and his men were already waiting, loading the crates into vehicles for swift transfer to the Haojung Casino. Weapons have arrived. Hung Hing members surged forward, eager to arm themselves, only to discover, nestled among the blades, 3 firearms, 1 sawed-off shotgun, and 2 Blackstar pistols. A man lunged for one, only to be slapped back by Sha Chong. Damn it, these aren't toys for amateurs. Sha Chong handed the shotgun to Tony, pocketed 1 pistol himself, and passed the other to his trusted lieutenant, Bao Yanhua. At 11 p.m., the streets fell hushed, while inside the casinos, the night burned brightest. Move out. Tony's command ignited the operation. Over 1,000 Hung Hing members dispersed in coordinated waves, though none knew precisely where Bung Yaju's men were stationed. It hardly mattered. Of Macau's 10 premier casinos, Grand Lisboa, the Venetian, Wynn, Sands, nearly all bore stakes belonging to He Xin, the legendary gambling king. One word, destroy. And Bung Yaju, the gambling king's most loyal enforcer, would surely emerge to defend his master's domain. Sha Chong led the vanguard, 300 men surging toward the Grand Lisboa. Others fanned out toward rival establishments. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a dense, rhythmic drumbeat of footsteps echoed down the avenue. Then a black tide of figures flooded the road, thick as ink, swallowing the asphalt. They numbered at least 2,000, blocking the street entirely. Among them were members of Bung Yaju's numbered gangs, and also the Water Room, led by Lai. The Water Room being a branch of the Walin Sheng, operating under the Harmony and Joy banner. For years, Bung Yaju and Lai had waged bitter, unrelenting war, Yet faced with an external threat, they forged a temporary alliance. As the old maxim goes, there are no eternal friends or foes, only eternal interests. If Hung Hing annihilated Bung Yeju, Macau's underworld hierarchy would be upended, leaving the water room vulnerable and diminished. Triad warfare resembles ancient battlefield ritual. Before steel meets steel, warriors first test resolve with words. At 100-meter distance, the two forces locked gazes and shouted across the void. From Bung Yeju's side, the commander was Sang Kuan. Listen well, Hung Hing dogs, if you value your lives, return to Hong Kong, now? Otherwise, none of you will leave Macau alive. Hung Hing's arrival had been noted the moment they set foot on Macau soil, spotted by Bung Yeju's network of informants. Simultaneously, the police had been tipped off and were observing covertly. Bung Yeju, unwilling to invite law enforcement interference, had deliberately waited until this late hour, when the city's pulse was loudest and its shadows deepest. Fuck your mother. Who do you think you are, boasting like a warlord? Soon, Bung Yeju will be Bung Wu Yeju, Bung Toothless Jew. Bao Yanhua shot back, his voice sharp as a blade's edge. Sang Kuan clenched his jaw, then roared, cut them down. Tony raised his hand, then swept it downward. Engage. With guttural cries. Both armies surged forward, clashing like storm fronts over the asphalt. The street became a battlefield, 3,000 to 4,000 men locked in brutal, roaring melee, a spectacle rivaling a mid-sized medieval skirmish waged with steel, sweat, and fury. Chapter 98, Bloodshed in Macau. Clang. Clang clang. SSSHH. Damn it, go to hell. In an instant, the clashing of metal, the sound of blades piercing flesh, shouts of battle, and howls of agony echoed through the night sky. Figures leaped and chased one another, exchanging blows with knives and clubs. The ground was splattered with blood, staining the streets and railings crimson. The Hongxing side was outnumbered. But in close combat, numbers alone did not guarantee victory. The outcome depended on courage and morale. Both sides fought fiercely, locked in a stalemate. Dozens of bodies already lay on the ground, with countless others wounded. SSSHH. Tony wielded a machete, swinging it with deadly precision as he carved through the crowd like cutting vegetables. You guys, keep him busy. Sang Kuan dispatched a dozen or so underlings to surround Tony, planning to wear him down through attrition. Clang. Tony dropped his machete, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he pulled out a shotgun from his jacket. Boom. Boom boom. 3 consecutive shots blasted through the encircling men, sending the one at the forefront flying 4 or 5 meters away. His head smashed against the sidewalk railing, brains splattering everywhere, a gruesome death. Kill. The others were also consumed by bloodlust, ignoring their own wounds as they wildly hacked at their enemies with blades. Wee woo. Wee woo. Less than 5 minutes into the battle, police sirens blared from all directions. At least 20 police cars closed in from both ends of the road. The Macau police had been monitoring the Hongxing gangsters from the start. During the day, these men had kept a low profile, so the police held their ground. But at night, these thugs had unleashed carnage on the streets of Macau, plunging the city into a bloodbath. They had to be stopped. Leading the police was Zheng Baruei, deputy director of the Macau Police Department. Though ethnically Chinese, he was a loyal lapdog to the Portuguese authorities and had close ties with He Xian. The police cars halted near the scene of the clash, and officers advanced with guns drawn. Everyone listen up. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately, or we will open fire. Bang. Zheng Baruei shouted through a megaphone before firing a warning shot into the air. The gangsters, lost in their blood frenzy, were far from compliant. Many continued to fight. Rat-a-tat-tat. The police opened fire on those still engaged in combat, dropping 3 or 4 men. The rest quickly fell in line. Dozens of officers armed with riot shields and batons moved in to make arrests. But there were too many gangsters. The 100 or so police officers couldn't control the situation, and many gangsters escaped in the chaos. Rat-a-tat-tat. The police fired after the fleeing figures, causing the timid to halt while the bold continued their desperate run. Zheng Baruei stared at the sea of gangsters, feeling a headache coming on. There was no way to arrest them all. Even those already detained numbered in the hundreds, more than the vehicles could hold. With no other choice, he called the police department for backup, requesting more officers and vehicles to transport the captives. Tony, what do we do now? Hongxing had lost 200 to 300 men, while the rest fled back to the Haojiang casino. The cops will be here soon. We need to scatter and hide. Damn it. We don't know our way around here. Where can we hide? I want to go back to Hong Kong Island, someone shouted. You want to get caught by the cops? They're probably tightening security at the ports and docks right now. Meanwhile, at the Grand Lisboa Casino, Sha Chong led 300 underlings, disguised as tourists, and infiltrated the casino. They thought they had gone unnoticed, but the moment they entered, the casino's informants spotted them. Dressed in suits and striding with confidence, they might have looked like bosses, but they couldn't hide their thuggish aura. Besides, how could Benji Aju not anticipate that Hung Hing would send men to cause trouble at the Grand Lisboa? He had made preparations early on. While there were usually only about 100 guards on duty, today that number had tripled. On the 4th floor, in the VIP section, Benji Aju had cleared the area, relocating the guests to the nearby Hotel Lisboa. The elevators were shut down, and 2 iron gates were installed on the stairwell, with keys held only by Benji Aju and Sang Kwan. In the underworld, caution was the key to longevity. Though Benji Aju was confident he could crush the Hung Hing gangsters today, he had to ensure his own safety in case things went wrong. Despite his usual arrogance, he was quite afraid of dying. At that moment, Benji Aju sat in a luxurious private room on the 4th floor, smoking a cigar. A dozen black-suited bodyguards stood around him, armed with guns. Da Fei, beaten beyond recognition, was tied to a chair with ropes, his head hanging limp and motionless. Brother Ju, the Hung Hing gangsters are here. Good. Today, I'll show them what it means to be trapped like rats. A Yuan, quietly evacuate the customers. Tell them to come back tomorrow. Yes, sir. Down in the main hall on the 1st floor, the guests were enjoying themselves. The Grand Lisboa was one of Macau's largest casinos, 3 times the size of the Haojiang Casino. It exuded an air of sophistication, with bunny girls weaving through the crowd carrying trays and red wine. In the center of the hall was a circular stage where 2 musicians played soothing melodies, one on the violin, the other on the saxophone. The staff assisting with chip exchanges waited attentively by the gaming tables, offering impeccable service. After entering, Sha Chong and his men didn't immediately start causing destruction. Instead, they decided to try something new. Sha Chong sat at a gaming table and began playing stud poker. His underlings scattered. Some played blackjack, others tried their luck at the slot machines. Their chips were pitifully few. Aside from Sha Chong's 100,000, none of the others had more than 10,000. Spades speak. 10,000.